100 million, stay with me. Reborn in a day, Shang Wanxing unexpectedly saved a little bun, but was then lured to a private island by the bun's psychopathic and violent elder just as everyone laughed, watching her, unloved and uncared for, being played with and discarded. Top-tier actor, she is my benefactor, esteemed scientific researcher, she is my boss, mysterious organization, she is our leader, gold medal lawyer, she is my ancestor, a man of demonic beauty coldly fiddled with his Buddhist prayer beads, she is my heart and soul. The big shots were puzzled. One by one, secrets fell away, exploding across the internet. Those who had once crossed her now begged for forgiveness, weeping and pleading. The immensely wealthy family in the capital, Miss, please return home with honor. Late at night, a blood-spitting mad tycoon knelt on one knee before her, humbly pressing his face into her palm. Pain, only your kiss can heal it. Chapter 001, A Distinct Rebirth. Splash. A basin of cold water was poured over her head. In a daze, Shang Wanxing finally regained her senses, shaking her throbbing head, only to frown deeply at the scene before her. Boss, she's awake. In the dilapidated warehouse, several burly men, resembling formidable beasts, glared with malicious intent. If you must assign blame, blame your misfortune. Once the money arrives, I will dispose of both of you. With that ominous declaration, the boss strode out with his lackeys to smoke and play cards. 2? She tilted her head. Eyes wide open, they exchanged glances. It was then that Shang Wanxing noticed a chubby little boy bound beside her, his skin pale and soft, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old. At that moment, his mouth was gagged, and large tears fell like glistening candies from beneath his long, curled eyelashes. He gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Taking a deep breath, Shang Wanxing pondered her predicament. No matter how high her intelligence, she could never have anticipated that upon awakening in her reborn self, she would be confronted with 2 troublesome issues. First, she had been kidnapped. Second, she had lost her memory. She could not recall anything from her previous life, save for her name, Shang Wanxing, her remarkable intellect, and her formidable abilities. Everything else eluded her. With a couple of sharp cracks, Shang Wanxing deftly extracted her dislocated wrist from the tightly bound coarse rope. The little one's face turned pale with fright, tears forgotten, as he stared wide-eyed in disbelief, witnessing her audaciously reattach her dislocated joints with another series of cracks. With a gentle motion, Shang Wanxing began to loosen the bindings on the little boy. Her gaze, however, gravitated towards the steel pipe discarded carelessly by the kidnappers in the corner, instantly plunging the dilapidated warehouse's atmosphere into an icy stillness. Her disposition was currently quite unfavorable. She urgently required an outlet for catharsis. It's not as though there isn't some felicitous news, Shang Wanxing appeared to be soliloquizing as she proceeded to seize the slender steel pipe and advance towards the doorway. Sandy Isle. Ominous clouds loomed. The grand hall teemed with individuals, each casting apprehensive glances towards the solitary young man seated upon the genuine leather sofa. Siu Bai. The collar of his purely ebony, classic-cut shirt was casually unfastened, revealing his clavicle, while a cigarette was nestled between his elongated fingers, its smoke now enshrouding his handsome visage. A string of obsidian prayer beads also adorned his wrist. A man was prostrate before Siu Bai. Who instigated you to act in such a manner? At his feet, a colossal albino python leisurely undulated across the floor in shaped motion, its forked tongue hissing, exuding a chilling and uncanny aura, much like the sensation that Siu Bai himself evoked. As he spoke, the python had ascended the sofa and rested its massive head upon its master's lap. The individual on the ground was paralyzed, rendered incapable of uttering a word of defense due to sheer terror. Siu Bai impassively removed the string of prayer beads, a gesture that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. And no one dared to utter a word. He raised his hand to gently caress the albino python, seemingly oblivious to the intense sense of oppression he was inflicting upon those around him. Are you feeling peckish? Upon these words, someone promptly stepped forward to drag the other man away, as if he were a mere canine. Master C, spare me. Grant me an opportunity. The harrowing sound stretched into an infinite echo before vanishing from existence. Sir, we have a location. A bodyguard materialized beside Mr. C in complete silence. The disappearance of Mr. C's only nephew was an earth-shattering event. Mr. C looked up, and a bone-chilling dread, akin to a venomous strike, surged from the bodyguard's spine to the crown of his head, raising every hair on end within 30 minutes. Abandoned warehouse. A fierce battle had just concluded. Shang Wanxing sat upon the sole intact chair in the vicinity, impassively rotating her neck. The steel pipe in her hand scraped against the concrete floor intermittently, producing a grating, ear-splitting sound. She remained silent, her gaze drifting lazily forward. The once arrogant and menacing kidnappers now bore a mosaic of bruises and contusions upon their faces. Tears streamed down their aged cheeks as both hands were raised above their heads, their bodies trembling with each scrape of the steel pipe against the ground. Damn it, they had encountered a tough opponent. Utterly losing face, Shang Wanxing sat where light and shadow intersected, further accentuating her formidable presence. A rustling sound emanated from behind, like the scurrying of a small mouse. It paused, then resumed, rustling once more again. It paused, a tentative series of probes until a small child tentatively tugged at the hem of her garment. Shang Wanxing ceased her movements. She lowered her gaze. Their eyes met. The little one's face immediately blossomed into a flattering smile, an act he clearly did not perform often. Yet, coupled with his tear-stained eyes and long lashes, he possessed an irresistible charm. Seemingly aware of his advantage, he nuzzled his cheek against her hand. "What is your name?" She gently pinched the child's nose. He tilted his head, silent, yet responded with an endearing smile, grasping her hand to meticulously trace something with his little finger. "Si Luo Yu," his name. "So, he's a little mute." Upon hearing Shang Wanxing utter his name, the little one beamed with even greater delight, promptly offering a small mobile phone. Where did he hide it? The moment Shang Wanxing reached out to receive it, a number displayed as she initiated an immediate call. She answered without hesitation. "Had your fill of amusement?" A magnetic, deep voice resonated from the other end, causing Shang Wanxing to raise an eyebrow. Mr. Shang Wanxing cleared her throat softly. "Your son is currently in my possession." Silence lingered on the other end. Engrossed in the call, Shang Wanxing remained oblivious to the petrified expressions of those previously kneeling on the ground, their faces ashen as they stared behind her, as if witnessing a specter. Is that so? An overwhelming sense of oppressive force descended abruptly, suffocating and compressing the very air in the space. Indeed, before she could complete her sentence, still holding the phone to her ear, Shang Wanxing belatedly realized that the preceding words had not emanated from the receiver, but from directly behind her. Instinctively, she turned. And the next instant, Shang Wanxing met a pair of icy eyes. He was the most exquisitely handsome man she had ever beheld. Standing against the light, his perfect silhouette was outlined by the radiant glow, an aura of coldness devoid of any earthly warmth. Though surrounded by numerous subordinates clad in black suits, only this man possessed an immutable, timeless severity. He lifted his hand, a string of black prayer beads catching his eye. A violent headache suddenly swept over him, distracting Shang Wanxing. Yuan Yi. Bai's frigid, thin lips barely moved. As his words fell, a shadow materialized behind Shang Wanxing like a phantom. With a swift chop to the neck, she instantly lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the floor. The following day, at dawn. Half dreaming, half awake, Shang Wanxing felt something cool and slick slithering along her leg, accompanied by a hissing sound, slow and ominous. Instinctively, she reached out to push it away, but the moment her hand landed on the creature, her eyes snapped open. In the morning light, softened by an ethereal glow, Shang Wanxing found herself face to face with a gigantic, pale python on the bed, the snake nonchalantly flicking its tongue. "Hiss awake?" Chapter 002, Is keeping a snake as a pet perverse? Drawn by the sound, Shang Wanxing turned her head. Bathed in the morning light. The man was clad only in a black robe, its belt loosely fastened, revealing expanses of his physique. His long legs were casually placed. As he held a coffee cup in one hand, gazing down at an open file. The black Buddhist beads on his wrist swayed gently, making the man seem even more like the unfathomable depths of a winter sea. Such exquisite beauty met Shang Wanxing's eyes, and she pressed her tongue against her back teeth. A hint of untamed spirit still lingering in her eyes. "You." The man looked up. The instant her eyes met his, Shang Wanxing's memories from before being knocked unconscious resurfaced in a flash. A white python was lazily slithering on the bed, appearing rather clumsy and utterly endearing. Perhaps due to its large size. Gun. Bai spoke with icy detachment. Gun? Keeping a snake as a pet and giving it such an adorable name, was he a pervert? Hearing its master's call, the python slowly crawled off the bed, winding its way along Bai's feet, coiling behind him on the sofa, and finally resting its large head on his left shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately. "You are, perhaps, Luoyu's father?" To avoid any misunderstanding, Shang Wanxing felt it necessary to explain herself. She was not only not a kidnapper but also a victim. Bai's slender fingers gently stroked the white python's head, listening to Shang Wanxing's words, his gaze fixed on her face. Cool. Inscrutable. Yet, coupled with his actions, it was chilling. With a soft thud, seemingly unintentional, the file that had been resting on Bai's lap slipped, scattering the photos it contained across the floor, successfully silencing Shang Wanxing. As she discovered, the photographs were all snapshots of her life, from childhood to the present. That document must surely contain her own investigative materials. Since this man was able to obtain them, He must have known all along that she was not involved in this kidnapping case. Yet, since she regained consciousness, he has remained utterly silent, allowing her to express herself freely. Is he testing her? This man's cunning seems exceedingly profound. Mr. C. Is there any amusement in your actions? Shang Wanxing narrowed her eyes slightly, her slender form leaning against the headboard, her movements languid. Si Yubai did not respond with words, but rather gestured towards the side. What does that mean? Shang Wanxing turned her head, only to meet her own gaze in the mirror. There. The reflection revealed a face smeared with heavy smoky makeup, resembling a palette of paint, adorned with several skull earrings, an unmistakable display of a rebellious style. Is this truly her face? Shang Wanxing raised her hand to gently touch her brows, the cheap cosmetics failing to conceal her exquisite bone structure. An innate elegance and mystery radiating from her, bestowing her an air of natural chilliness. Mr. C. She threw off the covers, her bare feet touching the floor with a certain defiance. I need to remove my makeup. In the bathroom, Shang Wanxing reached out to wipe the fog from the mirror, revealing a porcelain white face, translucent and striking, still glowing with a healthy flush from her recent shower. Purely unadorned, her fox-like eyes blinked softly, their irises a captivating amber hue. She appeared devoid of any temper, yet an inherent coldness and aloofness lingered beneath the surface. A small mole was perfectly placed on her collarbone. Her waist-length hair, freshly dried, cascaded down like glossy seaweed, voluminous and radiant. However, Shang Wanxing's mind remained a blank slate, unable to recall any information pertaining to herself save for her name. Upon changing her attire and stepping outside, she found both the man and the imposing white python had vanished. The photographs and documents, however, lay scattered across the floor, untouched. Shang Wanxing, aged 18. Her slender, pale fingers delicately turned the pages, briefly skimming through the files. She was originally a student at the first secondary school. Yet due to her dismal academic performance and frequent truancy, she had just received notice of her expulsion the previous week. Furthermore, her rebellious disposition had led to a strained relationship with her family. She had a younger sister who attended the city's most prestigious private academy, Yingbai College. As she turned to the next page, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. To her astonishment, Shang Wanxing was not the biological daughter of the Shang family. Moreover, it was evident that the Shang couple had been aware of this fact all along, treating the two sisters differently throughout their lives. Interestingly, the Shang family was not particularly affluent, yet they managed to afford the exorbitant annual tuition of over 2 million for Yingbai. Just as she contemplated delving further into the documents, a rapid knocking echoed from outside her bedroom. Miss Shang. Outside, Yuan Air pounded on the door with urgency. It sounded quite pressing. The door swung open, and Yuan Air's fist nearly lost its momentum, narrowly avoided by Shang Wanxing's quick reflexes. Before Yuan Air could utter a word, his mouth fell agape at the sight of her. Where did this little fairy come from? Is this the same palette of colors that Master C brought back yesterday? Is it excessively beautiful? Are you here to take me away? Shang Wanxing's voice exhibited little change in emotional inflection. Now that the little one is safe, she intends to take her leave, even without a word from the devastatingly handsome Mr. C. Madam Shang, please follow me. Yuan Air abruptly remembered his purpose and shook his head vigorously. The thought of the nursery, ravaged as if by a tempest, made his scalp crawl. He would rather engage in a month-long skirmish with mercenaries than be assigned to care for that young terror. Has something happened to the little fellow? Shang Wanxing felt a pang of anxiety and followed Yuan Air toward the elevator. The nursery was on the 3rd floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a porcelain vase hurtled toward them, shattering against the wall. The floor was even more chaotic, with scarcely a place to stand. Shang Wanxing was astounded. He did this all by himself? The scale of destruction was comparable to that of Thanos. Yuan Air could only nod, his face a mask of misery. Shang Wanxing stepped into the nursery. The further she went, the more devastating the scene became. The servants stood by in silence, seemingly accustomed to the spectacle. Replace them with another batch. Let him continue. The frigid voice betrayed no leniency despite the fact that the culprit was merely a 5-year-old child. The kingly aura was tinged with a ruthless edge, as well as an icy detachment. Soon, another set of antiques was brought in to replace those on the shelves. All of them priceless old porcelains. The little one brandished his tiny fists at anyone who dared approach, refusing to let anyone touch him. The great white python, Gun Gun, loyally guarded its little master, allowing him to ride upon its back. Are you insane? As Shang Wanxing observed the clearly exhausted little bun, she could not help but cast a cold reprimand towards the sole adult male seated in the children's room. Noticing the small child seemed inclined to rise, she narrowed her eyes. The floor was strewn with shards of broken glass, and he was barefoot. I'll approach, you stay right there and do not move. In an instant. Upon seeing her stride towards him, Si Luoyu's eyes brightened, only to be quickly filled with tears of grievance. His small mouth pouted as he reached out with both tiny hands. Chapter 003, It appears you have never inquired about my name. The little bun opened his mouth, silently pleading, while tears fell like little golden droplets. I want a hug. No hugs allowed. Si Yu's gaze was icy, his commanding tone harsh and unyielding, exacerbating the already chaotic scene. Shang Wanxing disregarded him entirely, covering the little bun's ears. I won't listen to your nonsense. Yuan Er stealthily inched towards the door but halted with a grimace when his older brother Yuani shot him a fierce glare. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Shang Wanxing. For the first time encountering someone who dared to defy him so boldly, Si Yu unexpectedly smiled, yet the expression was more menacing than inviting. Mr. Si. Appearing no longer youthful, why bother squabbling with a child? Shang Wanxing casually gathered the little bun into her embrace, casting a sidelong glance at Si Yu, who remained tight-lipped. His brows knitted in a cold, sinister manner. The air thickened, and everyone's hearts raced, a singular thought echoing in their minds, this young lady truly feared nothing. After a moment, Si Yu's finger twitched slightly, yet the others exhaled with relief, as if granted a reprieve, feeling as though the world was enveloped in a crimson rain. Utterly incomprehensible. The servants quickly stepped forward to tidy up the chaotic scene before retreating. Holding the little bun, Shang Wanxing prepared to leave, only to be halted at the doorway by Yuani, whose expression remained impassive. Miss Shang, Master Si has yet to permit your departure. Shang recognized him as the one who had rendered her unconscious in the warehouse, her expression contemplative. Humph. The little bun angrily mimicked a biting gesture towards Yuani. But in the instant he opened his mouth, Shang Wanxing swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Huh? The little bun tilted his head, resembling a small yellow duck. Both obedient and adorable. All right, I shall not leave. Shang Wanxing paid no heed to this minor interlude, cradling the little bun as she returned to her seat directly opposite Si Yu, facing him squarely. Suddenly, her movements paused. It was only then that she discerned Si Yu was seated in a specially designed wheelchair, though she distinctly recalled him standing in the dilapidated warehouse. Had her memory betrayed her? It seems you have never inquired about my name. Si Yu's voice was deep and resonant, his gaze, as profound as a chilly pond, settled upon Shang Wanxing's face, his expression inscrutable. The flawless contours of his face concealed a sharpness, exuding a commanding aura of formidable control, as if orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Er's eyes brightened with intrigue, instinctively glancing towards his elder brother, his expression tinged with curiosity. Yuani shot his younger brother a fierce glare, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. Was it truly necessary? Shang Wanxing instinctively voiced her thoughts, her expression inexplicably. The room descended into an unusual silence. Realizing that her previous statement might have been ambiguous, Shang Wanxing added, I will be leaving shortly. Does it matter what Mr. Si is called? Her demeanor was casual and languid. The air pressure in the children's room seemed to drop further. Yuan Er shrank her shoulders slightly. What a resolute little girl she was. Who permitted you to leave? Si Yu's gaze was shrouded in darkness, as if he could pierce through the very souls of others. His long fingers gently caressed the massive python that had unknowingly rested its large head on his lap, as though he were methodically stalking his prey. What does that mean? Shang Wanxing remained impassive. However, soon a contract was placed before her. 100 million. To stay and take care of the little fish. Even while uttering such astonishing words, Si Yu maintained a calm demeanor, as if offering not 100 million, but merely 100 yuan, effortlessly and simply. Shang Wanxing remained silent, her long eyelashes fluttering. Si Yu did not press her, idly toying with the tail of the python. His gaze seemingly drifting aimlessly over Shang Wanxing's fair and immaculate face, with a shadowy intensity lurking beneath. The small dumpling desperately tilted its head, blinking its bright eyes, nuzzling its little curly wool against Shang Wanxing's hand, feeling somewhat deflated and regretting the earlier outburst, wondering if he had frightened his sister. Did she think he was a naughty child for his behavior? Your daily needs will be taken care of by someone else, all you need to do is accompany him. Perhaps sensing the young one's genuine distress, Siyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Daba, as if sensing danger, swiftly escaped from its master's lap and coiled itself into a ball in the corner of the room. Brother. Yuan Er sidled up to Yuan Yi, muttering in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Based on my years of watching dramas, Miss Shang is about to angrily throw the agreement in Master C's face, and then run out crying, saying, "Don't think you can humiliate me with money." The stern-faced Yuan Yi ignored him completely. As Siyubai's confidant, he only obeyed Master C's orders. Even if it required using forceful measures to keep this young lady, he wouldn't bat an eye. You. Shang Wanxing finally found her voice, her expression subtle. Here it comes, Yuan Er winked at Yuan Yi, watching with anticipation. Siyubai exuded a chilling aura, and even seated in his specially made wheelchair, his presence remained terrifying. Could you at least provide me with a pen? Without a pen, how could she sign? Everyone looked towards Shang Wanxing's hand. Sure enough, there was no pen to be seen beside the agreement. Siyubai turned his head to look at Yuan Er, who had delivered the agreement. His exquisitely handsome and noble face was devoid of emotion, and he looked at him as if he were a dead object. Brother, save me, my life is over. A pen was quickly delivered, and Shang Wanxing twirled it gracefully between her slender fingers. The movement was effortlessly stylish. I would like to ask Mr. C one last time. Shang Wanxing met Siyubai's gaze. Would you exchange 100 million to keep me by this little one's side? Even if it may bring you trouble in the future? She offered him a chance to choose. Even devoid of any memories. Her subconscious whispered that she was a person of unwavering promise, someone who would do anything for a price, to alleviate the burdens of others. Siyubai's response was stark and unrefined. An unlimited international black card was slid across the table by his slender fingers towards Shang Wanxing. 100 million. The password consists of 6 zeros. Shang Wanxing smiled, her eyes shimmering with allure. Yet, I wish to add a condition. Speak, he replied, his flawless visage revealing no hint of surprise even upon hearing her request for an enhancement. I wish to enroll in Yinghua. The prestigious private school, Yinghua, was her ambition. Agreed. Siyubai exhibited no trace of astonishment. Observing his swift consent, Shang Wanxing promptly affixed her signature to the agreement. A fruitful collaboration, my esteemed benefactor. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Sir, there's been an incident with the matriarch. Yuan Yi's tone carried an ominous weight. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 004, Grim omens. The temperature in the room plummeted to a frigid low. The cold emanating from Siyubai was enough to freeze one's very blood. Continue, he commanded. Each word laced with severity. Someone had informed the matriarch of the young master's abduction, causing her to suffer a fit of rage that led to a fainting spell, resulting in cardiac arrest. She is currently in the hospital. Yuan Yi glanced at Siyubai, ultimately uttering the dire phrase, grim omens abound. Experiencing the dread of the little one in her arms, Shang Wanxing, who was passively receiving information, immediately felt the fear of the little dumpling in her arms, who was incessantly making noises. Ready the car, to the hospital. An immense sense of oppression rampaged through the vast space, making it hard to breathe. Just as everyone was on the verge of suffocation, Siyubai finally issued a command. Shang Wanxing had assumed she wouldn't have to go, but Siyubai turned his head, shattering her illusion with a single sentence. You take Xiaoyu with you. Fine, the one who pays is the boss. A black, understatedly luxurious Maybach glided silently down the road. The modified interior was spacious and comfortable. Shang Wanxing gazed at the street scenes receding outside the window. If she hadn't just experienced it herself, no one would have guessed that they had left from a private island. Just what kind of person was this Master C? He even had his own island? However, such thoughts only lingered in Shang Wanxing's mind for a moment, because the state of Mr. C since getting into the car was clearly off. Are you all right? Siyubai glared at Shang Wanxing, his head throbbing with a long-term sleep disorder. A storm seemed to be brewing in his eyes. And even the little dumpling sensed the danger. Master C, your medicine. Yuan Er, in the passenger seat, sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around to hand over the medicine. But as the car jolted, he lost his grip, and the medicine bottle rolled to Shang Wanxing's feet. She glanced at it. The medicine was imported, and the instructions were all in German. Is it for treating psychiatric issues? Please trouble Miss Shang to pick it up. Desperation was etched across Yuan Er's face as he pleaded, his large hands clasped together in supplication. Shang Wanxing retrieved the item and extended it towards Si Yubai. However, in a swift motion, the man's hand enveloped hers, his fingers tightening around both her hand and the vial. Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze to their conjoined hands, offering no comment. Soon after, Si Yubai released her, taking the vial without so much as a glance in her direction. In a fluid motion, he lowered the car window and tossed the vial out. You are truly afflicted with a malady. He leaned back against the plush leather seat, his brow furrowed as he closed his eyes. Drive faster. Yes, Master C. At the private hospital, the emergency wing had been encircled by a contingent of armed men in black suits for the past half hour, rendering it impenetrable. News of this development had drawn reporters like moths to a flame, their camera shutters clicking incessantly. Are you all blind? Can't you see the old mistress is here? Lu Xiangyu, supporting an elderly woman in a cheongsam, spoke with undisguised arrogance, then swayed her hips as she attempted to enter the hospital. The elderly woman's silver hair was styled into a traditional chignon, its elegance accentuated by the white cheongsam, a stark contrast to Lu Xiangyu's impetuousness. However, before they could approach the entrance, they were halted. Are you blind? Can't you see the old mistress is here? Before Lu Xiangyu could utter another word, an aura of suffocating menace emanated from behind, causing her to stiffen and turn around, as if she were a balloon that had suddenly been deflated. His gaze swiftly met a pair of lifeless eyes. Despite the other party being seated in a wheelchair, he faltered, SSC, you're here. Si Yubai, seated in the wheelchair, had his legs covered with a black, sheer blanket. His handsome countenance possessed an unnatural pallor, further accentuating the gray-blue shadows beneath his profound eyes. What did you call me? Si Yubai directed his gaze at Lu Xiangyu. The mere sight of him nearly compelled her to kneel on the spot. At this moment, Shang Wanxing, who was pushing Si Yubai's wheelchair, thoughtfully observed the reporters. It was no wonder he had instructed someone to drive the little darling directly inside. Summon them all over here. Si Yubai's voice, seemingly devoid of emotional fluctuations, was indolent and icy. However, Shang Wanxing sensed something sanguinary and sinister emanating from this man. The group of reporters was quickly ushered over. Since the incident that occurred years ago, they had not seen this master of the Sea family for a long time. Yet, even though he was absent from the arena, his legends were ubiquitous. Master C, rest assured, we will certainly obliterate the photos without a trace. The reporters trembled with fear. Their livelihoods were no match for the importance of their lives. Si Yubai remained silent, his slender fingers casually manipulating the string of black prayer beads on his wrist. The beads collided with a crisp, grating sound, slow and unnerving. He was restraining his excessive bloodthirsty desire to kill. However, Shang Wanxing seemed somewhat lost in thought upon seeing the string of prayer beads. The next moment, gasps of astonishment arose and fell. A pair of delicate, cold, white hands belonging to a young woman grasped the man's large hand, prayer beads and all. The old woman behind Lu Xiangyu narrowed her shrewd eyes upon witnessing this scene. It was as if a switch had been flipped, the terrifying scent of blood that enveloped Si Yubai dissipated into thin air. Just when everyone anticipated he would snap the girl's wrist, he merely uttered a calm command, release her. Oh. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Wanxing relinquished her grip, devoid of any lingering attachment. In the Sea family, there was only one elderly matriarch. Did she understand how to articulate this? Yuan Er, muscular and imposing, crushed a journalist's camera underfoot, making Si Yubai's intentions abundantly clear. The journalists, acutely aware they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, scrambled away in a flurry, abandoning their equipment. You bunch of imbeciles. Lu Xiangyu seethed, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet she dared not act recklessly. Wealth and power are desirable, but one must have life to enjoy them. Yubai. The elderly lady, clad in a qipao, spoke with a gentle voice, her figure still graceful and slender, a remnant of her youthful elegance. Excuse me. Without waiting for further discourse, Shang Wanxing propelled Si Yubai's wheelchair forward, nearly rolling over Lu Xiangyu's foot. You uncouth wretch. Lu Xiangyu shrieked, barely dodging. After all, this was a limited edition Jimmy Choo pair that had just arrived that morning. If they were damaged, the cost would far exceed her means. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanxing halted, her icy gaze piercing through to the depths of Lu Xiangyu's soul. Wearing limited editions to visit a patient? Such filial piety. Her voice dripped with mockery. Lu Xiangyu's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, and as she turned away, she could only seek solace from the elderly woman beside her. Mother. She was no longer a child, yet in times of trouble, she reverted to calling for her mother. Shang Wanxing's sarcasm reached its zenith. As she spoke, she propelled the wheelchair, leaving the two figures behind. Inside the hospital elevator. Who authorized you to take such liberties? Siyu Bai questioned with an icy and indifferent expression, his gaze fixed on the ascending elevator numbers. Shang Wanxing, unfazed by his imposing aura, leaned forward, placing her hands on the arms of Siyu Bai's wheelchair. You ought to express your gratitude. The distance between them was so minimal that Shang Wanxing could discern the excessively long eyelashes on Siyu Bai's face. In the corner, Yuan Air did his utmost to feign non-existence. Ding. The elevator doors parted. Chapter 005, The Old Madam's Peril. Shang Wanxing abandoned Siyu Bai, exiting the elevator with her hands behind her back. C. Master C. Just now, Master C was being flirted with, wasn't he? Wasn't he? Siyu Bai cast a frigid glance at Yuan Air, instantly causing the latter's spine to chill as he sealed his lips. Outside the VIP ward. Master C, regrettably, despite our exhaustive efforts to resuscitate her, the old madam was brought in too late, resulting in cerebral damage. Following a unanimous assessment by the panel of experts, should the old madam fail to regain consciousness tonight, we can announce to the public brain death. The physician removed his mask, sighing. Qinyu, a daughter from a family with long-standing ties to the C family, is celebrated for her exceptional medical prowess and is hailed as one of the nation's most youthful and authoritative female experts in surgery. The walking stick in the hands of Master C clattered to the ground, and he staggered backward, his vision blurring. The C family's assorted relatives erupted in lamentations, the sincerity of which remained ambiguous. Whenever misfortune befalls the C family, it is invariably linked to Si Luoyu, that jinx. As Si Qingqiu stimulated his tear ducts with a handkerchief soaked in onion juice, he subtly gestured towards his elder brother, who was standing next to the elder Master C. Back then, after that incident involving their mother at the C residence, she had brought him and his brother to acknowledge their father. Had it not been for the formidable influence of the old madam, the elder Master C would have granted them recognition long ago. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Father. Convene the ancestral hall and expunge Si Luoyu from the C lineage. Otherwise, he will bring misfortune upon our entire family sooner or later. Is that so? The simple words caused the hospital corridor to freeze as if encased in ice. When Siyu Bai's wheelchair emerged from the shadows, a ghostly expression swept across the faces of everyone from the C family. Shock, fear, and gasps of air filled the space. Yu Bai. The elder Master C rose abruptly. But a frigid glare from Siyu Bai silenced him. The wheelchair came to a halt before Si Qingqiu. Repeat what you just said, in my presence. His thinly shaped lips uttered words laced with icy shards, carrying an undeniable force. Si Qingqiu's pupils dilated with terror. With a thud, he uncontrollably knelt before his junior. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Is there anyone else who wishes to propose convening the ancestral hall? Siyu Bai resumed manipulating the string of black prayer beads on his wrist, his frigid gaze sweeping across the room. Wherever his eyes fell, people hastily lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. It was common knowledge that Siyu Bai did not casually remove the prayer beads from his wrist. Their removal invariably foreshadowed bloodshed. Just as he was about to take off the prayer beads, and Si Qingqiu was certain to be splattered with blood, a piercing scream echoed from the old madam's private room. What are you doing? The motion in Siyu Bai's hand ceased abruptly, and all eyes converged upon the exclusive ward. The door had inexplicably swung open. Grandfather C. I observed her poised to thrust that needle into Grandmother C's head upon my entry. Within the ward, Shang Wanxing's wrist was ensnared by Qinyu, her fingers still clutching a silver needle. The little bun desperately tugged at the hem of the doctor's white coat, emitting guttural sounds. Witnessing the scene, the elder Mr. C's fury immediately transferred. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Yuan Yi, who had wheeled in Siyu Bai, furrowed his brow upon spotting Shang Wanxing. Nonsense. Mr. C. Conversely, Shang Wanxing's alabaster and delicate face betrayed an unperturbed expression upon seeing Siyu Bai, her voice laced with a languid indifference. Ah. Qin Yu's wrist was nipped by the leaping little bun, causing her to cry out in pain and release Shang Wanxing. Isn't your desire to awaken the old madam? Shang Wanxing paused momentarily, then added, I am capable. The room erupted in a cacophony of voices. Are you a physician? Qin Yu scoffed, clutching her wrist. No. Do you possess a medical license? No. Shang Wanxing's response deepened the contempt in Qin Yu's eyes. Who perceived her as a naive girl who had read too many wish-fulfillment novels, presuming to garner attention through such a stratagem. Under whose tutelage did you study? Self-taught. This time, Qin Yu made no attempt to conceal the disdain in her eyes. Ha 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 ha, how audacious. Self-taught? Why doesn't she just proclaim to be a prodigy? The reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Miss Shang, cease such jesting. Yuani could no longer endure it. No one understands the significance of old lady C to Master C better than he does. How could she trivialize such matters? I am not joking. Shang Wanxing's demeanor shifted. Her gaze unusually imbued with seriousness. Though she could not fathom why, upon witnessing the deeply comatose old lady C, her mind instinctively conjured the precise locations and methods for acupuncture. Moreover, Shang Wanxing was 100% certain that her knowledge was accurate. I truly can. Shang Wanxing exchanged glances with Siyu Bai, who bore an expression fraught with uncertainty. Bring someone. Master C was seething with rage, his countenance reflecting a desire to devour Shang Wanxing whole. Yet, before anyone could approach, the small bun, Si Luoyu, assumed a threatening posture, ready to bite anyone who dared to advance, much like an enraged little beast. Siyu Bai, seated in his wheelchair, remained motionless. But as he cast a glance over Master C's subordinates, an overwhelming aura of menace suffused the entire specialized ward. I speak with utmost sincerity, Siyu Bai. Shang Wanxing articulated his name with deliberate clarity. She discerned the importance of the unconscious old lady C to both the small bun and him. She never undertook endeavors without certainty, yet at this moment, she indeed possessed no tangible evidence. Enough. Qin Yu could no longer bear it. Do you think you are something of worth? Just because of these few meager needles? Why don't you claim you can awaken old lady C immediately? Qin Yu laughed in disbelief. Did she think she was a shark? Unaffiliated with any organization yet possessing extraordinary medical skills. The only internationally certified practitioner with a 100 success rate in surgeries, known as the Free Doctor No. 1, wields silver needles to revive the deceased. Despite his eccentric demeanor and exorbitant fees, and his reluctance to reveal his true self, he remains a coveted guest among the global elite and wealthy. Do you comprehend the consequences? Siyu's gaze, as deep and chilling as a cold pool, lifted slightly, his words emanating a suffocating pressure. Master C? Qin Yu turned to him in disbelief, while even the elder C was taken aback. In contrast, the siblings Si Dequan and Si Xingqiu in the corner were filled with joy. Should the old lady truly be inadvertently harmed by this girl, their mother would naturally ascend to prominence, and the Si family's vast wealth would fall into their hands. How marvelous! Exclaimed Siyu, cautioning. That is the matriarch. Yuani gasped in shock. As she exchanged glances with Siyu, Shang Wanxing's delicate face suddenly broke into a smile. She raised her hand, securing her long hair into a bun with a small shark hair tie, then proceeded to disinfect the silver needles once more. Although Shang Wanxing's actions were undeniably professional, the juxtaposition with her youthful visage rendered the scene somewhat amusing. Master C. Yuan Yi's heart raced to his throat. Yet, the silver needle in Shang Wanxing's hand had already penetrated the crown of the old lady's head before the assembled crowd. Chapter 006, Truly Awakened? Are you insane? Witnessing Shang Wanxing's audacity in needling, Qin Yu, consumed by rage, attempted to seize her hand, utterly disregarding whether her actions might harm the matriarch. However, before she could reach Shang Wanxing, a silver needle held delicately between two fingers hovered dangerously close to Qin Yu's eye. Take another step closer, and I shall blind you. Shang Wanxing did not turn her head, delivering a cold warning devoid of any hint of jest. She seemed to possess eyes at the back of her head, her silver needles moving in tandem with Qin Yu's slight bodily shifts, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Beads of cold sweat emerged from Qin Yu's forehead, rendering her as immobile as if she were ensnared by a binding spell. Every gaze in the hospital room was fixed upon Shang Wanxing as she administered acupuncture to the elderly matriarch, except for Siyu Bai. With his strikingly handsome features and deep-set eyes, he allowed his gaze to drift from the small shark-shaped hair tie, ultimately resting upon Shang Wanxing's porcelain-white, immaculate face. His fingers absently toyed with a string of prayer beads, but halted abruptly at the sound of a sharp crackle. No one knew what thoughts swirled in Siyu Bai's mind. His expression inscrutable. "Siyi, you will surely regret this." Jin Yu, realizing the situation was beyond her control, shoved her hands into her lab coat. Her beautiful face marred by arrogance as she sought to reclaim her dignity. Since achieving fame, she had never endured such humiliation. Siyu Bai paid no heed to Jin Yu, allowing her to perform her solitary drama. "Little Baozi, come here." Suddenly, Shang Wanxing's voice, slightly hoarse, broke the tension. Her gaze precisely capturing the small figure of Si Luoyu, who was huddled beside Siyu Bai's wheelchair. The delicate features of the child were taut, her eyes betraying an underlying anxiety. Upon hearing Shang Wanxing call her name, the child's expression brightened instantly. She scampered over with her short legs, wrapping her arms tightly around Shang Wanxing's leg. "Who informed the elderly matriarch about your abduction?" Shang Wanxing surveyed the room, her gaze icy and tinged with a hint of ferocity. Who, indeed, was the true harbinger of misfortune? Ultimately, her eyes met Siyu Bai's in the air. A silent exchange laden with unspoken tension. "Let the matriarch speak for herself." As Shang Wanxing uttered these words, a sudden, labored gasp emanated from the sickbed, akin to a withered tree sprouting anew. The matriarch's ashen face flushed with renewed color, and her eyes even flickered open. "She's awake?" Yuan Er exclaimed, his eyes widening as he turned to his elder brother, only to find Yuan Yi, whose face was usually an impassive mask, equally astonished. "Impossible," Jin Yu exclaimed in disbelief, her entire worldview shaken. She had personally delivered the diagnosis, and the matriarch's chances of recovery were virtually non-existent. Yet, here she was, awake. News of the matriarch's awakening swiftly reached the hospital's upper echelons, and the VIP suite was soon teeming with people. "This is simply not possible," Jin Yu reiterated, aghast. However, the readings on the monitoring equipment undeniably indicated improvement. Matriarch Sima Xingqiu, his conscience weighing heavily upon him, turned ashen and darted his eyes about, poised to rush toward the matriarch's bedside. "Yuan Yi." Siyu Bai's lips barely moved as he issued the command, his voice chillingly cold. Yuan Yi swiftly composed himself, his expression hardening as he barred Sima Xingqiu and his sister, even the elder Sima, from approaching the matriarch's bed. "Little you." The matriarch, still frail from her ordeal, teared up upon seeing Si Luoyu, her beloved great-grandson. Shang Wanxing leaned against the French windows, her exquisite features devoid of emotion. The tension that had gripped her during the acupuncture treatment dissipated, leaving her languid. "Grandmother." Siyu Bai was pushed to the bedside by Yuan Er, his previously overwhelming aura subdued by his formidable self-control, rendering him almost unrecognizable from the brooding figure that seemed ready to tear everything apart. Shang Wanxing tilted her head to observe him, finding an inexplicable contrast in his demeanor that prompted a soft chuckle to escape her lips. Siyu Bai paused, lifting his gaze. The white gauze curtains in the special care room fluttered gently in the breeze, enveloping Shang Wanxing in a warm glow. As if she radiated a soft light of her own, her lips were a delicate hue, and even the curve of her smile was strikingly beautiful. "Who informed you of this?" Siyu Bai grasped the old lady's hand, his voice deepened by respect. The old lady appeared frail, having expended all her strength on her previous utterance, yet upon hearing her grandson's voice, she cast a glance towards Si Xingqiu before closing her eyes and drifting back into slumber. As the great-grandmother's eyes fluttered shut once more, Si Luoyu instinctively sought Shang Wanxing, trembling with panic. "This is not good," Yuan Er thought to himself, realizing that the little ancestor was on the verge of losing control and wreaking havoc. "She is merely asleep," Shang Wanxing replied languidly, approaching Si Luoyu and gently patting his small head. Upon hearing her words, the once frantic Si Luoyu blinked as if a pause button had been pressed, sniffling softly and obediently lying down beside his great-grandmother, curling up into a small ball. From time to time, he reached out to check the old lady's breath. Thus, the crisis was averted. In his heart, Yuan Er could not help but venerate Miss Shang Wanxing as a deity. Had it not been for her presence today, It is likely that all those from the Xi family gathered here would have met their demise alongside the matriarch. The thought of such a blood-soaked scene made Yuan Air involuntarily click his tongue in disapproval. The inept members of the Xi family ought to kneel in gratitude to Miss Shang. You may administer your potions at will, but the needles must not be removed for a week. Shang Wanxing yawned languidly. The seemingly effortless act of administering the needle drained much of her energy. What if the needles were withdrawn? The director looked up in astonishment. Following a brief examination, he noted that the matriarch's vital signs were miraculously improving. It was nothing short of a miracle. It is essential to remember that the matriarch had been deemed beyond rescue by a panel of experts. However, out of respect for the Xi family, Jinyu had resorted to the most palatable explanation available. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Shang Wanxing, only to see her swiftly mask her features, coldly meeting the director's eyes, an aura of danger brewing within her pupils, causing an involuntary chill to creep up one's spine. You may try, Shang Wanxing spoke with an air of nonchalance, her voice extinguishing all peril. Siyubai's gaze flicked toward Yuan Air, who promptly summoned reinforcements to ensure that not even a mosquito would penetrate the matriarch's ward over the coming week. Shang Wanxing removed the small shark hair tie that bound her hair, allowing her long tresses to cascade down like a waterfall. The tips brushed against Siyubai's hand, creating a ripple of sensation. Siyubai's fingers twitched, though he remained silent. Thank you for trusting me just now, Sir C. May I treat you to a drink? Suddenly, leaning against the wall, Shang Wanxing, with her eyes downcast and hands in her pockets, casually smirked as she spoke. With an air of languor and nonchalance, tinged with a hint of unconventionality. Chapter 7, He is my benefactor. Beneath the private hospital, a CAF bustled with activity. The staff watched in astonishment as Shang Wanxing nonchalantly poured 6 globules of concentrated syrup into her iced coffee, swallowing it in one gulp. Her eyes displaying a languid weariness that was strangely captivating. The cup landed on the counter with a thud, the ice cubes clinking softly. Shang Wanxing's gaze drifted towards a window seat, where a venerable elder sat with a pair of twins. The little girl appeared frail, while the little boy was full of boundless energy, his face flushed with sweat. Shang Wanxing observed the boy's legs without uttering a word. The dignified elder suddenly turned his head, his gaze stern and imposing. But before he could speak, the bell above the entrance chimed, announcing the arrival of Lu Xiangyu, who strode towards Shang Wanxing in her limited edition Jimmy Choo heels. Considering your tender age, you certainly have a knack for manipulation, Lu Xiangyu declared haughtily. With Siyubai absent, she felt no need to acknowledge Shang Wanxing, regarding her as nothing more than Siyubai's plaything. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow with insouciant grace. She watched as Lu Xiangyu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her Hermes handbag, deftly extracting one and placing it between her fingers. Name your price, she demanded. How much do you want? Madam, Shang Wanxing replied, her long lashes lowered, her aura both cold and haughty. What drivel are you spouting? And madam? Lu Xiangyu spluttered, her face contorting with rage, wishing she could tear Shang Wanxing apart on the spot. Don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you've latched onto Siyubai. Since his legs became useless, there are plenty of people waiting for him to die. Moreover, she was accompanied by a little mute. Lu Xiangyu's arrogant sneer revealed none of the timidity she had displayed earlier in front of Siyubai. Her seductive eyes roamed over Shang Wanxing, her lips emitting a series of tut-tuts, while jealousy simmered beneath the surface. This little vixen's countenance was flawless from every conceivable angle. Unbeknownst to the two at the bar, Yuani quietly aimed his phone at them from a corner, the live transmission connecting directly to Siyubai's phone in the hospital. In the dimly lit corridor of the special care ward, Siyubai sat in his wheelchair, enveloped in shadows, his dark gaze fixated on the phone screen. An aura of malevolence radiating around him, as if he were poised to devour everyone in his vicinity. Yuan Air swallowed nervously, his legs trembling, silently praying that Shang Wanxing would not utter a single erroneous word. The negotiations within the CAF continued unabated. Would you dare to speak such words in front of the esteemed C? Shang Wanxing lightly tapped the bar top, signaling the waiter for a refill of her coffee. Her fingers, illuminated by the sun, appeared delicate as they rested lazily against the chair's back. Ah. I could never bear to see that beautiful face of yours ruined by the hands of that madman, Siyubai. Lu Xiangyu laughed seductively. Madman? Shang Wanxing echoed the word with intrigue. You're unaware? Lu Xiangyu feigned surprise, attempting to bait her curiosity. Siyubai has always been bloodthirsty. his hands stained with countless lives. Especially after that incident, he has become even more unhinged. Little girl, how many lives do you think you have to gamble alongside him? What incident was she referring to? Indeed, Shang Wanxing's curiosity was piqued by these words. Sell me his information at any time, and I'll offer you $1 million. If necessary. Help me with a few things, and I'll send you abroad to study. How about it? Lu Xiangyu lit a slender cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Looking at Shang Wanxing, who seemed to be a high school student, although she didn't understand how she had managed to get together with Siyu Bai. Lu Xiangyu thought that girls of this age were very easy to fool, without much effort. Yuani in the corner watched the two coldly. Also curious about what choice Shang Wanxing would make. $1 million? A dazed expression suddenly appeared on Shang Wanxing's face, as if she was shocked by the number. Seeing this, Lu Xiangyu smiled with disdain, thinking she could easily handle this little girl. Is $1 million a lot of money? Shang Wanxing casually swirled her coffee cup. Of course. It's a lot of money. Lu Xiangyu replied casually. To her, $1 million was just a few of her beauty treatments. And it would be absolutely worth it to plant a spy next to Siyu Bai at such a low price. But, madam, do you know how much money Master C gives me? Suddenly, Shang Wanxing leaned forward, slightly curling her lips, her amber pupils captivating. How much? Lu Xiangyu was indeed hooked. Bringing the cigarette between her fingers closer to Shang Wanxing, not even caring that she called her madam. But before she could get an answer, a cup of iced coffee was poured over her head, and a bitter, greasy smell instantly filled the air. Ah! Lu Xiangyu immediately covered her face and screamed. You wretched! Lu Xiangyu immediately attempted to lash out at Shang Wanxing, but before she could even approach, a swift kick from the white sneakers opposite her struck her abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. The CAF fell into an eerie silence, and in the corner, Yuani, holding his phone, couldn't help but tremble slightly. That kick looked excruciating. Even if Master C is indeed a madman, it is not for you to judge. Shang Wanxing instantly masked her innocent facade, her annoyance evident as she pressed her tongue against her molars. What was she, to dare speak ill of her benefactor? To Shang Wanxing, Siyu Bai represented a fortune of 100 million. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to threaten Siyu Bai's life. Shang Wanxing lifted her chin slightly, her words icy and commanding, casting a disdainful gaze upon the woman before her. Has no one informed her that smoking in a confined space is a sign of poor upbringing? He is mine. Suddenly, the live video feed was interrupted. In the hospital corridor, Siyu Bai continued to look down at his phone screen, but the frigid aura surrounding him abruptly dissipated, allowing Yuan Air, who had been suffocating under the pressure, to breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness! Is Miss Shang being a tad too audacious? Such claims that Master C belongs to her sound utterly mortifying. When Miss Shang returns, will Master C twist her neck? Back in the CAF, Yuan E, having dropped his phone in shock, remained expressionless as he absorbed the implication behind Shang Wanxing's words regarding her benefactor. He glanced down at the now black-screened video, hesitating whether to relay the exact words to Siyu Bai. Was it truly necessary to resort to such vulgarity? Rest assured, you contemptible shrew. I shall not suffer this transgression to go unpunished. The thoroughly sullied Lu Xiangyu emitted a shriek akin to that of a distressed fowl. Her response was met with the defiant gesture of a raised middle finger from Shang Wanxing, accompanied by a scornful sneer. Very well, then, she retorted. Let her await the consequences. As for the cost of defiling the floor, she can seek recompense from him. Shang Wanxing gestured casually toward the corner where Yuani stood, before striding toward the exit, stepping over the prostrate form of Lu Xiangyu. Yuani contemplated, how long has she been aware of my presence? As Shang Wanxing reached for the door, a sudden recollection prompted her to turn her gaze toward the venerable elder, his countenance radiating righteousness. Your grandson is teetering on the precipice of mortality. Yuani, having just concluded the cleanup, noticed Shang Wanxing's stationary stance at the doorway. Following her line of sight, she beheld the elder's countenance, causing her pupils to contract sharply. What could be the reason for his presence here? Just as Yuani was about to caution Shang Wanxing to choose her words with greater prudence, the pronouncement regarding the grandson's imminent demise reached her ears, nearly causing her to choke on her own breath. Does she not comprehend the identity of this individual? What utter nonsense are you spouting? The elder's voice resonated with suppressed fury, his gaze piercing and his posture conveying an air of unwavering authority. Your granddaughter's ailment is of little consequence. The true affliction lies with your grandson. Miss Shang. Perceiving that Shang Wanxing was about to proceed with her imprudent discourse, Yuan raised her voice in admonition, forcibly ushering her out the door. The elder's brow furrowed, his intense gaze fixed upon Shang Wanxing's retreating figure through the expanse of the window. Esteemed Elder Chu. A guard, entrusted with the elder's safety, emerged from the shadows, his righteous eyes fixated upon Shang Wanxing beyond the confines of the establishment. The hospital visit today was solely due to the granddaughter of Elder Chu's indisposition. Never did I anticipate encountering the C family's affairs upon completing the examination. Shall I retrieve her? The aide-de-camp inquired in a subdued tone, awaiting the elder's command. The elder's gaze rested upon his grandson, who was brimming with vitality. His chubby countenance bore no semblance of illness. Despite his annoyance at the young girl's preposterous claims, he paused, then queried, "Was that individual Yuan?" Affirmative. The aide-de-camp responded without hesitation, recalling that he and the Yuan brothers had originated from the same training facility. Though they had joined the C family while he was assigned to Elder Chu, forget it, the elder waved his hand, seemingly abandoning further investigation. Investigate that girl. He instructed the aide-de-camp, despite his decision not to pursue the matter. Understood. Meanwhile, Miss Shang, are you aware of the identity of that gentleman? Yuan, typically stoic, betrayed a rare display of emotion, his words laced with exasperation before entering the elevator. Not particularly, Shang Wanxing replied listlessly, her demeanor indifferent. Then why did you assert that his grandson is on the verge of demise? Despite witnessing Shang Wanxing's capabilities, Yuan remained somewhat skeptical. His grandson is indeed destined for misfortune, as early as tonight, or at the latest, tomorrow, Shang Wanxing declared nonchalantly, one hand tucked into her pocket. Her actions a blend of casualness and spontaneity. Yuan was about to utter another word when the elevator doors opened at the opportune moment. Without a second thought, Shang Wanxing stepped out. Just as she exited, a woman's piercing scream resonated throughout the corridor. Ah, help! The powerful gusts of wind rushed into the hospital hallway, causing the previously closed floor-to-ceiling windows to swing wide open. Si Xingqiu, who had been vociferously denouncing Si Luoyu as a harbinger of misfortune, found himself restrained by Yuan, half his body dangling precariously outside. The wind howled from every direction, disheveling Si Xingqiu's hair and painting his face a ghostly hue as he shrieked. In stark contrast sat Si Yubai in his wheelchair, his expression as frigid as that of a demon. His piercing gaze and darkened under-eyes amplifying the aura of bloodlust that enveloped him. Yubai. The elder Si gasped for breath, his hand trembling around his cane. Flanked by his son, Si Dequan. Si Yubai's face remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Seeking leniency? He spoke with indifference, yet oddly enough, Shang Wanxing, standing not far away, could unmistakably sense the abrupt shift in his mood to one of utter desolation. Today's incident was unforeseen, Xingqiu did not act with malice. The elder Si regarded Si Yubai, acutely aware that even he felt a profound fear of this grandson, knowing well that he was capable of unspeakable acts if provoked. If it was not intentional, then it must have been deliberate. Si Yubai's gaze met his grandfather's, his eyes devoid of any trace of human warmth. Isn't the old matriarch unharmed? Si Dequan murmured softly, causing the air to grow heavy with tension. Si Dequan quickly realized he had misspoken, not daring to exhale, let alone glance at Si Yubai. He repeated his previous statement. Si Yubai spoke with an unsettling calmness that heightened the sense of danger. Master Si. Suddenly, Shang Wanxing interjected, approaching him without acknowledging the elder Si. Allow me to offer you a cup of coffee. Si Yubai lowered his gaze, fixating on the cup of espresso and the pale hand that held it. He remained silent, his eyes clouded with inscrutable emotions. Meanwhile, Yuan furrowed his brow upon seeing the black coffee, instinctively wanting to intervene, but a single cold glance from Si Yubai silenced him immediately. Si Yubai extended his hand to accept the drink. Shang Wanxing felt his fingers were icy, reminiscent of the large white python he kept. Cold-blooded creatures begetting cold-blooded creatures, an impeccable match. However, his hands were quite large, and as he took the coffee, Shang Wanxing felt completely enveloped by his frigid grasp. Si Yubai. I am your aunt, you cannot treat me this way. Dad. Dad. Help. This time, there was no need for onion juice to provoke tears. Si Xingqiu was so frightened that her tears flowed incessantly. she had thought that the elderly matriarch, being provoked, was doomed, but unexpectedly, a savior emerged to rescue the old wretch. Shang Wanxing rubbed her ears, exasperated by the cacophony that sounded as if it came from a factory of shrieking chickens. First, have someone bring her back. Unable to endure any longer, Shang Wanxing poked Siyubai's arm. At her words, Siyubai's expression darkened once more. Had her heart softened? Was it your intention to intercede on their behalf? A palpable tension seized subordinates, their gazes averted, feigning indifference to avoid implication. The frigid tone of his voice, laced with menace, did not waver from. With a swift motion, retrieved, dragging him back into the corridor, his terror manifesting in incessant screams. Under the scrutiny of all present, approached. Hesitated, but before he could utter a word, a pair of sharp cracks pierced the silence, restoring an eerie quiet to the corridor. It was an inadvertent incident, I did not intend for it to occur. Nonchalantly brushed imaginary dust from her palms, casting a defiant, frigid smile towards, as if to say, what can you possibly do to me? You raised a trembling hand, pointing accusingly at. Is she not unharmed? Emboldened by his presence, sought refuge behind him. Nonchalantly adding fuel to the fire. With his absence, she abandoned all pretense. Is the atmosphere not significantly more tranquil? Her languid demeanor and world-weary tone seemed to revel in provoking others. Inscrutable shadows retreated from his eyes as he lowered his head to sip his coffee. Though the beans were of inferior quality and improperly roasted, they momentarily lifted his spirits. Chapter 009, suffers from insomnia. The directive to abduct emanated from the old manor. Stated abruptly. The palpable aura of sanguinary oppression he exuded was so profound that, despite his prolonged absence from the island, he remained the sole figure acknowledged and feared as the helmsman of the Sea family. Yubai. The venerable Master Sea exclaimed, aghast. I have dealt with a contingent of individuals according to my own precepts. Siyubai interjected, brooking no argument from the elder. Those conversant with his temperament understood that the more placid his diction, the more grave the matter at hand. This is not a deliberation, but an announcement. He leisurely imbibed the remainder of his black coffee, and with a mere handful of words, irrevocably altered the trajectories of certain lives. Should anything befall grandmother and Xiaoyu, all of you shall suffer the same fate. Siyubai's exquisitely handsome countenance was veiled in a chilling, malevolent aura, rendering him akin to a sanguinary madman teetering on the precipice of morbidity and lunacy, stifling any utterance from those present. With a subtle upturn of his thin lips, Siyubai morosely gestured towards the siblings Si Xingqiu and Si Dequan. The brothers Yuan Yi and Yuan Er silently advanced, and with a series of sharp cracks, the siblings' fingers were snapped, one by one. A cacophony of agonizing screams filled the air, yet none dared intervene. This was a trifling chastisement for incurring Siyubai's displeasure. Even though these individuals were members of the Sea family's direct lineage. An inopportune yawn suddenly broke the tension. Siyubai turned his head, taking in Shang Wanxing's languid posture, betraying her weariness. See, please expedite matters. Despite the corridor having transformed into a veritable inferno, her countenance remained devoid of any trepidation towards Siyubai. Overwhelmed by hunger and fatigue, Shang Wanxing simply yearned to return to the island forthwith. I am famished. Shang Wanxing sat upon the long chair, her cheek propped up by a hand, her spirits flagging. As if fearing he had not heard clearly, she casually poked at Siyubai's arm. She held no fear of him. Siyubai regarded Shang Wanxing with a cold gaze. Yuan Er. Yes, sir. Yuan Er, who had been executing orders, felt an inner transformation into a flabbergasted chicken, his expression impassive as he hastened to crack his fingers with a crisp sound. Miss Shang, splendid. On the return journey, Si Luoyu nestled on Shang Wanxing's lap, curling up like a small kitten afraid of being abandoned, exuding a palpable sense of insecurity. He struggled to tap on the small phone hanging around his neck. A message was relayed to Shang Wanxing. Tell a story. His pair of sparkling eyes looked at her with an imploring gaze. What would you like to hear? She was not adept at storytelling. Shang Wanxing watched as Si Luoyu retrieved a copy of The Little Prince from the car, his starry eyes presenting it to her. All right. For the sake of 100 million. Perhaps there are over 5,000 flowers in the world that resemble you, but only you are my one and only rose. Shang Wanxing's voice carried a youthful chill and languor, as the breeze infiltrated through the slightly ajar car window. Her long hair, as supple as seaweed, danced unruly in the air, brushing against Siyubai's neck. Unbeknownst to her, his brooding gaze had settled on her face. The setting sun melted into gold. Her expression was neither cold nor warm, tinged with a hint of untamability. Her voice lulled like a gentle lullaby. After a while, Shang Wanxing closed the book, gazing down at the adorable little bun asleep on her lap. Her stomach growled with hunger. She turned her head to observe the streets passing by outside the car window. An inexplicable restlessness churned within her. Suddenly, a weight settled on Shang Wanxing's shoulder. As a brooding scent of wood enveloped her every breath, Si Yubai had fallen asleep against her shoulder. Because of her hunger and her not-so-pleasant temperament, Shang Wanxing contemplated pushing him away. However, she caught sight of Yuan Er, who had merely glanced back, now suddenly bouncing up from the passenger seat, as if he might soar into the air if not for his seatbelt. Yuan Er, unable to voice his alarm, fervently gestured to Shang Wanxing, urging her to remain still. The red light illuminated, and Yuan Er brought the car to a halt at the intersection, equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Ce suffers from severe sleep disorders. Yuan Er typed this message on his phone, angling his body to present it to Shang Wanxing. He hasn't slept for 5 consecutive days. Yuan Er displayed a pleading expression, bowing and grimacing. Please, Miss Shang, maintain this position and do not move. Let Ce enjoy a peaceful slumber. Silently, the night transformed into a tranquil bridge of silence. Shang Wanxing felt at a loss for words. Yet, all her emotions paused as her gaze swept over Si Yubai's profile. From her perspective, his long, thick eyelashes perfectly concealed the unhealthy dark circles beneath his eyes. His sharp nose-framed lips pressed tightly together, his complexion still unnaturally pale, yet there was an allure to his sickly beauty. In slumber, this formidable Ce appeared less menacing, devoid of bloodlust or indifference. As if caught in a dream, Si Yubai's brow gradually furrowed, hinting at an underlying unease. However, upon inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from Shang Wanxing, his brow began to relax once more. As she was observing, Shang Wanxing's eyelids began to droop, and she swiftly succumbed to slumber. Late into the night, Shang Wanxing was roused by an unusually frigid and damp sensation. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of beady, crimson eyes. Si Yubai's colossal albino python pet had somehow gained entry into her chamber. Its stout and rotund body, stretching at least 4 to 5 meters, was coiled upon the floor, its tail intermittently tapping Shang Wanxing through the comforter. Upon noticing her awakening, the albino python grew even more frantic, its tail striking her with increased urgency. Shang Wanxing belatedly realized that she had returned to the island. Casting a glance at the inky blackness beyond the window, she noted that it was only 3 in the morning. The albino python, affectionately named Gun Gun, upon observing her motionless state on the bed, grew agitated, rearing its entire body upright. Shang Wanxing watched, wide-eyed, as the albino python manipulated its supple form, contorting itself into the shapes of S, O, and S in succession. Was this serpent cultured enough to solicit assistance? Shang Wanxing descended from the bed and, guided by the albino python, traversed the darkened villa. Seemingly concerned that she might lose her way, the albino python, known as Gun Gun, thoughtfully brushed her leg with the tip of its tail at each turn. Soon, Shang Wanxing was led by Gun Gun to a bedroom with a partially ajar door. Where could this be? Shang Wanxing reached out and pushed the door open. A somber, metallic scent of blood permeated the air. As if detecting movement at the entrance, Si Yubai, who was propped up on the black sofa with his elbow, lifted his head and locked eyes with her. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. You're hemorrhaging? Shang Wanxing frowned, striding towards him. Indeed, a small patch of blood stained the carpet near the sofa. Leave. His gaze was vacant and devoid of life. His face ashen in the moonlight, bereft of any color, save for a thin layer of cold perspiration upon his brow. His voice, more subdued than usual, uttered, Shang Wan. Shang Wanxing, without ceremony, extended her hand and pushed him back, her actions brusque. Silence. Anyone roused in the dead of night by a large white serpent would scarcely be in good humor, especially when it exacerbated her hunger. She reached out to take his pulse, her brow furrowing ever more deeply. Chapter 10, Never encountered such a feeble constitution. She had never encountered such a feeble constitution. His internal organs were damaged to varying degrees, the pain from which was chronic, tormenting him ceaselessly as long as he remained conscious. You certainly possess a remarkable capacity for endurance, she remarked, her long lashes lowered, her seemingly casual words tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Ignoring her, Si Yubai dialed the internal line. Soon, Yuani appeared, medicine chest in hand, pausing momentarily upon seeing Shang Wanxing. "Sir, the medication." Yuani's face was livid as he passed Shang Wanxing, clearly harboring resentment. "Miss Shang, what are you doing here with Sir? Did I slaughter your entire family or desecrate your ancestral graves?" Shang Wanxing's lips curled into a cold, wicked smile. She was not one to suffer slights in silence. "I implore Miss Shang to remember henceforth that Sir cannot consume coffee," Yuani stated coldly, his demeanor still unfriendly. Shang Wanxing belatedly recalled the cup of coffee she had given Si Yubai at the hospital, not only a highly concentrated black coffee but also iced. Yuani hastily lowered his head after receiving a frigid warning glance from Si Yubai. Yuani, however, did not forget to proffer the medication. Although this medication provides potent pain relief, it only addresses the symptoms and exacerbates gastric ulcer damage, which is why he was vomiting blood. Shang Wanxing raised her hand to block the medication that Yuani offered. "The biggest problem with your master Si is." She instinctively looked at Si Yubai, who was only wearing a black bathrobe and exuded coldness and alienation. When their eyes met, Shang Wanxing swallowed the words, "He doesn't want to live anymore." His organs were so severely damaged that every day was agony, and death would be preferable to life. "What is the issue with Master Si?" Yuani, ever loyal, immediately inquired. "Yuani, instruct the kitchen to prepare something to eat." Si Yubai curtly interrupted their conversation. Leaning back against the sofa, he showed little reaction to the fact that Shang Wanxing had seen through his true feelings. "See. Right away." Yuani obeyed and turned to leave. Shang Wanxing felt a chill at her feet. The large white python was coiled there, and at the slightest movement, it would raise its massive head to look at Si Yubai. It was a python with a conscience. "Keep your distance from me." Si Yubai's breath reeked of blood. His gaze swept over her slightly wide neckline, catching sight of the small mole on her collarbone. Si Yubai averted his eyes. Shang Wanxing stood opposite him, her exceedingly fair skin appearing even more delicate in the soft yellow light of the wall lamps. Her legs were long and straight, and her lovely face was filled with weariness. "I wasn't aware that you couldn't drink coffee." Shang Wanxing paused, then cleared her throat softly. "Yet you did not refuse me, thus our responsibilities are shared equally." She propped her hands against the cabinet behind her, accentuating the pronounced contours of her collarbone. Her words flowing effortlessly. Truth be told, Shang Wanxing harbored no desire for his demise, especially since Si Yubai was her benefactor. Although his temperament was unpredictable, riddled with flaws, and his mental state appeared rather precarious, this might be another manifestation of the nurturing bird syndrome. Si Yubai coughed softly, a hint of blood tainting the air. His sharp tongue belied a demeanor that was hard to approach. However, Shang Wanxing's attention was not fixated on that aspect. From her vantage point, she could vaguely discern the outline of his waist beneath the slightly ajar bathrobe, taut from his coughing fit, appearing most inviting to the touch. "You will perish if this continues." Shang Wanxing's lustrous black hair cascaded behind her as she moved, embodying both beauty and ethereal grace. "Without you, that little one will lose his support. How long do you think he can survive alone?" Shang Wanxing. Si Yubai's piercing gaze fell upon her, an air of palpable tension enveloping them. "You are well aware that I speak the truth." A light chuckle escaped Shang Wanxing's lips, her languid demeanor betraying no trace of fear towards him. "But I can alleviate your suffering." Si Yubai's predicament was complex, not easily resolved in just a day or two, leaving her with no choice but to offer temporary relief. "What do you desire?" Si Yubai suddenly seized Shang Wanxing's pale wrist, his gaze dark and indifferent. Yet when it met her cool countenance, a flicker of something different emerged. "Or rather, what is it that you wish to obtain from me?" Si Yubai exerted a slight force, pulling Shang Wanxing closer to him, his voice resonating loudly enough to disturb the large white python coiled beneath the sofa. It also left Yuani, who was standing at the door with a tray, in a state of indecision. Entering now seemed somewhat inappropriate. Shang Wanxing blinked, propping herself up on the sleek black leather sofa, barely maintaining her balance. A refreshing and pleasant fragrance of cold male cologne enveloped her senses. It was the distinctive scent of Si Yubai, tinged with a hint of blood. "Indeed, there is something I desire," she stated, a slight smirk gracing her lips, exuding a hint of audacity. Si Yubai regarded her with a cold gaze, his eyes lowered as he awaited her terms. Even Yuani outside the door maintained a stern expression, straining to hear how she would stake her claim. "Equality." Shang Wanxing's softly tinted lips parted slightly. I am not your subordinate. If I choose not to comply, you have no authority over me. I wish to stand beside you as an equal. Her words were delivered with a casual indifference, her enchanting eyes captivating. She lifted her slender fingers, delicate as jade, and gently brushed against the corner of Siyubai's thin lips, where a trace of blood lingered. That is all. Shang Wanxing lightly pinched her finger, the crimson hue spreading across her pale skin. Siyubai instinctively pressed his lips together. Shang Wanxing. His dark, brooding eyes harbored an enigmatic emotion, gazing at her with a depth and complexity unfathomable to others. There is only one person in the C family who can stand beside me as an equal. Do you know who that is? He resembled a hunter, casually casting his net. Her slender wrist remained clasped in Siyubai's palm, her amber, fox-like eyes questioning as she awaited his response. After a moment, Siyubai released her hand, retreating once more into the shadows. Shang Wanxing acutely sensed the sudden shift in his mood. Thus, what was Siyubai's answer? Who could stand beside him as an equal? Shang Wanxing remained pensive even after leaving the room. At the doorway, Yuan Yi, bearing a tray of late-night refreshments, offered it to Shang Wanxing with a complex expression. She watched her depart, hesitant to speak. In the C household, the only one who could stand as an equal to Master C was his wife. She awoke naturally. The first sight Shang Wanxing beheld was Si Luoyu, bathed in the morning light, softly and adorably playing with the tip of the great white python's tail. Today, the great white python's head was adorned with a small, crocheted shark hood, a charming contrast to its cumbersome form. He. Upon seeing her awake, Si Luoyu, clad in shark pajamas matching the python's hood, brightened and planted a kiss on Shang Wanxing's cheek before she could react. Morning. Shang Wanxing scooped Si Luoyu into her arms. Still drowsy, her tousled hair spread across the pillow. You, hungry, food. A specially made writing board was presented, supported by the great white python's round head. Where is your father? Si Luoyu tilted her head, paused, and then looked mournful. She pointed upwards. In the heavens. Misunderstanding his intentions, Shang Wanxing believed that Siyubai was upstairs. She recalled the inexplicable question he posed last night, which remained unanswered. While lost in thought, her arm was tugged gently by the little one. Glancing down, she saw Si Luoyu holding up a writing board, adorned with a chibi-style arrow pointing at the large white python, Gun, who was amusingly chasing its own tail. The sight struck her as somewhat canine. Gun had been discovered by Si Luoyu in the backyard when he was merely 3 years old. As if sensing his little owner's call, Gun ceased its absurd confrontation with its tail and slowly emerged from the edge of the bed, its round white head appearing. It locked eyes with Shang Wanxing, and she even detected a hint of shyness in its round red-green eyes. This was the first time she truly observed it. The pearl-white scales glimmered with a subtle pink hue, meticulously groomed, devoid of the usual serpentine odor, exuding an air of sophistication. It was rather endearing. Gun tentatively extended its snow-white tail towards Shang Wanxing. She reached out to touch it, finding it cool to the touch, akin to Siyubai's hand. Do you smell something? Suddenly, Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze and inhaled twice, catching a faint scent that stirred an unusual sensation within her. Si Luoyu adorably shook his head. Without uttering a word, Shang Wanxing hastily rose to wash up, scooping up the little creature and heading towards the door, pondering the source of that peculiar feeling. As she approached the staircase, she felt a gentle prod on her shoulder from the little dumpling. Lowering her gaze, Shang Wanxing noticed the little one extending a chubby hand, gesturing towards the indoor elevator. All right, she mused. An elevator inside the house. Such is the existence of the affluent. Stepping outside the villa, she was greeted by sprawling gardens and a courtyard. Though previously aware that Siyubai resided on a private island, Shang Wanxing was struck by the sheer extravagance of it all. It was a kingdom of unparalleled beauty. The villa, nestled at the heart of Sand Isle, capitalized on its advantageous position between mountain and sea, transforming it into a veritable fairy tale realm, complete with deer frolicking in the courtyard. Miss Shang, Yuan Yi materialized behind her, as if from thin air. What are you searching for? Startled by his sudden appearance, Shang Wanxing, who had been lost in thought, cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Yi. Do you detect any fragrance? She inquired. Guided by her intuition, she had located the area, but the scent had dissipated with a gust of wind. Miss Shang. This is the courtyard, Yuan Yi replied in a hushed tone, implying that the presence of flowers and their accompanying fragrance was only natural. The young master is throwing a tantrum in the dining room. Master C has requested your presence. Understood. Temporarily suppressing her curiosity about the enigmatic fragrance, Shang Wanxing followed Yuan Yi back into the villa. Upon entering the kitchen, she was met with a scene of utter disarray. Si Luoyu was frantically hurling tableware, while Si Yubai, seated in his wheelchair, exuded an aura of imposing authority, his face a mask of grim displeasure. It was reminiscent of the scene in the children's room. Si Luoyu. However, this only served to agitate the little one further. Heh heh. Si Luoyu resembled a small monster wreaking havoc. Yuan Yi, anxious, stepped forward but was halted by Shang Wanxing. Hold on. Something feels amiss. Her gaze fell upon Si Luoyu's exquisitely carved little face. This was the second time she had witnessed him throwing a tantrum. Rather than mere petulance, it seemed he was trying to convey something. Little ancestor, little ancestor. Yuan Er's substantial frame once again appeared diminutive and helpless as he dodged a flying plate. With a resounding crash, the dish shattered against the wall, sending shards scattering. Master C. Yuan Er exclaimed in alarm, as a crimson line swiftly appeared on the pale, handsome visage of Si Yubai. The vivid blood trickled down the wound, accentuating the dangerously expressionless beauty of his face. Bind him. Si Yubai's voice was chilling, deep, and foreboding. As this command echoed, Shang Wanxing once more caught a whiff of that faint scent. In a flash, she finally recalled what it was. Little Bun. With a cold gaze, she strode forward and gathered Si Luoyu into her embrace. For a moment, Si Luoyu's eyes went blank. He felt 2 sharp slaps on his back, and an overwhelming sense of nausea prompted him to vomit forcefully, emptying the contents of his stomach onto the floor, leaving a pale yellow mess. What did he eat? Shang Wanxing turned to look at Si Yubai, who instantly grasped the underlying implication of her words. My porridge. An oppressive silence enveloped the vast space, as if it were frozen in time, the chill biting. Yuan Er, fetch a few white mice, Shang Wanxing commanded coldly, cradling the little creature in her arms. Now limp and soft from the vomiting, his large eyes rimmed in red. A throbbing headache consumed him. He wasn't sure where Shang Wanxing had pressed on Si Luoyu, but he quickly lapsed into unconsciousness. Yuan Er promptly retrieved the lab rats and, following Shang Wanxing's instructions, fed them the remaining half-bowl of porridge. All eyes were fixed on the rodents in the cage. However, after a prolonged wait, the rats remained lively and energetic. Miss Shang, it's not the porridge, Yuan Er stated bluntly. Si Yubai's inherent ferocity and bloodlust were on the verge of spiraling out of control. Go. Never mind, Yuan Yi. Go to Little Bun's room and find a type of white flower, one that blooms in clusters like wisteria, with silvery edges. Bring it here directly. Shang Wanxing scoffed. But before Yuan Yi could move, a rustling sound arose. The massive white python, Gun, slithered over, carrying something in its mouth. With a soft thud, a cluster of flowers matching her description was deposited into the lab rat cage by Gun. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The previously lively lab rats, upon inhaling the flower's fragrance, suddenly went berserk, engaging in a frenzied, cannibalistic frenzy. The cage became a scene of carnage, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Silver finch flower, she explained, the seeds, when ground into a powder, are colorless and odorless, but they inflict irreversible damage to a person's nervous system and internal organs, requiring years of consumption. Shang Wanxing lifted her gaze to meet Si Yubai's, enunciating each word as if to ensure he understood. Its undetectable nature makes it exceedingly difficult to discover. However, in the natural order of things, everything has its counter. The fragrance of the silver finch flower, when combined with its seeds, releases neurotoxins in a short period, causing intense headaches and inducing madness. This is the reason Little Bun suddenly lost control earlier. Chapter 012, One Trouble After Another. Mr. C coughed twice, the floral fragrance evidently affecting him as well. A metallic tang churned in his throat, and a violent headache swept over him, rendering his already sinister eyes even more terrifying. He was suppressing it with an indomitable force of will. Tell me. Nothing will happen to Xiaoyu. Mr. C gazed at Ms. Shang with a profound and chilling intensity. Ms. Shang remained silent. The emergence of the silver wattle should merely be an anomaly. The seeds of the silver wattle necessitate protracted ingestion. ultimately leading to the demise of the afflicted due to systemic organ failure. Mr. C's paramount concern should presently be his own well-being, rather than that of the little one. I assure you, he will be fine. You, too, will be unharmed. Ms. Shang's amber irises were imbued with a piercing coldness. Someone sought to wrest the life of her benefactor from her grasp, but it remained to be seen whether she would permit it. Mr. C. Aunt Wang has committed suicide by ingesting poison. Yuani returned, his face ashen, bearing ill tidings. Aunt Wang, a cook on the island, had been employed for several years. He extended his palm, revealing a glass vial filled with brownish powder. Ms. Shang opened it and inhaled, confirming it to be ground silver wattle seeds. Whatever you require. Apprise Yuani, and he shall procure it. Mr. C's voice was somber. Yet countless lessons had taught others that he was more perilous in this state of subdued coldness than in a fit of rage. Ms. Shang, however, was the first to discern Mr. C's disquiet. His pupils, though seemingly focused, were in fact dilating. His willpower was undeniably astonishingly formidable. Yet the threshold of his physical limitations was on the verge of being breached. In the ensuing moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Siyu Bai's lips. Master C. Ominous clouds gathered. In the master bedroom, Siyu Bai's physical condition deteriorated rapidly after vomiting blood. Fortunately, the villa was always equipped with a well-appointed infirmary, no less comprehensive than a hospital, for unforeseen circumstances. Seated by the bed, Shang Wanxing's exquisite face was veiled in frost. The little one's body had not accumulated much toxin, and he would recover after 2 days of rest following the medication. The difficulty lay with Siyu Bai, whose internal organs had been accumulating toxins for at least several years. In the past, Siyu Bai had disregarded the pain with his formidable self-control. But when this equilibrium was shattered today by the fragrance of the silver finch flower, the pain, which had seeped into his very marrow, would be doubly visited upon him. For Siyu Bai, unconsciousness was an instinctive bodily protection, a way to alleviate the suffering. Miss Shang, are you certain you are confident? Yuani glanced at the row of acupuncture needles by her hand, his heart in his throat. Silence. With a frigid expression, Shang Wanxing reached out to unbutton Siyu Bai's black shirt, but as her hand neared his collar, Siyu Bai seized her wrist with a fierce grip, causing her brow to furrow in pain. Observing that Siyu Bai, even in his comatose state, could still exhibit such swift physical reflexes, Shang Wanxing sighed. Siyu Bai, it's me. Shang Wanxing leaned in slightly, drawing close to his ear, employing a desperate measure. If Siyu Bai did not release her, she would have no choice but to administer an injection. Just as Shang Wanxing had steeled herself to administer the needle, the murderous aura dissipated. And even Siyu Bai's icy, serpentine hand slowly relaxed and fell limp. This spectacle genuinely startled Yuani. After all, he had personally experienced the formidable defensive reflexes of Master C's body. Last time, his wrist was crushed by Master C while he was unconscious. Shedding her usual languor, Shang Wanxing's limpid eyes remained unchanged, yet held an exceptional earnestness. With her movements, the collar of Siyu Bai's shirt opened, revealing his chest and abdominal muscles, taut and alluring, along with a string of Sanskrit tattoos that subtly disappeared into the waistband of his trousers. Quite impressive. However scarred. Shang Wanxing averted her gaze. Instruct Yuan Heir to prepare the medicinal broth according to the order on the list I provided. When my needle pierces his heart, the medicine must be administered. As she spoke, Shang Wanxing extracted the thinnest needle. The needle was as fine as a strand of hair, appearing as though it would be blown away by the wind in Yuan Yi's eyes. Yet, with a delicate pinch of her fingers, the silver needle stood unwavering in the air, trembling slightly. Yuan Yi frowned. Shang Wanxing's maneuver evoked memories of a tale he had heard in the training base about the venerable Master Pan, a national treasure, representing the pinnacle of Chinese medicine. Master Pan was most admired for his ability to pierce steel plates with acupuncture needles as fine as cow's hair, using his inner strength. She composed herself, closing her eyes and placing her finger on Siyu Bai's heart. There, the heartbeat was erratic and faint. Now. The moment Shang Wanxing opened her eyes, her gaze was clear, cold, and resolute, and she thrust the needle in. The shrill ringtone of a mobile phone shattered the deathly silence within the room. Yuan Yi's heart leaped into her throat, uncertain whether to answer or decline the call, her composure faltering. Answer it, Shang Wanxing urged with weary impatience, roused from her rest. Yuan complied, but after only a brief exchange, her expression turned peculiar. It was someone from Elder Chu's retinue. An hour prior, Elder Chu's grandson had suddenly succumbed to a high fever, muscle spasms, and a fainting spell. He was currently hospitalized, but despite the hospital's immediate implementation of emergency protocols and a battery of tests, the results were inexplicably inconclusive, with the child's vital functions beginning to falter. Elder Chu recalled Shang Wanxing's warning from the previous day and promptly dispatched a guard to ensure her immediate presence at the hospital, regardless of the cost. One crisis follows another, she muttered, not even lifting her head. Tell him to wait. Yuan, usually stern and impassive, now wore an expression of slight embarrassment. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed them summarily, but this concerned Elder Chu's people. Shang Wanxing, sensing Yuan's hesitation, surmised the caller's importance. She took the phone directly, and without regard for the person on the other end, she stated, "Pick me up at the docks in half an hour." And promptly ended the call. The medicine has arrived. Yuan entered, bearing a bowl of dark, bitter-smelling liquid that was truly repulsive. Try to feed a couple of mouthfuls to Master C first, Shang Wanxing instructed. Yuan nearly burst into tears at her words. Miss Shang. Please don't make things difficult for me, Yuan. Look at my neck, do you think it's thick enough? Master C could snap it with one hand. Shang Wanxing then turned her gaze to Yuan, who was also shaking her head in refusal. With a profound inhalation, Shang Wanxing composed herself, lifted the bowl, and with a spoon, delivered a portion to Siyubai's lips. Predictably, his lips remained sealed in defense, causing the medicinal liquid to trickle down. Brother, Yuan whispered. Sidling up to his elder sibling, following the tropes of idol dramas, is Miss Shang perhaps going to administer the medicine via mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to our Master C? Silence. Yuan retorted. As Yuan spoke, Shang Wanxing extracted a silver needle, puncturing a specific point, and with a pinch of her fingers, Siyubai's lips were forced open. Such an unyielding and forthright young lady. Chapter 013, it seems the answer to this question was incorrectly predicted. The murky concoction was ultimately forcibly administered to Siyubai by Shang Wanxing, her movements swift and precise. Yuan repeatedly extended his hand in a gesture of supplication, yet hesitated to speak. Miss Shang's actions are rather straightforward and unrefined. Done, Shang Wanxing declared, stretching her neck and exhaling deeply. As she prepared to rise, she felt a resistance at her wrist. Glancing down, she noticed Siyubai's hand firmly clasped around her wrist, with an unyielding grip. Were it not for the certainty of his unconscious state, she might have suspected he was feigning it. Several attempts to free herself proved futile. Miss Shang. Yuan observed his incessantly vibrating phone. The Chu family was already awaiting them at the dock, their urgent calls coming in rapid succession, indicating their palpable anxiety. Do you possess a means to compel him to release his grip? Shang Wanxing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Her query was met with an oppressive silence. And upon making eye contact, Yuan Yi's gaze shifted evasively. Commendable. Not a single one of you is of any practical assistance. As Shang Wanxing contemplated whether to administer another injection to Siyubai, her conscience belatedly reminded her of the fact that he was, after all, a patron worth 100 million. Yuan, his brow furrowed, observed his vibrating phone with concern. Should the situation with the Chu family deteriorate further? They were not beyond storming the island, and the news of Mr. C's unconsciousness must not be divulged under any circumstances, lest. Siyubai. Shang Wanxing endeavored to exercise more patience. The little one will awaken tomorrow, she asserted, confident that this was Siyubai's paramount concern, and awaited his release. Yet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, he remained unyielding. Miss Shang, it appears the answer to this query was incorrect, Yuan murmured. Your unsolicited commentary is unwelcome. Shang Wanxing's newfound conscience, rekindled by the 100 million, began to waver. Just as she raised her hand to administer an injection to Siyubai, she paused, as if struck by a sudden realization. I assure you, I shall return this evening? Shang Wanxing ventured tentatively towards the Siyubai, though she harbored no expectation of a positive response. In the ensuing moment, Siyubai's previously clenched hand gradually relaxed. Shang Wanxing's nonchalant expression faltered, her gaze becoming nuanced. The temperament of this benefactor was truly inscrutable. The pier. The once bustling pier was now under high alert. Several black armored vehicles were stationed there. And the man at the head, his face stern as he checked his watch, exuded an aura of unwavering rectitude that inspired awe. Only 2 minutes remained until half an hour had passed. Should Miss Shang fail to appear, he would, at any cost, lead a charge onto Shayu Island. The crisis was imminent. As time ticked away, just before the order to storm the island was to be issued, a black Bentley approached from the distance. The window descended, revealing a flawless visage devoid of makeup. Her long hair cascaded behind her, accentuating her exquisitely cold beauty. Upon locking eyes, the chill in Shang Wanxing's gaze was unmistakable, tinged with a hint of impatience. The seasoned guard, Qin Hai, momentarily froze, meeting her gaze rendered him momentarily speechless. Although they had crossed paths the previous day, he struggled to reconcile this young girl with the notion of healing. Yet, she remained their last hope. Miss Shang, please get in the car. Qin Hai finally suppressed his inner doubts and gestured for her to enter. Inside the vehicle, Qin Hai frowned. Even without voicing his thoughts, his entire demeanor radiated disapproval. This sentiment peaked when he observed Shang Wanxing producing a bento box to eat. Miss Shang, this is not an occasion for a picnic. Qin Hai endeavored to maintain a courteous attitude, however. The fact that she could indulge in a meal while the young master's fate hung in the balance stirred his dissatisfaction. Shang Wanxing glanced at him lazily. So it was you that day at the CAF. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai felt a jolt of surprise. As Old Chu's guard, he had remained unseen during their encounter at the CAF. Did she truly know of his presence? After uttering this remark, Shang Wanxing resumed her meal. After what seemed like an eternity, Qin Hai finally alighted upon a fitting adjective, dilatory. Her slender, ivory fingers, wielding chopsticks, languidly conveyed rice to her mouth, followed by a measured and unhurried mastication. The entire process was characterized by an unhurried pace, as if she were disinclined to engage with him. He glanced at his watch. Realizing that even with expedited communication with higher authorities and a route cleared for swift passage, navigating the peak traffic would still consume a considerable amount of time. He won't perish, Shang Wanxing uttered languidly, pulling the hood of her black sweatshirt over her head, obscuring much of her face. Pardon? Qin Hai frowned. Cease all resuscitation efforts. Procure 3 slices of aged wild ginseng, and place them in the child's mouth. Await my arrival. Shang Wanxing yawned, her voice tinged with weariness. Subsequently, regardless of Qin Hai's persistent inquiries, she remained reticent, and upon closer observation, it seemed she had drifted off to sleep. Qin Hai pursed his lips, suppressing his ire as he made a phone call. At the hospital, owing to the Venerable Chu's distinguished status, a cohort of the city's most eminent professors and specialists had convened, their collective aim being to diagnose the ailment afflicting his young grandson. However, exhaustive examinations had yielded no conclusive findings, and the child's condition was, in fact, deteriorating. Presently, his heart rate was plummeting precipitously. Ginseng. 3 slices of aged wild ginseng. Amidst the cacophony of debate amongst the medical professionals, the guard attending Old Chu, having concluded a phone conversation, suddenly raised his voice. All eyes converged upon him. Mr. Qin. Old Chu glanced up at him, and the young man promptly corrected himself, Mr. Qin has instructed that 3 slices of aged wild ginseng be placed in the young master's mouth, and he also conveyed that she directed to cease all resuscitation efforts. Sitting upright, Chu Lao remained silent for a full 3 seconds before finally waving his hand, prompting someone to take action immediately. Inside the intensive care unit, chaos ensued due to the ongoing rescue efforts. Suddenly, a guard, brimming with indomitable spirit, barged in. Aren't you in the midst of a rescue? Get out. Chen Yu frowned, her proud countenance marred by displeasure. As the foremost female surgical expert in the country, she was also involved in the rescue of Chu Lao's grandson. She had hoped to leave a favorable impression on Chu Lao, yet the cause of the illness remained undetermined, delivering a severe blow to Chen Yu, who was accustomed to smooth sailing. The last time she faced such adversity was during the treatment of the matriarch of the Si family. The guard, however, showed no courtesy. Striding directly to the bedside, prying open the child's mouth with his hand, and forcefully inserting 3 pieces of century-old mountain ginseng. The previously jarring alarms of the medical equipment soon fell silent. The numbers flickering on the electronic screen began to stabilize, leaving everyone in the ward utterly astonished. From this moment on, cease all emergency measures, the guard declared, turning to survey the room, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Chapter 014. Without a medical license several minutes later, a convoy of black armored vehicles surged through the hospital entrance, racing like the wind. Miss Shang, please disembark. Qin Hai reached out to rouse Shang Wanxing, but before he could make contact, the seemingly innocuous young girl abruptly opened her eyes, a chilling danger radiating from her gaze. Even he, a seasoned veteran from the training base, felt a jolt of apprehension. Could I possibly rent a wheelchair? Shang Wanxing yawned, utterly reluctant to move a muscle. Qin Hai was rendered speechless. Shang Wanxing sighed resignedly and alighted from the vehicle. The journey was unimpeded. However, as the entourage disembarked from the elevator, they encountered a minor disruption. A dispute echoed through the corridor outside the ward. Why halt Long Long's treatment? A woman, nestled in her husband's embrace, wept inconsolably, questioning the taciturn elder Chu seated on a bench. Say something. Because continuing treatment. A slightly weary, yet melodious voice, drawing nearer, captured everyone's attention. Chen Yu, standing amidst several professors, furrowed her brow, finding the voice vaguely familiar. As she followed the sound, she beheld a figure clad in a black, oversized hoodie, jeans, and canvas shoes. He will perish. Shang Wanxing raised her hand to push back the hat obscuring most of her face, revealing her clear and exquisite features. It's her again. Jin Yu's pupils constricted abruptly. What nonsense are you spouting? The woman, upon hearing Shang Wanxing's words, shrieked, unable to bear the provocation. Elder Chu. Is this the expert you've enlisted? The most seasoned professor from the medical team stepped forward, voicing his skepticism. Preposterous. This is utterly preposterous. This young girl, barely out of her adolescence, dares to parade around as an imposter, and Elder Chu actually believes her? We meet again. Shang Wanxing disregarded the gray-haired professor entirely, offering a perfunctory greeting towards Elder Chu. She was genuinely exhausted and merely wished to expedite matters and return to the island. Yesterday, you stated that Long Long was nearing his demise. Elder Chu's voice was aged, his gaze fixed intently upon her. How did you know? Are you certain this is the appropriate moment to delve into this discussion? Estimating internally, Shang Wanxing surmised that the little one's remaining time was scarce. Insolence. Qin Hai, the chief guard of Old Chu, couldn't help but exclaim in reprimand. Shang Wanxing, with an impatient sneer, raised her hand, plugging her ear in Qin Hai's direction, finding him bothersome. Old Chu gestured to silence Qin Hai. What do you intend to do? Surgery. Absurd. Have you reached adulthood? Do you possess a medical license? The old professor's beard seemed to bristle with indignation. I am of age. But I lack a medical license. Shang Wanxing yawned wearily, longing for Siyu Bai, who, at the very least, was less verbose. You have a mere 2 minutes to decide. After that, the little one's condition will deteriorate further. With that pronouncement, Shang Wanxing bypassed them, settling onto a bench, leaving the decision to them. Despite the corridor being replete with people, it was so silent that a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. What is the extent of your certainty? Absolute. Shang Wanxing's response to Old Chu's query was both frigid and audacious. Such audacity from this young lady. Who could possibly believe her? Nonsense, utter nonsense. Old Chu. You surely don't believe her, do you? The old professor interrogated. Shang Wanxing surveyed her surroundings with disinterest until she spotted a familiar face amidst the crowd. Their eyes met. And Shang Wanxing yawned once more, languidly. Jin Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes, questioning if she comprehended the identity of Old Chu. Most crucially, she wondered if Old Chu also subscribed to her preposterous claims. The surgery is quite straightforward. It merely entails opening the thoracic cavity to extract the foreign object from the blood vessel. Nothing more. Shang Wanxing was somewhat vexed, leaning against the wall. Her countenance cold and tinged with agitation. She had been striving to maintain a semblance of politeness. Open the thoracic cavity? The woman who had shrieked earlier gasped, fainting into her husband's arms. Young lady, you must take responsibility for your words. The woman's husband, also the son-in-law of Old Chu, was incensed, his anger threatening to erupt. A foreign object? You haven't even examined the film, yet you claim there's a foreign object in the blood vessel? The old professor felt that Shang Wanxing was uttering nonsense. It seemed to him that she was a young girl with profound issues. Was her vision superior to a machine? A cohort of expert professors assailed Shang Wanxing with a barrage of criticisms, but the subject of their ire leisurely counted down the seconds in her mind, paying them scant attention. Only Chen Yu, upon hearing vascular foreign object, appeared thoughtful. While examining the chest X-ray, she sensed something amiss, but what exactly? Shang Wanxing cast a cold glance at her, noting the contemplation in Chen Yu's eyes. Old Chu's gaze remained fixed on Shang Wanxing's face, and he could not bring himself to gamble with his grandson's life when confronted with her youthful visage. Time elapsed, second by second, until Shang Wanxing abruptly raised her hand, expressionless, and gestured the number 5 to Old Chu. As others puzzled over its meaning, the 5 transformed into a 4. 3. 2. 1. As her final cold, pale finger vanished, the monitors in the ward erupted into frantic alarms, precise to the second. The piercing sound struck like a series of slaps upon the faces of all present, a painful reminder of the gravity of the situation. Blood oxygen levels were plummeting, and heart rates were declining. The fleeting tranquility brought forth by the 3-century-old ginseng roots shattered like a soap bubble at the slightest touch, pulling everyone back into the harsh reality of impending surgery. Old Chu finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Shang Wanxing rose slowly. The outcome was inevitable, and she could not fathom the earlier turmoil they had experienced. Suddenly, the hospital director rushed in, drenched in sweat from his hasty arrival after a medical conference in the neighboring city. Old Chu. The director had witnessed the entire episode through the director's WeChat video call and assumed Old Chu was merely grasping at straws in desperation. However, if anything were to happen to Old Chu's grandson in their hospital, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on him, jeopardizing his future promotions. To mitigate any potential fallout, our hospital would record the entire procedure and simultaneously broadcast it on the internal medical system's website, with a team of medical experts on standby. Qin Hai glared fiercely, instantly discerning the director's ulterior motives, but it was Old Chu who intervened. Agreed. With that, the decision was made. Shang Wanxing proceeded towards the surgical preparation room, pausing only to address Chen Yu as she passed. You shall assist me. Note 1. The medical content in this article is entirely fictional. Please do not take it seriously. If you are unwell, please seek medical attention. Note 2. An assistant refers to a doctor who aids the lead surgeon. A surgical procedure may involve one or more assistants. Chapter 15. A Life Surgery Astounds the Masses. The esteemed DXY Forum, the nation's premier platform for medical discourse, a nexus where the most distinguished physicians across all disciplines converge, was electrified by an unprecedented live broadcast that shattered the usual placidity, commanding extraordinary attention. Which hospital is this? Are they desperate for publicity? Shiha Hospital? Opening a chest cavity for a child with febrile seizures? Are the doctors at Shiha really that absurd? Chen Yu is involved? Is she the lead surgeon? To the comment above, no, she is the first assistant. Am I seeing things? Chen Yu is currently the most promising young female surgeon in the country. Who could possibly persuade her to be a first assistant? This surgery is quite intriguing. However, the majority viewed this live broadcast as a spectacle, sharing it within their professional circles, inviting others to witness the event. The news spread like wildfire. Before the surgery even commenced, the rumor that Shiha Hospital would be performing a thoracotomy on a child with febrile seizures had permeated the entire medical community. The livestream audience quickly swelled to over 10,000. Inside the operating room, Shang Wanxing, concealed behind her mask, yawned once more. You are utterly mad. Chen Yu's heart raced. Standing beneath the surgical lights, she felt transported back to her inaugural independent surgery. Utterly overwhelmed. Instinctively, she glanced up at the observation room above. Behind the semicircular, floor-to-ceiling transparent glass, a multitude of figures stood watching. No other questions? Shang Wanxing's voice was languid. Wow, the lead surgeon's voice is so soft and adorable. Look at Chen Yu's frustrated expression. The DXY Forum livestream was in uproar, with a barrage of comments flooding the screen. Old Chu mentioned yesterday that you told him this child was not long for this world. How did you ascertain this? Chen Yu endeavored to compose herself. Old Chu? Which Old Chu? Could it be the one I'm thinking of? News surfaced this morning from the General Hospital of the Military that a prominent figure's grandson had a sudden febrile convulsion and was rushed to Shiha. Could this be the same child? The stream of comments was momentarily suspended for 3 seconds. Old Chu. The very Old Chu, revered as the backbone of the nation, a meritorious pioneer of nuclear physics. who in recent years had returned to his hometown to recuperate due to health reasons, maintaining a secluded existence. The question posed by Qin Yu was precisely what concerned those in the observation room the most. On what basis could Shang Wanxing be so certain that this child was on the verge of death? At that moment, the anesthetist raised a hand, signaling. Shang Wanxing picked up the scalpel. Because of his leg. A single incision. The leg? Qin Yu was taken aback. As she had not noticed anything unusual about the child's leg, apart from the occasional twitching during the convulsion. Shang Wanxing glanced up at Qin Yu. Her striking features appearing particularly cool and detached under the white light of the surgical lamp. When I saw him at the coffee shop yesterday, his leg exhibited 6 involuntary muscle spasms within a 10-minute period, and such spasms occur more frequently during sleep. These spasms, which arise when the brain senses a decline in respiratory rate and presumes bodily exhaustion, attempting to rouse the body, indicate that the brain has detected signals of impending death. However, these signs have been overlooked by the parents. Damn, did you guys notice her hands? With a steady hand wielding a scalpel amidst conversation. She operated on the heart region, a feat that begged the question of which esteemed hospital she hailed from. It was astonishing, she was even performing a surgery without direct visibility. The observation room fell into a profound silence, the eyes of all the esteemed professors wide with disbelief. From the very first incision made by Shang Wanxing, they realized they had grossly underestimated her abilities, even beginning to question their own life choices. She appeared to be merely a young adult. Clamp, Shang Wanxing spoke coldly. As the surgery reached its pivotal moment, the child's heart, exposed beneath the surgical lights, pulsed weakly, causing those watching the live stream to hold their breaths in unison. Qin Yu handed her the clamp, only to tragically discover that she could not keep pace with Shang's thought process. She was utterly lost, oblivious to the next steps. For the first time, the proud and accomplished Qin Yu felt as if she were a complete novice on the operating table. "I've found you." Shang Wanxing's lips curled into a faint smile beneath her mask, her good mood palpable even through the screen. "I'm about to suffocate," came the comments. "The thoracic separation is exquisite," another noted, followed by the terse words, "superior vena cava." This final phrase rendered the chat room silent for 3 seconds as viewers belatedly recognized that the person behind those words was none other than Zhang Ximiao, Qin Yu's mentor, revered as a modern-day Hua Tuo in the surgical community. After imparting his lifelong knowledge to his apprentice, he had retired and ceased performing surgeries. Yet today, he appeared within the chat. It was nothing short of miraculous. Almost the moment the barrage of comments appeared, Shang Wanxing's curved forceps had already extracted an exceedingly minute shard of glass from the upper vena cava. A fragment so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As she grasped the shard and raised her hand, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers. This tiny object had eluded all the meticulous examinations of sophisticated instruments and had nearly cost a life. "I shall handle the flushing and suturing. The remainder is entrusted to you." Shang Wanxing resumed her languid demeanor, casually tossing the shard onto the tray before turning away from the surgical table. My assistant, Qin Yu, stood there in a stupor, watching Shang Wanxing's retreating figure, her heart racing uncontrollably. Before the self-service coffee machine, Shang Wanxing acutely sensed someone trailing her. Just as a hand was about to rest upon her shoulder, she swiftly turned and apprehended the individual. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch. What the hell, Shang Wanxing? It was a girl sporting a distinctly flamboyant hairstyle. An acquaintance? Upon releasing her grip, Shang Wanxing was met with the girl's astonished expression as she recognized her. You went for plastic surgery? You look ethereal, like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Gazing at the familiar face before her, a vague recollection stirred within Shang Wanxing's mind. It seemed to belong to a companion from her days prior to expulsion, someone often found in the company of revelry. What do you want? Shang Wanxing's tone was frigid. I mentioned to Shang Yuqing that you had been abducted and inquired whether she wished to report it to the authorities. But she declined. The flamboyant girl sheepishly spoke as she rummaged through her pocket and produced a gaudy phone adorned with pink rhinestones, offering it to Shang Wanxing. This is the phone you dropped the other day. Shang felt an overwhelming urge to toss the device into the trash. It was simply too tacky. Well, she began, taking a deep breath as she retrieved the phone. Your gaming idol has been snatched away by Shang. They are set to marry in the game tomorrow, so you might as well not log in. With those words, the individual styled as a SHMT fled without a backward glance. What nonsense was she talking about? An idol? Snatched away by what absurdity? SHing. Oh, that would be her sister, the biological daughter of the Shing family. Chapter 016, I called you an ambulance when I accompanied Old Master Q to find Shing. They discovered her standing before the self-service coffee machine, a mocking smile gracing her lips. The sight sent a shiver down Qnhis spine. The surgery was quite successful. After all, having danced on the precipice of death, Old Master Q's voice bore the weight of someone who had narrowly escaped fate. Oh. Shing raised her hand to order an iced coffee from the machine. She was in dire need of cooling her temper. That shard of glass. Your grandson must have been in an accident before, correct? She interrupted impatiently. Old Master Q fell silent for a couple of seconds. I go. Owe you this favor, little girl. Finally, he sighed deeply, while Qnhi's heart jolted in recognition of the significance of such a favor. No one understood its implications better than he did. I do not wish for anyone to come looking for me because of this surgery. Shing downed her iced coffee in a single gulp, casually tossing the empty cup towards the trash bin, scoring a perfect shot. Her voice was chillingly cold. Ever since I learned that the gaming idol had been taken from me, a persistent ache has settled in my chest. A visceral reaction from this body that drives me to a state of agitation. I shall arrange for it, Q solemnly promised, while Qin simultaneously extended a card. In an almost instantaneous moment, Shing swept away her previous irritation, her beautiful amber eyes fixating intently on the object in his hand. Isn't that a bit too obvious? The password is 6 zeros. Accepted. Without hesitation, Shing took the card, for it was indeed her rightful due. I will have a high escort you home. Q cleared his throat lightly, a rare smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor. On the return journey, Shing fiddled with her phone, adorned with pink rhinestones, its garishness making it difficult for her to reconcile with her former self. It was simply too tacky. As she powered it on, the good news was that the individual she referred to as that shammade had kept the battery charged. The bad news was Qin, from the corner of his eye, glanced in her direction, sensing a palpable surge of hostility emanating from the passenger seat. Do you need assistance? After a moment of hesitation, Qin finally spoke. He observed as Shing slowly turned her head to regard him. In the electronics district, darkness descended. The presence of Shing and Qin felt utterly incongruous within this self-proclaimed realm. Draped in an oversized black hoodie, the strikingly beautiful Shang Wanxing bore a cold expression, an enigmatic aura accentuated by the imposing figure of her righteous bodyguard, Qin, who followed closely behind. They seemed less like mere shoppers and more like a young princess venturing into the bustling world of mortals. This, and this. Shang Wanxing pointed with her delicate, pale fingers at the items on the shelf. Initially, the shopkeeper, perceiving her as a naive girl, attempted to peddle some cute yet overpriced trinkets. However, upon recognizing the components she sought, the shopkeeper instantly ceased underestimating her. This girl was knowledgeable, indeed. A master in her own right. Why not purchase a ready-made computer? Qin queried, bewildered. To him, everything about Shang Wanxing contradicted the findings of the investigation report, which depicted her as rebellious, neglectful of her studies, and a source of constant trouble, with the shopkeepers lamenting her troublesome nature. Yet, it appeared that her rebelliousness was indeed true, as was her ability to annoy others. As for her academic neglect, what was she truly occupied with? Recalling the chilling image of Shang Wanxing standing over an operating table, unflinchingly wielding a scalpel to slice open a chest cavity, the answer to that question remained an enigma for Qin. The configuration is insufficient, Shang Wanxing stated nonchalantly, her hands tucked into her pockets, her demeanor calm and composed. This marked a rare display of patience from her. Upon exiting the computer market, Qin made his way to the parking lot, while Shang Wanxing lingered behind, lazily pulling her hat down to obscure most of her face. Thoughts of the items on her phone dampened her mood. Annoyed, she pressed her tongue against her back molars until a noise from a nearby alley caught her attention, prompting her to turn her head. In the obscurity of the night, a pair of eyes glowed with an eerie luminescence. Within the recesses of a shadowed alleyway, a fracas was unfolding. At long last, we've got you cornered. The youth with closely cropped hair, having been ambushed, lay prostrate on the ground, enduring a relentless barrage of kicks. Yet, he stoically refrained from uttering even a single sound. Blood trickling down from his brow bone, accentuating his sharp features, a ferocity that rivaled that of his assailants. Hold on. Suddenly, a languid, feminine voice cut through the air. Everyone ceased their actions, their gazes drawn toward the source of the sound. At the mouth of the alleyway, where light and shadow converged. The speaker's face was largely obscured by the dark hood of a sweatshirt, revealing only glimpses of her pale complexion. Her hands were tucked into her pockets, exuding an air of roguishness. Don't med. The individual's words were abruptly cut short as they were sent flying backward by a forceful kick to the chest, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Mind your manners, Shang Wanxing said with lowered eyelashes, her voice indifferent. Mind my manner. Following a resounding crash, the other speaker found themselves pinned against the wall, their throat in Shang Wanxing's grasp, subjected to 3 consecutive, violent impacts against the hard surface, leaving them utterly defenseless. Thud. 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 Shang Wanxing's face, concealed beneath the hood, remained devoid of emotion throughout the ordeal, as if she were an emotionless automaton, as frigid as a block of ice. Releasing her grip, the person who had been assaulted slumped to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Anyone else care to try? Shang Wanxing's gaze swept across the group, causing the thugs to recoil in unison. Just you wait. Uttering the villain's most clutch parting words, the group scrambled to escape the alleyway. The youth, his face covered in blood, coughed softly until a pair of canvas shoes appeared within his line of sight. Before he could react, he felt a hand on the ground and saw the other person kneeling before him. A delicate fragrance diffused into the air. Then, her small hand forcefully lifted his face. He beheld her visage beneath the broad brim of her hat, beautiful, pristine, and indifferent. He struggled painfully to muster a few words from his meager vocabulary, his head throbbing. I have called for an ambulance. Shang Wanxing coldly tossed this remark aside before releasing her grip. She had already heard Qin Hai calling her name from the alley outside. Rising, she instantly reverted to her nonchalant demeanor. The boy, unable to lift his gaze, saw only her departing silhouette in the fleeting moment before he succumbed to unconsciousness. At the dock, the lights blazed brightly. Miss Shang. Through the windshield, Qin Hai glanced at the black Bentley that remained stationary, rousing Shang Wanxing, who was resting with her eyes closed in the passenger seat. She opened her eyes and responded with a soft hum, preparing to alight from the vehicle when Qin Hai spoke again. Sir, he is quite dangerous. Although he was unaware of the nature of the relationship between Shang Wanxing and Siyu Bai, nor why she was permitted to remain on Xiaoyu Island, Qin Hai found the situation utterly astonishing. This island and its inhabitants were regarded as taboo by many, even under the duress of the current circumstances. Qin Hai was reluctant to issue an order to breach the island's boundaries. Shang Wanxing turned back to him, her gaze icy. This is my advice, Qin Hai stated. Chapter 017, Believe it or not, I am far more dangerous than he is. The car was enveloped in silence. Shang Wanxing slowly smiled, the night obscuring all her expressions. Yet the lurking menace in her eyes was one she could scarcely be bothered to conceal. Believe it or not, I am far more dangerous. Having uttered these words, Shang Wanxing alighted from the vehicle, clutching her belongings, and proceeded towards the Bentley awaiting her. Instinctively, she reached for the passenger door, only to find it locked. Shang Wanxing arched an eyebrow, a hint of menace in her expression. What was the meaning of this? Impatiently, she tapped her fingers against the tinted window, the only response being the sound of the rear window descending into the car's frame. A face, possessing a morbid handsomeness, came into view. The perfect features, seemingly blessed by the heavens, were veiled by an unhealthy pallor, the corners of his eyes tinged with a faint redness, exuding a perilous and bloodthirsty aura. His expression blending seamlessly with the darkness, making it difficult to discern. Master C? Shang Wanxing wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her, never imagining that he would personally come to fetch her. Get in. Siyu Bai's voice was raspy and deep, followed by a couple of stifled coughs. Shang Wanxing entered the car, settling beside Siyu Bai. The car started. Shang Wanxing yawned languidly, a smile playing on her lips, a smile that was not quite a smile. Even she herself hadn't realized the fact that her mood was quite good at the moment she saw Siyu Bai again. Is Master C afraid I won't return? Shang Wanxing relaxed, sinking into the leather seat, turning her head to look at him, her voice lilting slightly. Siyubai stared straight ahead, expressionless. His eyes as cold and deep as the ocean, exuding a sickly asceticism. "You're overthinking it." His voice was icy, not even glancing at her. Shang Wanxing drew out an O, making it clear she didn't believe him, and yawned again, shifting her gaze to the window, her eyelids heavy. Shang Wanxing. The car passed through the underwater tunnel, all light swallowed by the darkness. Shang Wanxing responded drowsily, not paying much attention, half asleep. Today's events unfolded with an unfinished sentence from Siyubai, when suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder. Almost simultaneously, the Bentley emerged from the underwater tunnel, illuminating the dim interior. The driver, Yuan Air, inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, only to be startled, causing his hand to tremble. In the back seat, Shang Wanxing had unknowingly leaned against Si's shoulder, lost in slumber. This was alarming. Si possessed an acute obsession with cleanliness, should he become enraged. Yuan Air instinctively shrank his neck, yet his gaze inadvertently met the chilling, piercing eyes reflected in the mirror. He hastily straightened himself, averting his eyes, pretending to have seen nothing. Siyubai did not push Shang Wanxing away, she slept soundly, unconsciously inching closer to his neck. The oversized black hoodie accentuated her pure, unadorned complexion, rendering her pale and ethereal. At this proximity, even the faint, bluish veins beneath her skin were discernible. Her face was no larger than the size of his palm. Yuan Air, Siyubai's deep voice resonated. Yuan Air promptly reduced the car's speed, ensuring a smoother ride, so as not to disturb Shang Wanxing's repose. Shang Wanxing was roused by the shrill ring of the phone. Enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, she blinked her eyes open and reached toward the sound. "Hello?" Her voice, still thick with sleep, was laced with frost. The other end of the line remained eerily silent. "Speak." "Damn, did I dial the wrong number? A woman? A woman who just woke up?" Why was a woman answering Siyubai's phone? Siyubai? Before Shang Wanxing could fully grasp the situation, a large hand snatched the phone from her grasp. "Qi Yan, shut up." As soon as Siyubai spoke, a frigid silence enveloped the conversation, leaving the person on the other end of the line momentarily speechless. It was during this pause that Shang Wanxing opened her eyes and sat up. The monochromatic decor of the room exuded an aura of aloofness. Devoid of any semblance of warmth, even having visited just once, Shang Wanxing immediately recognized it as Siyubai's bedroom. "I am returning from Russia right now. Wait for me on the island." The person on the line, visibly agitated, abruptly hung up after delivering this statement. The room fell into silence once more. "See?" Shang Wanxing languidly leaned against the headboard, displaying no signs of discomfort at being in Siyubai's personal space. Nor did she exhibit any inclination to question why she found herself there. Perfectly timed, she began to undress. Siyubai, observing her, stifled a yawn. His amber eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, seemingly oblivious to the shocking nature of his own words. An eerie quietude lingered between them. Out of nowhere, a large white python emerged, its snowy head first glancing at Siyubai before shifting its gaze to Shang Wanxing, and then, without a backward glance, it glided toward the room of its little master, Si Luoyu, deftly using its tail to close the door behind it. Noticing that Siyubai remained motionless for an extended period, Shang Wanxing raised a questioning eyebrow. Was her previous statement not clear enough? "There is still a needle lodged in your chest, I need to remove it now." As she spoke, Shang Wanxing belatedly realized that she had neglected to clarify this point, wondering if he might mistakenly think her peculiar. Upon his morbidly pallid countenance, a mask of impassivity reigned as Siyubai's hand ascended to the collar of his sable shirt. A solitary button yielded, unveiling the expanse of his collarbone, followed by its successors in a gradual unveiling. His gaze remained fixed upon her. Once more, the constellation of cicatrices presented itself to Shang Wanxing's view. Deep and shallow, elongated and abbreviated, they crisscrossed his form, a discordant symphony upon a canvas of perfection, yielding a beauty born of imperfection. Her bare feet traversed the carpeted expanse, each step bringing her closer to Siyubai, intensifying the singular, frigid fragrance that enveloped him. A pang of discomfort, endured. Shang Wanxing halted before Siyubai, eliciting a guttural acknowledgement from him. Her alabaster hand, imbued with warmth, alighted upon the glacial expanse of Siyubai's chest, provoking a momentary furrowing of his brow. A slender silver needle emerged from the vicinity of his heart. Intense agony coursed through Siyubai's very being, rendering his already sinister features even more perilous and sanguinary, causing his hands, hitherto resting upon the armrests of his wheelchair, to clench with sudden force. As Shang Wanxing extracted the needle with an unreadable expression, Siyubai appeared as though he had been submerged. Yet his wan visage betrayed little emotion, as if long accustomed to the torment. His thin lips pressed into a taut line. "Do not bite." Shang Wanxing's hand ascended to his lower lip, her thumb gently tracing its delicate curve. Siyubai's gaze lifted, his handsome features veiled in a sheen of perspiration. His lips parted slightly, whether intentionally or inadvertently, imbuing her fingertip with moisture. "You shall succumb to a fever this night, yet I assure you, upon its abatement, your suffering shall be diminished by half." "For what duration?" Siyubai's sable locks cascaded, obscuring his eyes, his voice rendered husky and alluring by the throbbing pain. His morbidly beautiful countenance a source of captivating dizziness. "A fortnight." Weary, Shang Wanxing favored conversing with astute individuals. Another acupuncture session would be administered in a fortnight. And so forth. "Tonight, you shall remain here." Siyubai could distinctly perceive his temperature escalating, cold perspiration dampening the hair upon his brow, evoking a sense of shattered loftiness. "Master C." Shang Wanxing, with her hands supporting herself on either side of his body, offered a languid smile. The proximity of their faces was such that they could perceive each other's respiration. "As you wish." Chapter 018, Tonight. You shall repose with the stars. Siyubai swiftly developed a high fever. His usually pallid countenance was unusually flushed with a delicate bloom, his very breath scalding. And a violent temperament suppressed within him. A disheveled black shirt loosely adorned his frame, now replete with creases. Vexingly vulnerable. Seldom did Shang Wanxing employ vibrant hues to depict a man, yet Siyubai was the first, reclining upon the ebony bed, employing his devastatingly handsome visage to epitomize perilous allure. She stirred slightly. Almost instantaneously, Siyubai, plunged into a semi-conscious state by excruciating pain, abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze submerged in a vast expanse of gloom, his pupils dilated. Unmistakably ailing. "See." Before Shang Wanxing could complete her utterance, a forceful tug at her wrist propelled her into a scorching embrace. Suppressing a torrent of profanities, and cognizant from prior experience that resistance was futile, she resigned herself to repose, allowing Siyubai to encircle her waist, confining her within his embrace. Weariness overcame Shang Wanxing, prompting a yawn. With closed eyes, she drifted into a hazy slumber, accompanied by the crisp, masculine fragrance emanating from Siyubai. In a state between wakefulness and dreaming, she sensed the man she was embracing tense with pain. With her eyes still closed, Shang Wanxing instinctively reached out and gently patted his back. "Hush, I'm here." In the early morning, the door to Siyubai's bedroom was ajar. The exquisitely adorable Si Luoyu, barefoot, slipped inside, his eyes reddened as if he had just been crying. "Star is gone." "Star isn't in bed." "Star." Just as Si Luoyu's lips began to quiver, ready to shed tears, he abruptly stopped upon seeing Siyubai and Shang Wanxing on the bed. Siyubai opened his eyes. He had, in fact, awakened the moment Si Luoyu entered. Turning his head, he remained silent. Both the adult and the child were expressionless. Si Luoyu hesitated for a moment before extending his little arms towards his uncle, indicating he wanted a hug. Feigning ignorance, Siyubai made no move to invite the little one onto his bed. He leaned against the headboard, his towering height of 192 centimeters making Shang Wanxing appear petite in his arms. His profound gaze settled upon her face. Ever since that incident years ago, he had suffered from severe sleep disturbances, requiring large doses of sedatives to force himself to sleep, even then only managing 3 to 5 hours. Yet these past 2 times, he had fallen asleep entirely because of Shang Wanxing. Si Luoyu maintained his outstretched arms, wanting to sleep with Star as well. Still immersed in slumber, Shang Wanxing stirred slightly. Siyubai furrowed his brow and gestured for Si Luoyu to be quiet. The little fellow nodded repeatedly, utterly endearing. However, his arms remained raised, persistent in his desire for a hug. As Siyubai leaned down to embrace his little nephew, before he could lift him, Shang Wanxing had already opened her eyes. She seemed to have a touch of morning grumpiness, her gaze momentarily fierce before it was swiftly replaced by a languid nonchalance. "You," she murmured, her voice still husky from slumber, as she regarded the half-pressed Siyubai. "Has the fever subsided?" She raised her hand to rest on his forehead. Finding his temperature returned to normal after the fever broke, now cold as ice, akin to that of a serpent. A gentle tug at her sleeve brought her attention to the small bun peeking from the bedside, his fair and soft face adorned with a look of pitiful grievance, reminiscent of an abandoned plush cat. Siyubai's senses lingered on the warmth of Shang Wanxing's palm for a fleeting moment, only to witness her scoop Si Luoyu into her embrace, planting a kiss on his closed eyes. Si Luoyu's expression transformed from gloomy to bright, while Siyubai's countenance darkened from serene to sullen. In the dining room, Siyubai sat across from Si Luoyu, both of them with arms crossed over their chests, their expressions mirroring each other's frostiness. In a corner, Yuan Er excitedly shared the morning gossip about Shang Wanxing emerging from Siyubai's room with his elder brother, his enthusiasm palpable. Yuan Yi, however, paid him no mind, his attention solely fixated on Siyubai's seemingly improved demeanor today. "What are you two up to?" Shang Wanxing inquired as she entered the dining room, having just bathed, and immediately noted the silent standoff between the two. Upon seeing her, Si Luoyu's eyes brightened, and he tapped his spoon against his plate in a manner reminiscent of a child seeking attention. The specially designed writing board was perfectly propped up by the large white python. "Yu wants to sleep with Xingxing tonight." Having uttered those words, young Si Luoyu crossed his arms and directed an irate expression toward his uncle, Siyubai. "Si Luoyu, you have reached the age of 5. You are no longer a mere 3-year-old in need of companionship during slumber," Siyubai stated icily. "And you are 30. Si Luoyu puffed out his cheeks like a small pufferfish, holding the writing board above his head, unyielding in his stance. "So, Master Si is 30 this year? That makes you older than me." Shang Wanxing remarked casually, pausing slightly with a subtle rise in her intonation. "By 12 years? Siyubai's countenance, typically devoid of emotion, now bore a hint of gloom, though the oblivious Shang Wanxing seemed not to notice. "Is that considered old?" His voice was somber, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. "Like an elder of mine," Shang Wanxing responded nonchalantly, clearly not giving Siyubai's question much thought. Siyubai's expression darkened ominously. "Master Si, the flora in the courtyard has been entirely removed, and 2 silver sparrow flowers were discovered." Yuan Yi had just received this information through his wireless earpiece. "They must have grown from seeds that were unintentionally dropped." Shang Wanxing's posture was languid, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Silver sparrow flowers require exacting conditions to thrive, and the emergence of 2 plants was already quite rare. Moreover, the individual who administered the poison had patiently lain dormant for many years. Why would they complicate matters? Wang Sa has no other family. Yuan Yi's subtext was evident, the trail had ended here. Shang Wanxing scoffed. She raised her gaze to meet Siyubai's. The torment her benefactor had endured yesterday would be repaid 1,000-fold one day. Shang Wanxing was known for her vindictiveness. "Master Si, should we consider replacing the current personnel with a new team? Even in the absence of Aunt Wang, there would invariably be an Aunt Lu or Aunt Li." Siyubai's tone was severe, imbued with a sanguinary and frigid quality. As long as he drew breath, those who sought his demise would never cease their efforts. The substitution of personnel was inconsequential. Disseminate the intelligence of Aunt Wang's sudden demise. He intended to observe what further stratagems those individuals possessed. "Now that the courtyard has been vacated, might I reserve a plot to cultivate certain items?" Shang Wanxing inquired, a modicum of earnestness permeating her otherwise languid countenance. "Ideally. Also procure a pharmaceutical laboratory for my use." Siyubai scrutinized her intently. "As you wish. Should Miss Shang require anything, simply furnish me with a list." Yuan Yi, formerly impassive, addressed Shang Wanxing with a newfound respect in his tone, owing to the preceding day's events. "Miss Shang, these are the items you left in the vehicle yesterday." Yuan Er entered, bearing a cardboard receptacle containing computer components, his countenance brimming with inquisitiveness. However, before he could articulate his queries, an unfamiliar mobile phone ringtone resounded. Retrieving her cellular device, Shang Wanxing smirked indolently upon discerning the caller's identity, a sardonic inflection resonating in her throat. "Shang Yuqing, her esteemed sibling." Shang Wanxing gestured for silence from those present before activating the speakerphone function upon answering the call. "Shang Wanxing, where in damnation have you absconded to?" A shrill, strident exclamation emanated from the mobile device, redolent of an irascible and acrimonious disposition. Siyubai's complexion metamorphosed into a tenebrous, abyssal hue. The morbidly melancholic contours of his visage enveloped in chiaroscuro, his pupils devoid of any semblance of warmth. He glanced at the mobile device. His gaze as frigid as glacial fragments. Conversely, Shang Wanxing herself emitted a smile that was both frigid and roguish. Shang Yuqing. Are you not aware that I have been abducted? Shang Wanxing toyed with the tip of the great white python's tail, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Who knows which unsavory characters you associate with regularly? On the other end of the line, Shang Yuqing reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her frustration palpable. Your kidnapping is a consequence of your own negligence, whom can you blame? Shang Wanxing remained silent, her demeanor both nonchalant and improper. Appearing utterly bored as she rested her chin on one hand. Meanwhile, the little bun was visibly upset, puffing out its cheeks like a pufferfish. I did not perish. Are you not disappointed? She tapped the table lightly, a clear sign of Shang Wanxing's growing impatience. Disappointed about what? It is not as if I orchestrated your abduction. Shang Yuqing's tirade faltered, even through the phone, her voice betrayed a hint of guilt. Heh. Si Luoyu scampered over, her eyes starkly contrasting with anger. Yet before she could voice her indignation, Shang Wanxing had already clasped her small mouth shut, resembling a flattened duck bill. The little bun blinked innocently. Shang Yuqing, speak plainly. Shang Wanxing's expression was icy, clearly out of patience. Tonight at 8 o'clock on Inyuan Island in the Jiuzhou continent. I hope my sister can attend the wedding of Ao Feng Wuhan and me to offer her blessings. Shang Yuqing's satisfaction was unmistakable. Conversely, upon hearing the term Jiuzhou continent, a flicker of unease crossed Siyubai's sharp gaze. The Nine Continents is the most popular online game in the country over the past decade. According to authoritative statistics, this single game has generated a staggering wealth of $17.6 billion for its parent company, the Nine Continents Group. Equivalent to hundreds of billions in RMB. It is truly wealth-rivaling nations. However, what intrigues people even more is the enigmatic Nine Continents Group. Established 10 years ago. It was founded by 3 individuals, all of whom share a deep bond. Apart from Qi Yan, who currently manages the group, the other 2 founders have never appeared in public. Shang Wanxing smiled lazily, a hint of sarcasm in her voice as she remarked. Are you certain you want me to attend? Surely, my sister isn't still holding a grudge over my taking away Ao Feng Wuhan, is she? Shang Yuqing, with her delicate demeanor, resembled a green tea girl. Oh dear. Yuan air chuckled, is this still a love triangle? I know Ao Feng Wuhan is your gaming idol. But it's just a game, right? Surely, sister isn't truly upset. Ao Feng Wuhan is the quintessential pay-to-win player. Having invested heavily to secure the second-best rank in the entire server. Whenever he logs in, he dazzles everyone with his ostentatious display of wealth, thereby capturing the hearts of many young women, including the former Shang Wanxing. But why is he only second in the rankings? It is well known that in the game Nine Continents, there has always been, and will always be, one player who holds the title of number 1, the legendary Chaowu with the ID number 00001. Although he has not logged in for 7 years, he remains an immutable legend in the game, commanding respect from all. Why should I be angry over a couple of dogs? Shang Wanxing mused, her long lashes casting a shadow over her eyes, exuding an air of cold indifference. Ah, Shang Wanxing, your obstinacy is truly remarkable. Is there anyone in the entire server unaware of your subservience to Afeng Wuhan? Tonight, at 8 o'clock, on an island, let us convene. With those words, Shang Yuqing severed the call, preempting any possible refusal. How tedious, Shang Wanxing muttered, nonchalantly tossing her phone onto the table. Her gaze drifted upward, colliding with Siyubai's intense stare. Subservient? Siyubai's voice was laced with glacial shards, an icy aura permeating the atmosphere, chilling the restaurant. Would you believe me, Siyi? If I claim to have no recollection of this? Shang Wanxing jested, lightly tapping her temple with a slender, pale finger. Her movements possessed a roguish charm, yet exuded an air of nonchalant indifference. In truth, it was Afeng Wuhan who was the devoted one. Shang Wanxing's WeChat still contained his unsolicited messages. In the game, he would immediately locate her upon her online presence. Coupled with certain misinformation, everyone had mistakenly perceived her as Afeng Wuhan's adorer. Siyubai's eyes smoldered with a sinister glint. Yet he remained silent. What vexation has befallen Siyi now? Shang Wanxing inquired, arching an eyebrow. She found her benefactor's temperament capricious and enigmatic. unable to decipher the source of his displeasure. Shang. Suddenly, Yuan Air averted his gaze from his phone, his expression peculiar. He looked up and continued. Your in-game name isn't, is it? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanxing and Ci Yubai simultaneously turned their attention to him. I suggest you peruse this, Yuan Air said, extending his phone. Project it, Ci Yubai commanded, his gaze piercing. Yuan Air, startled, fumbled with his phone before projecting its display onto the television screen. The title was undeniably sensational. Star Xiaoxing, the most notorious infatuated woman on the Kyushu continent, stoops to such a level to pursue Ao Feng Wuhan, the second most aloof man in the entire server. In the video, Star Xiaoxing is depicted in a rather unsavory manner, shamelessly clinging to Ao Feng Wuhan. When her antics prove futile, she brazenly begins to disrobe in the game, vowing to disrupt the grand wedding of Ao Feng Wuhan and Shanyu Qingyu. Shang Wanxing swiftly covered her child's eyes as the game character disrobed, her lips slightly parted, a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes as she gazed at the screen. Shanyu Qingyu's identity was self-evident. This video had gone viral across the entire network. Kyushu continent had its own dedicated section on all short video platforms. And the person who submitted the video was clearly stirring up trouble. It quickly became a trending topic, sparking heated discussions across the internet. Comments denouncing Star Xiaoxing as lewd and shameless garnered over 200,000 likes. Some even threatened to gather a mob to spectate the spectacle at the island of matrimony tonight. My account was hacked by those despicable lovebirds. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly leaned back in her chair, her gaze fixed on the television, inscrutable. In reality, it wasn't just the account being hacked and a video being filmed. All the equipment and gold coins on her account had been plundered. The exquisite garment worn by Shang Yuqing in the video was the rainbow dance dress, which Shang Wanxing had painstakingly acquired by tirelessly defeating a dungeon boss for 3 consecutive days. It was the only set in the entire server. Shang Wanxing was exceedingly displeased. She was the kind of person who would rather let something rot in her hands than relinquish it to someone else, let alone have it stolen. Ao Feng Wuhan and Shanyu Qingyu, is it? Since they've extended such a sincere invitation to me, Shang Wanxing, I certainly won't let those 2 lovebirds down. Island of matrimony. 8 o'clock tonight, I'll be there. At this moment, a flamboyantly purple Aston Martin, modified for ostentation, executed a stunning drift and came to a halt before the villa. See you bye. Chapter 020, The Feast of Qi, The Banquet of Qi. See you bye. Do not hide inside and remain silent, I am aware you are home. See. The voice echoed, a melodic yet insistent sound. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow as she listened to the voice growing closer. Soon, the owner of the voice appeared at the entrance of the dining room. Dressed in an elegant white fur coat despite the sweltering heat. The man exuded an air of refined charm reminiscent of a comic book hero, adorned with decorative golden-rimmed glasses. His face bore the unmistakable expression of a charming rogue. Meanwhile, the large white python, which had been diligently attempting to fashion itself into a beautiful bow underneath the dining table, lay perfectly still on the ground the moment the man entered, resolutely committing to the act of playing dead. Hello, beautiful. Initially expecting the man to approach Ci Yubai, she was taken aback as he sidestepped the python and made a beeline for Shang Wanxing instead. Shang Wanxing thought, is it alive? The man's gaze roamed up and down, yet it was devoid of any sense of intrusion. His eyes, concealed behind golden frames, sparkled with the thrill of discovery. As if a wild man had stumbled upon a new world. He raised his hand, poised to poke her cheek. Are you not polite? Shang Wanxing replied with indifference, feeling a slight itch in her fingers. Just as she decided to take action, Ci Yubai's frigid voice cut through the air, Qi Yan. Qi Yan turned, annoyance evident on his face. What do you want? As the realization dawned upon Shang Wanxing, she finally understood why his voice sounded so familiar. He was indeed the agitated party who had called her the previous night. Should you dare to lay a finger on her, you may as well relinquish your hand, came the calm yet perilous voice of Ci Yubai. In an instant, the finger that was perilously close to brushing against Shang Wanxing's cheek veered sharply in another direction. Qi Yan maintained his smile, thinking to himself that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. My dear lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Yan, Qi from Qi and Yan from Yan. His gaze flitted mischievously between Ci Yubai and Shang Wanxing. With a gentlemanly flourish, he extended his elegant hand. Shang Wanxing regarded the slender, jade-like fingers and replied nonchalantly, I am Shang Wanxing. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted the moment. Qi Yan felt a light slap on his palm and looked down to find Si Luoyu, puffing her cheeks like a small pufferfish, glaring at him with an expression of indignation etched upon her delicately carved face. My little treasure, my dear heart. Qi Yan exclaimed as he scooped Si Luoyu into his arms, showering her with kisses on both cheeks. Not satisfied, he hoisted the little dumpling high above his head, allowing her to perch on his neck. Shang Wanxing watched as the small dumpling rolled her eyes playfully and tugged at Qi Yan's hair. Uncle Qi has bought you a villa in Russia. Once it's renovated next year, your uncle will take you to stay there. I've even arranged for you to have a bear, a genuine, full-sized brown bear. With her captivating fox-like eyes half-lidded, Shang Wanxing inquired with serene indifference, Uncle? Two pairs of eyes, one large, one small, simultaneously turned toward her. Si Luoyu tilted her head adorably, her tiny hands pointing at Si Yubai, sitting in his wheelchair. Uncle Fishy, she proclaimed. You are the dumpling's uncle? Shang Wanxing responded, somewhat speechless. His countenance remained unchanged, his expression aloof as he met Shang Wanxing's gaze, his eyes seeming to pierce through her very soul. I am. Shang Wanxing arched an eyebrow. You allowed me to remain mistaken for so long? You did not inquire. Shang Wanxing, uncharacteristically rendered speechless, swiftly recollected that regardless of whether Si Yubai was the little darling's father or uncle, it did not alter the fact that he was her benefactor. She thus resumed her languid demeanor. Carry on. Gathering the cardboard box before her, she gave a perfunctory greeting and sauntered out of the restaurant, her retreating figure still exuding an air of insouciant roguishness. Qi Yan, somewhat perplexed, began. How could she have thought you were? His voice faltered as he turned to Si Yubai. Seated in his wheelchair, Si Yubai's eyes were glacial, his face ashen with gloom. Even clad in his fur coat, Qi Yan could not suppress a shiver. Accompany me to the study, Si Yubai commanded. Study? Has she attained her majority? Qi Yan, having shed his fur coat and now clad only in a white shirt, poured himself a glass of whiskey, the ice clinking softly as he swirled the glass. Si Yubai's wheelchair was positioned before the panoramic window, his sharp eyes like those of a hawk. Beyond the semicircular expanse of glass, the entire vista of Sand Island lay spread out below. Attend to the matter at hand. Qi Yan raised his glass towards Si Yubai. The aerial routes connecting the three financial hubs of Hong Kong, London, and New York with the independent intercontinental exchange have been secured. Thus, we have surmounted all obstacles. In matters of import, Qi Yan was never one to equivocate. Si Yubai remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere around him undiminished, heavy with foreboding. You appear to be in good spirits today. Have you been sleeping well recently? Raised the wine glass to his lips, a gesture of captivating allure, maintaining his image as a man sprung from the pages of a comic book. However, a sudden utterance caused him to spew the whiskey from his mouth in a fit of coughing. Cough, 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 what did you just say? Questioned, wondering if his hearing had deceived him. Seated in his wheelchair, cast a chilling gaze upon, regarding him as if he were a condemned man. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Inquired, utterly bewildered. After the initial shock, elation washed over him, and immediately retrieved his phone to contact his assistant, his eyes fixed on with fervent anticipation. Once everything was settled and he had obtained the account credentials, he promptly sent them to his phone. Furthermore, I require another favor, uttered. His handsome, chiseled features bathed in sunlight as he gazed towards a certain spot in the courtyard. Approached and followed his line of sight, spotting the fair-skinned, spirited young woman in the European-style gazebo with and the great white python. Say the word, responded earnestly, willing to lay down his life if necessary. After a long pause, spoke. In the courtyard, which had just been cleared of plants and was still barren, gardeners were transplanting a new batch of flora. The great white python lay sprawled lazily beside, basking in the sun, a small black butterfly perched upon its snowy white head. Meanwhile, was engrossed in assembling the scattered components in her hands. Her alabaster skin luminous and translucent, her voluminous hair loosely bound with a snow-white ribbon that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her fingers moved with remarkable speed, and the prototype of the laptop was already taking shape. It was even lighter and sleeker than any model currently available on the market. Poke, poke, poke. Si Luoyu stretched out her little hands, proceeding with utmost caution. Shang Wanxing tilted her head slightly, her peripheral vision still attentive to the newly transplanted plants in the courtyard. ensuring they were thriving. What's the matter? She exhibited a patience for the little bun that surpassed that of anyone else. Siluayu adorably raised the writing board. Is the star angry? The message was accompanied by a Q-version cartoon character, utterly delightful. Angry? I am not angry. Shang Wanxing felt somewhat baffled. Who could possibly be upset with such a soft, adorable little bun? About Uncle O. Oh, was it regarding Cui? Chapter 021, Frenzy, Declaration of War on the Gaming Forum. Shang Wanxing propped her chin on one hand, her demeanor languid, not at all. As if sensing something, she suddenly glanced toward a window of the villa. Narrowing her eyes slightly, the little bun scribbled on the writing board, quickly raising it again. Uncle has a bad temper, but he is a good person. Accompanying this was a vividly illustrated Q-version of a great demon king, whose stern expression bore a striking resemblance to Cui himself. Siluayu playfully mimicked the cartoon character, performing a gesture of clawing with both hands and letting out a playful woo. Shang Wanxing couldn't help but burst into laughter. The serious way the little bun defended Cui was simply too endearing, making her feel an irresistible urge to snatch the little bun away. Little bun. Why don't you speak? His eloquence and vocabulary pose no issues, and based on Shang Wanxing's observations, his vocal cords are also in good condition, ruling out any ailments as the cause. Thus, only one possibility remains. As if struck by a sudden realization, Siluayu's exquisitely sculpted face paled, rendering him listless. Sensing the little master's discontent, the great white python arose from the ground, resting its massive head upon the stone table. Coiling itself into a bow to cheer him up, its movements so adept that they tugged at Shang Wanxing's heartstrings. The serpent was indeed a good creature, though its bow was rather unappealing. Soon, the little bun burst into laughter while embracing the great white python. Shang Wanxing's lips also curled upwards as he completed the final assembly of his computer and pressed the power button, the top tier ultra-slim assembly springing to life in a mere 3 seconds. His slender, pale fingers danced delicately across the keyboard, swiftly bringing up the 9 Regions Continent Gaming Forum on the screen. As anticipated, the video had been immediately shared here, igniting a fervent discussion. Chopping weeds at noon, a devoted admirer, left with nothing in the end, Brother Bubble, Starry Star, monthly or yearly subscriptions. DM me for instant payment, Mountain Moon Autumn Colors, Lord Ao Feng and Mountain Moon Qing, you are getting married tonight at 8 p.m. on Destiny Island. Don't miss it. Planting a god under the peach tree, how shameless. Shang Wanxing languidly scrolled through the comments, his long, curled lashes fluttering. A smile gracing his lips that was both cold and proud, like a rebellious spirit. A beautiful rebellious spirit. She swiftly registered an account, and when prompted for a username, she unhesitatingly entered Xing Xiaoxing herself, radiating unbridled audacity. Tonight at 8, rendezvous at Matrimony Isle. All are cordially invited to witness the spectacle of trapping a couple like cornered dogs. Signed, Xing Xiaoxing herself. With the final keystroke, she clicked send. Soon after, the gaming forum erupted into pandemonium. Maiden warrior, holy moly, the real deal has arrived. Xing Xiaoxing herself. What unmitigated gall. Mountain Moon Realm, Xing Xiaoxing. You dare show your face? The Mountain Moon clan is not to be trifled with. Spirited Lasqua D gang, is the person above afflicted with adolescent delusions? Mountain Moon clan? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. This time, Shang Wanxing didn't even bother to glance at the screen again. Knowing she had achieved the desired effect, she closed the page and glanced at the game's download progress, 39. Almost involuntarily, Shang Wanxing opened another page. Soon, a financial website with a black background and white text appeared, Intercontinental Autonomous Bank. The world's most enigmatic bank, its cybersecurity is also ranked number 1 globally. Once, a coalition of foreign hacker groups launched a relentless cyber attack lasting 7 days and 7 nights, only to fail and be counter-tracked, landing them in prison. This event cemented its reputation. Both the Intercontinental Autonomous Bank and the Intercontinental Autonomous Stock Exchange are privately held, with headquarters located in the Autonomous Intercontinental, employing 6-figure personnel worldwide. It can be said that the individuals behind these 2 entities control nearly 60% of the world's wealth. Shang Wanxing gazed impassively at the login page, entering the information with muscle memory. Password correct. The page instantly redirected. Upon comprehending the content displayed on the screen, Shang Wanxing fell into a brief silence. Here is a private account under the name Shark, and the balance. Gazing at the string of zeros, for the first time, Shang Wanxing felt a sense of numerical vertigo. The deposit amounted to trillions. Suddenly, the anti-hacker intrusion system that Shang Wanxing had installed issued a warning. Her exquisite eyebrows arched. A long-suppressed challenge surged within her. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, a screen full of code dazzling to the eye. A black dialog box abruptly appeared on the screen. "Who are you?" With untamed audacity, Shang Wanxing responded, causing a few moments of silence from the other party. "Shark?" Shang Wanxing had encountered this name for the second time today. She cocked an eyebrow with insouciant defiance, her fingers poised over the keyboard. "So, you're not dead. Why haven't you contacted us? Why is your IP address in China? Damn it, talk." The other party swiftly switched to Chinese, continuing their barrage. Shang Wanxing, with her cheek propped on one hand, could practically feel the anger emanating from the screen. Her excessively pale, delicate face was aloof and clear, and she chuckled softly. Despite not knowing what the person was talking about. "You have 5 seconds, she kindly reminded. "What? Oh, shit. A virus. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Kill." A predatory smile played on Shang Wanxing's lips. Her eyes gleaming with the pleasure of a successful hunt as she bid farewell to the computer screen. She quickly dismissed the incident from her mind. As the game program, once downloaded, commenced its installation, she languidly stretched, her gaze meeting that of a large, white python leisurely basking in the sun while suspended from a tree. She caught it in the midst of a yawn. The serpent, bashful, coiled itself into a fluffy, white mound, revealing Si Luoyu, the little dumpling, fast asleep atop it. The cherubic child gnawed on a thumb, occasionally sucking it, the rosy cheeks pressed against the serpent's massive head, utterly endearing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. And Shang Wanxing raised a hand to shield her eyes, reflecting on how long it had been since she had experienced such a tranquil existence. As night descended, the little one was coaxed away by Qi Yan for an evening stroll with the snake. "See, I would like to avail myself of your study," Shang Wanxing declared. Already preparing for the evening's gaming exploits, a hint of wildness in her tone. "See you by," betraying little emotion, simply stated, "Follow me." They proceeded, one after the other, into an interior elevator, and Shang Wanxing, clutching her assembled notebook, soon realized they were not ascending to the study. Instead, they ascended directly to the villa's topmost loft. As the metallic elevator doors parted, intelligent lighting illuminated a gaming and leisure room, its black and white, high-end decor reflecting the owner's refined taste. Several top-of-the-line Alienware desktop computers exuded an alluring aroma of money, and the black, purely mechanical keyboards were all custom-made. "Take your pick," he offered. Shang Wanxing remained silent for a moment, contemplating the fact that these Alienware machines alone were worth millions. She casually selected one and booted it up. Lightning fast. With a rebellious lift of her brow, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Shang Wanxing's eyes. Sir Yubai's wheelchair halted before the island counter as he poured himself a glass of red wine. The collar of his ebony shirt was slightly undone. The cuffs rolled back to his elbows, his handsome visage backlit, obscuring his expression. "Is Sir not departing?" Shang Wanxing inquired playfully, swiveling in her gaming chair, her slender, fair legs on display. Si Yubai took a sip, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Carry on, pay me no mind." His voice was as deep and frigid as ever. Like an ancient, unthawing pool, making it difficult to discern his mood, his presence imposing. Shang Wanxing remained noncommittal, reaching out to click on the continent of Jiuzhou on the desktop. "System, greetings, player. The current server is experiencing maximum capacity. Please wait patiently. Your queue number is 892. And the estimated wait time is 40 minutes. Shang Wanxing. The server is at capacity? And it's only 7:30 p.m. Unbeknownst to her. Due to the viral hype on short video platforms, coupled with her provocative replies on the forum that afternoon, a swarm of newly registered accounts and the continent of Jiuzhou game streamers from various platforms had flooded in since 4 p.m. All awaiting the resolution of this internet-sensationalized infatuation event at 8 p.m. Shang Wanxing tapped the table impatiently, her brow furrowed with irritation. "Sir," she said, not turning around, her eyes reflecting a wild glint in the screen's light, "keep this confidential." As she spoke, Shang Wanxing's fingers flew across the keyboard, her typing speed astonishing. The moment the spacebar was pressed, the oversized display went black, followed by a rapid cascade of white code. 2 seconds later, the Little Star account was directly logged into the game. Without delay, Siyubai observed her serenely, his somewhat pallid countenance betraying no emotion. Only after Shang Wanxing had entered the game did he mechanically activate another console beside him. However, Shang Wanxing, with her back turned to Siyubai, remained oblivious to this action. Starry Star stood clad in white attire at the location where she had last logged off. Her reappearance immediately ignited a clamor across the entire server. Global announcement, she's here, she's here. Starry Star has logged in. Major platform live streams also erupted, with barrages of comments flooding the screen in a dizzying display. Mountain Moon fireworks, Starry Star, you dare to show your face? A bounty of 500 gold for her coordinates. The Mountain Moon clan will eliminate you on sight. Shang Wanxing remained motionless, scrutinizing her inventory. As expected, it was completely empty. A faint smile played on her lips, tinged with a hint of defiance. The account Starry Star, once ranked among the top 10 on the server, had been utterly ruined, reduced to a blank slate. In the hands of an ordinary player, it would possess virtually no offensive capabilities. But she was different. Global announcement, Mountain Moon fireworks' coordinates, 5,000 gold. Shang Wanxing retaliated in kind. Meanwhile, the extravagant wedding of Proudwind Without Trace and Mountain Moonrain was still underway. Each server firework cost the equivalent of 600 renminbi. And it was estimated that nearly 100,000 RMB would be spent on them between 7:30 p.m. and the end of the ceremony. As if that weren't enough, Proudwind Without Trace was also giving away 66 renminbi red envelopes to everyone who sent their blessings. Proudwind Without Trace, anyone who dares to disrupt my wedding with Rain today will be subject to a server-wide warrant, 20,000 gold, kill on sight. A dazzling, unique text effect reserved for the server's second-ranked player flashed obnoxiously, practically shoving a blatant warning in Shang Wanxing's face. Mountain Moon after Rain, sis, I implore you. Cease further embarrassment. Mountain Moon after Rain, return home, our parents are searching for you. Desist from associating with disreputable individuals. The saccharine scent of a green tea wafted palpably. Wangzai little witch, what's the tea? Is Xing Xiaoxing Mountain Moon after Rain's sister in real life? Mountain Moon among mortals, affirmative. She's her sister in reality and ran away from home due to unrequited love. Furthermore, she was recently expelled from school for skipping classes to consort with unsavory characters. A server-wide uproar ensued, as few had anticipated the narrative's trajectory. Shang Wanxing, seated before her computer, offered a languid smile, though her eyes were veiled in a dark mist. It appeared the situation was decidedly unfavorable. Just as the in-game public channel was inundated with comments, an unforeseen event detonated across the entire server. System, with the wind as a messenger and the morning dew as frost, the continent of Kyushu welcomes the return of the server's supreme player, Morning Mist. A server-wide effect, even more radiant and dazzling than peerless wind without trace, erupted across all Kyushu servers. Morning Mist. The server's number 1, Morning Mist. ID number 00001. Morning Mist. The Morning Mist who had vanished for 7 years. He had returned. The incessantly scrolling world channel experienced a fleeting 5 seconds of silence. While the streamers on various platforms were unable to contain their excitement, erupting in loud cheers within their broadcasts. In the timeless legends of the Jiuzhou continent, which comparison could possibly be made to the insipid second best of the entire server? Moreover, Chaowu possesses the one and only cross-server divine beast mount. A coveted white phoenix that has been shrouded in mystery for 7 long years. Now, it soars through the skies of the Jiuzhou continent, accompanied by its master. The phoenix's cry resonates through the heavens, prompting reverence from all who behold it. Shanyu Yanhua, I have finally encountered the living deity Chaowu. He is truly handsome. Monkey King, 5 years. A full 5 years. I have finally laid eyes on the living number 1 of the entire server. Chaowu is my husband, male god. Oh my, male god. Ah, it is my husband Chaowu, how could he possibly appear? Could it be that he is here to attend the wedding of Afeng Wuhan and Shan Yuqingyu? Upon hearing this, Shang Yuqing, seated before her computer, could no longer remain composed. Her gaze was fixated on Chaowu, perched upon the white phoenix, adorned with the title of the server's number 1. His celestial attire shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding an air of aloofness. with the presence of the server's top player, who would still concern themselves with the second best. Shang Yuqing's heart raced uncontrollably. She found herself lost in thought. The most talked about event in the Jiuzhou continent today was her wedding with Aofeng Wuhan. She had already inquired about Chao Wu, who was unknown to Aofeng, which meant that Chao Wu's singular focus now rested solely upon her. Was he here for her? The image of the number one player reappearing after 7 years to claim her from the grasp of the second best was enough to send her blood boiling with excitement. Evidently, Shang Yuqing was not alone in her conjecture. Members of the Shan Yu family inundated her with private messages, inquiring about her acquaintance with Asajiri and whether his appearance was motivated by her presence. The more inquiries she received, the more convinced Shang Yuqing became that the top-ranked player, Asajiri, had come for her, Shang Yuqing. Across the screen, Shang Wanxing watched the immense white phoenix soar overhead. She was unfamiliar with Asajiri and remained oblivious to the cause of the other's excitement. However, these matters held little significance for her. Suddenly, the top-ranked player astride the white phoenix extended a hand. Chapter 023, Top-Rank Support, a facade unveiled. Shang Yuqing's heart raced. Almost without hesitation, she maneuvered the Shang Yuqing account forward, extending her hand to meet Asajiri on the white phoenix, disregarding her character's attire of the highest-grade red wedding dress. Ao Feng Wuhan, Qingyu, Yu. Before the message could be completed, the top-ranked player flew past Shang Yuqing, without so much as a glance, his hand ultimately halting before someone no one anticipated. Gazing at the outstretched hand before her, Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Mistaken identity? She slightly shifted her position using the keyboard, and the hand's owner followed suit, remaining steadily before Xing Xiaoxing. Asajiri was demonstrating to everyone online that he had not made a mistake and that his reappearance after 7 years was for Xing Xiaoxing. The theatrical turn of events plunged the world channel into a deathly hush once more. Morning mist, little star, come up. Even through the screen, one could sense the frigidity of those words. Those still clinging to a final shred of hope were left dumbfounded. Who wasn't aware that the server's top player, Morning Mist's White Phoenix mount was exclusively for his use? Shang Wanxing. Her face flushed crimson. Shang Yuqing was practically grinding her teeth to powder before her computer. She didn't need to imagine how those people outside were viewing her now. Shang Wanxing had stolen all her thunder. The light from the display illuminated the mischievous grin playing on Shang Wanxing's lips. Her slender, immaculate fingers hovered over the keyboard, the delicate blue veins on the back of her pale hand visible. The server's number one, Morning Mist, was actually coming to support her? How intriguing. Mountain Moon among mortals, Morning Mist, didn't you come for Yuqing? The world channel suddenly erupted with a query from the Mountain Moon family. Though Shang Yuqing remained silent, she too was eagerly anticipating his response. She simply refused to believe that Morning Mist would be so blind as to support Shang Wanxing over a beauty like herself. Morning Mist, humph. A single word. A checkmate. Even more cutting than a denial of recognition. Mountain Moon among mortals, what's so great about being a top player? Does that give you the right to humiliate others? The familiar aroma of a green tea was strong, seemingly standing up for injustice. The subtle intention to attract the attention of the top player was practically etched onto her face. The next moment, Little Star, who had remained motionless until now, grasped the hand extended by Morning Mist. With a graceful motion, she was seated upon the single white phoenix mount in the entire 9 provinces continent game. The phoenix's cry soared through the heavens. An ethereal, argent luminescence enveloped the phoenix in its entirety, as it ascended once more, minute. Scintillating sparks of light cascaded upon the Isle of Affinity. In stark contrast to the ostentatious crimson that rivaling Zephyr, unmarked, had so lavishly procured, the aloof Morning Mist was a paragon of celestial elegance. The global channel erupted with exclamations from veteran players who had been present since the game's inception. Coconut confection, unbelievable. Never in my wildest dreams did I envision witnessing such a spectacle. Coconut the cat, what standing does the Mountain Moon clan possess to dare antagonize a deity? Beauty and fallacy. Do you know why the esteemed Morning Mist's designation is 00001? Rumor has it that Morning Mist is among the triumvirate of founders of the Chi-Sh conglomerate. The new players were astounded. While they might be unfamiliar with Morning Mist, the Chi-Sh conglomerate was universally renowned, a financial empire of unparalleled magnitude. Relentless Nezuko, so. Is no one concerned as to why the venerable morning mist, absent for 7 years, has re-emerged for the sake of stellar star, and furthermore, has humiliated rivaling zephyr, unmarked? And mountain moon, serene rain? Plan B, damn it. Who could possibly fancy rivaling zephyr, unmarked, when they've been acquainted with a paragon like morning mist? The global channel was a maelstrom of clamorous debate, while the protagonists of the unfolding drama had alighted gracefully upon the Isle of Affinity, standing before rivaling zephyr. Unmarked and mountain moon, serene rain, both adorned in bridal finery. Meanwhile, within the gaming chamber of the villa's attic, Shang Wanxing's mobile device had been inundated with calls. The caller ID consistently displaying Shang Yuqing, a testament to the latter's incandescent fury. Shang Wanxing, utterly unperturbed, summarily terminated the calls. Her movements imbued with an air of languid nonchalance. Animosity eternal, Stellar Star has initiated a compulsory duel against rivaling Zephyr, unmarked. Accept or decline? A blood-red system notification suddenly appeared, hovering ominously above the Love Fate Island. A forced PK challenge had been initiated. Dressed in a pristine white novice outfit, Starry Star audaciously dared to confront Proud Wind without trace, the second-ranked player in the entire server. Was she out of her mind? The consequences of losing a forced PK were severe. The defeated party would not only face a loss of levels but also risk the random drop of their precious equipment. All while being marked with a notorious red name for an entire week. During this crimson period, any player in the server could challenge them to a PK. How could Starry Star, a tarnished white name, possibly compete with Proud Wind without trace? Was this not sheer folly? Starry Star, Proud Wind without trace. You and Shang Yuqing, you have the audacity to steal my account, yet you dare not accept my challenge? Shang Wanxing's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, exuding an air of cold indifference. Proud Wind without trace, Starry Star, today is a momentous occasion for me. I have no desire to see bloodshed. True to his name, Proud Wind without trace conveyed nothing but disdain for Starry Star, as if engaging in a PK with such a lowly character was beneath him. The abyss of suffering loomed, and a storm of blood and chaos was about to engulf the server as the first-ranked player, Morning Mist, prepared to unleash a brutal contest. All within the vicinity would be forcibly marked with red names, prompting all heroes of the Jiuzhou continent to brace themselves. What the heck? Upon witnessing this, the expressions of all ranked users in the server shifted dramatically. They had merely come to partake in a wedding celebration. Yet fate had dealt them a most unfortunate hand. Little Bud, as a novice, may I inquire what the server-wide Shura field entails? Red scenery, little scenery, I timidly raise my hand, I too wish to ask. Feej, the server will force every player to enter the red name PK mode without regard for rank or equipment. This feature is activated once a year for the top player of the entire server, and each activation brings chaos and bloodshed. Zayayaya, brother, I'm scared. Can I log off? Feej, you may certainly try. The answer, of course, is no. Chaowu, Alfeng Wuhan. You must either accept the challenge from Xing Xiaoxing or I will initiate the Shura field, choose one. The words are cold and cruel, placing Alfeng Wuhan under intense scrutiny. Shang Wanxing, seated before the computer, lowered her gaze, idly tapping the desk. This Chaowu is quite cunning as well. Alien, if Alfeng Wuhan is a man, he should respond quickly, don't drag the innocent into this. Gani Laomu, Alfeng Wuhan, stop being a coward and show yourself. Humanity's instinct to admire strength rendered players hesitant to criticize Chaowu for initiating the Shura field, directing all their grievances toward Alfeng Wuhan. The streaming popularity of Jiuzhou Dalu across major gaming platforms has skyrocketed. Keywords like Jiuzhou Dalu, Xing Xiaoxing, and Chaowu have consequently trended. Alfeng Wuhan, you leave me no choice. Alfeng Wuhan accepts the forced PK challenge from Xing Xiaoxing. Chapter 024, a waste account versus a premium account, an inevitable defeat? Xing Xiaoxing, Alfeng Wuhan. This will be the gravest mistake of your life. Shang Wanxing tapped the keyboard with an indifferent demeanor, exuding a cold and lethal aura, while arrogance swept over everyone through the screen. In a tense atmosphere, Alfeng Wuhan's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, if Xiaoxing loses, I demand your White Phoenix mount and your permanent account deletion. Accustomed to throwing money around, he had long harbored resentment toward this elusive number one player, known only by their voice. He had personally orchestrated the destruction of Xiaoxing's account, deeming it a worthless shell. However, seizing this opportunity to eliminate Chaowu, the thorn in his side, would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Chaowu replied succinctly, okay, a single word that encapsulated their indomitable pride. The onlookers buzzed with curiosity and disbelief, questioning the relationship between the esteemed player and Xiaoxing, while the situation trended on social media, igniting fervent discussions. Shang Yuqing's frustration reached its zenith as she seethed with anger. Her wedding day, meant to be a spectacle, had been utterly ruined by Shang Wanxing's audacity in rejecting her calls. That despicable person. Why hadn't the kidnappers eliminated her instead? In the opulent villa's attic. Siyu Bai lightly swirled his wine, the corners of his mouth curling into a frigid smile. The beads on his wrist clinked softly, producing a dull sound, while his bloodshot eyes concealed a chilling menace. Amidst the chaos, spectators placed their bets, some confident that Afeng Wuhan would emerge victorious, while others rallied behind Xiaoxing, hoping for an upset in this high-stakes contest. The wager between Peerless Wind Without Trace and Starlet, with Peerless Wind Without Trace garnering an overwhelming majority of the stakes, seemed to be a foregone conclusion. However, in the ensuing moment, Morning Mist declared, all in. The previously barren betting line for Starlet surged dramatically, leaving onlookers in stunned disbelief as Morning Mist single-handedly leveled the playing field with a server-wide bet. Speculation arose regarding the immense wealth at his disposal. Small-town salty fish home, everyone says Peerless Wind Without Trace is wealthy, but compared to the Morning Mist deity, he's nothing. Shang Wanxing chuckled languidly, as if gently tickling the hearts of those present. This Morning Mist was indeed intriguing. 8 o'clock arrived. The originally scheduled grand wedding between Peerless Wind Without Trace and Clear Mountain Rain had now transformed into a forced PK duel between Peerless Wind Without Trace and Starlet. The number of viewers across various live streaming platforms had soared to 10 million. Even the official Weibo account of the 9 Provinces group posted a cryptic message, 9 Provinces Group V, Morning Mist Deity. We have been waiting for you for 7 years, tears of joy. JPG, in-game, Starlet and Peerless Wind Without Trace stood on the PK stage. The contrast between his gem-encrusted, resplendent equipment and her simple white novice attire suggested a predetermined outcome. Mountain Moon World, Peerless Wind Deity, quickly eliminate that trash, Clear Rain is still waiting for you. Mountain Moon Fireworks, annihilate her. Mountain Moon Floating White, Peerless Wind Deity, go, go, go. On the stage, Peerless Wind Without Trace brandished his divinely crafted artifact, acquired at great expense, striking a particularly dashing pose. He would only allow Starlet 3 seconds of arrogance. Amidst the expectant gazes of all, the compulsory red name PK between Afeng Wuhan and Xing Xiaoxing officially commenced. Before the computer, Shang Wanxing suppressed a sardonic grin, the casualness in her eyes instantly replaced by a fierce, icy resolve. Her pale hands danced across the keyboard with blinding speed, and on the screen, her game character executed a series of dazzling combos. Afeng Wuhan didn't even have time to react before his health bar plummeted by more than half. Even more terrifying, Afeng Wuhan couldn't even discern Xing Xiaoxing's technique before collapsing to the ground. The screen faded to gray. Kill. A top-tier weapon was dropped, which Xing Xiaoxing nonchalantly pocketed. Afeng Wuhan was downgraded by the system, falling from 2nd to 6th place in the entire server's rankings. Don't promise me empty things, what just happened? Dogs become rich, cats forget each other, holy crap. Awesome. Mountain Moon World, this is impossible. Hacking. Xing Xiaoxing must be hacking. GM00256637, respected user, the game platform has not detected any users using hacks. We wish you a pleasant and enjoyable gaming experience, Mountain Moon World. Meow 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 meow. Aya. Countless people were stunned into silence. Even the game GM came out to say that no hacking was detected. Xing Xiaoxing had actually managed to defeat Afeng Wuhan while controlling a discarded account. Afeng Wuhan, again. The compulsory red name PK is a best-of-3 series. However, the more the losing side loses, the more items they will drop, and the more severe the system's penalties will be. Second round. Afeng Wuhan, evidently on his guard from the outset, successfully parried several volleys from Xing Xiaoxing, yet the superlative weapon wrested from him stung his gaze like a blatant affront. Shang Wanxing's hands traversed the opulent keyboard with a frenetic dexterity, a bewildering blur that detonated the already frayed nerves of Afeng Wuhan, accompanied by Shang Wanxing's languid yawn. The outcome of the second duel was self-evident. Kill. 3 pieces of exquisite equipment lay strewn upon the ground, alongside a myriad of gold coins and panaceas. Xing Xiaoxing, humph. Is that all there is? An audacious panache veiled in her indolent pronouncements. In truth, those who had placed their wagers were consumed by remorse. For at the given odds, this single contest would fleece them of their very trousers. Alfeng Wuhan, again. He had plummeted from 6th to beyond the top 10 in the server rankings. The Shanwei clan, who had been vociferously cheering him on, had fallen silent. And even onlookers were struck dumb by this monumental reversal. A derelict account pitted against a supreme account, a seemingly inevitable defeat, yet Xing Xiaoxing had overturned the entire arena with mere positioning and manipulation? The third match was rendered superfluous. The denouement was foreordained. A mere 3 seconds after the commencement, Alfeng Wuhan collapsed with a resounding thud. Monkey steals melon. Magic. Sleep well. A pall of silence descended. The forced red name PK concluded, and the system automatically settled the prior wagers, leaving all but Zhao Wu utterly destitute. Certain inquisitive minds silently tallied his accrued coinage, veritably an astronomical sum. Alfeng Wuhan logged off without so much as an attempt to rise. The sight of Shan Yuqingyu still adorned in wedding attire was as excruciating as it could be. Xing Xiaoxing leapt off the PK stage and strode toward Zhao Wu, exuding an air of rebelliousness akin to her true nature. Xing Xiaoxing, would you marry me? Behind Shang Wanxing, the faint sound of SYBI's Buddhist beads lightly clinking paused for a brief 2 seconds before resuming its rhythm. Zhao Wu, yes. Chapter 025, the invitation from Shang Yuqing. Shang Wanxing languidly stretched her arms backward, revealing her slender, pale arms. She leisurely removed her noise-canceling headphones and turned her gaming chair, yet the moment she locked eyes with SYBI, her movements abruptly halted. How to describe SYBI at this moment? He sat at the intersection of light and shadow, his handsome but pallid face exuding a sickly allure. Half illuminated and half cloaked in darkness, as though he had dwelled in obscurity for an eternity. His eyes were deep pools of ink, concealing a bloodthirsty and violent aura. Shang Wanxing felt a twinge of surprise. Is she still here? SYBI remained silent. His long fingers toying with the black Buddhist beads on his wrist, producing a rhythmic sound. The screen before him dimmed. Come here. His hand, adorned with the beads, extended toward Shang Wanxing, palm up, evoking a sense of control akin to the shifting of clouds and rain. As she gazed at SYBI's outstretched hand, her mind inadvertently conjured images from the game. She extended her hand in response. SYBI's large hand slowly closed around hers, still as cold as ever. He had just received a message, one concerning the old residence. Accompany me to the old house tomorrow. A simple statement. Yet Shang Wanxing acutely sensed the darkness woven within his words, akin to the harshness of an impending winter, fraught with danger. Yi, are you upset? Siyubai lapsed into silence once more, his gaze chillingly frigid. Beneath his seemingly placid exterior, a tempest was brewing, yet the grip on her wrist remained tender. A telephone call shattered the quietude between them. The caller ID displayed Shang Yuqing. Apprehensive that she might not answer, a supplementary message had been dispatched. Such uncharacteristic behavior hinted at some duplicity. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly pressed the call button. Shang Wanxing. Shang Yuqing's voice on the other end of the line was clearly laced with resentment, yet she forced a smile, further piquing Shang Wanxing's curiosity as to her intentions. Shang Wanxing idly toyed with the dark sandalwood prayer beads on Siyubai's wrist, remarking, "Are you content with my felicitations?" The prayer beads, engraved with scriptures, hung from his slender, well-defined wrist, evoking a sense of forbidden allure. A brief silence ensued on the other end of the line. Sister. There has been a misunderstanding between us. Shall we meet tomorrow evening? Shang Yuqing's demeanor was a stark contrast to her arrogance of the previous day, even adopting a slightly submissive tone. Very well, Shang Wanxing readily agreed. Apparently taken aback by her unconventional response, Shang Yuqing's meticulously prepared plans were abruptly thwarted. Then we shall meet tomorrow evening. The expression on Shang Yuqing's face contorted with vexation, yet she bit back her resentment. However, before she could inquire further about Zhao Wu, Shang Wanxing abruptly terminated the call. Shang Yuqing, incensed, hurled her phone onto the bed. Let Shang Wanxing revel in her arrogance for one more day. Come tomorrow evening. Someone will take care of her. With a cold smile, she dispatched a message to Alfeng Wuhan on WeChat. She has agreed. I entrust her to you tomorrow evening. Upon the recent dispatch, messages erupted in the WeChat group of the Shan Yu family. Shan Yu Renjian, Qing Yu, quickly check the forum announcement. Shang Yuqing hastily logged onto the Jiuzhou Continent forum, where a newly pinned notice had just appeared a minute prior. regarding the disciplinary action taken against users Ao Feng Wu Hen and Shan Yuqing Yu due to data anomalies and the use of third-party auxiliary software, as well as the theft of user Xing Xiaoxing's account information. Shang Yuxing felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Her account, along with that of Ao Feng Wu Hen, had been banned by the authorities. At the same time, Shang Wanxing thought, I must have caused trouble tomorrow. Will Master C help me out? Her long lashes fluttered, concealing the anger brewing in her eyes. The cool, detached tone of her inquiry carried an undertone that seemed to tug at the heartstrings of those who heard it. Si Yubai paused in his movements, fully aware of her feigned demeanor, yet his gaze deepened with a hint of concern. Mind your boundaries. I will do my utmost to avoid any fatalities. Shang Wanxing smirked coldly, but then noticed Si Yubai, expressionless, raise his hand and lightly tap her forehead. I mean to ensure you remain unharmed. Si Yubai's enigmatic gaze conveyed a depth of unspoken emotions, leaving Shang Wanxing with an inexplicable feeling. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her brow, nodding after a brief moment of contemplation. Just then, the door swung open, and a freshly bathed little bun, fragrant and lively, beamed upon seeing Shang Wanxing. With tiny legs scurrying over, the child embraced her leg, looking up with bright, sparkling eyes. I've been searching for you, Xing Xing. Tonight, Fishy wants to sleep with Xing Xing. Si Luo Yu. The visage of Si Yu, strikingly handsome yet shrouded in an air of frost, was met by a fearless glance from the little dumpling, who tightened her embrace around Shang Wanxing, puffing out her cheeks adorably. Sir, I shall take the little dumpling down first, Shang Wanxing declared, reaching for Si Luoyu, who was equally curious about the little one's health. As they approached the door, the little dumpling turned back and made a cheeky face at Si Yu. Indeed, stars seemed to favor the fish most. As night deepened, Si Yu's countenance darkened. His gaze fixated on the ceiling, his black sleepwear rendering him akin to a dark lord, emanating an aura of chill. Even the large white python, coiled in a fluffy mass, was compelled to lift its eyelids in response to the cold. Restlessness overcame him. Si Yu rose, his icy gaze landing on the python, which quivered, caught between feigning death and maintaining its slumber. The sound of an electric wheelchair echoed in the darkness. And once Si Yu's silhouette vanished from the threshold of the bedroom, the large python immediately relaxed, sprawling out flat. The little serpent was thoroughly frightened. The door to the children's room opened soundlessly. On a bed spacious enough to accommodate several adults, Shang Wanxing cradled Si Luoyu in peaceful slumber. Fresh from a bath, she exuded a subtle fragrance, and as the scent reached him, the tight pain at Si Yu's forehead eased, diminishing the chill in his somber gaze. After a moment, Shang Wanxing, caught between dreams and wakefulness, detected the familiar, brooding scent of masculine woodiness, which dominantly filled her senses. A night of sweet dreams ensued. Morning arrived in the dining room. The little dumpling, with an adorably sulky face, defiantly hoisted his writing board above his head. To emphasize his displeasure, he had even drawn a chibi figure with flames erupting from its head. Uncle slept next to Xing Xing this morning. Si Yubai calmly ate his breakfast, his once sickly pale face gradually regaining its luster due to the continuous replenishment of sleep. And so? Si Yubai's gaze was profound, showing no remorse for his sleep-crashing behavior the previous night. I'm going to tell Xing Xing you're a bad person. The little dumpling grew even more incensed. Heh. Si Yubai haughtily and coldly parted his thin lips, not letting his 5-year-old nephew off the hook. Then I'll tell her about your current bedwetting problem. The little dumpling was stunned, as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split, on the verge of tears. What are you two talking about? Shang Wanxing entered the dining room, dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, a fresh and clean combination, her pure, unadorned face exuding a cool innocence. We were talking about. Si Yubai glanced at Si Luoyu. Xing Xing, good morning. The little dumpling, feeling aggrieved, raised his writing board high, interrupting Si Yubai and yielding to the evil forces. Good morning. Shang Wanxing pulled out a chair and sat next to the little dumpling. Was it just her imagination? Or was Si Yubai in a good mood? Master Si, the car is ready. Yuan Yi, dressed in a black suit, walked in silently, exuding an air of solemnity. And Yuan Er, who followed, was also dressed in formal attire, both their faces bearing expressions different from usual. Are you going out? Dressed in a silk robe adorned with a Hawaiian vacation theme, Qi Yan descended the stairs while yawning, a sleep mask still perched atop his head. He was still adjusting to the time difference, exuding an air of lethargy and despondency. What did you do last night? You look rather well, he remarked as he pulled out a chair beside Si Bai, resting his chin on one hand while lazily greeting Shang Wanxing. The little bun's face instantly puffed up like a pufferfish. To the old residents, Si Bai replied impassively, raising a hand to dab at the corners of his lips with a napkin, his gaze dark and menacing. Even the string of black prayer beads seemed to harbor a hint of hostility. The old residents? Qi Yan's drowsy eyes widened with newfound alertness, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Is little treasure going as well? He glanced anxiously at Si Luoyu, noticing the evident resistance on the little bun's face, which seemed to recoil at the mention of the old residents, snuggling closer to Shang Wanxing. No, he shook his head. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Recalling the previous incident at the hospital when they had rescued the old matriarch, it was understandable why the little bun reacted so. However, it was curious that Si Bai had chosen the word to rather than back, a choice laden with implication. Clearly, he did not regard the Si family's old residents with much esteem. What had those people done to provoke him? Are you truly not going? Si Bai met the little bun's gaze with an unreadable expression. The little bun shook his head. Then you shall stay home with Qi Yan. The little bun's head shakes began to slow, a hint of hesitation gracing his adorably confused face. After a moment, he pointed his small hand towards Shang Wanxing. He wished to be with Xingxing. I promised your uncle last night that we would go to the old residence together today. Shang Wanxing languidly raised her hand, relaying this dire news to the little dumpling. As expected, the adorable child was petrified, as if the heavens were collapsing. I'm doomed. Oh, the little dumpling tremulously held up his writing board, conveying that even going to the old mansion would be preferable to being with Uncle Qi. Hey, Xiao Bao, you're hurting your Uncle Qi's feelings. Qi Yan, with his face that could have been torn from the pages of a manga, clutched his chest in mock sorrow. Seeing that no amount of lamentation could change the little dumpling's mind, he immediately shifted his amiable gaze to the large white python, who was originally coiled languidly around the indoor ornamental tree. The snake deftly lay down ramrod straight, committing to feigning death. After finishing breakfast, the group exited the villa, leaving Qi Yan and the large white python to guard the house. Outside the villa, 11 Mercedes-Benz vehicles were parked in a row. The opaque black bulletproof glass offered a terrifying visual experience, as if it could devour people even in broad daylight. The VR 7-level safety protection standard was utterly impeccable. Sir. Yuani stood beside the middle vehicle, opening the door. Si Bai, Shang Wanxing, and the little dumpling got into the car. The moment the door closed, the clamor of the outside world was completely shut out. The little dumpling was still somewhat dispirited. Sir, are we preparing to crash a party? Shang Wanxing asked with indolent abandon, the collar of her loose white shirt revealing a glimpse of her collarbone, her long black hair cascading smoothly as she tilted her head. Si Bai, clad in bespoke black attire, appeared even more like an iceberg from the depths of the ocean, devoid of human emotion. Simply to teach them what the Si family's rules are. His voice was so cold it could freeze one's bones. Xiao Baozi rested his chin on his hands, his little feet swaying in midair, engulfed by a sense of dejection. He held a fondness for the stars, yet he detested the sight of certain individuals. In the ancestral residence of the Si family, within the confines of the old matriarch's bedroom dressing room, a figure of avarice stood fixated. Lu Xiangyu's gaze was locked onto the exquisite collection of green jade jewelry, each piece of priceless rarity. This marked her inaugural venture into this space over the years. More accurately, it was her first foray into the ancestral home, for Si Bai had once issued a stern decree: only one matriarch could exist within the Si household. That matriarch was none other than the esteemed Lady Shi Nianqiu, who now lay in a hospital bed, recently pulled back from the brink of death. At this thought, Lu Xiangyu spat disdainfully. If the woman surnamed Shi had any sense, she would have relinquished her position the moment the old patriarch brought her mother-in-law back, otherwise they would not have spent so many years living outside, barred from returning to the ancestral home. With a gaze entranced, she casually picked up a magnificent green jade necklace from the display, intending to descend and present it to her mother-in-law. Downstairs, the silver-haired lady in a cheongsam sat gracefully in the living room, exuding an air of authority as if she were the true head of the household. Standing beside her were Si Dequan and Si Xingqiu, who had previously endured the breaking of their fingers at the hands of Si Bai. Mother! Lu Xiangyu hastened down the stairs, poised to adorn the silver-haired lady with the exquisite green jade necklace. Xiangyu, that belongs to your sister, the matriarch replied, shaking her head. Yet she did not impede Lu Xiangyu's gesture of placing it around her neck. All of this will be yours in due time. Lu Xiangyu harbored a disdainful sentiment towards her mother-in-law's pretentious demeanor, yet she adeptly concealed her contempt with flattering words. The elderly matriarch, Kai Suwen, offered a gentle smile but remained silent. In light of the injuries sustained by Si Dequan and Si Xingqiu, the elder Si, burdened by guilt, had relented the previous night, permitting them to reside in the ancestral home. Fearing the complications that might arise with the passage of time, the group hurriedly arranged for the transportation of their belongings at the break of dawn. Dressed in home attire, the elder Si descended the staircase, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, accompanied by a small boy of approximately 5 years old, who consistently reminded him to watch his step, displaying a blend of sweetness and wisdom beyond his years. This child, named Si Lang, was the grandson of Si Dequan and Lu Xiangyu. The elder Si's unease, stemming from his impulsive decision the night prior, had significantly diminished. Since the incident that transpired years ago, the ancestral home had seldom been so lively, finally resembling a true family abode. You have arrived, the elder Si remarked, directing his gaze towards the matron in the qipao, who had replaced her traditional hair oil with a fragrance of osmanthus, evoking memories of their first encounter. Had fate been kinder, she would have been the one he married. Forgive me for keeping you waiting, Kai Suwen said gently, extending a hand to assist the elder Si into a seat. Standing nearby, Lu Xiangyu could not suppress a smirk. It was no wonder that the elder matriarch was no match for her own mother-in-law. With such an artful command of conversation, any man would undoubtedly cherish her memory for a lifetime. It is not my impatience, but rather my concern for your weight, she mused, acknowledging the mastery of her mother-in-law's finesse. Just as they engaged in their tender exchange, the housekeeper suddenly burst in, his face a mask of terror. The arrival of Master Si was imminent, accompanied by a multitude of individuals, their approach nearing the entrance. A palpable stillness descended, extinguishing the mirth that had permeated the atmosphere. Chapter 27, The Malicious Unleashing of the Tibetan Mastiffs. Expeditiously secure the portals, lest his entourage gain entry. The siblings, Si Dequan and Si Xingqiu, their prior wounds yet to mend, were the first to succumb to disarray. The steward, upon hearing these pronouncements, wore an expression of anguish, cognizant of the impossibility of obstructing Master Si's advance. His gaze, fraught with unspoken words, turned toward the elder Master Si, awaiting his directive. The patriarch, leaning upon his dragon-headed cane, opened and closed his mouth several times before ultimately acquiescing to Si Dequan's decree with a silent wave. The steward, resembling a stray dog, departed to relay the instructions. Unbeknownst to all, 5-year-old Si Lang stealthily absconded to the rear courtyard, where a colossal iron cage stood sentinel. Within, 2 formidable adult Tibetan mastiffs, their mouths frothing with savage anticipation, paced restlessly. The ebony-furred canines, akin to lions in their majesty, possessed a height surpassing that of a grown man when standing erect. These were Si Lang's charges, heeded only his commands. Having endured 3 days of deprivation, the mastiffs were at their most formidable and terrifying. Their release would undoubtedly result in bloodshed. Go forth and seek sustenance, the 5-year-old Si Lang uttered with a smile, as he unlatched the iron cage. His countenance, seemingly innocent, belied a chilling intent. The 2 bloodthirsty mastiffs, towering over their diminutive master, circled him twice before bolting toward the distance. Si Lang silently waved farewell in the direction of their departure. At precisely 8:58, the ancestral residence stood in stark defiance. The ornate iron gates remained firmly shut, devoid of any indication of yielding. The security personnel stationed at the entrance had long since vanished, seeking refuge from the impending turmoil. 11 black modified Mercedes-Benz vehicles stood silently at the entrance, their windows reflecting the sunlight, which was absorbed by the unending darkness. Within the lead car sat Si Yubai, whose eyes bore a faint, sickly red hue, while the delicate dark patterns at the collar of his black shirt shimmered with a sinister luster. The interior was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. His long fingers delicately toyed with black prayer beads, a gesture that should have exuded compassion, yet appeared to as a prelude to bloodshed. At 8:59, the thunderous roar of the lead black Mercedes's engine erupted, growing progressively louder, like an ominous warning. At the stroke of 9, a thunderous crash resounded as the heavily armored black Mercedes collided violently with the intricately carved gates of the Si family estate. The first impact failed to breach the gates, prompting a swift reverse before the vehicle charged again. Soon, the ornate gates began to buckle under the assault. After several attempts, a resounding crash echoed as the iron gates fell with a thunderous clamor. The lead black Mercedes, pushing through the debris, advanced with a chilling speed, clearing a path for the following vehicles, each gliding effortlessly into the C family estate. Before long, the main villa of the estate came into view. Many pieces of luggage remained at the entrance, yet not a soul was in sight. The vehicles came to a halt. Apart from the one Cui occupied, the doors of the other black Mercedes opened automatically, revealing his stoic subordinates clad in black suits, each standing over 6 feet tall, resembling male models. Yuan Air approached to assist Cui in exiting the vehicle, inadvertently revealing a concealed item at his waist as he bent down, a Beretta 92F. Cold yet mischievous laughter echoed, and just as Yuan Air was taken aback by her knowledge of the weapon, her smile abruptly vanished from her exquisitely unadorned face. With a light sniff, Shang Wanxing's gaze turned fierce. Although her words were directed at Yuan Air, her eyes were fixed on Cui. What a joke. This is a weapon. Just as Yuan Air was about to refuse, the unpredictable voice of their master, C, echoed in her ears. Give it to her. Without hesitation, Yuan Air swiftly pulled out the gun tucked at her waist and handed it over, her expression one of exasperation. In the next moment, Shang Wanxing coldly and skillfully disassembled the magazine, checked the number of bullets inside, and reassembled it seamlessly, her movements flowing like water, without a hint of clumsiness. Yuan Air was left dumbfounded, her actions were even more precise than her own. Little Baozi, come down later. Shang Wanxing casually handed a noise-canceling headphone to Si Luoyu, who blinked in confusion yet obediently nodded, her heart melting at the sight of the adorable little one. Whoever dared to covet such a soft and cuddly Baozi would have to face her wrath first. As the car door closed, Shang Wanxing lazily draped her hand over his wheelchair. Don't be afraid. She leaned in close to his ear, her loose white shirt revealing a collar that accentuated the small mole on her collarbone, standing out against her pale skin, her gaze both icy and mischievous. Cui gazed at Shang Wanxing, his expression inscrutable. A strange noise echoed from the shadows, an unsettling sound. The subordinates of Cui, all hailing from elite training bases, possessed a heightened sense of danger. They swiftly located the source of the noise, but even these seasoned warriors felt their scalps tingle upon encountering their current opponent. In the distance, 2 colossal canines fixed their bloodthirsty gaze upon Cui. Their sable fur bristled menacingly, projecting an aura of lethal intent. Their eyes glowed with a crimson intensity. These were no ordinary dogs, but the most ferocious breed known to man, the Tibetan Mastiff, renowned for its unwavering loyalty and a ferocity rivaling that of lions and tigers. Shang Wanxing found the situation bitterly ironic. Here, on the C family estate, the family's own dogs were poised to attack one of their own. With ravenous hunger driving their frenzy, the rabid mastiffs charged toward Cui, their sharp, menacing teeth bared. Instantly, Cui's black-clad retinue drew their weapons, leveling them at the beasts. But the shot that rang out did not come from their ranks. Yuan Yi and the others instinctively turned toward the sound. Standing beside Cui, Shang Wanxing held a pistol in her hand, her expression impassive. Her pale, exquisite face betrayed no emotion, yet her eyes radiated a chilling menace. Despite her languid posture, she exuded an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The stricken mastiff writhed on the ground, its primal instincts refusing to yield. Its companion, equally frenzied, circled it in agitation. The combined effect of hunger and the scent of blood transformed the scene into a veritable inferno. With a frigid countenance, Shang Wanxing advanced toward the 2 mastiffs. Yuan Yi began to protest, but Cui's icy glare silenced him. As Shang Wanxing drew nearer, the mastiff's resistance and agitation intensified. Warning growls rumbled from their throats, growing ever more menacing. Their eyes locked on her, promising to tear her limb from limb. Onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension for her safety. Shang Wanxing halted, her amber-hued, vulpine eyes, devoid of any warmth, swept over the Tibetan mastiff. An intangible deterrent force emanating from her very being. It was scarcely credible that such an imposing aura could emanate from a mere 18-year-old maiden. Dominant and frigid. Ferocious yet severe. She slowly raised her hand towards the moribund yet still snarling mastiff. Bang! A few droplets of blood splattered upon Shang Wanxing's white blouse. Her pupils, like abyssal depths, held a faint, chilling smile that played upon her lips. Even the mastiff, a creature of considerable size and a terror to other beasts, could not withstand her. Crestfallen, it tucked its tail between its legs and emitted a piteous howl. Within the villa, the Sea family, having witnessed this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 028, Our Master Sea is frail and cannot endure provocation. Open the gate. Shang Wanxing twirled her weapon with fluid, elegant motions, her eyelids lifting languidly and indifferently. Behind her, Si Yubai raised a frigid hand, and immediately, black-clad subordinates hoisted the bloodied mastiff onto a tree in front of the Sea family's old mansion. According to his sanguinary nature, it should have been flayed and its bones laid bare, but on this occasion, Si Yubai had a rare moment of magnanimity and left the whole carcass intact. His gaze, inscrutable, fell upon Shang Wanxing's back. The gates of the old mansion remained firmly shut. Without so much as a blink, Shang Wanxing opened fire upon the floor-to-ceiling windows on the ground floor. The glass instantly fractured into a spiderweb pattern, and with a series of sharp cracks, it shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground. Just as she was about to turn her attention to the second floor, a distinct click echoed, and the previously sealed gates of the old mansion swung open from within. "Hold it!" the venerable Master Sea's voice boomed, his eyes fixing upon Shang Wanxing with an imposing authority. He emerged, supported by Kai Suwen, clad in a Chong Sam and leaning heavily on his dragon-headed cane. Dejected and hesitant, Si Daquan and the others lingered behind, while the domestic staff instinctively arrayed themselves on either side, their complexions pallid with apprehension at the spectacle unfolding before them. Such a lively gathering? A sardonic laugh escaped Shang Wanxing's throat, her aura of malevolence seemingly on the verge of overflowing. "I was under the impression that this place was deserted." Her eyes, brimming with icy shards, meticulously scrutinized each face before her. Familiar and unfamiliar, those she had encountered and those she had not, all paraded through the amber depths of Shang Wanxing's pupils. Wherever her gaze alighted, gooseflesh erupted upon the skin of all those present. "This is a matter for the Sea family. What business is it of yours, little girl?" Old Master Sea's visage was a tapestry of wrinkles, each line seemingly etched with fury, though his ire was of little consequence to Shang Wanxing. "Who is interested in meddling in the affairs of your Sea family?" Shang Wanxing scoffed, her exquisite features contorted with disdain and indifference. "However, mistreating our Master Sea is unacceptable." She sauntered back to stand behind Si Yubai, her hand casually resting upon the wheelchair's armrest, her voice tinged with a hint of playful defiance, both frigid and infuriating. "Our Master Sea is of delicate constitution, intolerant of aggravation. I implore you to pardon him." The expressions on the faces of the Sea family members assembled upon the villa steps were akin to those who had ingested fly droppings. He, Si Yubai, of delicate constitution? Intolerant of aggravation? And they were expected to grant him clemency? What brazen impudence! Si Yubai emitted a muffled cough, his complexion, already more pallid than that of a healthy individual, now further tinged with a morbid hue. "Who is the keeper of this mastiff?" Upon hearing the muffled cough, Shang Wanxing executed a graceful pirouette, her movements seemingly casual, yet subtly imbued with a vindictive menace. Silence reigned. Lu Xiangyu instinctively concealed Si Lang behind her. From the very moment the Tibetan mastiff emerged, she recognized it as one of the two raised by her grandson. Fierce and formidable, they relished raw bones and flesh. Untamed by nature, they had even claimed the lives of several neighbors' pet dogs. "Master Si, Tibetan mastiffs are fiercely loyal to their owners," she remarked, observing the remaining one to see whom it would seek out. Shang Wanxing languidly commented, "Do you truly believe that silence will allow you to evade this situation?" Si Yubai delicately twirled a black Buddhist bead between his slender fingers, his pale lips curving into a dark semblance of a smile. In truth, those assembled from the Sea family appeared to him as insignificant as ants. He held their tactics in contempt. Yet, at this moment, he found rare pleasure in the peculiar experience of being protected. Casting a glance at Yuan Yi, the surviving mastiff immediately seemed to lose its nerve, frantically seeking out Si Lang's scent and charging forward. Si Lang's face turned ashen as he hurriedly sought refuge by the side of the elderly Master Si. "Great-grandfather, I truly do not know how they escaped," the 5-year-old stuttered, trembling violently, a stark contrast to his demeanor in the backyard moments earlier. In light of this predicament, no one would dare to reprimand a child, especially one as young as he. Si Lang was genuinely terrified, particularly with a gruesome scene of mastiff blood and flesh hanging from the tree. Yubai, know when to stop, the elderly Master Si, having long since given up on mending the strained relationship with his uncontrollable grandson, found himself at a loss. Did he truly believe that he could disregard his own dignity by seeking refuge at the old residence as if he were already dead? Si Lang. Go and apologize to your uncle, and assure him it was unintentional. Old Master Si cast a sharp gaze upon Si Yubai, his eyes brimming with an intolerable warning. The 5-year-old Si Lang, upon hearing this, immediately scampered over with his other Tibetan mastiff, his small face adorned with innocence and bewilderment. As if the previous events bore no relation to him whatsoever. Uncle, please forgive me, Si Lang pleaded from a short distance away, his voice steeped in apology. Yet. Shang Wanxing keenly observed the fleeting malice that flickered across the young boy's countenance. He was merely masquerading. Shang Wanxing stifled any other expressions, exuding an aura of coldness. One of her most loathed theories was the weak are justified, for had she not sensed the anomaly earlier, had the little bun followed them out of the car? And had the Tibetan mastiff truly charged at Si Yubai and the little bun, would a simple apology suffice? In the next moment, Si Lang feigned terror. His grip on the leash loosening, as the mastiff, already filled with rage from witnessing its companion's demise, lunged fiercely towards Si Yubai, its gaping maw wide open. Old Master Si gasped and moved forward, choosing to carry Si Lang away. However, Shang Wanxing, with her expression unyielding, unhesitatingly shielded Si Yubai beneath her. Just as a bloodbath seemed imminent. After a brief pause, Yuan Yi's calm yet somber voice resonated, devoid of any fluctuation, his expression remaining unchanged. Yes, Master Si. The stern-faced Yuan Yi coldly withdrew the military knife embedded in the mastiff's skull, dragging the beast away with one hand, leaving an ever-lengthening trail of crimson on the ground. Do not presume that he was oblivious to the gestures of the little rascal, subtly implying harm from the fierce dog. All is well. Si Yubai lifted the hand adorned with prayer beads and gently patted Shang Wanxing's slender back. The beads clinked softly, and his voice exuded a soothing calmness. Shang Wanxing rose, her expression beyond mere displeasure, her delicate, unadorned face bore no trace of emotion, shrouded in an ominous gloom that threatened to overflow. The lack of decorum displayed by the child was a testament to the shortcomings of the adults. Her icy gaze fell upon the 5-year-old Si Lang, who, to her surprise, flashed a mischievous grin from behind the venerable patriarch, as if to provoke her further. In an instant, he transformed his expression into one of innocence, and moments later, tears cascaded down his cheeks like a theatrical performance of Sichuan opera. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, I am frightened, uncle is so terrifying. Si Lang reached out for a comforting embrace from the elder Si and Kaisuan, as if they were the true family, while Si Yubai and the little bun, Si Luoyu, were mere outsiders. Have you cried enough? Si Yubai leaned on the armrest of his wheelchair, the black prayer beads having mysteriously found their way into his hand. As he cast a glance towards the elder Si, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Chapter 029, the beads are removed, blood will inevitably flow. Almost instinctively, the elder Si covered Si Lang's mouth, and the cries ceased abruptly. Yet, Si Yubai smiled, his beauty striking, yet his expression was dark and foreboding. The depths of his eyes were like a chilling abyss, overwhelming those who dared to gaze upon them. Clad in a cheongsam, the venerable Kaisuan gently began, Yubai. However, her voice was cut short as Si Yubai cast a baleful glare in her direction. He regarded her as if she were a worthless trinket. As insignificant as an ant. Kaisuan bit her lip, standing demurely beside the old Master Si. A gentle rapping echoed against the rear car window, prompting Shang Wanxing to lower it. The cherubic child, still adorned with noise-canceling headphones, gestured anxiously at her neck and then pointed towards Kaisuan. Shang Wanxing's gaze narrowed imperceptibly, the emerald necklace, perhaps? As she pondered this, Si Yubai's hand, adorned with prayer beads, moved slightly. Yuan Yi, his face a mask of icy resolve, strode purposefully towards the cheongsam-clad woman, his very presence exuding a palpable aura of menace that instilled fear with each step. Kaisuan watched, her face ashen, as Yuan Yi, his hand still tainted with the blood of the Tibetan mastiff, seized the emerald necklace from her neck. He then turned and returned it to Si Yubai. Defiled, Si Yubai uttered coldly, his words ambiguous, leaving it unclear whether he referred to the emerald or the ancestral estate. Nonetheless, he accepted the necklace from Yuan Yi's hand. His gaze returning to the assembled figures opposite him, his expression a study in sullen volatility. Before the horrified eyes of the crowd, Si Yubai crushed the emerald beads one by one with his fingers, as effortlessly as if he were crumbling a biscuit. It was impossible to discern whether he desired to crush the emeralds or their skulls. I believed I had made myself abundantly clear, Si Yubai stated. His demeanor morose and unsettling, a palpable sense of repression emanating from him. His gaze swept across the estate, as if he were peering through the present into the shadows of the past, only to find desolation. In the Xi family, only one matriarch is permitted, and no others are allowed to tread upon this ground. The voice, cold as ice, reverberated ominously. What authority do you possess to dictate my rules? This is my home. I shall invite whomever I please. In matters concerning women, the elder Xi was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Yet he was infuriated by the actions of his grandson. Father, please do not be angry. Xi Dequan timely soothed his grandfather's emotions, embodying the ideal of filial piety, while Xi Xingqiu hastily approached. This scene was particularly jarring. Not only do I intend to have them reside here, but I also plan to allocate shares of the Xi group to Dequan and Xingqiu. The surprise arrived too swiftly, the expressions of the Xi siblings were barely contained, almost bursting into laughter. Xi's elder, taking a deep breath, continued his threats. "You Bai, your leg has been injured for some time. It is time for you to relinquish your position as president of the Xi group." Since the incident, Yu Bai had remained at the helm of the Xi group, a fact the elder believed gave him leverage over his grandson. "Are you certain?" Xi Yu Bai's thin lips curled into a mocking smile. However, Shang Wanxing perceived clearly that he was likely holding on to some contingency plan awaiting these individuals. "Certain. Await the notice for the board meeting." The elder Xi refused to back down. He had not intended to escalate the situation to such extremes, it was he who had forced his hand. "Send someone to collect the matriarch's belongings." With Xi Yu Bai's command, individuals ascended the stairs to organize the items, and soon, boxes filled with the matriarch's personal effects were being packed. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the Xi siblings exchanged glances of astonishment. Could it be that the ancestral home was to be bequeathed to them? "Yu Bai, what are you doing?" The elder Master Xi was caught off guard by this action. "Put down Yanqiu's belongings." He struck his dragon-head cane forcefully, but no one heeded his words, causing his face to turn ashen with fury, nearly succumbing to a fainting spell. "If it were you, how would you deal with something soiled?" Xi Yu Bai suddenly turned his head to look at Shang Wanxing, his gloomy gaze chilling. "Are you referring to a person or this house?" Shang Wanxing asked casually, not missing the gleeful expressions on the faces of those present, and clicked her tongue against her back teeth in displeasure, radiating a rebellious and captivating aura. "What about the person, what about the house?" Xi Yu Bai seemed intrigued, his slender hand toying with the prayer beads. Even seated in a wheelchair, his commanding presence as a superior was still terrifying. "The person, execute them; the house, incinerate it." Shang Wanxing spoke with a casualness that sent shivers down spines. Is she insane? Indeed, there was no one normal by Xi Yu Bai's side. Lu Xiangyu's fingers trembled, knowing that Xi Yu Bai was capable of such actions. "Murder is against the law, don't be so at such a young age." Xi Yu Bai's thin lips parted slightly, uttering a chilling remark. Shang Wanxing was rendered momentarily speechless. The words held little credibility coming from Xi Yu Bai's mouth, especially with two bloodied Tibetan mastiffs hanging from the trees at that very moment. However, there is indeed no need to preserve this house. Xi Yu Bai's eyes grew increasingly somber, as if his presence alone caused the air to thin. A single sentence caused the elder Master Xi's pupils to contract sharply. The others, still reveling in the euphoria of finally residing in the old mansion and the imminent acquisition of shares in the Xi Corporation, remained oblivious to the impending peril. However, their mirth was soon extinguished as a pervasive odor of gasoline permeated the surroundings. In Xi Yu Bai's hand, a lighter materialized, its silver-white gold composition exuding extravagance. The flickering flame illuminated the sanguinary, morbid depths of his somber eyes. With a delicate toss into the air, a conflagration erupted within the ancestral home, engulfing it in a fiery spectacle. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Terrified screams pierced the heavens. In a fleeting moment, the Xi family's old residence transformed into a veritable inferno. "My belongings! My belongings are still inside." Lu Xiangyu wailed, her composure shattered. Their entire fortune, her newly acquired jewelry, handbags, apparel, and so forth, were all consumed by the ravenous flames. Xi Yu Bai was an utter madman, destined for an eternity of torment in the abyss. "Exquisite," Shang Wanxing murmured, her amber irises reflecting a sense of awe. A detached smile graced her delicate features, an amalgamation of audacity and malevolence. Her white blouse swayed gently in the heat, accentuating her striking beauty. Siyubai, absorbing her countenance, remained silent. His gaze lingered on the errant specks of blood adorning her white shirt, and a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. In contrast to the adult's lamentations, Si Lang, sheltered in the embrace of the elder Si, fixated on Siyubai. Despite his tender age of 5, a palpable malevolence emanated from his eyes. He harbored a desire for Siyubai's demise. A seed of malice took root in Si Lang's heart. For only with Siyubai's death could the Si family's legacy genuinely revert to his great-grandmother, grandfather, and father. Siyubai was the obstruction, the impediment to their rightful inheritance. Despite his tender age of 5, no one was aware that Si Lang possessed the remarkable aptitude of a prodigious hacker. A skill he exploited to procure an abundance of advantages for himself and his kin. Chapter 30, At times. The affection of others holds diminished significance. Si Lang's malevolent gaze swiftly captured the attention of Shang Wanxing. With her long lashes veiling the emotions within her eyes, she lowered her gaze momentarily before casting a nonchalant smile in his direction. Unwilling to conceal the more pronounced sanguinary and truculent aura that surpassed even that of Siyubai, she brazenly returned Si Lang's stare, exuding an undisguised air of banditry. Humans possess an innate ability to sense danger, and children of 5 are no exception. Si Lang promptly averted his gaze. He deliberately unleashed the Tibetan Mastiff, Shang Wanxing stated languidly, her tone conveying unwavering certainty. Siyubai remained impassive, as if already privy to this revelation, while Yuan Air wore an expression of utter astonishment. Surely not? That mere child is only 5 years old? Could a 5-year-old harbor such malicious intent? Father! Father! Witnessing the all-consuming conflagration that reduced his lifelong abode to ashes, the elder Mr. C clutched his chest, succumbing to a sudden surge of emotion that caused him to collapse backward. A flurry of panicked activity ensued. The news of Mr. C's defiance of Siyubai's injunction, surreptitiously welcoming the family of his beloved, the woman who had secretly borne him twins, back to the ancestral residence, only to have Siyubai reduce the estate to cinders, reverberated throughout the upper echelons of society. Mr. C, incensed to the point of cardiac arrest, was promptly conveyed to the hospital, the very same institution where the elder Mrs. C resided. This theatrical turn of events became a topic of lively discussion among the social circles. During the return journey, the little one was visibly crestfallen. Are we to simply let them off scot-free? Shang Wanxing, with her delicate fingers propped against her head, exhibited a languid demeanor. Yet an instinct whispered to her that Siyubai's true actions were only commencing. For some, death signifies an end, for me, it does not. Siyubai's expression was impassive, his gaze dark and brooding. The prayer beads were once again donned upon his wrist, restoring his frigid and haughty visage. His words, devoid of emotion, sent chills down one's spine. The little bun raised his head multiple times, scribbling on his writing board. Above him loomed a small cloud of sorrow. Is it because of you that great-grandfather dislikes uncle? A crying cartoon figure adorned the back of the board. No. Siyubai rarely softened his tone towards the little bun, extending his icy, piercing fingers to gently pat the boy's small head. The little bun continued to droop his head. Yet tears cascaded down his cherubic face as if severed from a string, one after another, silently. His small figure tugged at the heartstrings. The air within the car, already chilled, became even more frigid. Shang Wanxing reached out to embrace the sorrowful little bun, who trembled all over, burying his face in the crook of her neck. His tiny hands clutching her white shirt, exuding a profound sense of insecurity. He eventually cried himself to sleep in her arms, quiet and well-behaved, much like a little kitten. A subconscious trust enveloped him. On Shayu Island, a great python lay motionless on a tree, playing dead, while Qi Yan, clad in floral beach shorts, incessantly muttered to himself. The snake felt weary. The snake wished for an end. You cannot just seize a snake and yank it. Suddenly, the great python, which had been lying flat on the tree, jolted awake and lifted its head, only to see its master descending from the car. The albino python visibly stirred to life, invigorated as it descended from the tree. My precious darling. The next instant, his handsome face clouded over. Who has dared to upset our Xiaobao? Seeing Si Luoyu nestled in Shang Wanxing's arms, his eyes clearly swollen from crying, S playful demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a formidable aura that emanated from his very being, utterly fierce. The little one, who hadn't slept soundly, was roused by his commotion. Rubbing his eyes, the little fellow appeared listless. The albino python, Gun, was heartbroken. Who? Who did this? Turned to his friend, his gaze demanding an answer. Who would dare make their Xiaobao cry? He would flay them alive. Shang Wanxing's sleeve was tugged by the little one. Dirty. Wants to wash. I'll take him, Xi Yubai said in a deep voice, extending his hand towards Shang Wanxing. The little one tilted his head, glancing at him, but his little hands remained clasped around Shang Wanxing's neck, hesitant to let go. His dark, grape-like eyes were moist and filled with uncertainty. You are a boy. These simple words led the little one to ultimately yield. But his little hands still clung to Shang Wanxing. Looked from Xi Yubai to Shang Wanxing. Xiaobao wants the older sister to wait for you outside? The little one, who usually couldn't be bothered with him, nodded without hesitation this time, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, a sight that no one could resist. Was instantly captivated by his cuteness. Shang Wanxing gazed in silence at the peculiar sight before her, a large figure, a small one, and a great white python. All exuding a palpable sense of pleading through their expressive eyes. The python, emulating a scene from television, rested its head upon her shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. Oh dear, please. It seemed to implore. As they bathed, she remained outside, sensing that something was amiss. Xi Yubai cast a deep, enigmatic glance her way. An ambiguous response that triggered Qi Yan's radar, causing his gaze towards Shang Wanxing to become laden with meaning. It was widely acknowledged that this brother of his was riddled with peculiarities. Even before the incident, he had been the most distinctive among the trio, and post-incident, his eccentricities had only intensified. His obsession with cleanliness and aversion to women were enough to warrant the presence of a string of black prayer beads on his wrist, signifying his ascetic disposition. However, this young lady appeared to be an exception. In the bedroom, Shang Wanxing stood outside the bathroom with her hands tucked into her pockets. Clad in a white shirt, she exuded an aura of innocence, her long hair cascaded like silk behind her. As the chill of her demeanor softened, a sense of serene tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The sound of water ceased, and the bathroom door swung open, releasing a refreshing waft of fragrant shower gel. Shang Wanxing. Xi Yubai's slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. She lazily turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, momentarily pausing. His black shirt, now damp from the water, clung to his form, creating an even more striking effect than if he were entirely unclad, while the small bun was cocooned snugly in a towel. The little bun, with a soft and innocent face, bore an expression of mild discontent, clutching a small yellow duck. He obediently allowed Shang Wanxing to assist him in donning his clothes, tilting his head upward to offer her a charming, albeit apologetic, smile. Si luo yu. Shang Wanxing gently pinched the small bun's little mouth, reminiscent of the flat-mouthed little yellow duck in his hand. At times, the affections of others hold little significance. The small bun sat obediently on Xi Yubai's black bed, exquisitely crafted, radiating an adorable charm. He hesitated, scribbling on his small writing board, then propped it up. On it, he had drawn a chibi-style figure of a broom. Dejected and shunned by everyone. You are a little treasure, not a jinx. Upon hearing the phrase little treasure, the small bun's spirits were reignited, his eyes sparkling once more with delightful brightness. At that moment, Xi Yubai emerged from the bathroom, witnessing this scene. Chapter 031, Kawasaki H2 or Xi Yubai's gaze was profound. In his memory, the little fish always bore a dazed expression, akin to a small robot, stubbornly refusing to utter a word. When angered, he would wreak havoc and throw things, shunning any emotional connection with the outside world. The psychologist's assessment was autism accompanied by depression. Haha. Upon seeing Xi Yubai, the small bun clapped his tiny hands on the black bed, beckoning him to come over. Clad in a black bathrobe, Xi Yubai's expression was stoic, resembling a formidable overlord, however. Shang Wanxing observed the freshly bathed Xi Yubai, wondering if it was the damp black hair covering his eyes that lent him an unexpectedly youthful aura, despite his overall somber presence. Noticing Xi Yubai's stillness, the small bun clapped again, this time with greater urgency. Haha. Hurry up. Xi Yubai, displaying rare patience, complied and settled beside the small bun. The cherubic little one, radiating naive expectation, tenderly raised his writing board, his eyes sparkling like stars, imploring, stars. Help me give a blow-dry to great uncle. 3. Shang Wanxing remained silent, perplexed. Blow? She wondered. Blow what? She instinctively glanced at Xi Yubai. hoping he could decipher the child's request. Blow-dry his hair, Siyubai stated, his voice as perpetually icy and composed as ever. The little one nodded emphatically, his starry-eyed gaze unwavering. And so, the two, one large and one small, remained seated on the expansive black bed, their attention fixed on her. After a prolonged pause, the whirring sound of a hairdryer echoed in the bedroom. The sleeves of Shang Wanxing's loose white shirt were rolled up to her elbows, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white arms. Her slender, lustrous fingers glided through Siyubai's dark hair. The formidable figure of the great devil was humbled, devoid of any semblance of brutality or bloodlust. Nearby, the little one, his own hair already thoroughly dried, was in the process of placing a small yellow duck atop the white python's massive head, instantly causing the serpent to become cross-eyed. Siyubai, his gaze fixed on her pale white wrist, seemed lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. The trio and the serpent turned their attention to the doorway, where Qi Yan, with a carefree and roguish air, leaned against the frame. One hand was casually tucked into the pocket of his floral print beach shorts, while the other toyed with his phone. The corners of his captivating eyes were subtly upturned, conveying a sense of amusement tinged with mockery. I apologize for intruding on your family time, Qi Yan announced, his posture exuding untamed allure. However, 5 minutes ago, the C Corporation's official website released an announcement. Qi Yan's gaze shifted to Siyubai. His demeanor wild and seductive, yet his voice was as cold as shards of ice. In the study, with his legs crossed casually at the knees, Qi Yan displayed the C Corporation's official website on his phone screen. The stark black and white announcement declared that, by authorization of Chairman C, the board of directors had decided, in an extraordinary meeting, to relieve Siyubai of his position as CEO of the C Corporation, effective immediately. In other words, Siyubai has been expelled from the C Group. That old fool cannot possibly believe that a mere president can hold sway over you, can he? Qi Yan raised his thick eyebrows with a wild grin, yet his simmering fury was barely contained. Were it not for the old matriarch and... Siyubai cast a cold glance at him, prompting Qi Yan to swallow the remainder of his words. However, his anger quickly dissipated as he lazily sank into the sofa, his enchanting eyes darting around, clearly plotting against Siyubai. What are your plans moving forward? Qi Yan began with a preamble. Why not take this opportunity to make a grand announcement of your true identity, letting them know who their true master is? Qi Yan had longed for the chance to play the role of the aloof overseer. I am preoccupied. Siyubai's voice was deep, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority, his gaze icy. What do you mean you are preoccupied? Qi Yan exclaimed, his voice rising uncontrollably. I have other matters to attend to. In the face of such a close and dear friend, Siyubai surprisingly allowed himself a rare moment of openness. What other matters could possibly be more pressing? Qi Yan sprang to his feet, resolutely refusing to let this opportunity for a well-deserved break slip away. Siyubai reached for the drawer, tossing the documents that Yuani had sent earlier onto the table. Without hesitation, Qi Yan tore them open, and upon reading the contents inscribed in stark black and white, he was rendered speechless. What? Even as Qi Yan stumbled out of the study following Siyubai, he could hardly believe his eyes. Where is Shang Wanxing? Siyubai cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Air, exuding an intimidating calm. Before Yuan Air could utter a word, the roar of a heavy motorcycle engine reverberated through the courtyard, the answer self-evident. In the courtyard, Xiao Baozi sat on the wooden stairs, his cheeks resting in his palms. Shang Wanxing straddled a dazzling black heavy motorcycle, her icy, formidable gaze fixed on her phone screen. She was perusing the announcements from the C Corporation. The Weibo hot searches had exploded. Shang Wanxing scanned them, clearly discerning the hand of internet trolls manipulating the narrative. A chorus of jeers targeted Siyubai, with the crux of their assault centered on his legs, arguing that he was no longer fit to hold the position of CEO of the C Corporation. However, one comment with an overwhelming number of likes captured Shang Wanxing's attention. Peach Blossom Little Crisp, Siyubai? Is he the same deranged maniac who, after that bizarre car accident, cut open his sister-in-law's abdomen and dug out his own nephew? Holy crap, a Kawasaki H2R? An exclamation of astonishment pulled Shang Wanxing back to reality. She looked up to see Siyubai seated in his wheelchair. He had changed out of his bathrobe, now clad in luxurious, bespoke black attire. His imposing presence was impossible to ignore. Qi Yan rushed towards Shang Wanxing, or rather, towards the heavy motorcycle. He was captivated. Did you buy this? Qi Yan gazed at the white-shirted girl astride the motorcycle. Her aura of coldness soared, yet her gaze bypassed him, settling on Siyu Bai behind him, her thoughts inscrutable. Yes. Shang Wanxing responded perfunctorily. The motorcycle had just been delivered. She dismounted the motorcycle and strode towards Siyu Bai. Her stunningly beautiful face remained expressionless. But Qi Yan distinctly noticed a subtle twitch in Siyu Bai's hand. Serene, Shang Wanxing sauntered to a halt before Siyu Bai. Mr. C, might I have your WeChat? She extended her phone, her fingers pale and slender, her figure backlit, eyes half-closed. A hint of untamed ferocity lingered about her. Qi Yan nearly erupted in laughter. Her imposing aura suggested she intended to engage Siyu Bai in fisticuffs, only to request his WeChat contact. I do not possess one, Siyu Bai responded, his flawless countenance impassive. Yet his tone held a subtle distinction. Shang Wanxing remained silent, interpreting his words as a rejection. Who, in this day and age, abstains from WeChat? If he's unwilling, so be it. She feigned retracting her phone, but paused as she noticed the large, frigid hand clasping her own. The formidable man's lips were pressed into a thin line. His brow furrowed. Ha ha ha, Qi Yan chuckled, striding over and casually draping an arm over Shang Wanxing's shoulders. Little Xingxing, he genuinely doesn't have WeChat, he's not simply denying you. He was on the verge of tears from laughter, oblivious to the ominous glare Siyu Bai directed at his hand resting on Shang Wanxing's shoulders. Shang Wanxing turned. Dislodging Qi Yan's arm from her shoulders, her brow arching with a hint of skepticism, seemingly unconvinced that anyone could exist without WeChat. He not only lacks WeChat but also abstains from Weibo. He eschews online shopping. Can you imagine how tedious he must be? Qi Yan seized the opportunity to vent. Failing to notice the subtle relaxation of Shang Wanxing's brow upon learning of Siyu Bai's lack of a Weibo account. Even our Xiaobao has WeChat. As her words trailed off, the little one, clutching his small phone, nodded endearingly, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Shang Wanxing, yearning for her WeChat contact. Wanxing, captivated by the hidden meaning in the little one's eyes, hesitated, glancing at her hand still held firmly by his uncle. It wasn't that she didn't want to add him. But Siyu Bai wouldn't release her. In response, the little one immediately stood akimbo, puffing out his cheeks like an indignant pufferfish at Siyu Bai. Siyu Bai remained silent. An overwhelming sense of dread emanating from him. However, this had absolutely no deterrent effect on the little one, who had confronted him countless times. Qi Yan nearly burst into laughter. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect, and your retribution is me. From a young age, he had been so unafraid of power, arguing with reason, truly worthy of being their family's Si Xiaobao. First come, first served, Siyu Bai uttered coldly. The little one paused. Then raised his writing board in protest, but you don't have it yet. I can apply now, Siyu Bai retorted, showing no intention of yielding. He held Shang Wanxing's hand. Along with her phone, firmly in his icy grip, his voice frigid. As he spoke, he turned to Qi Yan, whose smile gradually froze on his face. After some maneuvering, Siyu Bai, gazing at the WeChat ID on the phone, finally released his hold. It was just adding a friend, after all, it really wasn't necessary. Observing the intensely competitive expressions on the faces of both the adult and the child, Shang Wanxing ultimately decided to remain silent. Ah, men. With arms crossed. Qi Yan initially conveyed his disdain for associating with the duo, however, before long, he had gravitated back to Shang Wanxing's side, extending his ostentatious, custom-designed purple phone with the Add Friend interface displayed. Shang Wanxing remarked, "You're no better." Siyu Bai, gazing at the imposing motorcycle before him, questioned with a profound look. "Are you riding that tonight?" Qi Yan retorted, "Siyu Bai, what do you mean by that? This is a veritable beast among motorcycles, the Kawasaki H2R, a sovereign of velocity. Show some respect." A fervent aficionado of both heavy motorcycles and racing, Qi Yan indulges in competitions of all kinds, from formal events to informal street races. His adrenaline surging at the mere sound of an engine. Shang Wanxing, turning her head to regard Qi Yan with a languid motion, inquired. "I have a sincere question for you." It was perhaps the first time she had given him such earnest attention since his arrival. Qi Yan's eyes lit up instantly as he replied, "Ask away." "Is your verbosity constant?" Shang Wanxing inquired earnestly, without a trace of sarcasm. Dejected. Qi Yan squatted on the ground, listlessly tracing circles. As if on cue, a large, ominous cloud drifted overhead, casting a pallid shadow. "I curse you, ice planet people." The little dumpling, contentedly clutching his small phone, paused, his elation turning to stone upon hearing of Shang Wanxing's impending departure that evening. He toddled to her side. Looking up with tearful eyes, "You wants to go too?" "No," Shang Wanxing stated flatly, dismissing the plea. The petrified little dumpling shattered into pieces. Lost in a daze. She squatted beside Qi Yan, idly tracing circles on the ground. A small, gloomy cloud seemed to materialize above her head, casting a pallid shadow. Qi Yan and the little boy, in their respective sizes, frequently turned to gaze at Shang Wanxing, their attention unwavering. The somber cloud and its accompanying shadow followed her every move, an inseparable pair. Instinctively, Shang Wanxing's eyes sought out Siyu Bai, whose gaze, like eyes steeped in the inky depths of night, was already fixed upon her. From the verdant boughs of a nearby ornamental tree, the great white python, Gun, descended. Its crimson, beady eyes maintaining their relentless scrutiny. 2 adults, 1 child, and a serpent, Shang Wanxing was overwhelmed by a profound sense of speechlessness. "I'm going to fight tonight. Are you all planning a sightseeing tour?" Shang Wanxing inquired languidly, her words carrying an undercurrent of defiance. "Star promises to return," the little boy, still squatting on the ground, raised his writing board with a crestfallen expression, his greatest fear being that Shang Wanxing would never return. "I promise," Shang Wanxing reassured him. Bending down, her long hair cascading smoothly from either side of her face. The sunlight illuminated her white shirt, bestowing upon her a radiant glow that momentarily captivated the little boy. "Don't worry, if your star doesn't come back, we'll go bail her out," Qi Yan exclaimed. As soon as the words left his lips, the eyes of the 2 adults, the child, and the snake were riveted upon him. Qi Yan was momentarily taken aback. Little did Qi Yan know that his words would prove prophetic that very night, but that is a tale for another time. As night descended, Shang Yuqing's call arrived punctually, providing the address of the Green Clubhouse. Adorned in innocent attire, Shang Yuqing paced back and forth before the entrance of the Green Clubhouse, awaiting Shang Wanxing's arrival. While the proud Wind No Trace cohort lay in wait within the private suite. Though she had surmised his extraordinary status from proud Wind No Trace's lavish generosity, Shang Yuqing had not anticipated that his true identity was none other than the eldest grandson of the Pei family, one of the city's 3 prominent clans, Si, Pei, and Chen. This young Master Pei was renowned for his affluence and unruliness. It would be a rare day indeed if news of his escapades did not circulate. Crucially, he was prodigal, with numerous sycophants in his retinue. Shang Yuqing seized the moment to touch up her makeup. In contrast to the Pei family, the Shang's modest fortune was but a trifle. Were it not for certain circumstances, she would not even be able to afford the Yingbua Academy. Yet, even so, Shang Yuqing could not indulge in the same extravagance as her peers. If only. Her thoughts meandered as she mused about the young Master Pei. When Shang Wanxing arrived, her atrocious makeup skills would only serve to accentuate Shang Yuqing's own ethereal beauty. "Ha, compete with me," Shang Yuqing mused inwardly. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine shattered the air, and a rakish figure astride a black heavy motorcycle materialized before the clubhouse entrance, capturing the attention of all present. A doorman, about to reprimand them for parking a cheap motorcycle in such a place, was swiftly restrained by a colleague. Joking aside, this vehicle was worth at least $1 million, even more expensive than some of the cars in the parking lot. Best not to provoke them. Shang Yuqing could only watch in a daze as the priceless, captivating black heavy motorcycle came to a halt directly before her. The rider removed their helmet, and a cascade of silky, smooth hair unfurled in the air. The motorcyclist was, astonishingly, a woman. Moreover, a breathtakingly beautiful student. "Shang Wanxing?" Shang Yuqing exclaimed, hardly believing her eyes as she gazed upon the exquisitely delicate face before her, so fresh and pure even without makeup. Could this truly be the same, once visually jarring? "Shang Wanxing? Have you quite finished your perusal?" Shang Wanxing inquired coolly, her rebellious gaze sharp as a blade upon Shang Yuqing's face. Her skin was as white as snow. Her dark hair flowed like a waterfall, and her demeanor was as cold as ice. Shang Yuqing's face flushed with anger. From her vantage point, she could confirm that Shang Wanxing wore absolutely no makeup. Damn it! How had Shang Wanxing removed her makeup? She had rendered her own carefully crafted natural look utterly inferior. Her intention had been to use Shang Wanxing as a foil, but now she herself had become the backdrop to Shang Wanxing's radiance. "Wanxing, why aren't you wearing makeup?" Shang Yuqing asked, striving to maintain composure, feigning hesitation as she looked at Shang Wanxing's face. Due to years of indoctrination from herself and her mother, Shang Wanxing would usually respond to such prompting by insecurely applying excessive makeup. "You look best with makeup on." Inwardly, Shang Wanxing was screaming. "Hurry up and apply that ghastly makeup to become a clown and make me look better." Seated languidly on the black motorcycle, Shang Wanxing eyed Shang Wanxing with a sardonic smile playing on her lips. The white blouse accentuated her ethereal beauty. "Too tedious," she replied. "You summoned me to the club?" Shang Wanxing lifted her gaze to the green club sign, her eyes chillingly glacial. The Green Club stands as the most illustrious entertainment venue in the city, operating on a membership basis with fees that are nothing short of exorbitant. The elite flock to it, and young scions take pride in flaunting their membership as a status symbol. This place is indeed a realm of extravagant indulgence. "My classmate is inside, let us make haste." Shang Wanxing, fearing that Shang Wanxing might sense something amiss and flee, felt her heart race and hastily spoke up. Shang Wanxing cast a cold glance at her. Shang Wanxing, her skin crawling with trepidation, felt as though the gaze was tightening around her throat, making it difficult to breathe, yet she forced a stiff smile. "Lead the way." With an effortless and dashing motion, Shang Wanxing dismounted from her motorcycle, exuding an air of stunning confidence. For a fleeting moment, Shang Wanxing's smile twisted, thinking to herself, "Let you bask in your arrogance a while longer, you shall have your comeuppance soon." Inside the club, guided by the head attendant, the two arrived at the entrance of a private room. "Wanxing, it's right here," Shang Wanxing said as she opened the door. The room was lively, filled to capacity with individuals who were sycophantic companions of Master Pei, the table overflowing with an array of drinks, bottles upon bottles, clearly signaling a lavish feast. As the door slowly closed behind Shang Wanxing, the once boisterous atmosphere of the room fell into an abrupt silence upon her entrance. They stared, dumbfounded, at the frostily beautiful Shang Wanxing, a natural beauty, unadorned. "You are Starlet Xing?" The speaker was none other than Master Pei, clad in a wine-red floral shirt and shorts, flanked by alluring companions, his gaze lecherously sweeping over Shang Wanxing's face. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. With such a stunning figure before him, even the beauties in his embrace seemed to pale in comparison. Arrogance leaves no trace upon her alabaster countenance, devoid of any emotion. Shang Wanxing's inherently exquisite features were rendered all the more captivating in the dim light, her tone resolute and chilling. Her gaze settled upon the most brazen individual amidst the assembled throng. "Knowing full well who I am, you still dare to venture here?" The young Master Pei nudged a female public relations representative with his foot, prompting her to hastily proffer him a glass of whiskey, replete with ice. "How else would we ascertain your intentions?" Shang Wanxing's intonation was languid, a derisive chuckle escaping her throat. With a casualness that belied the underlying menace, she dragged a chair and seated herself directly opposite the young Master Pei, making no attempt to conceal the aura of rebellious audacity that permeated her every movement. However, the others were so engrossed in Shang Wanxing's striking beauty that they overlooked the impending peril. "Wanxing, if you would simply offer an apology to the young Master Pei. He has stated that bygones shall be bygones." Shang Wanxing seized the opportunity to assert her presence. "Apologize?" Shang Wanxing's voice remained unhurried, betraying not a trace of discomposure. The young Master Pei tapped the table with his hand, and swiftly, a lackey produced several dozen empty glasses, which were filled one by one, while the original bottles were emptied and carelessly discarded at his feet. "Consume this libation, and the past shall be forgotten." The young Master Pei scoffed, taking a sip of his drink. "Drink. Drink. Drink." The other young masters joined in the clamor, clapping, whistling, and shrieking. Shang Wanxing's gaze swept over the assembly, her nonchalant demeanor concealing an imperceptible air of menace. "And what if I decline to partake?" she inquired languidly. The cacophony of jeers abruptly ceased. "This little beauty possesses a certain mettle." The young Master Pei shoved aside the female public relations representative, leaning forward with a malevolent glint in his eyes, and flicked the ash from his lit cigarette into the glass of liquor before Shang Wanxing. With a hiss, the cigarette was extinguished. "It's not up to you," a sinister voice declared, "I make the rules." As the words faded, the doorway to the private room was sealed off by bodyguards. Without so much as a glance behind her, Shang Wanxing chuckled softly at the young Master Pei, her alabaster fingers leisurely pushing up the sleeves of her white shirt to her elbows. "Do you know why I dared to come here alone?" she inquired. As she spoke, Shang Wanxing slowly coiled her long hair, revealing the swan-like curve of her neck and further accentuating her exquisite features. She stretched her neck, eliciting a series of clicks. With her child present, Shang Wanxing could still restrain herself, but now that he was absent, her untamed nature was fully unleashed, her fierce aura amplified by her beautiful face, making her all the more captivating. Because I was waiting for you to deliver yourself to my doorstep, you fool. Her words still hanging in the air. Shang Wanxing seized the glass of liquor into which Master Pei had flicked his cigarette ash and violently hurled it into his face. The contents splashed across his face, not even sparing the female public relations representative at his side. Shang Yuqing covered her mouth with her hands in horror. This was Master Pei. How could Shang Wanxing dare to do such a thing? Had she lost her mind? Everything had happened so quickly that the private room was plunged into silence. Master Pei licked his lips and said darkly, "Teach her a lesson." The bodyguards responded instantly. But before they could approach, Shang Wanxing grinned, grabbed an empty bottle, and smashed it over one of their heads. The bottle shattered with a resounding crash. Her movements were savage and fierce. "Come on," she said casually, holding the jagged, broken bottle to his throat, raising an eyebrow with nonchalant ease. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the broken bottle into his shoulder joint. Ah! Screams erupted. And no one anticipated the gruesome scene that unfolded. 2 drops of blood splattered across Shang Wanxing's face as she turned towards the source of the cries. Slowly, she raised her bloodless hand and made a silencing gesture towards the person. An aura of ethereal beauty intertwined with a palpable sense of danger enveloped her. In no time, Shang Wanxing dispatched several burly bodyguards, leaving a pool of blood in her wake. She returned to her seat, her expression devoid of emotion as she casually brushed off the non-existent dust on her attire. An effortless elegance that instilled a profound sense of terror in those occupying the leather sofa of the private room. "Mr. Pei. The rules of the game are now set by me," she stated coldly, her gaze sweeping across the room. Propping her chin on one hand, she smiled as she drew a gun, aiming it directly at him. "Are you attempting to intimidate me with a toy gun?" Mr. Pei scoffed. In the next instant, a blinding flash erupted near his ear. A wisp of severed hair floated down along Mr. Pei's cheek. Silence enveloped the room. "Damn it. It's a real gun. Where did you get that, Shang Wanxing?" Shang Yuqing shrieked. "Get out." Without a flicker of her eyes, she fired another shot at Shang Yuqing's feet. The latter screamed and fled the private room. The atmosphere in the room turned eerily quiet. Shang Wanxing loosened her hair, allowing her black locks to cascade down her back. Her complexion was as pale as snow after Shang Wanxing spoke. She lazily raised her hand to gesture at the table, "Clear this away and bring new cups." The head waiter glanced at young Master Pei, who, with a grim expression, nodded. "Please wait a moment." Soon, the table was transformed. Shang Wanxing coldly smirked, signaling the nearest female attendant to refill the spirits, while she elegantly wielded her knife and fork to cut into the steak, the blood oozing from the freshly severed surface. "How dare you?" Young Master Pei sycophant, clutching a bottle of wine, was about to hurl it at Shang Wanxing, but before he could make contact, the dark muzzle of a gun was already pressed against his forehead. Click, it was loaded. "Think carefully before you speak to me." She smiled faintly, tapping the sycophant with the gun barrel, causing him to weaken and slump back onto the leather sofa. Shang Wanxing shifted her gaze back to young Master Pei, whose brow twitched. "Do you know who I am?" Young Master Pei regained his composure. He was brash but not devoid of intelligence. Faced with such a formidable opponent, a direct confrontation would only lead to his disadvantage. Shang Wanxing lazily lifted her eyelids, chewing with an air of nonchalance. Her gaze exuded an overwhelming intimidation. Yet her demeanor remained effortlessly calm. "Let us discuss a transaction." Her voice was cool, and upon hearing those 4 words, young Master Pei chuckled in disbelief. How could she possibly consider negotiating with him? "What do you propose?" Young Master Pei crossed his legs and folded his arms, believing he had regained the upper hand, displaying disdain. However, he soon observed Shang Wanxing glancing at her watch. The cheap electronic timepiece she wore seemed to radiate an air of luxury. With her long lashes lowered, she maintained an indifferent posture. "Call Pei Lao." Abruptly, a somber expression clouded young Master Pei's countenance. "What did you utter?" he questioned, his voice laced with a palpable menace. Contact your grandfather, Shang Wanxing reiterated, her expression devoid of emotion. The sycophants surrounding young Master Pei dared not breathe, acutely aware that the elder Master Pei was a sensitive subject, an unspoken taboo. For the young master, despite their familial bond, their relationship was akin to that of mortal adversaries. In a sudden burst of rage, young Master Pei swept his arm across the table, sending the strong liquor crashing to the floor. His chest heaved violently with each breath. Never! He exclaimed. Shang Wanxing, observing young Master Pei as he braced himself against the table, veins throbbing on his forehead, offered a nonchalant smile. However, the smile vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by an icy demeanor. With a flourish, she twirled the steak knife in her hand before plunging it forcefully into the back of young Master Pei's right hand. Ah! The air filled with the acrid scent of blood, and everyone present was petrified. Young Master Pei was on the verge of fainting from the excruciating pain. But Shang Wanxing had no intention of granting him such respite. She reached out and seized his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Make the call. Shang Wanxing enunciated each word with deliberate precision, a clear indication that her patience was wearing thin. I'll call. Gone was the earlier display of arrogance. Young Master Pei was now as feeble as a kitten. He fumbled for his phone, first removing his grandfather's number from the blocked list before finally dialing. The call was answered promptly. Hello. Hearing the familiar, aged voice, young Master Pei felt a surge of emotion, his nose betraying him with a sudden sting. He turned away. Master Pei, Shang Wanxing drawled languidly. It seemed unexpected that the voice on the other end of the line belonged to a young girl. Mr. Pei fell into a brief silence for a few seconds, but soon regained his composure. Please speak. This is box 1025 at the Green Club. In 2 minutes, the police, having received a tip-off regarding drug trafficking, will arrive. Currently, 3 packages of white powder have already been concealed beneath the sofa your grandson is sitting on, exceeding the lethal threshold for capital punishment. It is indeed a matter of heart-pounding suspense. Shang Wanxing calmly articulated these words, which struck everyone in the box like a thunderbolt, causing even young Master Pei to momentarily forget his pain, his eyes widening in shock. He then forcefully lifted the leather sofa, revealing the 3 packages of unknown white powder. His hands trembled in fear. Although young Master Pei was notorious for his reckless behavior and penchant for trouble, he had never dabbled in gambling or drugs. Instinctively, he turned to Shang Wanxing, who remained composed as if she were in her own garden, asking her how long it would be until the police arrived. 2 minutes. Would there still be time to escape? What should he do? Mr. Pei, the seasoned veteran, despite knowing that his grandson was on the brink of disaster, remained unflustered. Accompanied by the sound of him rising, Mr. Pei summoned his trusted aide. Call the best lawyer, we will meet at the Qingnan police station. With that, Shang Wanxing abruptly ended the call. A multitude of eyes fixated on Shang Wanxing, who met their gazes with a slight arch of her brow and an unruffled demeanor. Were they afraid? She nonchalantly raised her hand, her pale fingers idly twirling the ebony gunstock, a striking contrast that exuded an air of irreverence. A group of individuals nodded in unison, seemingly aware of the unspoken rules of the moment. Another round of nods followed. Injuries? Shang Wanxing smirked lightly. We did this ourselves. The young scions eagerly chimed in. What about the gun? Shang Wanxing continued her inquiry. We saw nothing. The young men shook their heads like bobblehead dolls. Them? Shang Wanxing gestured towards the bodyguard she had incapacitated. They brought it upon themselves. The bodyguard interjected, thanks a lot, you bunch of brats. Had an outsider entered at that moment, they would have been utterly astonished to witness this assembly of once arrogant young lords from Shanghai, now behaving as innocently as kindergarten children. Shang Wanxing, satisfied, stowed away the firearm and lifted the last remaining empty glass on the table to fill it for young Master Pei. Drink. Young Master Pei, clutching his still bleeding hand, silently downed the strong liquor to steady himself. Young Master Pei, while others may be oblivious, you are aware that the Green Club is a property of the Pei family, and those who conspired against you are also members of your own kin. Shang Wanxing's indifference carried a hint of mockery, indicating that significant troubles must have arisen within the Pei family. Young Master Pei remained silent, his expression grim. Though he was the eldest grandson, his contentious relationship with the patriarch had led him to dismiss any thoughts of taking over the Pei group. Especially with his cousin in the picture. Just as 2 minutes elapsed, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. And a cadre of righteous police officers stormed in. Everyone, freeze. The timing was impeccable, precisely as Shang Wanxing had foretold. Chapter 35, Negotiations with Elder Mr. Pei. Outside the Green Manor, the oscillating crimson and azure lights of several police vehicles illuminated the scene as the young Mr. Pei and his entourage were escorted into the cars. From the shadows, Shang Wanxing anxiously covered her mouth. Bewildered by the sudden arrival of the police and the apprehension of Mr. Pei and his companions. She couldn't help but feel relieved that she had fled earlier, narrowly avoiding being among those arrested. As a distinguished student at Ingbo Academy, she couldn't fathom the idea of being associated with a police station, conveniently disregarding the fact that she had been ejected by Shang Wanxing. Shang Wanxing turned away, gloating over the misfortune that was about to befall Shang Wanxing, and hailed a taxi to return home. Meanwhile, in a car discreetly tailing Shang Wanxing under orders to ensure her safety, Yuan furrowed his brow and dialed a number. Sir, Miss Shang is in trouble. City South Police Station. Deputy Director Chen grimaced at the sight of the group of wastrels downstairs. All the notorious prodigals of Shanghai had gathered today, and while their usual petty squabbles were one thing, this involved drug offenses. Deputy, Elder Mr. Pei has arrived with a team of lawyers, a subordinate announced, knocking on the door. So quickly? Deputy Director Chen exclaimed, surprised. Downstairs, the silver-haired Elder Mr. Pei, clad in a Zhongshan suit and accompanied by Pei Group's elite legal team, exuded an imposing aura that sent chills down one's spine. His second daughter and grandson were also present. Elder Mr. Pei, you received the news so promptly? Deputy Director Chen greeted him with an air of righteousness. His words carefully chosen to convey his position, leaving little room for negotiation. I would like to see. I can arrange a meeting with the young Mr. Pei for you. Old Master Pei's gaze darkened as he locked eyes with Deputy Director Chen. It is not my grandson I wish to see, but another individual. Deputy Director Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the thought process of the Pei family. Given the gravity of his grandson's involvement in drug-related issues, how could they not prioritize understanding the situation, yet still have the audacity to meet someone else? 5 minutes later. In the reception room, Shang Wanxing languidly twirled a signature pen with her delicate, pale fingers. Upon seeing the entrance of Old Master Pei, she displayed no surprise. Instead, she elegantly gestured for him to take a seat across from her. Old Master Pei's second daughter eyed her with suspicion, seemingly unable to fathom why this attractive young student had captured her father's attention, even at the expense of her own grandson. Wait outside. Old Master Pei commanded in a low voice. Although his daughter felt a pang of resentment, she dared not oppose him. Once the door closed, Old Master Pei faced Shang Wanxing, allowing her to be scrutinized by his gaze. Did you have Jingji call me? He inquired. Indeed, Shang Wanxing replied, her tone devoid of pretense, exuding an aura of cold defiance. She interrupted Old Master Pei as he prepared to speak further. You are ill, gravely so. She saw through his facade of strength with ease. Glioblastoma multiforme, malignant. Old Master Pei raised a hand to indicate his head. His voice steady despite the gravity of his condition. Have you prepared your will? This time, Old Master Pei's voice faltered, a hint of dull pain flickering in his steadfast eyes. The matter of drafting his will had been known to only 3 individuals. I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of your Pei family. To be frank, I was aware of the trap laid for your grandson even before I entered the private room. However, I delayed allowing him to make that call to you until the police arrived. Shang Wanxing's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, her arched brows reflecting an air of cold sharpness. So, what is it that you desire? Although I had anticipated this moment, Pei Lao still furrowed his brow upon hearing Shang Wanxing's candid admission. I require the Pei Group to issue a public announcement, stating that effective tomorrow, all collaborative projects with the C Group will be suspended. I mean. Shang Wanxing's expressionless face gradually broke into a sharp, icy smile. All of them. Her benefactor is not someone to be trifled with lightly. What is the C family, really? The C Group? Pei Lao had indeed heard of the personnel changes and disputes within the C Group, but due to the long-standing delicate balance among the 3 prominent families of Hu City, Pei Si, and Chen, and the closer ties between the Si and Chen families, he was reluctant to intervene in certain matters. Do you comprehend the extensive implications involved? Pei Lao frowned as he gazed at the audacious young woman before him, who seemed enveloped in shadows, thriving on the precipice of danger with effortless grace. That is a matter for you, Pei Lao. In business, will you choose your enterprise or your grandson? Shang Wanxing languidly leaned her entire weight against the back of her chair, her simple white shirt accentuating her pale visage under the harsh fluorescent lights of the police station. Even the bluish veins on her neck were visible. With her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, she exuded an aura that was anything but approachable. Are you not afraid I might renege? Elder Pei retorted. Curled her lips, Elder Pei, you are welcome to attempt it. As the two were locked in a stalemate. The door was pushed open from the outside. Are you? As he spoke, the officer's gaze was peculiar, curiosity laced with subtlety. It has been ascertained that you are not involved, you are free to leave. Furthermore, your escort has arrived. With that, the officer opened the door to the reception room. Before he could gesture an invitation, a small child darted in like a bolt of lightning, diving into his embrace. Behind the child, the rakish wheeled in, who was seated in a wheelchair. Flanking them were two individuals in higher-ranking uniforms, clearly belonging to the highest echelons of leadership. A black blanket covering his legs emanated an aura of glacial frost. His presence alone seemed to compress the air in the vast reception room, making it difficult to breathe. Little star. It seems we truly have come to bail you out of the station. No longer in his attire from Sandisle, was now clad in a silver-gray formal suit. Extraordinarily handsome. It was his tempering influence that made appear less formidable. Sir. Upon seeing the little one's roguishness dissipated. Though she maintained her usual nonchalant and indolent demeanor, she seemed less different from girls her age. After many years, Elder Pei recognized him almost instantly. Naturally, he recognized the two individuals standing beside him. Adorned in higher-ranking uniforms, one was the chief of the Southern City Police, while the other appeared to be from the central headquarters. Old Master Pei suddenly grasped the situation. Recalling the internal strife within the Si family and the request the girl had just made, everything fell into place. What was her relationship with Si Yubai? Had she been injured? Si Yubai's icy gaze swept over the dried bloodstains on Shang Wanxing's face, the atmosphere in the room chilling to the point of frostbite. No. The blood belonged to someone else. Fearing that Si Yubai would not believe her, Shang Wanxing stood up and turned around in place. With a sharp clatter, the gun fell to the ground. Old Master Pei instinctively glanced at the two men beside Si Yubai, only to find one gazing skyward while the other stared at the ground, both deliberately avoiding the weapon, a silent understanding between them. Chapter 036, Shang Wanxing, do you wish to die? Shang Wanxing, with an unchanging expression, reattached the gun to her waist and calmly covered it with her white shirt. Old Master Pei. Come here. Si Yubai's surroundings felt like an Arctic wasteland, merely lingering for a moment would render one's insides frozen. His palm, adorned with black prayer beads, was extended toward her, exuding a formidable and oppressive aura. No one would dare to defy him at this moment. Shang Wanxing approached with a nonchalant smile, deftly placing her hand in his palm, allowing his deep, inky eyes to scrutinize her thoroughly. Witnessing this, Qi Yan wore a peculiar smile, amused by how concerned he was for little Xingxing's well-being. After receiving a call from Yuan Yi, he immediately summoned personnel from the headquarters, leaving the chief of the Southern City Police utterly terrified. Let us go home. The oppressive ambience within the room only marginally dissipated when the somber-faced Si Yubai spoke again. The little darling also tilted her head, adorably shaking her finger. Go home. Go home. Xingxing, go home. Madam Shang. Seeing her about to leave, Elder Master Pei grew restless and stood up to call out to her. Have you considered it thoroughly? Shang Wanxing inquired nonchalantly, tilting her head slightly. The incandescent light seemed to cast a soft glow upon her excessively fair skin, rendering her breathtakingly captivating. Your terms. I accept them all. Elder Master Pei opted to take a gamble. Verbal assurances are insufficient, summon your attorney. Shang Wanxing's countenance was clear and cold, with a chilling glint flashing across her amber pupils. Qi Yan, who was lightly caressing his chin, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What sort of transaction could she possibly have with Elder Master Pei? This young lady is rather intriguing. Pei's top-notch legal team swiftly entered the scene. Upon beholding Si Yubai seated in the wheelchair, they were initially stunned, and subsequently, their knees nearly buckled beneath them. It's Master C. Who in Shanghai doesn't know Master C? The C family's current status is entirely attributable to him. To have elevated the declining and decadent C clan into the foremost family in such a short span of time. One can only imagine the ruthless and formidable methods of the young Cui. And his capricious, tyrannical, and deranged temperament is what inspires the greatest dread. Even if he were smiling at you one moment, he could unhesitatingly deliver a headshot the next. Moreover, the lawyer furtively glanced at Cuy's legs, which were concealed by a black blanket. Those were all events that transpired before his legs were crippled. Surely, he must be even more terrifying after his disability. Do you wish to die? Shang Wanxing slightly lifted her eyelids, voicing her concerns before Qi Yan could launch his attack. A cold intensity gathered in her gaze as she positioned herself to shield Cui, her eyes radiating a menacing aura. The little bun, with hands on her hips, puffed up her cheeks in indignation, resembling a small pufferfish. The lawyer felt his heart skip a beat in trepidation. Cui maintained his usual icy demeanor. Yet a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes as he regarded the girl who stood protectively behind him. Mr. C, Miss Shang, I sincerely apologize for my lax management. Old Master Pei humbly lowered himself, though his heart brimmed with increasing curiosity about the relationship between Shang Wanxing and Cui. The lawyer hastily echoed the apology. Indeed. Cuy's response was devoid of any human emotion, leaving his feelings inscrutable. Qi Yan's previously ominous expression faded, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, the lawyer was blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. The legal team began drafting documents based on Old Master Pei's account. And the expressions of those present grew increasingly complex. Father, have you lost your mind? To terminate all cooperation with the C group? Do you realize the financial repercussions we will face? The daughter of the Pei family, who had remained silent since the arrival of Cui and his entourage, exclaimed in disbelief. The eldest grandson of the Pei family, lacking in ambition, was now managing the Pei group. Just days prior, he had inked a lucrative partnership with the C group. Old Master Pei's actions today not only insulted the C group but also humiliated her son. As she spoke, she cast a fierce glare at Shang Wanxing. It must be that she said something to the old man. This is utterly preposterous. Silence. Old Master Pei, apprehensive of inciting further displeasure from Shang Wanxing, sensed that this day presented an opportunity for the Pei family. He was convinced that if seized, it would safeguard the Pei lineage from decline, even after his demise. More crucially, it would ensure Jingji's well-being. Little star, you're quite something, Qi Yan remarked, hands in his pockets. If his previous attitude towards Shang Wanxing had been somewhat perfunctory, from this moment forward, he formally welcomed Shang Wanxing into his inner circle. Whoever showed goodwill towards his brother would naturally earn his sincerity. Blame, if any, should be directed at those whose avarice knew no bounds. Shang Wanxing spoke casually, her words laden with meaning. Had someone not orchestrated this scheme for their own gain, she would not have found the opportunity to cast her net. Every cause has its effect. She was grateful for the Pei family's utter lack of acumen. The second daughter of the Pei family glared at her with an animosity that could devour her. However, she looked up and met a pair of eyes that seemed capable of freezing one's very blood, morbid and melancholic. Startled, she shuddered and quickly lowered her head. Her heart pounded wildly, and she wished she could swallow a couple of nitroglycerin pills to calm her nerves. She secretly resolved to inform the C family that evening. Little did she know that the minute fluctuations in the second daughter's thoughts were being observed by Shang Wanxing, who appeared nonchalant. A sardonic smile played on her lips, fleeting and ephemeral. Soon, the legal team had drafted the agreement, in duplicate. Miss Shang, would you care to review it? Old Master Pei inquired, presenting the agreement to her with utmost sincerity. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly accepted it, coldly scrutinizing each word to ensure its accuracy before affixing her signature. Embodying the demeanor of an influential figure. Let us depart. Having attained his desires, Shang Wanxing's previously turbulent disposition has now subdued. Although he appears amiable, he is, in fact, nothing short of a little tyrant. A group of individuals exits the reception room. Inside the holding cell, a cadre of prominent and affluent young scions from Shanghai, unaccustomed to such indignities, find themselves gripped by trepidation, fearing they may never escape this predicament. Young Master Pei sits on the floor, resembling a stray dog bereft of its home. Suddenly, the iron door swings open from the outside. Everyone, come out. Young Master Pei's dull eyes brighten momentarily. In the office, Pei Zixuan, who had been engaged in negotiations with the police, looks on in astonishment as his cousin S group is escorted out, followed by another throng, which includes their grandfather and Pei Zixuan's actions falter abruptly. Being wheeled in is none other than the esteemed Lord C. Bai, who has been thrust into the public eye today due to relentless scrutiny. His gaze falls upon the distinctive black prayer beads adorning Lord C's wrist. Pei Zixuan cannot be mistaken. Yet how could his cousin's drug-related troubles possibly be linked to Lord C? Lord C, how could you? Step aside. Just as Pei Zixuan steels himself to extend a greeting, he is interrupted by a voice exuding an air of nonchalance and defiance. He looks up to meet a pair of impatient amber eyes. Chapter 037, Frenzy, Shang Wanxing's hacking prowess resurfaces. Instinctively, Pei Zixuan takes a step back, only to belatedly realize why he should heed her at all. However, Bai's wheelchair had already been propelled past him, rendering the opportunity to greet him irrevocably missed. Nevertheless, if his eyes did not deceive him, was the exquisitely charming little boy seated upon his lap the very same child who had been extricated from his brother's wife's womb during that fateful car accident years ago? On the other side, when Scion Pei Jingji beheld the elder Mr. Pei, his countenance underwent a palpable transformation, betraying an utter aversion. Behold my current state, old man. Does it satiate your desires? His words were fraught with palpable animosity. Cousin, Grandpa he. Pei Zixuan furrowed his brow, intending to mediate as he had habitually done in the past, only to witness a figure of a young woman with an aura of unapproachable, frigid defiance saunter past him. Before anyone could react, she delivered a swift kick. What the Pei Jingji's knees buckled, the pain instantly causing him to prostrate himself before the elder Mr. Pei. With an impassive expression, Shang Wanxing casually tucked one hand into her pocket, while the other delivered a resounding smack to the back of his head, the sound of which caused palpable vicarious pain to those who heard it, let alone Pei Jingji himself. What about you? Shang Wanxing arched a brow slightly, her tone languid. The members of the Pei family were utterly dumbfounded. Throughout Shanghai, everyone knew that young Master Pei was an unlettered troublemaker, defiant and ungovernable. Where had he ever suffered such indignity? One feared that the next moment, the young woman would meet a bloody end. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the usually arrogant young Master Pei merely covered the back of his head with both hands like a helpless chick, his expression one of aggrieved submission, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Apologize to your grandfather for the trouble you've caused. Shang Wanxing nudged Pei Jingji with the tip of her shoe, the dark allure of a deranged beauty returning to her. Pei Jingji, with his neck strained, still sought to defend his fragile dignity, only to witness Shang Wanxing's hand gradually rise. His pupils constricted suddenly, and the words of resistance that had been poised on his lips took an abrupt turn. I was wrong, he murmured, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Speak up, Shang Wanxing urged impatiently. I was wrong. Pei Jingji bellowed, his voice resonating with such intensity that even the birds perched atop the southern city police station trembled in response. Elder Pei. Pei Zixuan. Members of the Pei family. If only you had delayed your concession a little longer, I might have respected you as a man. Pei Jingji exclaimed. You all know nothing. This sister of mine is genuinely ruthless in her attempts to undermine me. Can dignity be consumed as sustenance? Can the golden treasures beneath my knee serve as currency? They are all mere illusions. Cough. Director Liu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Miss Shang. Do you assert that Pei Jingji and his associates have no involvement with narcotics? Do you possess any evidence? This Director Liu had been dispatched to guard Hu City from the capital a few years prior. Of course, this was merely the official narrative. The true nature of his assignment remained shrouded in mystery. Director Liu, known for his integrity and principled stance, would not tolerate any narcotics-related offenses on Chinese soil. Even if one called upon the formidable officer Bai, they would not pass his scrutiny without evidence. Shang Wanxing lifted her gaze to him. I do. Which powerful family in Hu City named Shang could possibly have ties to this merciless officer C? Pei Zixuan pondered, yet soon realized. Did she just claim to have evidence against her cousin regarding drug involvement? Miss Shang, some statements cannot be made lightly. Pei Zixuan appeared to be considerate of her. but Shang Wanxing cast him a knowing glance. There had been a glitch in the surveillance system at the Green Clubhouse, resulting in the loss of some footage. With just that one look, Pei Zixuan felt as though his innermost secrets had been laid bare by those amber eyes, and his palms turned clammy. Shang Wanxing didn't need to ask to surmise that the missing segments were precisely those involving the young Master Pei in the private room. The adorable little dumpling, nestled on Si Yubai's lap, let out a soft, endearing yawn. Shang Wanxing's gaze narrowed, and she ceased paying attention to Pei Zixuan. Heading straight for the only computer that was powered on in the office, intending to wrap things up swiftly and take the little one home to bed. "What are you doing?" The chief of the Qingnan police station had barely begun to speak when Qi Yan nonchalantly raised a hand to cut him off. Although he had no idea what Shang Wanxing was about to do, his intuition told him that the ensuing events would be quite intriguing. Indeed, that proved to be the case. Shang Wanxing's fingers flew across the keyboard, the screen's light illuminating her impassive, exquisite face. Almost instantaneously, all the LED screens hanging in the exhibition hall synchronized with the display on Shang Wanxing's computer. However, the screens soon went dark again, with strings of white code rapidly cascading down them, leaving onlookers bewildered. The only sound was the crisp tapping of Shang Wanxing's fingers as she touch-typed. The dispirited playboys of Shanghai, who had been listlessly squatting in the corner, abruptly looked up, their expressions dumbfounded. Such exhilarating dexterity! With composure, Shang Wanxing pressed the enter key. With a click, all the screens that had gone dark lit up again, and control of the Green Clubhouse's central monitoring room had been transferred to the Qingnan police station. As I caught the cold glare from Shang Wanxing, Master Pei instinctively swallowed the expletive that almost escaped his lips. He gazed at the live footage of the Green Club on the screen, witnessing the prowess of hackers for the first time. I concede that it is indeed impressive. Yet what does it truly signify? Director Liu remarked that the critical surveillance footage had been compromised, and Master Pei remained under suspicion. Upon hearing this, the daughter of Pei Lao Air unconsciously glanced at her son, who offered her a reassuring expression. However, before they could find solace, a calm yet undeniable voice resonated. "I have fixed it." In that instant, everyone held their breath. "You fixed it?" Pei Jingxi's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Had the surveillance been restored merely from those few rapid keystrokes? Even if it was repaired, it only pertained to the corridor. The interior of the private room remained unseen, leaving them powerless to exonerate their cousin. Just as Pei Zixuan finished speaking, he noticed Shang Wanxing casting another glance in his direction, her demeanor languid, as if regarding a fool. As the Pei family held actual dominion over the Green Club, could they truly be unaware that this establishment, heralded as the most secure and confidential in the city, attracting all the influential figures who felt free to express themselves, was equipped with dual surveillance systems? The revelation struck like a thunderclap, disarraying everyone. Meanwhile, the LED display mounted on the wall vividly broadcast the footage of a staff member, clad in the club's bartender uniform, stealthily concealing 3 packets of white powder beneath the sofa. "Are you still contemplating informing the Si family after leaving this place?" Shang Wanxing turned to glance at the second daughter of old Master Pei. Her movements were languid, appearing casual. Yet the subtext of her words ensnared the other party like an invisible hand gripping their throat. Should the powerful elite discover that the private rooms of the Green Club were equipped with surveillance, and that the secrets spoken in the past had been meticulously gathered by the Pei family, it is likely that all the prominent families in Huqing would join forces to eradicate the Pei clan. This served as an unmistakable warning from Shang Wanxing. Chapter 038, Makabaka Akawaka. In the vast conference hall, a profound silence reigned. Old Master Pei regarded Shang Wanxing with a complex expression. In truth, when the lawyer was drafting the agreement, he had already sensed the undercurrents between her and his second daughter. Little did he expect that she had remained composed all along, waiting for this moment. Such patience and cunning were certainly not traits typical of a high school student. Thus, a farcical drama came to an end. The director of the Southern City Police Station, adopting a subservient demeanor, escorted the hall director and his entourage to the door, clearly summoned at the last minute without any preparation. "Miss Shang." Just as Shang Wanxing was about to enter the vehicle, someone called out to her from behind. It was Pei Zixuan. "Is there something you need?" Shang Wanxing rested one hand on the car door, an air of indifference radiating from her, both cold and aloof. Pei Zixuan, ever courteous, produced a gilded personal business card from his pocket and handed it to her. "Should you require anything in the future, please feel free to call. Consider this an opportunity for friendship." Shang Wanxing regarded him, casually accepting the card with one hand. Friendship? She arched an eyebrow. A semblance of a smile playing on her lips, her gaze appraising Pei Zixuan from head to toe. Pei Zixuan had never before been scrutinized in such a manner. And the smile on his face nearly faltered. Unnecessary, she replied. As she spoke, she flicked a business card back towards Pei Zixuan. The ivory slip ultimately fluttering to the ground. A shadow of resentment momentarily clouded Pei Zixuan's countenance. Does Miss Shang perceive my cousin as a more valuable connection than myself? He inquired. Before Shang Wanxing could respond, Pei Jingji, now absolved of suspicion, sauntered forth, draping an arm over Pei Zixuan's shoulders with his customary flamboyant flair. In a fleeting instant, Pei Zixuan masked his displeasure with a veneer of geniality, his expression impeccably controlled. Little Xingxing, it appears we've become acquainted through a rather unconventional encounter. From this moment forward, you shall be under the protection of yours truly, the esteemed Master Pei. Pei Jingji declared with unbridled exuberance. And let me forewarn you about your sister, she is truly a reprehensible individual. Pei Zixuan furrowed his brow, sensing a veiled barb directed his way. As Pei Jingji's hand reached out to clasp Shang Wanxing's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, an aura of chilling, predatory menace materialized, causing even the boisterous Pei Jingji to sense the palpable danger of being targeted. He turned his head with trepidation, meeting the gaze of Si Yubai, who sat in his wheelchair not far off. Pei Jingji was at a loss for words. How could one possibly describe such eyes? Devoid of warmth. Utterly devoid of human sentiment, their icy intensity threatened to freeze his very blood. His hand remained suspended in midair, frozen in place. In a desperate attempt to salvage the awkward moment, he retracted his hand, offering a nonsensical utterance as a means of extricating himself from the situation. Pei Zixuan and Shang Wanxing exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Director Liu followed Si Yubai's line of sight. His gaze settling upon Shang Wanxing. This young lady possesses a certain intrigue, he mused. When do you plan to visit the capital again? Anyone else present would undoubtedly be astounded by the amiable demeanor of Director Liu towards Si Yubai, laced with an indiscernible reverence. Si Yubai retracted his gaze, stating, we shall see. This implied an impasse in negotiations. Concerns regarding your well-being are pervasive in the capital. Si Yubai remained silent. Director Liu sighed, offered a brief farewell, and departed in his vehicle. En route back, Shang Wanxing returned Yuan Er's firearm upon entering the car. Miss Shang. Yuan Er lamented, bewildered as to how she had pilfered his weapon without his awareness. Upon Shang Wanxing's arrival, the little dumpling vigorously extricated himself from Qi Yan's grasp, who was playfully pinching his plump cheeks, and nestled into her embrace. However, before he could draw near, his collar was seized by an icy, commanding hand. The tender, adorable dumpling resembled an overturned turtle, flailing helplessly. Be seated, commence driving, Si Yubai instructed. His exquisitely handsome countenance veiled in shadows. The little dumpling, forcibly placed in his seat and secured with a seat belt, crossed his arms in indignation, exclaiming, naughty granduncle. First, proceed to Shanshui Rinjia, Shang Wanxing nonchalantly directed. Shanshui Rinjia is an upper-middle-class residential complex in Hu City, where the Shang family resides. Yuan Er adjusted the steering wheel accordingly. Si Yubai's phone chimed, and he answered impassively. Master Si, I have arrived. Upon recognizing the voice on the other end, Qi Yan's usually facetious expression turned grave. He identified the speaker as Qing Nan, a highly esteemed hypnotherapist and psychologist ranked third on the free medical list. Await, he instructed. Having concluded his remarks, Si Yubai terminated the call. Your complexion has improved significantly. I presumed your sleep had become more restful. Qi Yan furrowed his brow, evidently concerned about Si Yubai's sleep disorder. A routine checkup. Si Yubai directed his gaze out the window. His face, beautiful yet sickly, appeared as though it could generate splinters of ice. His eyes brimming with a dense darkness. Qing Nan had once remarked that Si Yubai was his sole defeat in his medical career. Within Si Yubai's heart resided a profound abyss, so much so that even Qing Nan, a seasoned psychiatrist, was nearly consumed by his negative emotions. Where do you feel unwell again? Shang Wanxing raised her hand to Si Yubai's forehead. The temperature was normal. Qi Yan. Aren't you two being a bit too familiar? Just as he was contemplating this, they heard the little one feigning a cough incessantly, all the while lifting his hair from his forehead, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Shang Wanxing. Qi Yan. This vying for affection is quite natural as well. Very well, he's the only one unloved and uncared for, a forgotten vegetable in the field, is he? They soon arrived at mountain retreat residences. I'll be down shortly. Shang Wanxing looked up at the brightly lit building, her eyes slightly narrowed. Her entire being exuding a cold and formidable aura. According to Master C's prior investigation report, the Shang family's expansive apartment of over 200 square meters was located here. With the matters concerning the Pei family resolved, it was time to settle other scores as well. The group watched as Shang Wanxing entered the building's entrance. Don't you think little Xingxing and the Shang Wanxing in the investigation report are almost two different people? Qi Yan rested his elbow on the car window, adopting a posture that suggested a playful detachment from the world. Yu Bai cast a cold glance at him, prompting Qi Yan to raise his hands in a gesture of surrender. He swiftly shifted the topic to another matter. Shark, a figure in Huaxia, is not only known as the only internationally certified surgeon with a 100 success rate, but also serves as the leader of the Scorpio organization. Intriguingly, the true identity of Shark, whether male or female, their age, or nationality, remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Shark commands the largest underground power organization globally. Recently, rumors circulated that Shark had been assassinated in the independent intercontinental region, with those spreading the news attempting to implicate the Intercontinental Silver Exchange by linking the two events. However, just 2 days ago, Shark's private account was accessed, with the IP address tracing back to Huaxia, specifically to Huqing. The elite hacker alliance from M Country has just issued an announcement on their official website, indicating plans to launch indiscriminate cyber attacks on Huqing. In Chapter 039, Shang Wanxing, unable to recall her password, casually inserted her hand into her pocket and pressed the doorbell at the merchant's residence. Shortly thereafter, the merchant's housekeeper arrived to open the door, initially mistaking her for the merchant's father. Miss? The housekeeper, taken aback by the exquisite beauty before her, gasped in surprise, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, Shang Wanxing, with an icy demeanor, pushed the door open and entered. Why is it so noisy? The stepmother, adorned with a facial mask, emerged from the bedroom, her gaze immediately falling upon the silhouette of Shang Wanxing. Shang Wanxing, how dare you return? The somewhat jarring voice erupted in Shang Wanxing's ears as she slowly turned, her icy gaze locking onto her stepmother. Ever since she crossed the threshold of the Shang family, it felt as though her heart was constricted by some invisible force, rendering her breath shallow, an instinctive response of this body. Fragments of memories flickered through her mind like a lantern show. Since childhood, the Shang family had treated her as a free maid, with her stepmother resorting to both blows and insults. The reason Shang Wanxing had taken to heavy makeup was a direct result of the relentless psychological manipulation from her stepmother and Shang Yuqing. They had indoctrinated her from a young age, convincing her of her unattractiveness, that she was undeserving, and that she should relinquish everything to her sister, Shang Yuqing, even relegating her to the balcony for sleeping arrangements. Even the live-in maid had her own room. As her stepmother finally discerned her face, shock nearly caused the mask to slip off. Is this little wretch not a tad too beautiful? After years of heavy makeup, her stepmother had nearly forgotten what she truly looked like. But after the initial awe came the instinctual jealousy of a woman. What is that look in your eyes? Do you dare to rebel? Her stepmother swung her hand, intending to slap Shang Wanxing, but before it could connect with her face, the backhand struck her own cheek with a resounding smack. Stumbling, the stepmother fell heavily to the ground. Mom. Shang Yuqing, freshly emerged from the bath, witnessed this scene in disbelief, staring at Shang Wanxing. Wasn't she taken to the police station? How dare you strike my mother, Shang Wanxing? Incensed, Shang Yuqing's rationality was eclipsed, causing her to disregard the dread Shang Wanxing had instilled in her at the Green Clubhouse. In a trice, digits radiating a deathly aura had seized her throat with glacial precision. Shang Yuqing barely had time to register the acute constriction of her pupils before she was violently pinned against the wall. I struck her, so what recourse do you have? Shang Wanxing lowered her long lashes, concealing the sanguine glint in her eyes, her formidable spirit almost ascending to the heavens. Shang Yuqing clawed desperately at her hand, mouth agape in a futile attempt to draw breath, the overwhelming fear threatening to consume her. Her feet dangled precariously. Did you summon me to the clubhouse today with the intention of having them ply me with alcohol? Or perhaps to strip me bare and capture compromising images? Shang Wanxing's smile was wan and frigid, her tone languid yet profoundly menacing, bearing no trace of the meekness and subjugation she had previously displayed in this household. "Release Yuqing." The mother of the Shangs, disregarding the throbbing ache in her face, feigned an advance. However, Shang Wanxing's alacrity surpassed her own. She seized a nearby vase and hurled it violently against the floor. The vase shattered explosively, fragments scattering in all directions, causing the mother of the Shangs to buckle at the knees. Has she lost her mind? Shang Wanxing, from her youth, had sought her affection assiduously, never daring to raise her voice in her presence. She had even laundered her and Yuqing's undergarments by hand. Shang Yuqing's eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Shang Wanxing released her grip at that moment. Shang Yuqing collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Having regained a modicum of composure, she sought refuge in her mother's embrace, bursting into unrestrained tears. She had been utterly petrified. Shang Yuqing had genuinely believed she was on the verge of death. With an eerie calmness, Shang Wanxing dragged a chair to sit before the two women, her expression devoid of emotion yet chillingly unsettling. "Where is my necklace?" Fragmented memories surfaced, recalling a necklace that Shang Wanxing had worn since childhood, only to have it snatched away by Shang Yuqing. Shortly after the necklace was taken, the Shang family's fortunes began to flourish. Shang Mu's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why her daughter would suddenly mention that necklace. I don't know what you're talking about," she stammered, her gaze evasive, clearly fabricating a lie. Shang Wanxing let out a soft laugh, casually picking up a shard of the broken vase from the ground. Her captivating amber eyes seemed stained with blood, and the oppressive aura surrounding her was palpable. "Is that so?" she murmured, circling around Shang Mu to embrace her, gradually pressing the shard against her neck. "Do you truly not know what I am referring to? Or are you merely dismissing me?" Shang Wanxing's voice was a mere whisper, akin to a dreamlike murmur, yet it detonated in Shang Mu's ears, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. How terrifying. "The necklace is lost, it's not at home. It has been gone for a long time," Shang Mu managed to utter, trembling as she pieced together her words, yet her shifty gaze and wandering eyes were effortlessly pierced through by Shang Wanxing's discerning stare, revealing her deceit. Wanxing's expression hardened, applying slight pressure on the shard, embedding its sharp edge into Shang Mu's flesh, a trickle of crimson blood cascading down her skin. "Woo, let go of my mom. The necklace was sold." "Sold?" Shang Yuqing suddenly burst into tears. This was the unvarnished truth. "Who is the buyer?" "Alas, I am ignorant. I truly know nothing." Shang Wanxing's frigid gaze settled upon her countenance, and wherever her eyes alighted, Shang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably. In her estimation, Shang Wanxing was indistinguishable from a madwoman, perhaps even more terrifying. With a soft thud, the shard of the vase Shang Wanxing had been holding against her mother's neck fell to the floor. She rose languidly, absently taking a tissue from the table and wiping her pale fingers with an expressionless face, her eyes devoid of any discernible emotion, so placid as to send shivers down one's spine. Shang Wanxing ambled towards the door, the fragments of the vase crunching beneath her feet. The housemaid cowered nearby, trembling in fear. The tissue she had used was discarded indifferently on the floor as she strode towards the entrance, her mind consumed by Shang Yuqing's words. While they held some truth, they were not the whole truth. Who had purchased the necklace? What had they done with it? How had the Shang family managed to maintain their affluent lifestyle? How had Shang Yuqing been admitted to Yingbua despite not meeting the requirements? Had there been no further contact between the Shang family and the buyer? And what of her kidnapping? The elevator doors closed, the cold metal reflecting Shang Wanxing's emotionless face. A faint, indolent smile crept upon her lips. Intriguing. Sayu Island. Lost in thought during the journey, Shang Wanxing alighted from the car and returned to her room with the little darling in her arms. "I perceive that little Xingxing is not in high spirits," Qi Yan mused, stroking his chin. She had not uttered a single word from the moment they entered the car until they arrived. Siyu Bai gazed in the direction of Shang Wanxing's departure, remaining silent. As Qingnan approached from afar, he cast a slightly surprised glance in the direction where Shang Wanxing had vanished. When had a young woman entered Master Si's inner circle? And little you seem to accept her presence? Qingnan, Siyu Bai uttered, his lips barely moving. "Yes, Master Si," Qingnan replied, withdrawing his gaze with utmost respect. His light brown eyes were captivating, and he carried the faint scent of medicine. "Do you find her comely?" Si Yubai's frigid gaze settled upon him like a frigid pool. Qingnan remained silent. In the bedroom, Shang Wanxing emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. The little dumpling, already scrubbed clean and clad in pajamas, slumbered peacefully on her bed. The great white serpent rested its massive head on the bedside, its tail gently lulling its young master. Upon seeing her, it yawned widely. Shang Wanxing allowed the child and the serpent to occupy her bed, casually drying her hair with a towel. Suddenly, the ultra-thin laptop she had assembled flickered to life. Shang Wanxing paused, raising an eyebrow. The screen displayed a stark message in red letters against a black background: Shark. Cosmos is about to launch an indiscriminate cybersecurity attack challenge against Shanghai. The words were alarming. Shang Wanxing leaned forward, her fingers gliding across the mouse, her pupils illuminated by the cold light of the screen. Cosmos, the most eminent hacker alliance in the United States, had ignited a furor within the dark web with its challenge, drawing countless hackers to its banner. An indiscriminate cybersecurity attack, by its very definition, encompassed all sectors, including government agencies, hospitals, schools, and banks. Should the offensive commence, Shanghai's cybersecurity would be imperiled. Shang Wanxing's long eyelashes were slightly lowered, her expression inscrutable. Yet an instinctive sense of danger emanated from her. With delicate keystrokes, she expelled the adversary she had painstakingly infiltrated. It was effortless. Closing her eyes, she suppressed the icy turmoil within her heart. Since leaving the Shan family, a throbbing sensation had plagued her forehead, the reason for her silence on the return journey. The lingering aura of bloodshed enveloped her, an oppressive weight she could not shake off. Even the little bun on the bed stirred restlessly in its dreams. Suddenly, a cold, scaled head nestled against her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she found a massive white python, akin to a child, nuzzling closer and closer. With an impassive demeanor, Shang Wanxing raised her hand to stroke the serpent. Its frigid touch brought a slight lift to her spirits. Meanwhile, Si Yubai lay sprawled on a black leather armchair, the bedroom resembling a desolate, icebound wasteland. A palpable sense of pressure cast a shadow over Qingnan's face as he removed his glasses, wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. Si Yubai was undoubtedly the bane of his medical career. Once again, this session of hypnosis had ended in failure. Si Yubai opened his eyes, his strikingly handsome face shrouded in a somber pallor, his finely sculpted nose framed tightly pressed lips. Qingnan hesitated, caught between words. In Si Yubai's world, there existed an impenetrable darkness. He embodied an abyss, a hell of his own making, rather than a psychological issue. His sleep disorder was a self-imposed prison. Si Yubai seemed lost in thought, his demeanor dark and frigid. Qingnan sighed, "Sir, regarding the medication for this session." He placed the already prepared medicine on the table, but was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Qingnan felt a familiar ache in his head. Grandfather. Little did anyone know that Qingnan hailed from the illustrious Qing family, renowned in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. His grandfather, revered as one of the great masters alongside the esteemed Pan, was known as Nan Pan Bei Qing. An expert in acupuncture, while Pan excelled in pharmacology. Together, they epitomized the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medical practice. Uncertain of what the elder on the other end of the line had conveyed, Qingnan's expression grew grave. Moments later, he ended the call and took his leave to bid farewell to Si Yubai. The bedroom fell into a profound silence. Si Yubai reached for the medication, eschewing water, and began to chew the tablets one by one. Throughout this process, his handsome yet somber visage remained devoid of any expression, having just endured a failed hypnosis. The corners of his eyes still tinged with a blood-red hue. After consuming the medicine, he extinguished the light and lay on the bed fully clothed, his frost-laden gaze fixed upon the ceiling, the room resembling a hellish battleground. Morning arrived. The atmosphere in the villa was heavy with an oppressive stillness. Even the birds, which typically greeted the dawn with cheerful chirps, remained eerily quiet. At the dining table, Si Yubai, seated in his wheelchair and plagued by yet another sleepless night, melded with the shadows of the room. His sinister gaze and the dark circles beneath his eyes accentuated the predatory aura that enveloped him, causing even the servants who delivered his meals to tremble with trepidation. Across from him, the cherubic little bun radiated vitality, his short legs swinging playfully beneath the chair, while his small hands adeptly maneuvered a tiny shark-shaped spoon to consume his porridge. With a gleeful gesture, he waved his wrist at Si Yubai. the modified black electronic watch glinting on his arm, a sight he had noticed upon waking. A tuft of unruly hair atop the little bun's head bobbed in rhythm with his excited leg movements. Brandishing the writing pad, the little tyke flaunted it to his uncle. Siyubai cast an icy glance at the little darling, causing the great white python, which had been encircling its young master, to shudder. Swiftly, it slithered up the indoor ornamental tree, endeavoring to coil itself into a massive lump, burying its head within. The little darling, with hands cupping his cheeks, appeared bashful. Siyubai's gaze remained frigid. Siyubai. Yuan Air gradually edged behind his elder brother, hoping to shield himself from the impending turmoil. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Siyubai merely retracted his icy gaze, raised his hand to dab his thin lips with a napkin, and steered his electric wheelchair toward the indoor elevator. Bedroom. Shang Wanxing, still deep in slumber, seemed to sense that the room's air conditioning had dropped further. A bit chilly. And that familiar, somber, woody masculine fragrance, domineering yet morbid. Masculine fragrance? Shang Wanxing slowly opened her eyes, unexpectedly meeting Siyubai's gaze, who was bathed in the morning light yet enveloped in an aura of gloomy darkness. Shang Wanxing. She surmised that perhaps she hadn't opened her eyes correctly. She closed them, then reopened them. The somber darkness surrounding Siyubai seemed even denser. Shang Wanxing. Shang Wanxing, Master C? So early in the morning. Is he ill? Siyubai remained silent, merely regarding her with a sinister gaze. The dark circles beneath his eyes, from a sleepless night, had resurfaced, amplifying his overall morbid aura. A staring contest ensued. Observing her failure to grasp his intent, Siyubai frowned, his displeasure evident. Shang Wanxing mused. What is he trying to do? In the next instant, Siyubai extended his hand towards Shang Wanxing. Beneath the cuff of his black shirt, the man's wrist appeared lean yet strong, his fingers long and exquisitely jointed, a veritable delight for those with a hand fetish. The black prayer beads swayed on his wrist, further captivating the beholder. Shang Wanxing wondered. Siyubai's mood palpably worsened. Chapter 041, Shang Wanxing, is this so difficult? The somber cloud enveloping him expanded, accompanied by metaphorical lightning and thunder. Seated in his wheelchair, he resembled an impassive ice sculpture, the room's temperature plummeting to near-freezing levels. Accustomed to Siyubai's capricious nature, Shang Wanxing sighed inwardly. Before his temper spiraled out of control, she extended her hand from beneath the light covers and clasped his pearl-bead-adorned wrist. As if a switch had been flipped, the frigid air momentarily stilled, and the temperature began to rise. Shang Wanxing's voice was languid and drowsy as she spoke, "Get in." Unaware of the allure in her tone, and disinclined to decipher the reason behind Siyubai's early morning mood, she opted for the simplest solution. Shifting over, Shang Wanxing made room on the bed beside her and closed her eyes once more. Having spent the previous night modifying a watch chip for the little one until dawn, she was utterly exhausted. Her willingness to appease Siyubai was, in her view, the utmost respect she could offer her patron. After a moment, the bed dipped beside her, and the assertive, woody fragrance of his cologne permeated Shang Wanxing's senses. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel Siyubai's gaze upon her face. Shang Wanxing opened her eyes to find Siyubai gazing at her, his demeanor as cold and detached as a monk. Had she not witnessed his bloodthirsty and morbid side, she might have been deceived by his handsome facade. He was nothing short of a living demon. At this moment, Siyubai was enveloped by Shang Wanxing's scent, and the tension he had maintained since the previous night began to dissipate, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, leading him to a profound realization: only in Shang Wanxing's presence could he find solace and sleep. Siyubai spoke, the watch, perhaps feeling slightly more amicable. He finally broke his silence, his eyes reflecting a deep, inky hue. Shang Wanxing responded, "What is it?" "I want one too." With that, Siyubai closed his eyes. And soon, Shang Wanxing heard the sound of his long, steady breaths. He had fallen asleep. Now it was her turn to be restless. The Shang family sat together on the sofa. Shang's father wore a grim expression as he smoked, pondering, why would she suddenly bring up the necklace? Upon returning home the previous night, he had been met with the sight of chaos. His wife and daughter were huddled together, weeping in fear. It was only through the housekeeper's accounts that he learned the full story. "How should I know? She seems completely deranged." Shang's mother, her voice sharp, recalled the wound on her neck, now scabbed over, but the memory of Shang Wanxing's reckless behavior from the day before still sent shivers down her spine. Dad. Does she know something? Shang Wanxing, with bruises encircling her neck and pain in her throat, was grateful it was a day off from school. Shang's father remained silent, lost in thought. If this matter truly escalates, let alone the one in the capital, his entire family of 3 will be the first to be cannon fodder. Mr. Shang, Director Li is anxiously seeking a wife for his son. Which Director Li? Halfway through her sentence, Mrs. Shang, after receiving a glance from her husband, clammed up. Is it the Director Li whose son is a homosexual, prefers backdoor dealings, and continues to indulge in debauchery despite being diagnosed with AIDS? Would that little wench even consent? Recalling the beautiful, unadorned face she saw last night, Mrs. Shang perked up. By the time the deed is done, even if the truth is revealed, that little hussy will already be ruined. Mr. Shang scoffed, she has no choice. Shang Wanxing glanced at her parents, her anticipation palpable. Simultaneously, 5-year-old Si Ling sat before his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The prodigious hacker had noticed the challenge issued by the Cosmos Hacker Alliance on their official website the previous night. Coincidentally, he had previously interacted with the leader of Cosmos on the dark web. Private hospital location, sent. The other party swiftly responded with a question mark. Need a favor. Before the computer screen, Si Ling revealed an innocent smile, yet his eyes were chilling, like those of a demon. Sandy Isle. Shang Wanxing opened her eyes, Si Yubai was nowhere to be seen. However, a woody fragrance lingered in the air, a trace of his presence. Downstairs. Within the expansive, cool-toned hall of the villa, Qi Yan, the little dumpling, and Yuan Air were seated on the floor, each cradling their chin in their hands. Heads tilted as they gazed ahead. Beside them, the large white python, coiled around an indoor ornamental tree, idly tapped the tree with the tip of its tail. What are you all doing? Shang Wanxing inquired as she descended the staircase. Upon hearing her voice, the little dumpling, who had been drooping, instantly darted forward like a rocket. Dubai is dying, the soft, pale dumpling held up his personal writing board, on the verge of tears. Dubai? Shang Wanxing followed the direction of the little dumpling's finger, spotting a life-sized replica of Baymax from Big Hero 6 standing there. Qi Yan was tapping here and there with his hand. After a series of crackling sounds, white smoke billowed from Dubai's rear panel. Qi Yan. Oh, Yuan Air. Shang Wanxing. Little dumpling. Thanks to Qi Yan's efforts, Dubai was officially rendered inoperable. Qi Yan guiltily eyed the little dumpling, whose expression had turned to stone. This Dubai had been specially customized for the unborn little dumpling by Si Yubai's younger brother. But it had been sealed away after the incident. Today, the little dumpling had a whim and asked Yuan Air to find it for Shang Wanxing. It was also his fault for being nosy and poking at it. The more he poked, the more broken it became, and the more broken it became, the more he enjoyed poking. Little dumpling. Thinking of the tantrums the little dumpling threw when angry, Qi Yan nervously swallowed. The little dumpling turned his head blankly, looking at Qi Yan, who in turn looked towards Yuan Air and Shang Wanxing. Save me, save me. Little Baozi, face the storm. Find the tools. Shang Wanxing lazily glanced at the parameters behind Dubai, and her mind quickly grasped the situation. The simple phrase extinguished the flames of enthusiasm within little Baozi, who was about to transform into a fire-breathing dragon. Without uttering a word, Yuan Air went in search of the necessary tools. The reformed, soft, and adorable little Baozi looked up at her with pitiful eyes. Xing, can you do it? This is an intelligent robot, the kind that can actually speak. As Qi Yan began to speak, little Baozi turned to him with a deathly glare. Qi Yan. Let him be reckless. Shang Wanxing casually tied up her hair and lazily glanced at Qi Yan. Is this really so difficult? Qi Yan replied, it's quite challenging. Although Dubai is a first-generation product, the processes involved are intricate, not to mention the internal chips. If damaged, there is no repair capability domestically. So I hold no hope for you, Shang Wanxing. While he racked his brain pondering where to send Dubai for repairs, Shang Wanxing had already taken the tools from Yuan Air and removed Dubai's back cover. Her movements were swift, clearly indicating that this was not her first time performing such a task. 20 minutes later, Qi Yan stared in astonishment at Dubai's control panel, which had come back to life. You repaired it? Chapter 042, Dubai, the system believes this will bring you a bit of joy. The program version is outdated, would you like to upgrade it? Extracting the chip and taking a glance, Shang Wanxing spoke with unhurried calm. Qi Yan, still in shock, asked. You can upgrade it? Shang Wanxing cast a faint glance at him. Qi Yan swore he could detect a hint of disdain in her gaze. Ha ha. Little bun. Immersed in the elation of seeing Si Dubai resurrected, gazed at Shang Wanxing with radiant eyes, brimming with adorable admiration. Qi Yan fixed his gaze on her hands, inquiring, post-upgrade. Will Si Dubai possess the faculty of speech? Affirmative, Shang Wanxing responded perfunctorily, her attention riveted on Dubai. Is it capable of executing forward and backward rolls? Qi Yan further probed. Shang Wanxing paused momentarily. Affirmative. Then. Qi Yan was about to continue, but Shang Wanxing, wielding her tools, slowly turned her head towards him, her eyes narrowing menacingly. Silence. Qi Yan, how fierce. After a brief interlude, Shang Wanxing reattached the rear panel to Si Dubai. Upon pressing the power button, a white light illuminated, and Si Dubai, previously condemned to obsolescence, commenced its activation sequence. The little bun's obsidian eyes gleamed instantaneously, her mouth forming a silent wow. Qi Yan and Yuan Er, standing adjacent, intently observed the antiquated Si Dubai, patched up numerous times, eager to witness the qualitative leap it would undertake. Even the great white python coiled around the ornamental tree raised its massive head. Si Dubai's dark eyes blinked once. Is that all? Qi Yan uttered, just as the little bun raised her hand, extending her index finger towards Si Dubai, approaching slowly. Si Dubai tilted its head, its marshmallow-like white, supple body quivering with each movement, and imitated the little bun, extending its chubby index finger. The instant their fingers met. Biu. A plethora of pink hearts emanated from Si Dubai's smart panel. Good morning, my master. Through wind and rain, Dubai awaits you, Biu. It was not the cold, emotionless voice of a robot one might expect, but rather the delightful, affectionate tone of a soft, endearing child. Qi Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even to the naked eye. The contrast between the pre-modification Si Dubai and the revamped version was striking. No longer a mere machine capable of simple conversations and weather forecasts. Qi Yan could even perceive shyness on the robot's face. Unbelievable. What have you done to Si Dubai? Qi Yan exclaimed, utterly shocked. Just a minor upgrade to the program. Shang Wanxing replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial task. Just? Qi Yan gazed at Shang Wanxing as if she were some peculiar creature. Even the latest generation of Si Dubai paled in comparison to her anthropomorphized version. What else have you enhanced in Si Dubai? Qi Yan inquired further. Shang Wanxing pondered for a moment, emotional sensing, danger alerts, GPS auto-recognition, and so forth. Qi Yan. Is she truly just a high school student? As Si Dubai descended the stairs, she beheld a little bun, sprawled in a big lettered, nestled into the soft, plump belly of Si Dubai, who was reciprocating with a small heart gesture towards Shang Wanxing. Si Dubai also struggled to mimic the heart gesture. Si Dubai. Master Si. The first to sense a chill in the air was Yuan Er, who immediately detected Si Dubai's presence, while Yuan Yi behind him was dressed in formal attire, evidently preparing to go out. Si Luoyu, change your clothes, Si Dubai said coolly. The little bun blinked in response. We are going to the hospital to see your great-grandmother. Upon hearing that they were to visit her great-grandmother, the little bun immediately nodded with adorable enthusiasm. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she dashed back, gesturing towards Si Dubai, eager for her great-grandmother to meet him as well. Si Dubai did not decline. The little bun scampered up the stairs on her short legs, excited to change her clothes. Ah Si, you have no idea how amazing Little Star is. Just look at Si Dubai, he was saved by Little Star. Qi Yan chattered incessantly. Si Dubai's gaze fell upon the revitalized face of Si Dubai, memories of the past, when family was still present, surged forth like a tidal wave, an experience akin to a different era. Si Dubai, tilting his head, also looked at Si Dubai, as if sensing something. Suddenly, he walked over to Shang Wanxing, effortlessly lifting her in a princess carry, only to gently place her in Si Dubai's embrace the next moment. Shang Wanxing? Si Dubai instinctively tightened his arms. Qi Yan, oh. Si Dubai, I detected that your emotions were quite sorrowful. And the system deemed this would bring you some happiness. The endearing Si Dubai patted his chest and, mimicking human behavior, made a little heart gesture towards Si Yubai. You're welcome. Si Yubai. Shang Wanxing. Qi Yan. Pft. Indeed. Artificial intelligence is remarkably intelligent. On the road, inside the Maybach, Shang Wanxing, dressed in a black t-shirt, gazed out of the car window. A refreshing breeze flowed in through the partially open window, causing her long hair, which had been tousled behind her, to billow freely. Resting one hand on her chin, she appeared completely unfazed as strands brushed against Si Yubai's cheek. Abruptly, Si Dubai, seated across from them, interjected, "System detects an elevated heart rate." Si Yubai retorted. "Silence." Si Dubai conceded, "Acknowledged, sir. However, given the accelerated rate, I would still advise consulting a physician." Si Yubai remained silent. Shang Wanxing, without turning her head, subtly curved her pale lips into a smile. The little dumpling, alternating glances between Si Yubai and Shang Wanxing, swung his legs contentedly, in high spirits. Si Yubai's personal cell phone chimed, the display indicating a call from Qi Yan. Si Yubai answered. ACI, Qi Yan's voice carried a grave tone. A departure from his usual flippant demeanor. Yes? Master Pan has met with misfortune. Master Pan, the eminent figure representing the pinnacle of acupuncture expertise in the nation, was in trouble. Si Yubai's eyes, dark as ink, harbored a brewing tempest. Master Pan's foremost disciple had turned traitor, crippling the master's hands and now defecting to the Korean faction with Pan's exclusive acupuncture techniques, poised to represent Korea at the International Traditional Chinese Medicine Conference in a fortnight. Even through the phone, Qi Yan's fury was palpable. As a grandmaster, Master Pan only imparted his acupuncture secrets to his principal disciple. And now with his hands ruined and his foremost disciple's betrayal, Pan's lineage of acupuncture was on the brink of extinction. Si Dubai issued a warning, danger. Danger. System detects emotional levels reaching the alert threshold. At this moment, Si Yubai exuded an oppressive aura, a faint crimson tinting the corners of his eyes. A sign of perilous bloodlust. The call concluded, Si Yubai closed his eyes, lost in thought. Yuan Yi and Yuan Air in the front seats dared not breathe. The grave expression Qing Nan bore upon receiving a call last night spoke volumes. It seems a trip to the capital is in order in the coming days. To a private hospital. The group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the ward. Master Si. Upon beholding Si Yubai, everyone greeted in a deep voice. The door opened. Inside the ward, the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments mingled with the hum of a humidifier. However, upon hearing this, Shang Wanxing paused momentarily, her expression shifting as she hastened to the bedside of Madame Si. Chapter 43, Hacker Infiltration of Hospital System, Shang Wanxing's Fury. A frosty aura enveloped Shang Wanxing's exquisite features. Her usual nonchalance replaced by a chilling demeanor. The coldness emanated from her very core. Without hesitation, she decisively removed the 4 needle from Madame C's hand with swift precision. The medicinal fluid from the 4 mixed with blood, dripping onto the pristine floor. Summon assistance. Si Yubai's imposing presence exuded a terrifying gloom, akin to the arrival of a harsh winter. Yuani immediately turned to comply. The little dumpling stared blankly at the sickbed, utterly unresponsive to the external world, until he was lifted into the comforting embrace of the stout Si Dubai. Shang Wanxing, radiating an icy aura, scanned the medical cart in the room. Without a word, she pulled it to her side, barehandedly snapping open the glass vials of epinephrine, atropine, and lidocaine used for emergencies, before drawing the solutions into syringes in one fluid motion. Nonsense, cease this at once. Just as Shang Wanxing was about to inject the medication into Madame Si, an irate shout echoed from the doorway. Shang Wanxing, however, paid no heed and directly administered the drugs intravenously to Madame Si. I command you to stop. The attending physician rushed in, attempting to pull her away. Silence. Si Yubai's voice was chillingly cold, instantly plunging the temperature in the ward to an abyss, freezing the very blood in one's veins. Yuan Air and the bodyguard stepped forward to block the entrance. Sir. Upon recognizing the visitor, the attending physician stammered as if his tongue had been scalded. What has happened? A commanding voice resonated in the corridor, as a middle-aged man clad in a black suit approached, accompanied by the hospital director and administrative staff. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Qing Nan, Si Yubai's hypnotic psychologist, was also at the side of the middle-aged man. The speaker was Qing Lin. The president of the Qing Group, the largest pharmaceutical conglomerate in the nation, responsible for 52 of the country's medications. And its affiliated hospitals were among the most prestigious private chains in the country. The attending physician hurried to explain. Qing Nan, previously unaware of the incident involving Si Yubai's grandmother, was now stunned, particularly when his gaze fell upon the solitary figure in the ward. Realizing with astonishment that she was the young girl who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere beside Si Yubai. See. Before Qing Nan could articulate his thoughts, the girl turned, approaching them with an aura so formidable that it could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. Chairman, it is she. The attending physician exclaimed, pointing a finger at her. However, the hospital director was already aware of Shang Wanxing's capabilities. He recalled how, with a single injection, she had brought Si Yubai's grandmother, previously deemed beyond salvation by numerous experts, back to consciousness. He was convinced that she would not act without purpose. All monitor readings are normal. If any severe consequences arise from the medications administered to the grandmother, I shall bear no responsibility. The attending physician, still indignant, was abruptly interrupted as Shang Wanxing coldly seized the front of his coat, forcefully pulling him to the bedside. Show me clearly. As she spoke, Shang Wanxing forcefully tore away the monitoring wires connected to the elderly Madame C. The crowd gasped in astonishment, but what transpired next rendered them utterly speechless. Although the sensory wires linking to the patient's body had been severed, the data on the monitor continued to display a steady, normal green, with not a single digit changing. What medication did you administer? Shang Wanxing inquired again, her commanding presence intimidating everyone present, leaving the attending physician feeling as helpless as a student before a formidable mentor in medical school. The attending physician instinctively began to list a series of medication names. Look again. Shang Wanxing compelled him to raise his gaze, to clearly view the names of the drugs on the bag. This is impossible. As the attending physician finally discerned the labels, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, nearly collapsing in despair. None of the medications matched what he had just recited. But how could this be? He had meticulously entered each name into the system, recalling each detail with clarity. Moreover, how could he possibly have misidentified the medication for Madame C? Qing Nan hurried to the bedside to verify, then shook his head at his father. The latter's expression instantly turned grave. Retrieve the records. Qing Lin spoke in a low, serious tone, instinctively glancing at Si Yubai, aware that if this matter did not yield a satisfactory explanation, it could spell catastrophe for everyone present. I advise you to have the doctors inspect every patient room. Shang Wanxing's eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity. Her amber pupils seemingly darkened, as she raised her hand to lock eyes with Qing Lin. He instinctively furrowed his brow, perplexed by her words. Yet. Doctor. Hurry. Help. Nurses, someone come quickly. In the next moment, the corridor reverberated with cries and wails, resembling a hellish scene. Problems with medication arose in every ward, plunging the nurses and on-duty doctors into an unprecedented state of panic. Simultaneously, the doors of the hospital, located in the north, south, east, and west, locked shut at the same time. An unknown terror was sweeping in an unparalleled manner. The chairman, the director, having hung up the phone, appeared ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he recounted the phone call's contents with grim accuracy. The entire hospital had descended into chaos, all exits sealed, trapping everyone within the building. Call the police. Qing Lin decisively declared, yet his gaze fell upon Shang Wanxing's face. Just moments ago, she had cautioned him as if she had foreseen impending trouble. Shang Wanxing allowed Qing Lin to scrutinize her. And only after confirming that old Madame C was out of danger did the fury within her truly ignite. Old Madame C's safety was due to their timely arrival, their swift recognition of the abnormal situation, and the relatively small dosage of the administered medication. However, many critically ill patients remained in the hospital, and even the slightest misstep could jeopardize lives. She instinctively glanced at Si Yubai. Suddenly, the large figure holding the little bun, Si Yubai, emitted a strange buzzing sound, as if disturbed by some electromagnetic interference. Almost simultaneously, the screens in the corridor and various wards went completely dark, replaced by a singular image. In the tenebrous chamber, a man donned a spectral white mask. As if time itself had been suspended, an eerie silence enveloped the fear-stricken hospital. Every eye was fixed upon the screen, awaiting his pronouncement. Meanwhile, Qinglin glanced down at his cellular device. Within the Shanghai Medical Network Group, messages surged forth in rapid succession. The entirety of Shanghai's medical infrastructure had been breached by a solitary hacker, now rendered utterly paralyzed. Each hospital screen was compelled to broadcast the same unsettling scene. Some enterprising individual had live-streamed the entire affair on a short video platform, swiftly ascending to the top of trending headlines. All attention was now riveted upon this enigmatic hacker. Spare yourselves the exertion, you incompetent denizens of China. Even through the mask, one could discern the sheer arrogance emanating from him. Shang Wanxing's gaze instantly turned glacial and piercing. I have implemented a mortality protocol within your medical systems. On the screen, the masked man, speaking in impeccable English, emitted the villain's quintessential diabolical chuckle. What is this mortality protocol? At this juncture, the gravity of the situation remained largely unappreciated. Abruptly, the man on the screen snapped his fingers with a flourish. And the hospital's power supply was severed in an instant. The power's out. A silence as profound as death descended. What about the backup generators? Qinglin bellowed. Hospitals are equipped with dual power systems. In the event of a power outage, backup generators seamlessly activate within a second, ensuring the safety of critically ill patients reliant on life-sustaining machinery and those undergoing emergency surgery. Yet now, there was not a flicker of response. The death command refers to the destructive orders directed at the hospital's power system, including the backup generators. The voice of Shang Wanxing was devoid of warmth, her anger accumulating. This madman. Qinglin seethed with rage. Even a mere minute of power outage could prove fatal for those patients unable to breathe or maintain a heartbeat independently. For the infants in incubators reliant on electricity to sustain their body temperature, and for those undergoing surgery at the time. Especially since he had just received news that all hospitals in the city had lost power. No sooner had he spoken than the television on the wall flickered back to life. If you wish to prevent their demise, you must comply with my instructions. The masked man clasped his hands beneath his chin, his demeanor exuding an inflated sense of self-importance. Believing himself to be a deity with the power to dictate life and death at will. The crippled waste that is Cubai must crawl to the front of the C Group building within half an hour, remember. He must crawl on the ground like a dog. Otherwise these people will perish. The scene shifted to the intensive care unit, where each patient unable to breathe independently appeared on the screen in a left-to-right sequence, soon accompanied by the sound of sobbing from the hallway. The image abruptly cut off. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Cubai. The man seated in the black wheelchair wore an expression of indifference, casually fiddling with the prayer beads around his wrist. Exuding a chilling aura devoid of any human warmth, his gaze capable of freezing blood. At that moment, a mocking curve began to form on Cubai's thin lips. Behind him, Yuan Yi and Yuan Er stood, their muscles tensed with rage like stone. Silence enveloped the room. Her resplendent eyes narrowed with perilous intent. Her countenance frigid as her tongue pressed against the root of her teeth in vexation. Were it not for the presence of the little one, her animosity would have soared unrestrained. Yet, before she could utter a word, the door to the hospital room was thrust open with vehemence. Grandfather C, having suffered a myocardial infarction from witnessing Cubai set the ancestral home ablaze, was escorted by his old flame, Kai Suwen. The patriarch entered with a formidable air. His gaze fixed upon Cubai's face as he boomed, "If you still consider yourself a member of the C family, you will accede to the demands of that hacker." Cubai's eyes were pools of shadows, and he remained silent, his handsome visage an impassive mask of frost. With a deliberate gesture, he raised his right hand, halting Yuan Yi's advance. Yubai, external forces are exerting immense pressure on the C family, not to mention the countless innocent lives at stake. Can you truly bear to stand idly by? Kai Suwen, adorned in a crescent-white cheongsam, resembled an aging jasmine, her eyes glistening with tears. Resorting to moral blackmail, are we? Shang Wanxing arched a brow with disdain, a sudden, derisive laugh escaping her lips. The sound was jarringly out of place, drawing the attention of all present. Rescue? Are you suggesting salvation through mere words? With a hand nonchalantly tucked into her pocket, Shang Wanxing sauntered toward Cubai. Her exquisite features betraying her impatience as she unleashed a torrent of unvarnished sarcasm. Clutched in Cubai's arms, the little one clenched tiny fists. Is reputation truly more valuable than life itself? Kai Suwen, with a voice tinged with grievance, implored pitifully, evoking sympathy even from the senior officials accompanying Qinglin. The city's hospitals were overwhelmed with critically ill patients, if sacrificing one could yield. Shang Wanxing let out a cold laugh, her eyes brimming with derision. Indeed. Master C's reputation holds more value than your life. Her gaze swept disdainfully across each face, infused with an unspoken fierceness. C. Dabai, expel them. Without hesitation. The robot C. Dabai complied with Shang Wanxing's command, swiftly ejecting both the elder Mr. C and Kai Suwen, while also clearing out everyone else except for the Qing father and son. C. Dabai remarked, I didn't wish to resort to such rudeness. Humph. The Qing family remained silent, while Yuan E and Yuan Er exchanged glances of disbelief. Outside, the elder Mr. C, having been forcefully removed, struggled to catch his breath, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. His phone was inundated with inquiries about the incident. Kai Suwen, reluctant to forfeit this prime opportunity, contemplated her next move when her peripheral vision caught a group of young individuals in the corridor, wielding their phones to capture angles for a live stream. In the next moment, Kai Suwen fell to her knees at the doorway. Yabai, I beseech you, save these innocent people. The cameras immediately pivoted towards her. Inside, Yuan Er couldn't help but utter a curse. How despicable. Outside, a throng had gathered, drawn by Kai Suwen's kneeling, with bewildered family members of patients surrounding the ward, their emotions running high as they pounded and kicked at the door. If this continued, it was feared that a significant disturbance would ensue. At this juncture, Si Yubai's attention was entirely captivated by Shang Wanxing. Her countenance, devoid of any expression, betrayed a palpable fury. Her eyes, tinged with a ruthless crimson at the corners, were fixed upon the doorway, her exquisitely sculpted face clouded with a somber intensity. And this ire, it was for him. Master C. In the confines of the private hospital room, devoid of any extraneous presence, Qing Lin's demeanor towards Si Yubai was obsequiously reverential. He was on the cusp of continuing his discourse when the resonant chime of Si Yubai's cellular phone interjected. Si Yubai, his visage an impassive mask, answered the call. Mr. C, I am Gao Xiang, the newly appointed director of the Shanghai Cybersecurity Investigation Department. The voice emanating from the other end of the line, belonging to the aforementioned director, possessed a subtle air of arrogance. We would appreciate your cooperation in affording us some additional time. And what if you prove incapable of resolving the matter? Shang Wanxing's voice was an arctic gust, her gaze, frigid and penetrating, alighted upon the door panels, which were being assaulted by the incessant thuds of an individual consumed by emotional turbulence. At this moment, the director remained blissfully unaware that within the confines of the room, all occupants save for Si Yubai were staring in stunned disbelief as Shang Wanxing, her aura radiating an almost palpable menace, produced a sleek, ebony laptop. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard with astonishing velocity. Cybersecurity Investigation Department? Gao Xiang, with his mobile phone casually cradled in one hand, regarded the expansive screen wall displaying the Tianwang data with an air of self-assuredness. How could that be possible? He scoffed, his tone dismissive. A deathly silence descended upon the telephone line. In the ensuing moment, the system vaunted as the most impregnable, the most unassailable bastion of cybersecurity, was breached by a hacker. The entirety of the LED display screen was usurped by an image of a stoic young woman, her features obscured by a black mask and a baseball cap. And if you prove incapable of resolving the matter? Across the digital divide, the young woman emitted a derisive snort, her demeanor radiating in audacious defiance. Chapter 045, A Grim Warning. Shang Wanxing, he is doomed. Gao Xiang remained frozen, clutching his phone, utterly astonished. Behind him, the entire cybersecurity investigation department was enveloped in a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Who are you? Gao Xiang finally regained his voice. In the hospital room, another group of individuals found themselves in a state of extreme shock. Had they not witnessed the event unfold before their very eyes, none would have believed that the hacker who had breached the cybersecurity investigation department's system with such ease was merely a young girl. In contrast, Si Yubai casually fiddled with his prayer beads, his expression inscrutable. Qing Lin hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Si Yubai raised an eyebrow, casting a languid glance in his direction. Receiving the signal, Qing Lin promptly abandoned the idea of contacting the independent intercontinental team, opting instead to observe the situation unfold. Shang Wanxing spoke slowly, have you not yet found the breach in his firewall? Her gaze swept across the screen of her lightweight laptop, and beneath her excessively long eyelashes, Her eyes glimmered with a barely contained fury. How incompetent. A voice from within the cybersecurity investigation department suddenly erupted with a curse. Just moments ago, right under their noses. She had infiltrated an international satellite in less than 3 seconds. Did she not realize that a moment's negligence could escalate this into an international incident? Now, besides Cosmos, 4 other international hacker organizations were online, watching with bated breath. Shanghai was merely an appetizer. If they failed to impose a lesson this time, the repercussions would be endless. Beneath the obsidian mask, Shang Wanxing's voice resonated with an icy timbre as her fingers rhythmically tapped. The LED display dominating the front wall of the cybersecurity investigation department bifurcated, revealing a comprehensive world map to the assembled eyes. Upon it, a dense constellation of crimson dots flared ominously around the perimeter of China, forming a disconcerting encirclement that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. Are you cognizant that your actions contravene international law? Gao Xiang queried, his composure visibly shaken. This case marked his inaugural undertaking since assuming his post in Hu City, and its unexpected complexity had caught him off guard. Shang Wanxing's gaze lowered, her brow furrowed. The clamorous din of irate patients' relatives echoed from beyond the door as they hurled insults and pounded against it. A dangerous glint flickered within her eyes. Danger! Danger! The robotic voice of C. Dubai cut through the air. System detects emotional levels reaching the alert threshold. Abruptly, a hand, its fingers long, slender, and impeccably jointed, descended upon Shang Wanxing's head. The lingering scent of sandalwood, an olfactory testament to the constant presence of prayer beads, clung to the fingertips. Even through the barrier of the baseball cap, the touch elicited a momentary startle from Shang Wanxing. Instinctively, her gaze met that of Si Yubai. Qing Lin and Qing Nan, father and son, exchanged bewildered glances. If their memory served them correctly, Si Yi harbored an acute aversion to physical contact. Si Yubai's pupils, dark and viscous as ink, fixed upon her. That individual dared to call me a crippled good-for-nothing. Yuan Yi and Yuan Er could scarcely believe their ears. Why did those words sound so affected when Si Yi said it? If Si Yi so desired, he could locate the speaker and tear him to pieces no matter where he was. Why would he say these useless words? Shang Wanxing scrutinized him intently. The lingering iciness in her eyes unyielding, a fierce determination smoldering within their depths. You are not. She had not forgotten that the little bun was still here. And her emotion sank deeper and deeper. Sir, you are not. Yet inevitably, someone must pay the price for today's farce, so that hacker is doomed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shang Wanxing had instantly retracted all her murderous intent, when she lifted her head again. She had reverted to her usual languid demeanor. Minister Gao, is it? She arched an eyebrow with an air of defiance, both cold and wild. Gao Xiang opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by Shang Wanxing's sudden shift in aura. Since you are unable to resolve this, then now, it is my turn. With that declaration, Shang Wanxing directly exited the network security investigation system. Outside, the family members of the increasingly agitated patient, knowing that Si Yubai was inside the ward, clutched a folding chair of unknown origin, poised to shatter the glass near the corridor in their attempt to force their way in. In the next moment, the entire corridor was illuminated by the explosion of the fluorescent lights overhead. Panic-stricken, people immediately crouched down, their hearts racing in terror. Throughout all the hospitals in Hu City, the screens in the corridors and wards flickered, as if the earlier hacking incident was replaying. However, this time, the protagonist on screen had changed. Despite wearing a black mask and a black baseball cap, it was evident that the individual was a relatively young girl, exuding a chilling intensity. She did not utter a word, yet her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Simultaneously, global international space stations received intrusion alerts, the scale and scope of which were astonishing. At the same time, within an apartment in M country, the masked man was serenely listening to a soothing symphony, oblivious to the anomalous contortions of the computer camera before him. The red light, formerly extinguished, had surreptitiously flickered to life, now glowing verdantly. Abruptly, his high-end speakers erupted with an impassioned movement from Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, an occurrence that visibly startled him, his eyes snapping open in palpable alarm. As a hacker, he apprehended that his adversary had traced him through the network. Preposterous, he mentally exclaimed. Such talent could not possibly exist within China. Attempting to reassure himself that it was mere coincidence, he reached to deactivate the speakers, but in the subsequent instant, a piercing, ghastly sound intermingled with the symphonic strains. "You are dead meat. Damn it. Why don't you face me in person?" Enraged and humiliated by his inability to silence the audio system, the masked man slammed his fists upon the desk, issuing a challenge across the digital void. "Affirmative," came the reply. Almost immediately upon typing the word, the screen bifurcated, revealing the masked man on the left and, on the right, a slender figure cloaked in a black mask and baseball cap. "You hacked my computer?" The masked man sneered, his gaze malevolent. The answer was self-evident. Beneath the mask, the response was icily contemptuous, the distorted voice betraying the speaker's feminine gender. "A woman? You're just a woman?" The masked man was incredulous that he had been targeted by a woman, especially a Chinese woman, whom he held in utter contempt. Beneath his mask, his face contorted into an unsightly grimace. Beneath the lowered brim of his black baseball cap, his query was met with a similarly disdainful chuckle. "Are you mocking me?" The masked man brought his face closer to the camera, tilting his head as if to discern the person on the other side of the screen with greater clarity. "Just as you feel entitled to deride my nation, I am naturally within my rights to return the favor in kind." Shang Wanxing languidly lowered her head, the corners of her eyes tinged with a sanguinary aura. The bellicose genes within her blood were ignited, her entire being exuding an air of frigid indifference and diabolical intent. Yet she resembled more a female emperor securely enthroned, trampling all beneath her feet. The masked man intended to speak further, but was preempted by Shang Wanxing's casually raised hand, signaling him to silence. He followed the direction of her finger. The previously dormant computer screen illuminated, displaying live streams from prominent international platforms such as YouTube and TikTok, having automatically logged into the masked man's hacking account. A global broadcast had commenced silently. Beads of cold sweat instantaneously surfaced on the masked man's back. Chapter 046, Unveiling the Hacker's Identity, Vengeance upon those who offend Master C. Lion, you have provoked the wrong adversary. The pronouncement was delivered in impeccable, fluent English, with a tone both indolent and derisive. And when Shang Wanxing revealed the masked man's hacker alias, the other's eyes became bloodshot. Lion, the fourth-ranked global hacker, and also the leader of Cosmos, the most elite hacker alliance in the United States. Accustomed to wielding influence and commanding attention, his accounts across various platforms boasted a following of hundreds of millions of devoted fans. Upon the commencement of the broadcast, those who had designated him as a special contact immediately flooded into the live stream. Only to discern that something was amiss, Lion appeared to be completely oblivious to the fact that he was broadcasting live. It was not until the strains of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the Symphony of Destiny, filled the air that the realization dawned upon them. At present, all of Lion's devotees are observing via webcam their idol's flustered attempts to operate the keyboard, while his self-modified computer, his pride and joy, remains entirely unresponsive. Infuriated, he slams the desk again, panting as he glares at the camera, his frenzied demeanor alarming his fans. Concealed behind her mask, Shang Wanxing's lips curve into an ambiguous smile. Coldly admiring the emotional collapse of the world's fourth-ranked hacker, reminiscent of his arrogant and disregard for others' lives when threatening them with death commands, she begins. Her voice a soft murmur, "I shall make an example of you today." As she speaks, every smart appliance connected to the Wi-Fi within Lion's apartment begins to malfunction. High-end speakers and televisions emit eerie wails, lights flicker on and off with a ghostly cadence, the air conditioning alternates between scorching heat and icy gusts. And even the faucets gush water uncontrollably. Lion's attempts to shut down the chaos prove futile, and in his mania, he raises a chair and begins smashing the appliances, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, a scene that leaves his audience dumbfounded. Are Chinese hackers this formidable? What trouble has Lion gotten himself into this time? The apartment is left in disarray. Finally, in Lion's panting breaths, silence returns to the scene. Lion smirks, a glint of defiance in his eyes. You think you can touch me? Do you know who stands behind me? Cosmos, the most elite hacker alliance in the United States, could not have risen to prominence in such a short time without a powerful benefactor. Does she really believe she can escape them after provoking them? This time, Shang Wanxing laughs, a mirthless sound that echoes in the digital space. I harbor no regard for the nation you represent. Nor do I concern myself with the patrons who bolster you. However, I wish to impress upon you that C. of the C family is not one to be trifled with impunity. With those words, her smile vanished, her countenance reverting to one of audacious frigidity. Since he dared harbor designs on her benefactor, let him suffer the consequences of his audacity. At this moment, silence reigned within Shanghai Hospital. The families of patients, previously immersed in fear, watched the scene unfold on the screen, their hearts swelling with elation as they witnessed the hacker's arrogant facade crumble, replaced by a state of disarray. A sense of liberation washed over them. How gratifying! In the hallway outside the ward, Elder C observed the unfolding events with astonishment, while Kai Suwen, typically gentle and understanding, betrayed her true emotions with a rare display of uncertainty. Who dares meddle in our affairs? She wondered. Her efforts had been in vain. Thanks to the voice modulator, no one had associated the masked girl with Shang Wanxing. Unconcerned by the commotion outside, Shang Wanxing focused on the computer screen before her and Lion, where 6 encrypted documents were displayed prominently. These documents resembled personal resumes, with certain sections redacted due to confidentiality. What are these? What information is concealed beneath the black bars? I suspect they contain something of great significance. Could they reveal Lion's true identity? I possess 6 dossiers containing personal information on key members of the Cosmos Hacker Collective. Lion, the face beneath the mask was drenched in beads of cold sweat. Within Cosmos, each individual perpetually navigates the murky waters, resorting to unscrupulous methods for the sake of gain. Having committed numerous misdeeds, they naturally harbor a profound fear of their personal information being exposed. Lion, how can I ascertain the truth of your words? He remained steadfast, yet unsure. Cosmos is the pinnacle of hacker alliances. Any core member, when isolated, is a formidable force within the hacking realm. How could they be so casually breached? Shang Wanxing smiled silently, reaching out to strike the spacebar. And the final black barcode was entirely removed. This was the 6th core member of Cosmos Management. Lion's pupils abruptly constricted. It felt as though a noose was tightening around his neck. What the hell, everyone, look at the news. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this comment, Lion's phone rang. Just 1 minute after the information was disclosed, this 6th core member had been assassinated in his own home. What do you desire? Only at this moment did Lion truly comprehend the caliber of individuals he had provoked. Never before had he felt death so imminently close. He struggled to breathe, his hands and feet growing icy. I require you to answer a question during the live broadcast. Shang Wanxing rested her chin on her hand, exuding an air of nonchalant, lazy defiance. The voice, altered by a voice changer, resonated in everyone's ears like the ominous tolling of a countdown bell. 7 years ago, the electric eel program, which resulted in the demise of 35,000 individuals globally, was it not a creation of your Cosmos? 7 years prior, a notorious hacking program dubbed Electric Eel sparked global terror. Exploiting security vulnerabilities in implanted pacemakers, Electric Eel could deliver high-voltage pulses directly to the heart, completing a lethal process within a mere 3 seconds. Lion. How in damnation is he supposed to answer that? Shang Wanxing did not press him, proceeding to decrypt the information of the 5th core member. Lion's eyes darted around, his expression one of stark terror. No, it's not. The live discussions on YouTube and TikTok fell into an abrupt silence. The fans who once idolized him now uniformly muted. Shang Wanxing chuckled softly. Congratulations, incorrect. Accompanying the familiar click of the spacebar, a video surfaced of the 6 core members of Cosmos celebrating with champagne 7 years ago, each face radiating unbridled arrogance. The portions of the remaining 4 members' information obscured by black bars automatically unlocked. From this day forward, Cosmos will cease to exist, and the hacker rankings will be irrevocably reshuffled. Observing Lion, now reduced to a pathetic wretch, Shang Wanxing's voice was icily indifferent. Evidently, I have employed such tactics to humiliate the people of numerous nations. Lion removed his mask, his face ashen, yet the hatred in his eyes was palpable even through the screen. Damn you. From the moment you dared to insult Master C, you sealed your fate as a sacrificial offering. Shang Wanxing's long eyelashes lowered slightly, her voice, altered by a voice modulator, resonated in everyone's ears. For her, those who offend Master C shall be obliterated. C. Dabai. With a serene intonation, Shang Wanxing issued a command, and C. Dabai promptly complied, gently covering the little dumpling's eyes. A sharp report of gunfire echoed from the screen, signaling Lion's demise. The livestream abruptly terminated. Shang Wanxing removed her baseball cap, releasing a cascade of lustrous hair. The sight was breathtaking. Silence permeated the room. Qinglin and his son, along with Yuan Yi and Yuan Er, were left in stunned disbelief. As if the preceding events had been nothing more than a dream. Chapter 47, an unexpected feint and the tip of the iceberg of true identity revealed. Si Dabai exuberantly released a burst of colorful confetti. The adorable little dumpling reached out to Shang Wanxing, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, his face an expression of eagerness for a high five. Si Yubai's gaze deepened. His phone incessantly buzzing, yet he ignored it, his attention solely fixed on Shang Wanxing as she acquiesced to his nephew's request, their palms briefly meeting. His own hand twitched slightly, a subtle indication of the palpable tension emanating from him. Qingnan, acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere, remained silent. Qingnan observed Shang Wanxing's audacious gesture of nonchalantly removing her black mask, dispelling his initial impression of her delicate constitution. After all, he mused. No truly frail woman could infiltrate international satellites in under 3 seconds, single-handedly challenge the hacker alliance, and rewrite the hacker rankings. He concluded that his understanding of the term frail must have been fundamentally flawed. As if struck by a sudden thought, Shang Wanxing turned her gaze towards Qinglin. Her eyes narrowing slightly as if weighing a decision. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, Qinglin had never experienced such an acute sense of foreboding. Preempting her inquiry, he declared, "I guarantee that not a single word of today's events will be divulged." Having received the commitment, Shang Wanxing reverted to her nonchalant demeanor. "I reinforced the security system for your hospital." In actuality, Shang Wanxing had, while eliminating the death command set by Lion, incidentally fortified the firewall for the security systems of all hospitals in Shanghai, ensuring that today's events would not recur. However, she was too indolent to mention it again. Qinglin was momentarily stunned and was about to inquire further when Shang Wanxing's phone rang. She effortlessly closed the ultra-thin laptop and stuffed it back into Si Dabai's fleshy abdomen with fluid movements. The others were finally cognizant of where the laptop had originally been stowed. The caller ID displayed Aunt, the younger sister of Shang's father. Shang Wanxing chuckled softly and answered the phone with an indifferent attitude. "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., go to Jiuzhou department store and have your cousin help you select a dress. There's a banquet on Saturday that you'll be attending." After speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for a response. A banquet? Shang Wanxing manipulated her phone with a playful expression. Shang's father's sister had married into the Qian family, a moderately wealthy and influential clan in Shanghai. Her cousin, Qian Lai, shared an exceptionally close relationship with Shang Yuqing and had never missed an opportunity to make things difficult for her since childhood. The Shang family had also never passed up the chance to allow Shang Yuqing to cultivate relationships with influential families. However, this time, her aunt was offering to help her choose a dress and take her to a banquet? Such solicitousness was undoubtedly accompanied by ulterior motives. Who was it? Si Yubai inquired with a somber tone. "My aunt. She said she wants to take me to choose a dress tomorrow and attend a banquet on Saturday." With a serene smile, Shang Wanxing nonchalantly tucked her phone back into her pocket, her movements languid now that her aura of ferocity had dissipated, giving her the air of a student. A banquet on Saturday? Yuan Yi seemed to recall something, his iron countenance growing even colder. Si Yubai cast a chilling glance at him. "Master Si, it's the Li family's banquet," Yuan Yi said, glancing at Shang Wanxing, hesitant to continue. "Speak," Shang Wanxing urged. Already sensing something was amiss, "What sort of family is this Li family?" Yuan Yi explained, "The Li family's only son is a libertine, indulging in debauchery and recently diagnosed with AIDS. The Li family wants to find him a suitable wife before the news spreads." As soon as he finished speaking, an icy chill emanated from Si Yubai, his brow furrowing with palpable anger. "The Li family has sent invitations to families in Shanghai with eligible daughters," Yuan Yi added. "The Li family is casting a wide net, and the Shang family is both foolish and malicious." The little dumpling's soft, chubby face was contorted with worry, clutching tightly to the hem of Shang Wanxing's clothes, refusing to let go. Shang Wanxing began to speak, but a sudden, overwhelming wave of suffocating palpitations crashed over her, draining the color from her face, leaving it as white as paper, her brow furrowed. Before she fainted, the last thing she saw was Si Yubai's hand reaching out to her. Shang Wanxing seemed to have a long dream. In her dream, she stood opposite another Shang Wanxing, wearing her original rebellious makeup, crying silently. Seeing her look over, she reached out and pushed open a door in front of them. A milky white light enveloped them. Shang Wanxing was overwhelmed by a violent headache, as her previously blank memory surged forth like a tidal wave, revealing fragments of her identity and those intertwined with it. From a young age, she endured harsh treatment from the Shang family, particularly from her mother, who resorted to both beatings and scoldings. There was an incident when she merely touched Shang Yuqing's piano, resulting in her mother breaking 2 of her fingers. Day after day, her skin bore the marks of abuse, bruised and battered, with not a single unblemished spot beneath her clothing. In response to her plight, Shang Wanxing learned to conceal her vulnerabilities. She adorned herself with the thickest makeup and evaded her studies as much as possible, while secretly working to earn money for additional tutoring, clinging to the hope of enduring until the college entrance examinations. However, a kidnapping drastically altered her life. In her dreams, she witnessed the brutal murder of a little bun right before her eyes. Her limbs and ribs were broken, subjected to unimaginable torment. Yet no one from the Shang family reported her suffering until the arrival of the Si family's representatives. The wounds on her fractured limbs became infested and decayed. It was Si Yubai who commanded Yuan Air to take her to the hospital, simultaneously sealing off all news. Shang Wanxing's life was irrevocably shattered, while Shang Yuqing, with an air of superiority, approached her bedside, claiming that Sa Mian upon her return to the Shang residence following her discharge from the hospital. Shang Wanxing was immediately confronted with the ubiquitous news. That very evening, she was escorted by her mother and aunt to a banquet held at the Li family's estate. It was on this fateful night that she was, through their combined machinations, delivered into the bed of the Li family's son. The Shang Wanxing with punk-like makeup ignited a match amidst tears, causing the entire scene to erupt in flames. Shang Wanxing stood face to face with the Shang Wanxing, surrounded by the raging inferno. She uttered, "I harbor resentment." The Shang Wanxing repeated, "I harbor resentment" ceaselessly, her animosity serving as an accelerant that painted the sky crimson with fire. Conversely, Shang Wanxing, who had been dominated by a throbbing headache, abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze piercing with glacial and unyielding ferocity. Her memories had finally returned. The supposed rebirth was, in its entirety, a fallacy. In truth, she was not Shang Wanxing at all, but rather Shark, the only internationally recognized free surgeon with a flawless 100 success rate, the leader of the Scorpio organization. Yet, even this was not the totality of her identity. Shang Wanxing inquired with a chilling and audacious tone, betraying no concern for her own potential obliteration. Offering her the chance to revert, "Shall we switch back?" After all, it was Shang Wanxing's body. The surrounding flames gradually receded, and Shang Wanxing's tears had ceased to flow. She subtly parted her lips and whispered, "Retrieve my necklace for me." With those final words, Shang Wanxing dissipated into the air like a firefly, vanishing into nothingness. A complete disappearance. Shang Wanxing suddenly opened her eyes, as if released from a seal. A chilling aura surged within her. Yet when she met a pair of deep, murky eyes, she regained her composure. "Qing Nan, you incompetent physician." Qi Yan's voice echoed in Shang Wanxing's ears, prompting her to instinctively furrow her brow. "Silence." Si Yubai's voice commanded with immense authority, restoring tranquility to the room. It dawned on Shang Wanxing that she had returned to Shayu Island. She rose and gazed at Si Yubai, whose lips were pressed into a cold, taut line, as if suppressing something within. Just as she was about to speak, 2 heads popped up beside her. "Little star, are you all right?" Qi Yan, with his flamboyant demeanor, watched her intently, unblinking. "I'm fine," Shang Wanxing replied softly, her voice still hoarse. She had merely merged with Shang Wanxing and completed her true rebirth. Qi Yan cast a glance at Si Yubai. Perhaps it was just his illusion, but the awakened Shang Wanxing seemed somewhat different. "Where's the little bun?" Looking around, she noticed that the little bun, who used to cling to her, was absent. This thought stirred memories of her dreams. If she had not been reborn, would that little creature have met its demise in that dilapidated warehouse? No one answered. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow at Qi Yan, who averted his gaze. "See?" A heaviness settled in her heart. "Your fainting spell has affected him," Si Yubai stated. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Wanxing threw off the covers and made her way toward the children's room. Contrary to the chaos that Shang Wanxing had envisioned, the spacious room was impeccably clean, devoid of any traces of human presence, except for the throng of people standing before the wardrobe. Upon her arrival, the servants instinctively parted to the sides. She swiftly approached the wardrobe, where the once cherubic and soft little bun sat in a daze atop the great white python, resembling a sovereign upon a throne. With her small hands wrapped around her knees, she remained utterly unresponsive to the sounds of the outside world, not even blinking, like a diminutive automaton. The massive python, coiling and hissing threateningly, bared its sharp fangs, guarding its little master fiercely, a truly frightful sight that caused the timid maid to gasp in terror. "Everyone, leave." Shang Wanxing spoke softly, her exceptionally pale face devoid of expression. The room fell into silence. "Miss Shang." Qingnan hesitated, for he was, after all, a hypnotherapist ranked third in the realm of free medical practitioners, and he felt he had met his match in this pair of relatives. Shang Wanxing did not look at him, instead, she slowly crouched before the wardrobe. The little bun remained motionless. Seated in a black wheelchair, Siyubai was silent. For this was indeed the true demeanor of the little bun in his memories, refusing any emotional connection with the outside world, entirely sealed within her own realm. "Do not be fierce," Shang Wanxing gently raised her hand and patted the great python's head. Instantly, the previously restless creature became docile, leaning its massive head into her palm, displaying a sense of vulnerability and affection. Qingnan gazed at this scene in astonishment. The immense white python was discovered in the backyard by the little one when he was 3 years old. It was riddled with injuries upon its discovery, yet possessed remarkable intelligence and unwavering loyalty to its master. Despite its cumbersome physique, it displayed exceptional ferocity during hunts, to the extent that even the servants maintained a considerable distance when providing sustenance. In its rage, it recognized no kin, permitting only Si Luoyu and Siyubai to approach. The little darling remained motionless. Shang Wanxing reached out, clasping the child's hand and gently raising it to her heart. Thump thump, thump thump. The exquisitely sculpted child blinked languidly, simultaneously shedding teardrops akin to golden nuggets. They fell soundlessly onto Shang Wanxing's hand, searing her heart with anguish. His silent weeping was reminiscent of a discarded kitten, newly reclaimed. A faint glimmer of light finally surfaced within the little one's eyes. His tiny mouth opened and closed, uttering something inaudible, yet Shang Wanxing deciphered his meaning. "Fishy be good. Starry mustn't die." Shang Wanxing reached out and extracted the little darling from the wardrobe. Almost instantaneously, the child buried his head into the hollow of her neck, his small arms encircling her, his body trembling. Qi Yan contemplated this scene with a pensive air. He was already apprised of the events that had transpired at the hospital. The little treasure's dependence on Shang Wanxing was extraordinary, and even ACI seemed to have undergone a transformation because of her. Given these 2 points, what importance did it hold if she differed drastically from the Shang Wanxing under investigation? The little darling, freshly bathed, sat demurely on the bed. Siyubai stood silently by, replenishing its energy, the blue charging indicator on its chest blinking intermittently. "Let's give it a try." Shang Wanxing adorned the little bun with a newly refined black electronic watch, gesturing for him to give it a poke. The little bun blinked and complied. Meanwhile, Siyubai, still recharging, exclaimed, "Freshly bathed, the fish is fragrant, Xing hugs." The little bun silently gasped in amazement, and Siyubai echoed the sound. This scene was so enchanting that even the languid python sprawled on the ground lifted its massive head, its red-green eyes gazing at Siyubai with an inscrutable expression. The little bun poked the electronic watch once more. Siyubai inquired, rolling, "What are you pondering?" The little bun gazed up with starry eyes at Shang Wanxing, exuding an irresistible charm. Sitting on the ground, Shang Wanxing idly supported her chin, beckoning the python. Rolling, dragging its cumbersome body, slithered over and placed its snowy tail tip in her palm. Shang Wanxing remarked, "Good." She retrieved the pink yarn collar she had crafted while the little bun was bathing and proceeded to fasten it, simultaneously switching on the device. The pet translator activated. Si Rolling remarked, "So adorable, I want to swallow." The little bun responded with a puzzled expression. Shang Wanxing merely sighed. As Si Rolling spoke, it crawled toward Siyubai and playfully engulfed its round head in its mouth. Siyubai exclaimed, "Oh dear, I've been swallowed." The little bun remained silent. Shang Wanxing, after a moment, finally rescued Siyubai from Si Rolling's mouth. Accidentally, an item that had been in her pocket fell out, a slightly larger black men's electronic watch. The little bun promptly picked it up, looking up obediently before handing it to Shang Wanxing and poking the watch again. Siyubai, it was uncle who returned with the stars in his arms. Shang Wanxing silently accepted the electronic watch from the small bun, yet her mind wandered to the scene in her dreams where Si Yubai, having lost the small bun and the elderly matriarch, set everything ablaze in the cemetery. In the previous world, Si Yubai, who endured the torment of damaged organs day and night, had long ceased to desire life. What emotions could have led him to immolate himself in the graveyard? As the night deepened, a medical special aircraft from the capital was poised to land at the international airport of Hu City. Chapter 049, Zhang Ximiao, Unless Shark is found. There remains a glimmer of hope. The airport in Hu City had preemptively dispatched personnel to secure the passage, maintaining a vigilant guard. The mayor, dressed formally, stood beside two silver-haired elders, appearing more like a subordinate carrying bags than a decisive leader he usually was. Chen Yu was also present, awaiting her randomly assigned mentor. The esteemed Zhang Ximiao, known as the Hua Tua of domestic surgery. Every countenance bore a grave expression, particularly those of the two elders. Was there truly no solution? Chu Weigua, Elder Chu, furrowed his brow, exuding an air of authority as he awaited his old partner, Elder Pan, who once epitomized the pinnacle of acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine. Just days prior, his chief disciple had been implicated in a mishap, resulting in the ruin of his often-used hand for acupuncture. The exquisite art of Pan's acupuncture was on the verge of obliteration, with Ximiao being summoned from the mountains. What do you think? The speaker was none other than Elder Qing, known as one of the great masters alongside Elder Pan, referred to as Nan Pan Bei Qing. Since arriving at the airport, his brow had remained furrowed. If in nuclear physics Elder Chu was an accomplished expert, then in medicine, Elder Qing was the most distinguished of specialists. This time, he had even brought the Qing family's treasured Jingyuan pill. It was said that ingesting this medicine could pull a person back from the very threshold of death. As he spoke, the private plane touched down. Personnel dispatched early from the Beijing training base immediately entered a state of alert. When Zhang Ximiao and the medical staff, who had been transferred from Beijing, wheeled the still unconscious Elder Pan out, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Teacher Chen Yu, dressed in a smart suit, immediately went to support Zhang Ximiao. Elder Zhang nodded, but his hand was trembling violently. Old Zhang? Elder Qing, noticing the unusual tremor in his hand, perceived something amiss, and his expression changed drastically. His hand is ruined. He can't perform surgery anymore. Zhang Lao's decision to retire was initially due to nerve damage in his hand. This time, to help Elder Pan, he had gritted his teeth and returned to practice, but he was unable to persevere to the end, and his hand was now completely unusable for surgery due to overexertion. Everyone was aghast. Teacher. Chen Yu's eyes instantly reddened. The medicine? Disregarding everything else, Zhang Ximiao's expression turned stern as he looked at Elder Qing. Given Elder Pan's precarious condition, he urgently needed the Jingyuan pill to sustain his life, or else. The medicine is here. Elder Qing immediately retrieved the medicine box containing the Jingyuan pill, broke the beeswax seal, and opened it. Old Qing, your medicine. Elder Zhang's expression underwent a sudden change. The box, which was supposed to contain pills, was instead filled with a mud ball from an unknown source. When Elder Qing saw this, he was so shocked that he almost had a myocardial infarction. Cold sweat broke out. The Jingyuan pill was gone. The medicine had been replaced. The reason why Elder Pan was sent to Shanghai was precisely because he needed this pill to prolong his life. Silence descended. What should be done now? The speaker, a man in his 20s, had been by Elder Pan's side since getting off the plane. His voice was hoarse but pleasant. Strangely, he wore sunglasses and a mask even at night, as if he couldn't be seen. No one answered. Without the pill to sustain Elder Pan's breath, he might not make it through the night. If Elder Pan were to die, the Pan family's acupuncture skills would truly become extinct. Was there no other way? Elder Chu, usually as steady as Mount Tai, coughed violently. How could he watch his old comrade die before his eyes? There was still a chance of survival. Where else could one buy the Jingyuan pill? He was willing to pay any price. The man in sunglasses pressed, even through the dark lenses. One could see how bloodshot his eyes were. This was the only Jingyuan pill in all of China. Although the prescription for the Jingyuan pill still existed, several of the Chinese herbs within it had become extinct in China. Whether in the wild or cultivated, there was no trace of their growth. Moreover, even if the herbs were available, the refining process for the Jingyuan pill was too complex, and the success rate was too low. One might not succeed in making even one pill after 10,000 attempts. Even if the pill could be refined, Elder Pan's condition was absolutely too critical to wait. Is there truly no other way? The man abruptly removed his sunglasses, revealing his delicate, strikingly handsome face to the world. Was he not the most celebrated and sought-after film emperor of the moment? The mayor, taken aback, had never realized that this current sensation had any connection to Old Pan. If Old Pan were awake, if he had not encountered misfortune, sealing the vital energy with golden needles might still be feasible. However, Zhang Ximiao gazed at the lifeless form of Old Pan lying on the mobile hospital bed and felt a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. He lacked the ability to restore this brother's hand, and now it seemed that even his life was slipping away. Would sealing the vital energy with golden needles suffice? Suddenly, Qin Yu, who had remained silent, hesitantly spoke up. Every pair of eyes turned toward her. This was no trivial matter, in all of China. Only Old Pan possessed the skill to pierce steel with acupuncture needles as fine as a strand of hair using his inner power. The hardness of the skull needs no elaboration, does it? Elder Zhang's expression grew serious. Although he did not comprehend why his esteemed disciple chose this moment to speak, he patiently clarified the crucial points to her. Qin Yu's lips moved, opening and closing, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. And after sealing the vital energy, what then? She quietly inquired. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang sighed. Unless we can find Shark, there remains a glimmer of hope. Beyond that, we can only resign ourselves to fate. The atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Qin Yu pressed her lips tightly together, but her mind conjured an entirely different scene. She was still hesitating. After all, if she recklessly involved that person and then failed to deliver, even if these individuals remained silent, they would undoubtedly affect him. However, Qin Yu did not wish for Old Pan to perish. I know someone who might have a solution. Ultimately, she spoke up. On Shiyu Island, Shang Wanxing stood idly in front of Siyu Bai's bedroom door, toying with a black men's digital watch, her indifferent gaze flickering in the dimly lit corridor, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Inside the room, Qing Nan was reporting to Siyu Bai that old Xia would be sent to Huqing tonight, alongside the revelation of the Jingyuan pill. If Old Pan could not withstand this ordeal, would you, Master C, intervene? Qing Nan's inquiry was not on behalf of the Qing family but rather a personal question. Having just bathed, Siyu Bai sat in his wheelchair, glancing up at Qing Nan with an icy stare but offering no response. Seemingly sensing something, Siyu Bai's gaze drifted beyond Qing Nan towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed from outside. Come in, Siyu Bai said, his lips slightly parted. In the next instant, Shang Wanxing pushed the door open, ready to speak. When Qing Nan's phone began to ring incessantly, the caller ID displayed, Old Qing. His grandfather? Chapter 050, The Watch, A Man's Best Aesthetic Treatment. Qing Nan instinctively glanced at Siyu Bai but received no reply. Helplessly, he nodded politely to Shang Wanxing before stepping out to answer the call. Siyu Bai adjusted his wheelchair, his gaze revealing a chilling depth. You have moderate anemia. Oh, Shang Wanxing replied nonchalantly. Given the merchant's solicitude for her well-being, her moderate anemia came as no surprise. Observing her condition, Siyu Bai's gaze intensified, and the room grew palpably colder. Somewhat lost in thought, Shang Wanxing failed to notice this. As she reached into her pocket for the black digital watch, her peripheral vision caught sight of the men's wristwatch that had been casually tossed onto the table. A Richard Mille. With a starting price of 3 million, Shang Wanxing immediately abandoned the notion of gifting her watch. Compared to his, the inexpensive electronic timepiece was akin to child's play. A wristwatch, the quintessential cosmetic enhancement for a man. As Shang Wanxing pondered this, Yuan Yi, his expression grave, knocked and entered. Sir, the docks have been blockaded. Yuan Yi had received the notification promptly and hastened to report to Siyu Bai. It's the doing of the Crimson Shadows. Crimson Shadows, the most enigmatic special forces training base in the capital city, a place that inspired dread. Its instructors were veritable demons. And those who managed to leave alive had, by now, largely become magnates in the military. Few were aware that Siyu Bai's confidants were all alumni of Crimson Shadows. Something has befallen Elder Pan. Siyu Bai's fingers twitched slightly. His sickly pale face, set against the backdrop of his black shirt, was a study in contrasts. Exuding an aura of monastic serenity, yet also one of composure and ruthlessness. As if to confirm his words, Qing Nan returned, barely able to contain his murderous aura. Someone has tampered with the Jing pill, the one and only Jing pill in all of China. Jing pill? Upon hearing those words, Shang Wanxing's nonchalant expression remained unchanged, but her eyebrow arched almost imperceptibly. Is this thing particularly rare? Xu Bai's phone began to ring. It was the mayor. At the pier, the mayor of Shanghai, looking somber and apprehensive, made a phone call. In the past, they had maintained a respectful distance from the master of Shayu Island, and he had never sought to cause trouble for him. After all, from his first day in office, the previous mayor had personally warned him not to provoke the island's master, lest he encounter significant repercussions. However, matters of varying importance necessitated this call, which he had to make despite his trepidation. Fortunately, the call connected. He elucidated the entire matter in the most expeditious and concise manner possible, and then anxiously awaited a response, given the other party's silence. Everyone was still waiting. Especially the members of Red Shadow, each with an iron-blooded demeanor and a sanguinary aura of relentless aggression. Hand the phone to the person in charge of Red Shadow. Xu Bai said nonchalantly, yet his words were bone-chilling. The mayor reluctantly handed the phone to the Red Shadow leader. The latter coldly received the phone. But after hearing what Xu Bai said, his expression changed dramatically. The mayor could even clearly see beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Understood, the Red Shadow leader said, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. The mayor wondered what had transpired without his knowledge. However, no one could provide him with an answer. When the mayor retrieved his phone, the call had already been disconnected. 10 minutes later, a black Maybach slowly drove out. The streamlined body resembled a dangerous eagle in the dark night, instilling a strong sense of suffocation and oppressive danger. The light that reflected off the all-black windows was completely absorbed, further emphasizing the noble status of the person sitting inside. He did not even bother to open the car window, but simply pressed the horn to signal the way to be cleared. Inside the car, a silent confrontation unfolded. Cheng Nan. He believed he ought to be beneath the vehicle rather than seated inside it. He refrained from drinking. Shang Wanxing, with her characteristically indifferent expression, could hardly conceal her disdain as she turned her face away, feigning ignorance of the thermos presented before her. The hands holding the thermos, long-fingered and elegant, adorned with a string of black prayer beads at the wrist, contrasted sharply with the contents. Within the thermos lay pig liver porridge, simmered for hours in a clay pot. Xu Bai remained silent, yet his hand did not retract. Shang Wanxing. Her expression was both frosty and irritable. Shang Wanxing, it will be quite pungent. Xu Bai, not at all. Cheng Nan. Is there no one who can acknowledge that there is indeed a living person seated here? Xu Bai, just a small bowl. His voice was icy, devoid of inflection, as if uttering such words for the first time, it sounded rather abrasive. More akin to a command. Shang Wanxing, I won't drink it. Just a sip. Xu Bai fell silent for 2 seconds, lowering his request. Shang Wanxing, exasperated by him, furrowed her brows. Just a sip? Under Cheng Nan's astonished gaze, Xu Bai, with an expressionless demeanor, opened the thermos and brought the spoon to her lips with an air of familiarity. Cheng Nan, no way. Is Master C raising a daughter? Even feeding her by hand? Shang Wanxing frowned and opened her mouth, expecting to be overwhelmed by the organ's pungency, only to be pleasantly surprised by the smooth, sweet flavor, complemented by the refreshing essence of goji leaves. Delicious. The chill that enveloped her dissipated. You may continue speaking. Xu Bai's words were directed at Cheng Nan. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Shang Wanxing. Cheng Nan took a deep breath. The original plan was to use Jingyuan pills to replace the gold needle for sealing acupoints, thereby locking the vital energy and life force within old Pan's body until the perilous period had passed. However, now that the medicine was gone, Shang Wanxing slowly sipped her congee. The only option left was to find someone capable of sealing old Pan's vital energy with a gold needle, preventing his life force from dissipating too rapidly. Yet, across the vast expanse of Huaxia, there was no one but old Pan himself who possessed the skill to pierce the crown of a skull with a mere silver needle. A physician cannot treat himself, Cheng Nan sighed. He paid no heed to Yuan Yi, who was driving and had a peculiar expression as he glanced at Shang Wanxing through the rearview mirror, his lips moving but ultimately opting for silence. However, my grandfather mentioned that Chen Yu had pushed someone, yet, I am left wondering who that might be? Cheng Nan sighed again. The answer to this question echoed in the silent confines of the vehicle, unanswered. Is Jingyuan pills truly that rare? Shang Wanxing spoke languidly, her head slightly bowed, as if indifferent to the significance of Jingyuan pills. The only one in all of Huaxia, would you not find that remarkable? Chung Nan chuckled at her nonchalance. Shang Wanxing paused her actions, perplexed. The only one? Who said that? Thanks to the municipal authorities clearing the way, the group swiftly arrived at the hospital. Shang Wanxing had just finished her pig liver congee, her pale face now bearing a hint of color. A black Maybach halted at the hospital entrance. There, clad in a white coat, Jinyu stood alongside her mentor, Zhang Ximiao, and Elder Qing, accompanied by a familiar face, guard Qin Hai of Elder Chu. Thank you, sir, for escorting me here tonight. Through the car window, Qing Nan spotted his grandfather approaching. After expressing his gratitude, he opened the door and stepped out to greet him. However, in the next moment, his sprightly grandfather swiftly bypassed him and stood resolutely in front of the car. Qing Nan? Chapter 051, Shang Wanxing, this is a different price. Qing Nan. His expression froze in bewilderment as he turned back, questioning whom his grandfather was there to welcome. Where was the divine doctor? Where was the divine doctor? Qing Lao, in a flurry of urgency, approached the car. Ever since discovering the replacement of the Jingyuan pill, he had been teetering on the edge of agitation. With a decisive motion, Qing Lao yanked open the door of the Maybach, only to be met with a pair of piercing, frigid eyes. Qing Lao. Bang. He slammed the door shut. Qing Lao, it must be that he opened it incorrectly. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously pulled the door open once more. The scene remained unchanged. Qing Lao. Where is the divine doctor? Why is there only a formidable figure and a young girl inside the car? Qing Lao, Master C? After a moment, he finally regained his voice. Shang Wanxing was the first to alight from the vehicle. Upon seeing Qinyu, she lazily lifted her eyelids, and a hint of color returned to her previously pale face. Her dark, slightly curled hair cascaded behind her, making her look as if she had stepped out of a comic book. Unprepared, Qin Hai. Dressed in a white coat, Qinyu wore a complex expression. You have arrived. Qing Nan. Qing Lao. Wait. What is the underlying message in Qinyu's words? Seated in a wheelchair, Si Yubai was pushed off the vehicle by Yuan Yi from the opposite side. Qinyu's expression became increasingly nuanced upon witnessing this scene. However, old Qing was quite forthright in voicing his inquiry. What brings you here, Master Si? In the intersection of light and shadow, Si Yubai wore an impassive expression, his gaze chillingly penetrating as if touched by the underworld. Guardian, he coldly articulated these three syllables, asserting his identity. Chen Yu. Qing Nan. Old Qing. Qin Hai. This bleak jest elicited no laughter. Who was he guarding? Surely he wasn't here to play the role of a father? Yet, upon hearing this, Shang Wanxing turned her head, raising an eyebrow in a manner that suggested amusement. Guardian? This term is particularly novel to me. Thus, was Master C regarding her as a mere child? Si Yubai, however, found nothing amiss, his pallidly handsome visage conveying a sense of entitlement. Old Zhang coughed lightly, bringing everyone back to the present. He regarded Shang Wanxing, noting her simple attire of a shirt and jeans, her fair skin revealing visible blue veins beneath, with delicate wrists and ankles that appeared as if they could snap with the slightest pressure. Yet, this was the very surgeon from the renowned Dingxiang Forum operation that continued to be the talk of the town. Truly astonishing. Inside the hospital, Lu Qing, having removed his mask and sunglasses, fixated intently on the direction of the elevator, his eyes reddened. Initially, his grandfather had hoped he would inherit the family legacy. Yet the rebellious young Master Lu chose to venture into the entertainment industry instead. If only he had been obedient back then. Lu Qing pondered as the elevator doors slid open. He abruptly rose, only to meet the languid gaze of a girl whose eyes were both cold and fierce. Upon encountering Shang Wanxing, a weight seemed to lift from old Chu's heart. The mayor, standing beside him, momentarily lost his composure. Mayor. Astounded. You should first check on old Pan's condition. After all, it was you who sought her out. And such a grand display in the dead of night is quite the spectacle. Chen Yu's gaze wavered. Her former arrogance from the initial visit to old Madame C's ward now diminished. She observed as Shang Wanxing glanced lightly into the room. She can save him. was her succinct assertion. Lu Qing, you haven't even approached yet, and you dare claim she can save him? Is it he who has lost his mind? Or has the world gone mad? Shang Wanxing, lacking patience, curled her lips into a cold, wild smile. Shall I take my leave then? Lu Qing. His condition cannot be treated with Jingyuan pills, and besides, Jingyuan pills are hardly anything extraordinary. Shang Wanxing, without needing to draw closer, understood that old Pan's radial nerve had been severed, completely disconnecting from the central nervous system. The medical details are purely for narrative purposes, and should not be taken seriously. The assailants had aimed to render both his hands useless. Qing Nan. Old Qing. Her words are truly audacious, inciting considerable ire in the elder. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Shang Wanxing cast a languid glance towards the Qing grandfather and grandson, one hand casually tucked in her pocket, as if recalling something. Did you misplace your Jingyuan pills? Old Qing, this little girl has quite the sharp tongue. Shall I send you a few in due time? This rudimentary pill isn't particularly arduous to concoct. During her sojourn in the independent continent, she frequently employed it as a practice exercise. It remains a mystery how it has attained such coveted status in China. Anyone who withholds it is contemptible. Old Qing was amused and exasperated, his beard bristling as he glared. Everyone is a witness today. If this young lady doesn't furnish this old man with a mere 10 or 8 pills, I shall pursue her to the ends of the earth. Chen Yu. Old Chu. Qing Nan. Mayor. Everyone lapsed into silence, perplexed as to how the conversation had veered in this direction. Very well. Shang Wanxing replied casually and indifferently, leaning languidly against the wall. It's merely a trivial matter. Furthermore, she was indeed aware of an eccentric old man who possessed the so-called extinct medicinal herbs in China. Young lady. Did you imply that you could provide a remedy? Among everyone present, only Zhang Ximiao wore a solemn expression as he repeatedly pondered her statement. Perhaps it was merely his perception, but he seemed to discern another layer of meaning in her words. What I mean is, you suggest that acupuncture can be performed, or surgery can completely heal his hands, but the latter, that comes at an additional cost. Shang Wanxing tilted her head, her voice devoid of inflection, mirroring the gaze she directed at Elder Zhang. She was calmly stating a fact, but to others, it sounded utterly preposterous. Qin Yu nearly choked, her mind on the verge of exploding. Could she refrain from such extraordinary displays? Listen to how absurd this sounds. Her mentor was incapable of such a feat. Yet she claimed she could restore Elder Pan's hands to complete health? Zhang Lao pondered thoughtfully. Do you truly comprehend what you are articulating? Shang Wanxing responded promptly. The last individual who attempted to perform surgery on him endeavored to utilize thoracoscopy to access the phrenic nerve on the surface of the heart in order to reconstruct the damaged brachial plexus. However, he met with failure. Zhang Lao fell into silence for a moment. Accessing the phrenic nerve necessitates entering the thoracic cavity. This particular nerve lies in close proximity to the pulsating surface of the heart, with a mere 1 mm gap separating them. His hands could not achieve this without inflicting harm on the blood vessels and pericardium, which was the very reason he concluded the surgery. Yet now, this young girl merely stood at the doorway, having grasped the entirety of the situation with a single glance. What a terrifying instinct this is. The others exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the surgical discourse, yet they could decipher the expression on Zhang Simeo's face, realizing that this young girl was indeed correct. Noticing their silence, Shang Wanxing lazily stifled a yawn. So, will it be acupuncture or surgery? Please provide me with a prompt answer. Little Baozi is still waiting for me at home. Chapter 052, Shang Wanxing, I shall await your plea. While everyone else was consumed with concern for old Pan, the figure in the wheelchair, see you bye, directed all his attention towards Shang Wanxing, particularly when he noticed the frayed edges of her worn shirt, which momentarily dulled the brilliance of his gaze. That flawless face, devoid of any blemish, seemed sculpted from ice. Yuan Yi's voice, devoid of emotion, unexpectedly carried a hint of confusion. Yes, Master C, Yuan Yi replied in acknowledgement. If all the merchants in the world were to vanish, would I then be justified in assuming the role of her guardian? Yuan Yi. This question is indeed challenging for him to answer. On the other hand, what assurance do you possess? Lu Qing has only old Pan as his remaining relative. He dares not take any risks. Shang Wanxing cast a glance at Lu Qing, sneering coldly, and without further ado, turned to leave, unwilling to indulge these people's faults. In the past, even if the most powerful figure were to kneel before her to plead for assistance, it would still depend on her mood. When had she, Shark, ever been subjected to such doubt? Don't go. Lu Qing exclaimed in alarm, instinctively reaching out to grasp Shang Wanxing's wrist. Yet, before he could come close, he was met with her icy glare, causing him to recoil. She shot him a disdainful look, her countenance pale yet translucent, radiating an unmistakable message: "Do not touch me. Don't lay a finger on me." Shang Wanxing replied, her demeanor indifferent and her patience thoroughly exhausted. "Next time, I shall sever your hand." Lu Qing. As a prominent figure in the limelight, he was entirely certain that her intentions were not a mere ploy to drive up the price. The murderous intent in her eyes was palpable. Lu Qing did not doubt for a second that if he dared to extend his hand again, she would indeed carry out her threat. The most alarming part was, Lu Qing instinctively turned toward the source of the chilling atmosphere, only to meet a pair of sinister, darkened eyes. Lu Qing. He felt as if he were on the brink of death. It was as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, constricting. A silent standoff ensued. Suddenly, the mayor's phone rang, startling him, glancing at the caller ID. It was his assistant. "It is not a matter of great concern, he would not call at this hour." Turning away, I answered the phone. "What did you say? The Xi family possesses Xing Yuan pill?" The mayor's voice rose in pitch, barely concealing his astonishment. Everyone's attention was captivated by this revelation, and Lu Chang's face radiated a euphoric relief. Believing that with the Xing Yuan pill, his grandfather would surely avert disaster. "Now, I kindly ask you to leave." Lu Qing steadied himself and turned to Shang Wanxing, gesturing dismissively with his hand in a please motion. "I will await your plea." Shang Wanxing, unperturbed, maintained her composed demeanor, her expression as inscrutable as ever, as she turned to walk towards Siyubai. However, as she passed by the elder Zhang Ximiao, her steps faltered momentarily. Tilting her head, she coldly remarked, "The Xing Yuan pill must not be used." It was a subtle warning, though Shang Wanxing was certain they would ultimately resort to it. Zhang Ximiao furrowed his brow but remained silent. Yet, Shang Wanxing was disinclined to wait for his response. Having spoken, she departed. At the hospital entrance, Shang Wanxing awaited Yuan Yi to bring the car around. "Wait a moment." Behind her, Jin Yu hurriedly caught up, breathless. "Is there something you need?" Shang Wanxing glanced sideways, her movement causing the collar of her shirt to reveal a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, strikingly fair. "I apologize. I did not anticipate that the Xi family would have." Qin Yu could not bear to meet her gaze, the earlier haughtiness in her beautiful face now vanished. Shang Wanxing merely raised her eyes to give her a fleeting glance, but before any words could be exchanged, a black Mercedes rushed in, its rear door flung open. And stepping out first was the 5-year-old Xi Lang, clad in a formal black suit complete with a bow tie, exuding an air of utmost formality, while holding a diamond-studded box in his hands. Evidently, it was that Xing Yuan pill. Shang Wanxing's gaze deepened, and she pressed her tongue against her back molars. Half of her face was shrouded in shadow, creating a peculiar sense of oppression. Following her from the car were Kai Suwen and her son, Si Dequan, who seemed surprised to see Shang Wanxing. The smugness on Si Dequan's face had yet to dissipate, but upon seeing her, his expression immediately turned fierce. "Was it you who caused the Pei family to publicly terminate all cooperation with the Xi family today?" He spat out venomously. With Siyubai absent, old and new grudges combined, Si Dequan only wanted to teach her a lesson. The Pei family's betrayal today was something the Xi family had never anticipated, especially after hearing that the order had come directly from the Pei family's patriarch, which seemed even more incredible. After all, the Pei and Xi families had just signed an important cooperation project a few days prior. It made no sense for the Pei family to terminate the agreement, even if it meant paying a penalty for breach of contract. It wasn't until the Pei family's second daughter called to explain that the root of the problem was this young woman. A humiliating disgrace. If it weren't for the Xing Yuan pill that his mother had secretly kept, the Xi group would have lost face today. All the way here, he had already planned the conditions he would discuss with those people. The Pei family had chosen the wrong side and would soon regret it. Seeing Si Dequan approaching Shang Wanxing aggressively, and with no one from the Xi family's car making any attempt to stop him, Jin Yu made a move to stand in front of Shang Wanxing. However, before she could even get close, Shang Wanxing had effortlessly brushed her aside. Chen Yu, inexplicably back where she started, was utterly bewildered. remained expressionless, lazily lifting her right foot, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her vexation. With a swift motion, she kicked the stout Si Daquan several meters away. Chen Yu. What just transpired? My son. Kai Suwen exclaimed, but before she could assist her son, a dark shadow loomed before her. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked up, locking eyes with a cold, exquisite face. Kai Suwen's chin was forcibly lifted, causing her to gasp in pain. Release me, grandmother! Si Lang shouted, yet he dared not approach. Chen Yu, unable to bear the scene, was about to plead with Shang Wanxing to relent when she was taken aback by the words that followed. So, when the old lady Si was on the brink of death, you possessed the medicine yet deliberately let her linger in suffering? Kai Suwen was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, her meticulously arranged silver hair coming undone. The Jingyuan pill possessed the power to replenish energy and extend life. Had it not been for the unexpected presence of Shang Wanxing, the old lady Si would have undoubtedly perished. Realizing this, Jin Yu's gaze towards Kai Suwen shifted. As a member of one of the three prominent families in Hu City, she was naturally aware of the Si family's affairs. The fact that the old man Si still held her in such regard at this age spoke of her cunning. A black Maybach slowly approached. The window rolled down, revealing the bloodthirsty eyes of Si Yubai, coldly fixed upon Kai Suwen and the others. Have they wronged you? His question was directed at Shang Wanxing. Chen Yu. Kai Suwen Si Daquan Si Lang. Anyone with eyes can discern who is the bully, are you blind? Chapter 053, Greed, a sudden deterioration of condition. Shang Wanxing, unusually silent, released her grip. No. She intended to return her hand to her pocket, but the lingering scent of Kai Suwen's old-fashioned powder deterred her, leaving her hand cold and restless. A disinfectant wipe protruded from the car window. Chen Yu. She observed silently as Shang Wanxing accepted it, her expression finally softening somewhat. You take them upstairs. Shang Wanxing's previously pent-up aggression began to dissipate, her tone directed at Chen Yu, as she reverted to her usual nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Since they were so eager to showcase themselves, she certainly would not impede them. Just you wait. Si Daquan, struggling to rise, warned her with a silent gesture, to which Shang Wanxing responded with a cold laugh, casually lifting her foot, causing him to dash into the hospital as if pursued by wolves. How tiresome. As she opened the car door to return inside, Shang Wanxing noticed Si Yubai with a Bluetooth headset hung from his ear, engaged in a conversation. Propping her chin with one hand, her brows knitted in irritation, she gazed somewhat indifferently at the hospital room window, her profile exquisite, lost in thought. While Si Yubai conversed on the phone, his attention was drawn to a dark object by his feet. It was a black electronic watch, identical to the one little Baozi had worn that morning. Originally tucked in Shang Wanxing's pocket, it had mysteriously slipped out unnoticed. Si Yubai, with his cold and detached demeanor reminiscent of a monk, bent down to retrieve the electronic watch, casting a glance at Shang Wanxing, who remained oblivious to his actions. The steady voice on the other end of the line continued. Aren't you supposed to be wrapping things up and returning to the independent Intercontinental? Why the change of heart? According to their original plan, the Si family should now be facing a downturn, and Si Yubai ought to be accompanying the young treasure and the elder Mrs. Si back to the independent Intercontinental. What prompted this alteration? Unexpectedly, Si Yubai's expression remained impassive as he toyed with the watch in his hand. In the barrenness of his existence, he had planted the first rose. You frightened the people on Qi Ying's side today, the other party chuckled softly, offering a reminder. Si Yubai coldly replied, It's nothing. I'm hanging up. The other party responded. All right then. With that, Si Yubai ended the call. Yuan Yi, having received no orders, did not start the vehicle. In truth, he felt quite uncomfortable about the recent events. Miss Shang's capabilities were evident, and if she asserted that Jingyuan pill should not be consumed, then it certainly ought not to be. If she claimed she could heal old Pan's hand, then she would undoubtedly be able to do so. Having seemingly forgotten his initial wariness of Shang Wanxing upon her arrival, Yuan Yi seated silently. Sir, shall we return to the island? Yuan Yi inquired. No, Shang Wanxing replied, her gaze fixed on her phone, not bothering to look up. Yuan Yi instinctively glanced at Si Yubai in the rearview mirror, and upon receiving a nod, he continued to wait in silence. Meanwhile, Shang Wanxing's phone screen was obscured by garbled text. The once vibrant pink rhinestones had long since vanished. And the system had undergone encryption and upgrades. This was her customary practice. Before long, a special encrypted email was sent out. Simultaneously, at the Pei family restaurant, Father. Madam C has taken the Jingyuan pill to the hospital. Should she succeed, the C family will ascend to prominence by aligning with the Pan family of the capital. Are we truly severing ties at such a juncture? This is not merely a severance, but the creation of enmity. The second daughter of the Pei family spoke. Her frustration palpable as she observed the patriarch's unyielding demeanor. The losses incurred are substantial, she lamented, her distress evident. Aunt, Madam C is still ailing in the hospital. Refrain from such exclamations, Pei Jingji, the Pei family's flamboyant son, interjected as he sauntered in, adorned in a garish shirt. He seated himself beside his aunt. Moreover, when Madam C was in critical condition, that old crone surnamed Kai withheld the medicine. Now, seeing an opportunity for personal gain, she rushes to the hospital. Her character is questionable. A servant presented Pei Jingji with a bowl of duck soup. Pei Zishuan, with refined grace, dabbed at his lips with a napkin. Cousin. Character is one thing, business is another, they should not be conflated. Why not? Pei Jingji retorted, after a sip of soup. Intuition tells me that something significant will transpire tonight. Pei Zishuan subtly masked his disdain. Cousin, are you familiar with the efficacy of the Jingyuan pill? He inquired. His measured tone contrasting sharply with the playboy before him. Regardless of the supposed efficacy of that pill. I've heard that the sole specimen in all of China was originally in the possession of the Qing family. We dare not speculate on the intricacies of the matter. But something amiss must have occurred within the Qing family. For that old crone surnamed Kai to emerge now, offering the medicine and thrusting herself into the limelight, is utter folly. Jingji rolled his eyes in exasperation. Pei Zishuan remained silent. Old Master Pei cast an appreciative glance at his grandson, who was usually known for his lack of scholarly pursuits, a rare sight indeed. Seeing this, Pei Zishuan exchanged a somber look with his mother, their eyes filled with resentment. No one knew that the second daughter of the Pei family had privately invested 50 million in the C family's project under the guise of her in-laws. She eagerly anticipated the C family's meteoric rise tonight, hoping to reap substantial profits. At the hospital, the mayor's smile was strained as he looked at Si Dequan. His heart filled with annoyance. This man had the audacity to ask the municipality for land as soon as he arrived. How could he be so presumptuous? Was this the reason old Master C removed Master C from the C Corporation? He must be senile. Meanwhile, after smelling the aroma, Elder Qing confirmed that it was indeed Jing Yuan Wan and nodded to the others. Quick, save my grandfather. Lu Cheng's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally relaxed, and he eagerly wanted to administer the medicine to his grandfather. However, the expressions of the other three elders were somewhat subtle. Do you think what that little girl said is true? Elder Qing muttered softly. Earlier, his grandson, Qing Nan, had told him about what happened at his hospital. Elder Zhang had also mentioned that the little girl was the surgeon during the live broadcast on the Lilac Forum. He was uncertain. No one answered him. Elder Chu Qin Hai, the guard, hesitated. Although he had not had much contact with her, his intuition told him that he should trust Shang Wanxing. But, seeing that Lu Qing had already entered the ward with the medicine, Qin Hai ultimately chose to remain silent. What if the medicine brought some improvement? After all, Jing Yuan Wan was recognized as a life-saving elixir in China. Inside the ward, Lu Qing administered the medicine to Elder Pan without hesitation, his sole desire being his grandfather's survival. The room was hushed, save for the hum of the medical equipment. Jin Yu entered with the other elders. Observing as Elder Pan's pallid complexion gradually regained its natural hue, as if things were improving, the anxiety that weighed on everyone's hearts began to dissipate. Elder Pan's eyelids fluttered, eliciting joy from Lu Qing. Yet, in an instant, a torrent of dark, crimson blood gushed from Elder Pan's mouth, startling everyone present. Doctor. Downstairs, inside a car. Shang Wanxing languidly opened her eyes, her expression indifferent. Chapter 54, Shang Wanxing, surgery is contingent upon doubling the terms. Do you have an affinity for the land in the southern part of the city? Shang Wanxing inquired casually, propping her cheek up with one hand, seemingly oblivious to the magnitude of her words. Yuan Yi was taken aback. Although he had confidence in Shang Wanxing's medical skills, the proposition of land so casually was astonishing. Especially considering the southern district, where every inch was invaluable, with residential prices soaring to over 400,000 yuan per square meter. The municipal government had been holding on to 2 plots of land in Nanjing, arousing fierce competition among Shanghai's most influential figures. It was an invaluable asset. To gift it to me? Xi Yubai asked nothing, his brow was indifferent, his sickly pale face was aloof and alluring. Perfect from every angle. Very well. Yuani was dumbfounded, he dared to offer, and he dared to accept. Abruptly. Emerging hastily from the hospital's revolving doors, Jinyu made directly for the Maybach. Her once pristine white coat was now marred with crimson stains, her face ashen as she rapped urgently on the car window. As the glass descended, Shang Wanxing's voice cut through the air, frigid and precise, "I cautioned you." Yet, she made no move to alight from the vehicle. Jinyu was rendered speechless. Consumed by shame. Indeed, Shang Wanxing had not merely cautioned, but had issued 2 explicit warnings. Enough was enough, in Jinyu's place, she too would have lost patience. Especially now that the onus fell on Shang Wanxing to salvage the disastrous situation. "Shang. I implore you, save my grandfather." Lu Qing, his face pallid, appeared from behind Jinyu. His hands and person were smeared with blood. He regarded Shang Wanxing, seated within the car, as if she were his last vestige of hope. Where was the certainty he had displayed earlier when requesting her departure? Seeing Shang Wanxing seemingly unmoved, Lu Qing lowered his long eyelashes. After an interminable pause, he pursed his lips and began to kneel. But as his knee bent, a foot clad in a pristine white sneaker casually intercepted his descent. Lu Qing looked up in astonishment, only to find Shang Wanxing, who had alighted from the car, gazing down at him with icy indifference. In the corridor, the Xi family, who had been brazenly bargaining with the mayor moments before, were now as silent as if their tongues had been excised, not daring to breathe audibly. Through the crack in the door, they had witnessed firsthand the horrifying spectacle of Elder Pan vomiting blood. It was a truly terrifying sight. "Mother, have we stirred up trouble?" Xi Dequan, devoid of any sense of responsibility, contemplated fleeing. Kai Suwen wore an equally panicked expression. "Xiao Lang, what should we do?" Over the years, she had become accustomed to seeking resolution from her prodigious great-grandson whenever faced with adversity. Yet, despite Xi Lang's brilliance, he was but 5 years of age. As the apprehensive trio of Kai Suwen were temporarily ushered into the waiting room, the elevator doors parted, and Shang Wanxing, exuding an aura of aloofness and authority with her hands in her pockets, entered the ward followed by Jinyu and Lu Qing. At this moment, Old Pan was still undergoing emergency treatment. The profuse hemorrhaging persisted, and his vital signs were plummeting rapidly. A throng of doctors surrounded him, seemingly at a loss. "Step aside." A clear, cold voice resonated from behind the doctors, prompting an instinctive reaction of yielding. "Little girl." Upon seeing her return, Old Qing was overjoyed. Zhang Ximiao immediately instructed everyone to clear the room, leaving only Jinyu behind among the doctors. Shang Wanxing approached the bedside and cast a brief glance. "Needles." She extended her hand. After a moment of inaction, she looked up, her patience waning, and addressed Lu Qing, "Your grandfather's silver needles." Lu Qing. Were it not for her earnest expression, Lu Qing would have thought she was being derisive. "Those belong to my maternal grandfather. I have them." Zhang Ximiao coughed subtly. Having brought along Old Pan's customary acupuncture needles, never anticipating their actual use. Without a second glance, Shang Wanxing extracted 5 needles. With a delicate ting, barely audible, the fine, gossamer-like silver needles stood erect in the air, captivating the onlookers. "This is..." Zhang Ximiao exclaimed in astonishment. Could such exceptional acupuncture skill still be found among the younger generation? As he pondered, the emotionless Shang Wanxing simultaneously pierced the crown of Old Pan's head with the 5 silver needles. Everyone. That was the most robust part of the human body, and she had inserted the needles with such ease? However, before their astonishment could fully materialize, Shang Wanxing nonchalantly declared. "Done." Everyone else? Done? What was done? As if to resolve their bewilderment, the previously incessant alarms of the life detection apparatus abruptly ceased, with all readings reverting to safe parameters. Even the hemoptysis had ceased. Mayor, so miraculous? So straightforward? It didn't even take half a minute. What, then, was the purpose of all their previous commotion? Shang Wanxing lifted her gaze to regard Lu Qing. A playful yet ironic smile gracing her lips, to blunder so profoundly even with an open book examination is quite asinine. Lu Qing. He, too, felt rather foolish. As if he'd just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. Why couldn't the Jingyuan pill be administered? Having ascertained that his old friend had indeed been extricated from peril in an instant, Elder Qing, the esteemed pharmacology enthusiast of China, couldn't suppress his urge to solicit her elucidation on the question that plagued his mind. His curiosity was nearly insatiable. The Jingyuan pill belongs to the fire element in the 5 elements. Extremely young. This old gentleman was first medicated and then physically deprived of his hands, leading to an overabundance of internal fire. He was akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. To stoke the flames further at this juncture would be tantamount to wishing his demise. Shang Wanxing's words carried a palpable chill, inducing trepidation in her audience. Despicable. Elder Chu thundered, slamming his hand on the table. Over the years, Lao Pan had shown his chief disciple exceptional favoritism, treating him as his own son. Who would have imagined that he would suffer such a betrayal? Even to the point of endangering his life? He was keen to interrogate that beast and inquire as to how Lao Pan had wronged him. Furthermore, a glint of coldness flashed in Shang Wanxing's eyes, prompting others to instinctively turn their gaze towards her, their ears perked up involuntarily. The whereabouts of the missing Jingyuan pill should be investigated as soon as possible. Are you implying that the Xi family's pill? The mayor exclaimed in astonishment. Shang Wanxing cast a glance at him, causing the mayor to feel a chill run down the back of his neck. Miss Shang is suggesting that this Jingyuan pill has likely already fallen into the hands of the Koreans. And a more significant issue is poised to surface at the International Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference in 2 weeks, Qing Nan, who had been silently observing from the corner, stated with a heavy heart. The Qing family must conduct a thorough internal investigation. If the Jingyuan pill truly becomes the possession of another nation as a result of this, the Qing family will be unable to face their ancestors. Miss Shang, you previously mentioned the possibility of surgery to restore his hand to full function. I wonder if that offer still stands? Zhang Ximiao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Shang Wanxing. His words once again caused everyone to instinctively hold their breath. No one would now consider her statement to be an exaggeration. Shang Wanxing responded readily, indeed. Her voice was languid. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the mayor. The surgery is feasible, but the terms are doubled. Chapter 055, Director Liu, what exactly is the background of that young lady? Mayor. Why is she looking at me like that? The ward was enveloped in an eerie silence. Although the elders had long since braced themselves for the audacious demands of the young girl, when the moment arrived, it was impossible for them not to harbor thoughts. Especially after witnessing the insatiable greed displayed by Si Dequan. How audacious of him to audibly request that the mayor gift him the 2 parcels of land in the southern district. How could anyone dare utter such words? Lu Qing inquired, what is it that you desire? As long as it falls within the capabilities of the Pan family, I shall acquiesce. However, Shang Wanxing did not even cast a glance in Lu Qing's direction. With Si Yubai's mesmerizing presence washing over her, the strikingly handsome visage that rendered her fans breathless had little effect on her. I want both parcels of land in the southern district, she stated succinctly. Lu Qing was momentarily rendered speechless. The mayor and the others were equally astonished. Good heavens, she was even more avaricious than Si Dequan. While Si Dequan had merely requested a single parcel, this young lady boldly claimed 2 outright. In the precious southern district, how could she speak so freely? Lu Qing's expression was a mixture of discomfort and disbelief. Yet, before he could articulate his concerns, Shang Wanxing impatiently brushed him aside and fixed her gaze upon the mayor. Money is not an issue, the processes and paperwork are entirely at your discretion. The mayor was taken aback. Do you have any idea how much that entails? Qin Yu could no longer contain herself and lowered her voice to discreetly caution her, reminding her that none of the 3 prominent families of Hu City, Si, Pei, or Chen, could individually manage such a demand. Perhaps you should refrain from saying more. The mayor cleared his throat a couple of times, regaining his composure. How should he explain to others that these 2 parcels of land in the southern city, which had been invaluable for years, are not for sale out of desire but rather out of necessity? The higher-ups have indicated a wish to utilize these plots as the new headquarters for the 709 laboratories' relocation back to the homeland. Shang Wanxing's gaze was icy and detached. The 709, is it? Her words caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. The 709 Laboratory. The largest Chinese laboratory in the United States, has, within just a few short years, gathered a multitude of the world's leading scientists, rivaling even the domestic laboratories in the United States. It has achieved significant breakthroughs in fields such as quantum information science, quantum mechanics, and quantum computing, providing crucial support for advances in certain military technologies at home. In recent years, the higher echelons of Huaxia have been striving to entice them to return. Yet the 709 laboratory has remained reticent. Consequently, these 2 parcels of land in the southern city have remained in limbo. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly checked her watch, aware that the encrypted email had undoubtedly been received. "Take the call," she instructed the mayor. The mayor, taken aback, responded, "Huh? My phone hasn't rung." However, in the next moment, his work phone chimed, causing him to instinctively glance at Shang Wanxing in bewilderment. Even after hearing the entirety of the conversation, he remained in a daze. Just moments ago, the 709 laboratory had relented, and one of the conditions for their concession was, astonishingly. The mayor cast a subtle glance at Shang Wanxing, who maintained her aloof demeanor, yet from that moment forth, he could no longer afford to underestimate her in the slightest. "Ms. Shang, the 2 parcels of land in the southern district are now under your purview. I shall instruct my subordinates to expedite all procedures with utmost efficiency. Here is my contact number for your convenience in subsequent communications." Even the most obtuse observer would discern a shift in demeanor from the mayor, particularly considering that the 2 plots in the southern district have been allocated to this young lady. "I harbor a deep-seated antipathy towards the current iteration of the C Corporation." Having saved the number, Shang Wanxing spoke with a subtle undertone, the implication of which would be readily grasped by any discerning individual. The C Corporation's meteoric rise to prominence among the 3 great families of Hu City was attributable to Ci Yubai's decisive and ruthless actions. Now that Ci Yubai is no longer at the helm of the C Corporation, and given the elder Mr. Ci's confidence in Ci Dequan and others to lead the corporation to greater heights and unparalleled glory, she would bide her time and observe. "Understood," the mayor acknowledged, his comprehension evident. Furthermore, Shang Wanxing added, her tone rather frigid, with an additional request. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, wondering what they had just overheard. Downstairs, inside the Maybach, Ci Yubai was engaged in a video conference, delivering fluent and frigid Russian with precision, when Director Lu's call came through. Reclining against the black leather seat, he exuded an aura akin to the summit of an icy mountain, aloof and piercing. "Meeting adjourned." "Uncle Lu," he answered, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "What exactly is the background of that young lady by your side?" Unusually, Director Lu's customary composure wavered. Ci Yubai remained silent, his expression inscrutable. However, Director Lu was evidently accustomed to Ci Yubai's aloofness and continued. "The 2 parcels of land in the southern district have been fully approved for that young lady." On Ci Yubai's pale, almost ethereal face, there lingered a veil of inscrutable mist, ensuring the utmost confidentiality of her information. Rest assured, should any untoward incident arise, the 709 department would not acquiesce. 709? Ci Yubai spoke coldly, her hand decisively severing the video conference on her tablet. Her flawless visage, favored by the Creator, was shrouded in shadow, rendering her emotions indiscernible. On the other end of the line, Director Lu succinctly highlighted the key points, while Yuan Yi, seated in the driver's seat, perceived a certain buoyancy in his mood. And she. Just as the conversation approached a pivotal revelation, Director Lu abruptly halted. "Never mind, in a few days, Aussie will learn of this. There's no need to spoil the young lady's surprise." "What?" Ci Yubai inquired, rare curiosity punctuating her tone. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up. I'll bring little Bao over for soup soon, your aunt has been missing him," Director Lu chuckled. Should his subordinates witness such a demeanor, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, discovering that the steadfast, unyielding Director Lu harbored such a side in private. After a moment of silence, Ci Yubai replied, "All right. He ought to contemplate facilitating little U.S. normal interactions with the outside world." Raising her gaze, Ci Yubai's eyes traversed the hospital window, aglow with light, where her breathtakingly exquisite face rarely revealed a hint of warmth. In the sterile area outside the operating room, Shang Wanxing was engaged in hand disinfection, while Qingyu stood beside her, hesitating to speak. "You." The words hovered on her lips. Yet she found herself at a loss, as each encounter only deepened her impression of Shang Wanxing. The latter caught a glimpse of Qingyu in the mirror, a faint smile playing on her lips. As a surgical assistant, she is quite adept. I implore you not to become enamored with Master C. Recalling her discourse with the mayor, Qingyu, in a moment of impetuosity, voiced this sentiment. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, her expression nuanced. You've also observed the Buddhist prayer beads upon his wrist, have you not? Qingyu, with a suppressed cough, lowered her voice, as if confiding in a close confidant. Surreptitiously divulging gossip. It is rumored within our circle that Master C's prayer beads were a gift from a woman, and in all these years, he has not been seen with any other woman, leading many to believe that he remains chaste for the sake of his beloved. At this juncture, Qingyu could not help but click her tongue in disapproval. Chapter 56, See You By, a formidable figure in public, yet a docile kitten in private. Master C's countenance is such that if he were to claim second place, no one in the entirety of Shanghai would dare to assert otherwise. He is exceedingly captivating. However, since the unfortunate incident that befell the C family, a plethora of demonizing rumors have proliferated, and the C family has made no effort to defend or clarify his name, allowing these preposterous tales to circulate freely. Although Master C himself is indeed quite formidable. Shang Wanxing. Reflecting upon the black prayer beads that See You By invariably carries, Shang Wanxing maintained a composed demeanor. And she did not deign to elucidate her relationship with See You By to Qingyu. She is a person who is both vindictive, petty, and fiercely protective, yet simultaneously, she is most steadfast in honoring her commitments. Given that Master C had initially entered into an agreement with her for the sum of 100 million, she was resolved to safeguard both uncle and nephew until the termination of the contract. They have entered, Shang Wanxing remarked languidly. At the entrance of the operating room, the night had deepened, and old Qing finally found the time to address the issue of the Jingyuan pill being swapped. However, as soon as he dialed back to the Qing residence, he was startled by the anguished screams echoing from the hospital corridor. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood. The guard, Qin Hai, instantly assumed a defensive posture, shielding old Chu while casting a wary glance at the scene ahead. The mechanical sound of the electric wheelchair resonated ominously in everyone's hearts. Dressed entirely in black formal attire, See You By had a sheer black blanket draped over his legs. His deep, ink-like eyes reflected no trace of human emotion, and his exquisitely handsome face bore an expression devoid of feeling. Yet, the chilling aura emanating from him transformed the corridor into a veritable hell on earth. Behind him, Yuan Yijing grimly dragged a blood-soaked man. The floor was stained with crimson trails. With a thud, the bloodied figure was hurled before old Qing, who was momentarily taken aback, barely able to recognize his own steward. See You By, may you meet a wretched end. The bloodied man lifted his head, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, his legs, once intact, now grotesquely mangled from being dragged along the floor. The sight was utterly unbearable. Even Si Dequan, forgotten in the lounge, was jolted by the scene. See You By, devoid of emotion, absent-mindedly toyed with his prayer beads, regarding the bloodied man as if he were an inanimate object. He raised his gaze to meet old Chang's. His eyes capable of freezing one's very blood, a predatory hunger within them that sent chills down the spine. Ah, see, you. Even at old Chang's age, he found himself unable to withstand such a visceral shock. The blood, pooling like a meandering stream, assaulted his senses with its foulness, threatening to make him retch. A door in the lounge creaked open slightly. Grandfather. Qing Nan's expression grew somber as he retrieved a half-burned, yellowed ancient text. Were it not for Master C, he would have been left with nothing. Upon seeing the charred book, Qing Lao's face turned ashen, resembling that of a ghost. This was the Bai Chao Feng Shu, an ancient tome concerning herbal remedies of Huaxia, predating even the Ben Chao Gang Mu. It was a cherished heirloom of the Qing family for a century. The most remarkable aspect of the Bai Chao Feng Shu was that its contents were penned in a unique encrypted format by its author. The book was divided into 2 volumes, containing nearly 100 prescriptions, any one of which could serve as a life-saving elixir. The Qing family possessed only the latter volume, having spent a century deciphering merely 7 formulas, yet, even these 7 had ensured the family's prosperity for 100 years. This book had always been secured alongside the Jingyuan Yuan in a safe, and now it was ruined? Qing Lao trembled, extending his hand. Aging a decade in an instant. Yuan Yi. See You By spoke coldly, blood pooling at his feet. Following his command, Yuan viciously seized the neck of the Qing family steward, forcing him to raise his head, while the latter's anguished cries echoed painfully. The tortures of humanity. They offered me money. They said the book was useless, incomprehensible. They claimed it would be burned without leaving anything for Huaxia. I was blinded by greed. The ste bearing a time-worn, incomplete tome whose script was nigh illegible, old Qing felt a profound sense of shame towards his forebears, his tightly pursed lips quivering, rendering him speechless. The others present wore equally grave expressions. The audacity of the infiltrators from the rogue nation knew no bounds as they audaciously undermined venerable families. How much more remained concealed? So enamored are they with subservience and treachery that their legs are forfeit. So fond of pilfering that their hands are no longer theirs. Siyubai's voice was chillingly ruthless, tinged with a morbid bloodlust. In an instant, Yuan, without hesitation, brought down his blade, severing the offender's hand before all witnesses. Ah! Peering through the door crack, Kai Suan emitted a piercing shriek at the spectacle, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Equally aghast, Si Lang slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Madman! Siyubai is a bloodthirsty madman. Old Chu, Qin Hai seemed poised to intervene, but old Chu restrained him with a hand. Suddenly, the surgery door swung open. Is the procedure complete? The assembled throng, still reeling from the sanguinary display, stared blankly at the entrance, only to witness Yuan, as if receiving a cue, thrust the bloodied blade into Qingnan's grasp, reassuming his position beside Siyubai with an impassive countenance. Siyubai's bloodthirsty demeanor vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Qingnan? Lowering his gaze to the blade and the gore in his hand, then to Shang Wanxing, who emerged from the operating room with a frosty expression, he felt as though reality had taken a surreal turn. Upon taking in the scene, Shang Wanxing faltered in her step. The surgery was successful. She initially apprised Lu Qing of the information, who, with a hand clasped over his mouth, had yet to recover from the preceding sanguinary spectacle, apprehensive that utterance would induce regurgitation. Qingnan was on the cusp of cautioning her regarding her footing when he observed Shang Wanxing, her countenance devoid of expression, step over the pool of mangled flesh and proceed directly toward Siyubai. An unspoken sentiment rippled through the observers. Was her composure not a tad excessive? Shang Wanxing extended her hand to elevate the light blanket draped over Siyubai's legs, her gaze pausing momentarily as it traversed the Buddhist prayer beads encircling his wrist, before swiftly diverting. What brings you here? She inquired, her visage betraying no emotion, despite having just concluded a neurosurgically demanding operation of breathtaking precision. Nor did she broach the subject of the 2 parcels of land in Qingnan. Siyubai responded, I surmised you might find this useful. A cup of pearl milk tea, generously sweetened, was deferentially proffered to Shang Wanxing by Yuan. The collective consciousness harbored a fleeting, incongruous impression of Siyubai, a formidable tyrant in public, yet a docile feline in private. This illusion was promptly dispelled by a frigid glare, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. An illusion, indeed. Thank you, Shang Wanxing uttered, accepting the milk tea. She took a sip, the saccharine taste, perhaps excessive for others, proving ideally suited to her depleted state following the exhaustive surgery. Her peripheral vision, however, registered Qing Lao cradling a partially incinerated tome, its identity obscured by the flames. His countenance was crestfallen, his appearance altogether wretched. Compendium of herbal arts? Shang Wanxing queried, her tone languid, yet eliciting astonishment from all present. Could she truly discern its identity despite such extensive damage? Chapter 057, Shang Wanxing, I will copy it for you when I have time. The most crucial point is that she is acquainted with Bai Chao Feng Shu. Little girl. Do you know her? Elder Qing seemed to grasp a lifeline, his eyes fixed intently on Shang Wanxing. Shang Wanxing. Her intuition warned her that admitting knowledge of it would lead to trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. I don't know her, I'm not aware of it. I've never heard of it. The crowd. Had she not so decisively mentioned the title moments ago, they might have believed her. Nibbling on her straw, she glanced at Lu Qing. Shang Wanxing's demeanor was both cold and defiant, with a hint of unruliness etched between her brows. Lu Qing. Shang Wanxing, the surgery is complete. Wasn't her implication sufficiently clear? The 2 plots of land in the southern city were merely the interest on her investment. Where was the principal? Lu Qing, thank you. I was rude before, you. As he observed the growing iciness in the girl's gaze and the chill in her expression, Lu Qing's voice dwindled to a whisper. He found it challenging to gauge her temperament, fearing he might offend her. Elder Chu cleared his throat twice. Ah Cheng. Having previously interacted with Shang Wanxing, Elder Chu sought to mediate, while Qin Hai gestured discreetly. Lu Qing suddenly understood. Little doctor, I was in a hurry and unprepared. Shall we add each other on WeChat? I can transfer the money to you. As he spoke, he fished out his phone. Si Yubai's expression darkened, her chilling aura rendering the atmosphere stifling. Take it. Without so much as a glance at Si Yubai, Shang Wanxing casually handed him her unfinished milk tea, requesting that he hold it for her. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of those present underwent a transformation, as Si Yubai's fastidiousness was common knowledge, let alone assisting someone with their beverage. Yet, in the ensuing moment, a resounding slap of irony echoed through the air. Si Yubai extended his hand, his demeanor radiating obedience. The onlookers were left speechless. Lu Qing, without hesitation, transferred the entirety of his daily banking limit of 5 million to Shang Wanxing. The moment the funds materialized, a look of profound satisfaction illuminated Shang Wanxing's exquisite features. As if to say, well done, my pupil. The collective sentiment of the crowd was one of disbelief at the blatant display. Henceforth, should Miss Shang require anything of me, I shall attend to it without hesitation. Lu Qing's countenance, which had captivated countless admirers, bore a relieved smile. Only to realize that the young woman across from him had already withdrawn her gaze, no longer sparing him a second glance. Lu Qing was left in a state of bewilderment. Shang Wanxing reclaimed her milk tea from Si Yubai, her gaze lingering on his wrist as she mentally calculated its length, intending to procure a suitable timepiece for him the following afternoon at the mall. After all, as her benefactor, it was imperative to keep him content. Si Yubai couldn't shake the feeling that Shang Wanxing's gaze held a subtle hint of placating a child, but he dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. As Shang Wanxing stepped backward, she inadvertently trod upon a patch of blood. She lifted her gaze to Qing Nan, her expression one of disdain, as if to say, "Young man, where's your sense of civic duty?" Qing Nan, at a loss for words, could only offer a bewildered expression. He instinctively glanced at the culprit, Yuan Yi, only to find the latter nodding with a face devoid of any semblance of shame, regarding him as if he were nothing more than a fool. Qing Nan exclaimed, shameless, despicable. Behind them, Qing Yu supported her teacher, Zhang Ximiao, as he emerged from the operating room. No one understood better than they the perfection of the recent surgery. Despite her usual pride, Qing Yu could not deny that she could not overlook the intricate dissection of the cardiac phrenic nerve, positioned merely a millimeter from the heart itself. What does a millimeter signify? The tip of a scalpel exceeds a millimeter. It is akin to dancing with a scalpel upon the heart. Every cell within her body was exhilarated, clamoring with excitement. She would gladly serve as an assistant for a lifetime if it meant experiencing such a moment again. Before Qing Yu could voice her thoughts, Shang Wanxing, having already discerned her intentions, raised an eyebrow, embodying her habitual nonchalance. I hope no one approaches me because of this surgery. The air surrounding her was infused with an indolent yet commanding presence. Why? Qing Yu was greatly puzzled. The human body comprises 206 bones, the total length of blood vessels could encircle the earth 2.5 times, the tongue is adorned with 10,000 taste buds, and the intestines measure 4 to 5 times one's height. In her eyes, medicine was the most beautiful discipline in the world. Medicine, forever glorious. Yet, Shang Wanxing only yearned to return to the island for a good night's sleep, especially since it was already 4:30 a.m. in Huaxia time. Stifling a yawn, she turned to push Si Yubai away. Suddenly, as Shang Wanxing prepared to leave, Qing Lao, cradling the charred remnants of Bai Chao Feng Shu, despondently buried himself back into the shadows, overwhelmed by sorrow. Shang Wanxing disregarded the lamentations of old Qing as she pressed forward. It is all my fault, he sobbed, his sorrow palpable. Shang Wanxing continued her stride. I shall immediately prostrate myself before the ancestral altar and confess my wrongs, he wailed. Shang Wanxing sighed, inexplicably reminded of an eccentric elder. A shadow fell upon the small, elderly man clutching the tattered book. Old Qing, tearfully lifting his gaze, regarded Shang Wanxing with a pitiful expression. Shang Wanxing pondered how to convey that such a countenance was only endearing on a cherubic child and that it only made her want to flee at great speed. She reached out to take the remnants of the book from old Qing's grasp. The second volume, she remarked, casting a cryptic glance back at him. This is a forgery. Old Qing exclaimed in confusion, and the onlookers echoed his bewilderment. You may insult me, an old man, but you shall not defame the treasured heirlooms of the Qing family, he declared, leaping 3 feet into the air. Does your family's centuries-old tome bear the seal of Ultraman? Shang Wanxing pointed to the lower right corner of a page. Old Qing snatched the book back and, to his astonishment, discovered a red seal of Ultraman in the margins, its iconic pose seemingly mocking his intelligence. Who swapped my precious treasure? He fumed, his frustration palpable. Shang Wanxing felt as though she was edging closer to the answer to this perplexing conundrum. This Ultraman does indeed bear a resemblance to the eccentric old man's style. He was formerly known for pilfering heirlooms from prominent families across various nations. Following this line of reasoning, the authentic copy she had previously seen might have originated from. Observing the spirited, albeit indignant, old man before her, Shang Wanxing experienced a rare pang of conscience. If you are concerned about the content, I will transcribe it for you when I have the time. Originally fulminating. Old Qing abruptly ceased his vocalizations, staring at Shang Wanxing in astonishment, as if questioning his auditory perception. He even probed his ears with his fingers. Old Chu. Did she just say she would transcribe it for me? Old Qing turned to his longtime companion, perplexed. After receiving an affirmative nod, he looked back at Shang Wanxing, even more bewildered. Are you serious? I will transcribe both volumes for you. Shang Wanxing, in a rare moment of conscience, thoughtfully considered the matter before adding. Chapter 058 Qi Yan, some individuals appear human but are, in reality, petty fiends. You are not trying to deceive an old man. Are you? Old Qing felt as if he were in a dream. Although conscience-stricken, Shang Wanxing's sense of morality was not particularly abundant. She turned to leave. Old Qing hastily seized her wrist, employing both hands and feet, and plopped down on the ground, feigning helplessness. You are not allowed to leave. Shang Wanxing. How is it possible for a septuagenarian to wield the art of shamelessness with such consummate skill? She gazed at Qing Nan with an impassive expression. The latter averting his gaze, slightly guilt-ridden, mindful that some elders are docile, while others are untamed rebels whom none dare to control. Shang Wanxing lowered her head. Alas, alas. Alas. Old Qing regarded her with a pitiable gaze. Shang Wanxing. The assembly. This old codger's heart is throbbing with pain. Is death nigh? Old Qing continued to regard her with a pitiable gaze, even pouting his lips in grievance. Shang Wanxing. The assembly. Old Qing, only the 100 Herbs formulary can prolong this old man's life. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Shang Wanxing. The assembly. Qing Nan, who was it that devoured half a basin of braised pork rice just the day before yesterday? Halt. Just as Old Qing was about to unleash his ultimate move, Shang Wanxing raised her hand, calling for a halt, paper and pen. Old Qing's eyes lit up. Paper and pen were promptly presented. Which prescription do you wish to know? The WHO formula. Old Qing blurted out without hesitation. This was the 8th formula in the 100 Herbs formulary, which the Qing family had studied for a decade. Yet, even after 10 years, they had only deciphered a quarter of it. Shang Wanxing raised her hand and scribbled down a few lines with sweeping strokes, the penmanship sharp and unrestrained, igniting a surge of excitement in Old Chu, a fervent lover of calligraphy, though the script inexplicably seemed familiar. Where had he seen it before? Here. As the last character fell, the ink barely dry, the paper was snatched away by an exhilarated Old Qing. It is the WHO formula. The initial quarter was identical to what he remembered, while the remaining 3 quarters were intended by Elder Qing to be cherished for his grandchildren in the future. Little did he expect to witness it in his lifetime. The young divine physician, sobbing at the sight of the remarkably unattractive old man, caught the attention of Shang Wanxing. Who thought, could you perhaps loosen her legs first? Just as this thought crossed her mind, her wrist was seized by a cold, powerful hand. With a slight exertion, she found herself nestled into the embrace of a man exuding an intimidating aura, filled with a familiar, brooding essence. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. She was exhausted. The formidable presence of Siyu Bai bore down with a chilling glint in his eyes as he cast a heavy gaze upon Elder Qing. His hand, adorned with black Buddhist beads, rested at the back of Shang Wanxing's head, fingers weaving through her dark, slightly curled hair. Seemingly oblivious to how audacious his actions appeared to the onlookers, the old man, who had just moments ago been playfully obstinate, stood up without uttering a word, no longer daring to act out of line. Shang Wanxing, intending to rise, instead reclined back into Siyubai's arms, letting out a timely yawn. It dawned on the crowd that this young lady had been summoned late at night and had just completed an exceptionally demanding and intricate surgical procedure. Their expressions shifting to one of guilt. "Young divine physician, may I add you on WeChat?" Elder Qing inquired, his face betraying reluctance. Shang Wanxing, not wishing to linger, promptly retrieved her phone and added him to her contacts. "Have you been busy lately?" Elder Qing asked, eager to spend a bit more time with the young physician, absorbing her ethereal presence. "Busy," Shang Wanxing replied, her words devoid of pretense. "Busy with what?" Elder Qing pressed. "Preparing to attend school at Yinghua." Qing Lao. Qing Nan. Zhang Lao. Chu Lao. Chen Yu. She is truly still just a student? On the way back. Inside the Maybach, as soon as the car started, Shang Wanxing, who had fallen asleep, rested her head against the window. Her beauty, as if she had just stepped out of a comic, was partially concealed beneath her hair, and she clutched a cup of unfinished milk tea in her hand, clearly exhausted. Thud. As the car moved, Shang Wanxing's head once again bumped against the window. Siyubai, who had been watching her, glanced coldly at Yuan Yi. The car slowed down. Siyubai raised his long, elegant fingers and placed them gently between Shang Wanxing's head and the window, exerting just enough pressure to let her lean against his shoulder. "Yuan Yi, do you still remember, Si Yi, that you have a serious obsession with cleanliness?" The journey continued in silence. Shiyu Island. The car had barely come to a stop in front of the villa when a soft, pudgy little bun, who had been resting his chin in his hands at the entrance, immediately rushed over with a look of dismay, clad in his favorite blue shark pajamas. Upon seeing Siyubai carrying the sleeping Shang Wanxing, his cheeks puffed up adorably like a little pufferfish. "You bad guy." He stood with his hands on his hips, blocking Siyubai's electric wheelchair, refusing to yield an inch. "Move aside." Unlike his usual icy demeanor, Siyubai spoke those two words with an air of nonchalance. "Humph. No way." Oh, refusing to budge, he stood firm. Siyubai's gaze remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, his expression resembling that of an unfeeling iceberg. Suddenly, he lifted his wrist, expressionless, and waved it in front of the soft little bun. "Little bun?" The bewildered little dumpling remained unresponsive. Siyubai, with an unchanged expression, once again raised his wrist, a black digital watch identical to the little dumplings adorning it. Due to Siyubai's countenance, even the inexpensive electronic watch seemed extraordinarily luxurious. Little dumpling. The little dumpling was petrified, as if the heavens and earth had collapsed. Witnessing the desired effect, the black electric wheelchair bypassed the little dumpling and continued toward the interior of the house. Siyubai's thin lips slowly curved into an indifferent arc, leaving the petrified little dumpling behind, shattering into fragments with a piu sound. Upstairs. Qi Yan, who witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but click his tongue, encircling his chest with his arms and leaning against the white curtain. Some people appear human, but in reality, they are just petty, formidable devils. Little Bao. There are many more lessons to be learned in life, take your time to comprehend them. Smiling, he pulled down his eye mask, covering his eyes, and drew the curtains shut, continuing to sleep. Morning, 9:30. An explosive piece of news detonated within the influential circles of Shanghai. The 2 parcels of land in the south of the city, which had been coveted by many, were officially announced. The matter of the Si family's old residents sending medicine last night had already spread throughout the circle. Although everyone was envious and jealous, they had to admit that the Si family, having aligned themselves with the Pan family of the capital, was likely to soar to great heights. The Si family was determined to secure those 2 parcels of land in the south of the city. However, who would have known that when the announcement results were released, a resounding slap landed heavily on people's faces. The ownership of one of the parcels. Behind it, the 3 words Siyubai were glaringly written. Siyubai. The Si family's master, who had just been publicly removed from the Si group by the old master, swiftly returned to people's attention in such a vigorous manner. The stock price of the Si corporation plummeted to its limit within a short period. At the Si residence, the elder Mr. Si was incensed, demanding to know the cause of this debacle. Chapter 59, Siyubai, do you always return after each departure from the island? He only learned today, through a phone call, that they had delivered medicine to the hospital last night. Where did the medicine come from? It was the Jingyuan pill, of which only one existed in all of China and was exclusively possessed by the Qing family. Kai Suwen delicately supported her head with her hand, exuding an ethereal aura of innocence. Coupled with her Cheongsam and tearful eyes, the elder Mr. C's anger subsided considerably. That was originally intended for your life-saving. Purchased at great expense from the Hidden Alliance, she said softly. The Hidden Alliance, the world's largest underground consortium, an unspeakable entity. There, anything can be acquired, provided one has the funds. The elder Mr. C remained silent. Everyone was now witnessing his disgrace, leaving him utterly humiliated. After all, Yu Bai is still your grandson. His mobility is currently impaired, and it would be a waste for him to possess land in Nanqing that he cannot develop. Perhaps you could invite him for a meal and discuss it? Kai Suwen suggested gently, suppressing the revulsion in her heart. The bloody scene in the hospital corridor still haunted her, making it difficult to eat. The elder Mr. C pondered, awakening naturally. Shang Wanxing opened her eyes to find the little dumpling, its face filled with melancholy, sitting by the bedside, drawing circles with its hand. A small thundercloud of distress seemingly hovering above its head. Upon seeing her awake, the adorable little dumpling seized her hand, attempting to pull her out of bed. Shang Wanxing? Soon, two individuals arrived at the entrance of Si Yubai's room. The little bun. Shang Wanxing sensed something was amiss, yet saw the little bun energetically open the door and pull her into Si Yubai's cloakroom. This was Shang Wanxing's first time entering this space. The cool-tone decor was exceptionally somber, exuding an air of sophistication. To the left were luxurious handcrafted suits and shirts, all in the classic hues of black, white, and gray. As if Si Yubai's world were confined to these three colors. To the right were various shoes, ties, and belt accessories. Hee. The little bun, with his short legs, struggled to pull open a drawer, using it as a step to climb up and access the display case housing watches. Shang Wanxing, Richard Mille, Patek Philippe, Rolex, and more. In an instant, the world's most prestigious timepieces were laid before Shang Wanxing's eyes. The adorable little bun pointed to Si Yubai's watch, exclaiming, hee. Uncle has watches. Shang Wanxing. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping sounded at the door, and as Shang Wanxing turned around, she locked eyes with Si Yubai. What are you doing here? Si Yubai's exquisitely handsome face, tinged with frost, betrayed no emotions, while the dark circles beneath his eyes from a sleepless night lent him an air of danger. Nothing. Shang Wanxing lazily cradled the little bun in one arm, her voice a mellow whisper. However, her gaze faltered momentarily as it swept over Si Yubai's wrist. A cheap electronic watch, inferior even to the least expensive timepiece in the cloakroom, adorned Si Yubai's wrist, somehow elevated by his presence. Upon seeing this watch, the little bun puffed up his cheeks like a pufferfish. Anger. Si Yubai remained impassive, his icy demeanor unwavering as he gazed at the recently awakened Shang Wanxing. Her long, dark hair cascaded loosely behind her, and the slightly open collar revealed a small mole on her collarbone, strikingly apparent against her fair complexion. I initially intended to purchase something more befitting of you. In comparison to yesterday's Richard Mille, this electronic watch is utterly inferior. Si Yubai shifted his wrist slightly. This afternoon, I shall have you on air deliver it to you. Only then did the little bun recall her plans for the afternoon, her soft face drooping, exuding a sense of despondency. Si Yubai maneuvered his wheelchair closer to Shang Wanxing, opening the adjacent drawer to retrieve a black armband. Shang Wanxing watched as his long, elegantly defined fingers adorned the black armband, his strikingly handsome visage exuding a cold composure, every movement captivating in its precision. Suddenly, Si Yubai paused, lifting his gaze to her. Help me. Shang Wanxing. Strangely, she sensed an undercurrent of temptation in his voice. Si Yubai cast a casual glance at the little bun nestled in her embrace, his expression distant, yet it only served to aggravate the already irate little bun even further. He was deliberately preventing Xingxing from holding the fish. Wicked. He had also intentionally selected the most challenging armband. Devious. A faint smile tugged at Si Yubai's lips as he observed Shang Wanxing gently placing the little bun down, extending her hand to assist him with the armband, her tousled hair brushing against his face with a delicate fragrance. Shang Wanxing attempted to tuck her unruly hair behind her ear, but faster than her, a large hand from the man reached out. Thank you. Shang Wanxing, without lifting her head, responded with casual indifference. I've received the land in the south of the city. Bai leaned back with a languid expression. The mayor had called him earlier. I plan to entrust the other parcel to for collaboration. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly mentioned a name. Acceptable, Bai responded without further comment, acknowledging her adeptness at the carrot and stick approach. I've modified the chips in both your and Xiaobazi's watches, connecting them to all the smart appliances in the villa. They also have voice and touch activation. No matter where Xiaobazi is on the island, pressing this will alert Bai, ensuring you can immediately confirm his safety. As if recalling something, Shang Wanxing reached out, grasped Bai's wrist, and tapped the watch screen to activate a shortcut. Bai simply acknowledged, idly playing with her long hair, his attention elsewhere. Alright, Shang Wanxing took a step back. Her smooth, long hair brushed through Bai's fingers, and as the last strand slipped away, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Something flickered in her eyes. But it vanished quickly, noticed only by Xiaobazi, who was about to explode with anger. Shang Wanxing casually met Bai's deep, icy gaze and paused briefly. Is there anything you wish to ask me? Shang Wanxing stood there with her hands nonchalantly in her pockets, observing Bai. She had never concealed her actions from her benefactor, and he must have noticed her transformation. If he regretted his decision and wanted her to leave the island, she would readily agree. Bai gazed into her deep amber eyes, remaining silent for a moment. Do you always return to the island after leaving? As Shang Wanxing mentally drafted various responses, Bai's voice, deep and unexpectedly warm, resonated within the frigid cloakroom, momentarily disorienting her. Even the little dumpling, upon hearing the question, displayed a shift in expression, her soft, cherubic face turning pitifully upward towards Shang Wanxing, eagerly awaiting her answer. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of both the big and little dumplings, Shang Wanxing could only respond with a muted chuckle. The little dumpling shook her hand, pleading, please, Xing. I beg you. Chapter 060, Qi Yan, is this a decline in morality or a distortion of serpentine nature? Bai's gaze, once capable of instilling profound fear, now coldly surveyed Shang Wanxing's ankle. Each second of her silence compelled him to ponder the most fitting shackles for her, perhaps platinum, robust, adorned with exquisite diamonds. If she were to refuse to return, he would confine her to the island, ensuring she could go nowhere. Bai lowered his gaze, encased in an aura of frost. The air in the cloakroom grew increasingly thin. I will return, Shang Wanxing lazily declared, her hand resting gently on the little dumpling's head, affectionately ruffling her hair. A simple statement, yet it heralded the arrival of spring, a renewal of life. The little dumpling, comforted, emitted soft gurgles reminiscent of a tiny kitten. And the atmosphere seemed to effervesce with joy. She playfully raised her small hand towards Bai, signaling a victorious yeah. With a delighted grin. Bai coldly averted his gaze, muttering under his breath, childish. Downstairs, in the courtyard, clad in a black silk robe, Qi Yan stood with his arms crossed, Bai mirroring his posture beside him. In the distance, the large white python, Gun, coiled around a tree, its gaze fixated on Bai. Saliva trickling from its mouth. Slurp. Suddenly. So fair. Qi Yan abruptly tightened his collar, casting wary glances around as if warding off a thief. Who's there? Which scoundrel dares to leer at me? The wind rustled through the treetops, yet no one spoke. Qi Yan searched in vain, a perplexed expression on his face. Could it be my imagination? So ample. The slightly mechanical voice echoed once more, and Qi Yan instinctively shielded his lower body. Lewd. Want to devour. Heavens. ACI. Is your house haunted? Qi Yan bellowed, his voice cracking. And a lecherous ghost at that, one with a penchant for pretty boys. Shang Wanxing, who had been standing behind him with a nonchalant expression, sauntered over to the tree and extended her hand towards Gun. The large white python, which had been languidly coiled on the tree, drooling over Bai, slowly slithered down. Gun, how adorable, but I mustn't swallow. Qi Yan. Qi Yan? The serpent spoke? Is this a descent into depravity or a perversion of serpentine nature? Qi Yan remained rooted to the spot, dumbfounded, as Gun slowly trailed behind Shang Wanxing. As it passed Qi Yan, the python raised its massive head, and the two locked eyes in silence. Gun, so hideous. Qi Yan. What did that imbecile say? Did it just call me ugly? Was he just insulted by a snake? Surely my auditory canals are occluded by cerumen, articulated, clutching his chest, each word laced with exasperation. What did that contraption just utter about me? Her countenance, a tapestry of amusement and nonchalance, responded, it conveyed that you are aesthetically challenged. An irrepressible urge surged through him, to obliterate the device, instantaneously. Oh, my pulchritudinous companion, pray, tarry for my arrival, interjected. Before could launch himself. The alabaster serpent had already coiled onto his rotund form, its ophidian cranium nuzzling affectionately. A gesture of amicable friction. Humiliated by his defeat against. Perceived the affront emanating from the serpent kingdom. Within the confines of the dining chamber, reclined against the table, his fingers toying with the pet translator. Its craftsmanship was unremarkable, however, the internal microchip piqued his interest. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the chip was not affiliated with any corporate entity. Moreover, its capacity for sentient emotional detection, cognitive recognition, and behavioral replication far surpassed the world's preeminent technological standards. It was more suited to military applications than a mere pet translator. Cast a pensive gaze towards, a subtle shake of his head accompanying his murmur, what a deplorable waste of resources. Pray tell, what manner of flora graces your garden? Inquired, a visible disdain etched upon his features. Who cultivates carrots, potatoes, and tomatoes within their garden? What became of the lavender, roses, and chamomile I had air-freighted from France? I orchestrated their cultivation. Do you harbor objections? Retorted, her exquisite features framed by an air of insouciance. Prompted by a gentle nudge on its timepiece from, proclaimed. Carrots are delectable. Another nudge. Potatoes are delectable. Reiterated. The nudging persisted. See to buy, the tomatoes are delicious. Stop. Qi Yan, astonished, instinctively lifted his gaze towards See Bai, who also set down his cutlery, focusing on the little bun. This was undoubtedly a feature absent in the original version of See to Buy, shared brainwave frequency transmission. Although it still required the medium of an electronic watch, it marked a historic upgrade. I must take my leave. Shang Wanxing glanced at her watch, it was nearly time. Despite her lack of fondness for her cousin Qian Lai, she was always punctual. The little bun's soft, round face instantly fell. Gazing pitifully at Shang Wanxing while poking at her watch. See to buy, whimper. Another poke. See to buy, whimper, whimper. Another poke. See to buy, whimper, whimper, whimper. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Where is little star going? Qi Yan casually inquired. To Jiuzhou department store. Shang Wanxing's expression remained neutral. Completely oblivious to the subtle change in Qi Yan's demeanor upon hearing Jiuzhou department store. She rose to leave. Once Shang Wanxing's figure had completely vanished. Qi Yan tilted his head towards See Bai. Is this not a coincidence? Is this not a coincidence? His tone dripped with sarcasm. See Bai picked up a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, his face expressionless. Qi Yan's gaze flicked to the unmoving See Bai. Little Star has worn several of her outfits back and forth, they now look frayed. Little Bun, I wonder if anyone will bully Little Star. Upon hearing Qi Yan's words, the little Bun turned, her eyes filled with tension and concern. Ever since arriving in Hu City, I seem to have neglected inspecting my own business, Qi Yan mused, stretching lazily, only to feel a tug at his clothing. Looking down, he saw the little Bun poking at him. See to buy, protect the stars. See to buy, protect the stars. See to buy, protect the stars. Silence. See Bai cast a warning glance at Qi Yan, exuding an aura as if poised to devour him at any moment. Quiet. At 3:30 in the afternoon. At Jiuzhou department store, Qian Lai, adorned in a complete Chanel ensemble of soft yellow, had just alighted from the car with her friends Yuaner and Shang Yuqing. Cousin. Rest assured, I will certainly avenge you and Aunt, Qian Lai coldly snorted. Although they had arranged to meet at 3. She had deliberately instructed the driver to arrive at 1:30. Given Shang Wanxing's temperament, she would undoubtedly be foolishly waiting at the entrance, in such scorching heat. She would surely suffer. Lai, after all, she is your. Shang Yuqing feigned difficulty. I have no intention of associating with such unsavory characters, cousin. It would be utterly humiliating. Qian Lai's face contorted in disdain. Yuqing, you mustn't be soft-hearted. Qian Lai's friend, Yuaner, quickly interjected. She had previously assisted Qian Lai in bullying Shang Wanxing on numerous occasions. Every time, that color palette had merely swallowed her pride. As they spoke, the group arrived at the revolving doors of Jiuzhou department store. Today seemed to be a peculiar occasion, as a multitude of men clad in suits stood at the entrance, each bearing a tense expression, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Where is Shang Wanxing? Chapter 061, Little Baozi, protecting the stars is everyone's responsibility. Yuan squinted, searching for her. She had originally expected Shang Wanxing to be foolishly basking in the sun at the entrance, yet there was not a trace of her to be found. Could she dare to be late? Qian Lai's anger surged, completely forgetting her own deliberate tardiness of half an hour. I telephoned her. Instantly, Shang Yuqing retrieved her mobile. And soon, the phone began to ring, only to be disconnected. The trio was left speechless. Redial. Her mother had tasked her with assisting Shang Wanxing in selecting attire for Saturday's banquet, a mission that must not be compromised. Shang Yuqing persisted in dialing, only for the call to be rejected once more. 10 minutes had elapsed, and the composure the three had possessed upon disembarking had long since dissipated, replaced by perspiration. Continue to call. Qian Lai exclaimed through gritted teeth. This time, the call was not severed, however, the trio, perplexed by the proximity of the ringing, turned toward its source. Through the pristine window of the adjacent Starbucks, a pair of alabaster hands reached for a phone on a table, casually waving it toward the window. Due to the backlighting, the face was obscured. Qian Lai brushed past Shang Yuqing's feigned attempt to restrain her and stormed into Starbucks with a vengeful air. Shang Wanxing, having deliberately chosen a seat by the window, languidly reclined, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping coffee. Conversely, Qian Lai and her companions were flushed from the sun's intense rays, their elaborate makeup marred by sweat. A truly pathetic sight. Shang Wan. Qian Lai's voice trailed off. She stared, dumbfounded, at the face before her, unable to believe her eyes. A vision of beauty, as cold as frost, radiant yet alluring. Shang Wanxing? Most affected was Yuan, who, after the initial shock, felt a surge of jealousy ignite within her. Where had the eyesore that was Shang Wanxing gone? You are 30 minutes tardy. Shang Wanxing coldly surveyed the three faces before her, ultimately settling her gaze upon Qian Lai's. Her expression was indifferent. It seemed this was her so-called cousin. Qian Lai's composure faltered as she struggled to regain her voice, a brief moment of astonishment leaving her at a distinct disadvantage. Shang Wanxing rose to her feet, prompting an instinctive step back from Shang Yuqing. A sardonic smile played on Shang Wanxing's lips as she nonchalantly tossed her finished coffee towards the trash receptacle, hitting the mark with resounding precision. The trio stood in stunned silence. Qian Lai finally grasped the essence of the difference Shang Yuqing had alluded to. A realization that ignited a cocktail of frustration, resentment, and envy within her. You look hideous, she exclaimed, her voice carrying a sharp edge that drew the attention of a nearby couple, who exchanged knowing smirks. Go and fix your makeup, Qian Lai commanded, her tone laced with imperiousness. Shang Wanxing arched an eyebrow, her movements languid as she suppressed the tempest of emotions brewing within her. Seek help for your ailment, she retorted. With a hand nonchalantly tucked into her pocket, she exuded an aura of untamed defiance, her very presence radiating a palpable sense of danger. Without so much as a glance at the trio, she strode towards the entrance connecting Starbucks to the mall. Outside, the executive echelon of Jiuzhou department store stood in hushed anticipation before the revolving doors. 10 minutes later, a sleek, obsidian Maybach glided to a halt, sending a ripple of nervous energy through the assembled crowd. The door swung open, and a diminutive figure emerged, a 5-year-old dynamo of coolness clad entirely in black, his face shielded by miniature sunglasses. The little one emanated an air of icy detachment, a small telescope dangling from his neck. Before anyone could utter a word, another figure emerged from the vehicle, Qi Yan, equally attired in black and sporting matching sunglasses. His demeanor a stark contrast to the carefree persona he had adopted on Sand Island. Just as the crowd began to breathe a collective sigh of relief, the true luminary finally made his appearance. Seated in a wheelchair, Siyu Bai was unexpectedly pushed down by Yuan Yi, and the suffocating chill of a true summer day enveloped him, rendering the upper echelons of Jiuzhou department store mute with trepidation. It had been years since they last met. The little bun tilted his head, gazing at his uncle with a puffed-up expression, his lips pursed in indignation. The strikingly similar cold demeanor of both the elder and the younger was unmistakable, their familial bond was evident to all. A group of high-ranking officials trailed behind them, panting and bewildered, utterly perplexed as to why their esteemed guest had chosen to appear in person. Could it be that something had gone awry? Anxiety gripped them. I have examined that chip. It bears a resemblance to the style of Laboratory 709, Qi Yan remarked, his tone shifting slightly as he lowered his voice. Your acquisition of the land in Nanching is intricately tied to Laboratory 709. Tell me, what of Little Star? Before Qi Yan could complete his thought, Siyu Bai cast a frosty glance in his direction, imbued with an unmistakable warning. All right, I shall speak no more. He surrendered, raising both hands in a gesture of capitulation. Suddenly, the little bun at the forefront emitted a sound of excitement, evidently having spotted Shang Wanxing. Before he could dash forward like a rocket, a large, icy hand firmly grasped the back of his collar, rendering him as immobile as a turtle caught in place. His cheeks puffed up in frustration, he was as indignant as could be. Let me go. No way. Siyu Bai coldly refused without hesitation. The little bun immediately placed his hands on his hips, letting out a mischievous laugh. He pointed at the three girls trailing behind Shang Wanxing, even at his tender age. He could discern the ill intentions brewing within them. Protecting the star is everyone's responsibility, he declared. The others looked on in silence, astonished. The executives of Jiuzhou department store were desperately trying to lower their heads, having never witnessed such a novel form of argument, a rapid exchange of retorts no less. What were those three discussing? Qi Yan stroked his chin, particularly intrigued by the girl in the center, clad in a Chanel buttercup yellow ensemble. Despite her youth, her expression was full of sharpness and malice. Suddenly, the little bun, having peered through his miniature telescope for some time, became agitated. He hurried over to Siyu Bai, jabbing at his watch, but when he received no response, it dawned on him that Siyu Bai was still at home. With great effort, he pulled out Siyu Bai's phone, furiously tapping away. They planned to sneakily photograph the star changing her clothes. How shameless! Upon reading these words, Qi Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten that the little bun could read lips. However, his playful demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The overwhelming aura emanating from Siyu Bai seemed potent enough to shatter bones and dissolve any resolve. Even Qi Yan struggled to bear it. Let alone the high-ranking executives standing behind him, all awaiting Siyu Bai's next words. On the other side, Shang Yuqing feigned panic and hesitation, though internally she reveled in delight. Had she forgotten how she had bullied both you and your mother? Upon contemplating the frosty beauty of Shang Wanxing, the jealousy of Yuaner was palpable. She intended to attend the Li family's banquet on Saturday, and if Shang Wanxing were to be present, wouldn't she overshadow everyone? Her gaze fell, brimming with malice. In Chapter 062, Qian Lai stated, I am a distinguished VIP of the Jiuzhou department store. Shang Yuqing shook Qian Lai's arm, feigning a plea, Lai. Cousin. Your kindness is what makes you vulnerable. Qian Lai felt exasperated, her mother had often recounted tales of Shang Wanxing's unruly behavior. Unaware that these were merely fabrications spread by Shang's mother to tarnish her reputation, Shang Yuqing remained silent, tears welling in her eyes, which only fueled Qian Lai's desire to champion her cause. What if they were discovered? Before Shang Yuqing could finish her thought, Qian Lai burst into laughter. The women's clothing store belonged to Yuaner's family. They had preemptively instructed the staff to install surveillance cameras. What could she possibly uncover? Moreover, the supervisor of this floor was Yuaner's aunt. Should any incident arise, they could easily erase the footage and deny any wrongdoing. Who would be able to trace them? Exchanging a glance with Yuaner, a calculating and malevolent smile graced Qian Lai's beautiful face. Besides, such clandestine recordings were far from disgraceful. Would Shang Wanxing dare to make a fuss? Once they acquired the footage of her changing clothes, wouldn't it be a simple matter to hold it over her head? Let us see how she could continue to be so arrogant. Not far away, Shang Wanxing languidly held her phone with one hand. On the encrypted page, a conversation unfolded. Strange old man, still alive? Yes. Strange old man, I told you, this little monster cannot die. But there is a problem. Eccentric old man, what's the matter? Without hesitation, Shang Wanxing dispatched a photograph. As one of the rare individuals privy to Shark's true visage, and having been raised by the eccentric old man since her orphanage, she was his sole heir on the island, making concealment impossible. Eccentric old man? Remain composed. Eccentric old man. At that moment, on a secluded and enigmatic island, calamity had befallen the little monster. A resonant bellow echoed across the aisle, startling a multitude of crows. 3 minutes hence, 5 elders were gathered around a stone table, passing a mobile phone amongst themselves. How can you ascertain that she is indeed the little monster? The martial arts fanatic inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The eccentric old man, bristling with indignation, retorted. Would I not recognize the cub I raised? Nevertheless, he dispatched a message. Eccentric old man, how do you substantiate your claim of being the little monster? Upon receiving the message, Shang Wanxing chuckled. Shortly thereafter, eccentric old man, it was you who pilfered Queen Frang's dentures 6 months prior. Eccentric old man. The other 4 cast sidelong glances at him. The news of Queen Frang's stolen dentures had graced international headlines half a year ago, earning the dubious distinction of being Rotten Tomatoes' most outlandish true event of the year. Eccentric old man, the old crone was arrogant enough to say that even the saint of thieves would have his underpants stolen should he visit the royal family. The other 4, lunatic. Serpent woman, it was not the martial arts fanatic but the old poison master who shaved your peregrine falcon. The woman with white hair and a fiery red dress gazed with a playful smile at the old man, whose eyes darted nervously, reluctant to meet her gaze. The serpent woman inquired, Old Toxic, is what the little monster said true? At that moment, the falcon perched on her shoulder let out a sharp cry. Old Toxic replied. The other 4 individuals cast sidelong glances at him. The falcon, raised by the serpent woman, had been abruptly shorn of its feathers before the mating season, subjecting the poor creature to ridicule from its kin during this time. Old Toxic retorted, who told it to steal 5 of my century-old centipedes? The others exclaimed in unison. Pervert. Previously, after a night of inebriation, the professor had vomited into the peculiar old man's prized vase, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The old man immediately turned toward the bespectacled, gentle-looking professor, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That vase was a unique artifact he had procured from a museum in Country F, the only one of its kind in the world. The professor could only remain silent, unable to refute the accusation, while the other 4 exchanged knowing glances. In chorus, they declared, scoundrel. The serpent woman had a penchant for digging holes in the garden to bury gold. She raised an eyebrow, her fingers entwined in her white hair, a faint smile gracing her beautiful face, though the menace in her gaze silenced all the insects around them, leaving an eerie stillness in the air. The others chuckled nervously. We wouldn't dare. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a colossal hammer of thunder slammed onto the stone table, shattering it into a myriad of fragments that scattered at everyone's feet. The remaining quartet directed their gazes, in unison, toward the stoic martial fanatic, each audibly swallowing. The martial fanatic remarked, indeed, a prodigious anomaly. The others retorted, why the belated acknowledgement? Must she unearth all our secrets? Within the commercial center, a rare tenderness softened the contours of Shang Wanxing's visage as she subtly curved her lips into a smile. Her fingers danced nimbly across the screen, swiftly compiling a list, to which she appended an address. Suddenly, a hand reached out, attempting to seize Shang Wanxing's device. Before it could draw near, it was met by a pair of frigid, arid eyes. Despite the absence of any overt expression, the alarming ferocity emanating from them caused Qian Lai to freeze in place. Qian Lai deliberately brandished her newly acquired mobile phone, an iPhone 14 Pro Max in a deep purple hue with a capacious 1 TB of memory, ostentatiously unlocking it and swiping across the screen in Shang Wanxing's view, lest she remain unaware. Shang Wanxing found their intellect wanting. You've likely never set foot in this establishment. Have you? This is the Azure Province Department Store, an entity affiliated with the Azure Province Conglomerate. Have you heard of the Azure Province Conglomerate? A conglomerate of immeasurable wealth, far beyond the reach of individuals such as yourself. Qian Lai sneered, her contempt almost palpable. I happen to be a distinguished VIP of the Azure Province Department Store. She produced an ochre-hued VIP card, flaunting it to imply Shang Wanxing's naivete. Do you always speak so much nonsense? Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, her patience seemingly reaching its limit, her tone both indifferent and frigid. You. Qian Lai could hardly fathom that the once reticent and bullied Shang Wanxing now proved to be so obstinate. If it were not to buy some time for the staff to install the surveillance cameras, she would hardly bother to engage with her. The clothing here does not suit you, I shall take you to my friend's store shortly. Just as Qian Lai spoke, a notification chimed from WeChat. A glance at her screen revealed a pleased expression. Let us proceed then to DK. At the entrance of DK, Shang Wanxing observed the sign with a subtle expression, particularly fixating on the peculiar logo. You cannot possibly be unaware of DK, can you? Yuan stood at the door. Arms crossed, her demeanor one of disdain. DK is the most sought-after women's fashion brand globally, known for its distinctive design style. The owner possesses an eccentric and enigmatic temperament, making it the preferred high-end brand for royals and aristocrats abroad, garnering immense admiration. Heaven knows the lengths to which Yuan's mother went to secure the exclusive agency for this brand in Hu City. Did you see that logo? It is said that the owner commissioned an exorbitantly priced designer for it. No, that was just a doodle by my 3-year-old self, Shang Wanxing replied. Falling into silence. Chapter 063, Shang Wanxing, trash belongs in the trash bin. What is this supposed to be? Qianlai asked, her eyes clouded with confusion. Is the master's work truly so incomprehensible? It seems to resemble a lion? Yuan hesitated, her voice faltering. Perhaps a tiger? Shang Yuqing also wavered. Shang Wanxing remained silent. Nay, 'tis the serpent woman's inaugural peregrine falcon, a veritable Adonis amongst its kind. The falcon perched upon her shoulder now is the third of its line. A gluttonous, corpulent, and indolent creature. Verily, the adage from shirtsleeves to shirtsleeves in 3 generations rings true. A doting grandsire doth spoil the progeny. Let us venture within. With a sidelong glance, Shang Yuqing observed the taciturn Shang Wanxing, whose exceedingly comely features had already elicited several gazes from passers-by, stirring a well of envy within her breast. A moment longer, she mused, her discomfiture approaches. Within the boutique, a shop assistant, beaming effusively, greeted them, subtly signaling an affirmative with an okay gesture. Yuan responded with an imperious grunt. Pray, make your selection, she gestured dismissively towards Shang Wanxing, her tone redolent of condescension. Qianlai chimed in agreement, choose freely. Regardless of the cost, 'tis necessary to cast a sprat to catch a mackerel. Let her revel in her triumph momentarily. Choose freely, say you? Shang Wanxing's words were delivered with a studied nonchalance, yet her brow furrowed with a hint of derision. Never before in her life had anyone deigned to permit her to select from DK's garments in such a manner. In days past, the serpent woman had implored her to don them, yet she had scorned the notion. Now, it seemed, she was to be favored by Yuan's munificence? Shang Yuqing, however, was utterly captivated by the exquisitely designed gowns that adorned the boutique. Each one appeared as though it had been fashioned for a celestial being, ethereal whites, whimsical pinks, and romantic purples abounded. Eventually, her gaze was drawn to a black gown displayed at the heart of the establishment. Bathed in the light, the diamonds upon the ebony fabric scintillated, their brilliance undeniable. She could not resist envisioning herself adorned in such finery. That one, Shang Wanxing declared, pointing at random. Without so much as a glance. Shang Wanxing, dost thou truly believe thyself worthy? Yuan scoffed, that's the newly arrived DK limited edition this year. Inspired by the movie Black Swan. It's the only black dress in the store, and all the embellishments are genuine diamonds. How dare Shang Wanxing even ask for it? Shang Wanxing cast a cold glance at her, remaining silent, the untamed audacity between her brows almost irrepressible. That aura truly possessed the ruthlessness of a black swan. I want that one, she uttered languidly, each word carrying immense weight, an overwhelming pressure instantly descending, her formidable presence engulfing the space. Yuan shuddered involuntarily. Qianlai surreptitiously tugged at her sleeve. Go, take it down for her. Yuan cleared her throat, signaling the shop assistant to remove the dress from the mannequin. Just bear with it, just bear with it. This little bitch. Shang Wanxing expressionlessly snatched the dress from the shop assistant and headed towards the fitting room. Not far away. Huff. Huff. Seeing Shang Wanxing enter the fitting room, the little boy's face crumpled with anxiety, his little binoculars swaying around his neck. Completely oblivious to the fact that the impassive Yuan had silently returned to Si Yubai's side, nodding in acknowledgement. Si Yubai raised his hand and sent a message. At this moment, Shang Wanxing, sitting in the fitting room with her legs crossed, had just finished inspecting the room. She hadn't missed the triumphant glee in the eyes of Qianlai and her friend when the shop assistant deliberately led her into this room. She casually tossed the dress, which others regarded as a treasure, to the side. Ding. A notification sounded. It was a message from Si Yubai. After reading it, a meaningful, subtle smile graced Shang Wanxing's lips. Leaning against the wall, she could only hear the shop assistants outside incessantly praising Shang Yuqing, urging her to try on the dress. "I'll take this one." Finally, Shang Wanxing spoke. Shortly thereafter, the fitting room next door stirred with the sound of its door opening. Shang Wanxing, still casually lounging with one leg crossed over the other, nonchalantly sent a message to the snake woman using the humble phone that Yuwaner had mentioned. Then, she resumed resting with her eyes closed. Inside the store, Yuwaner's eyes gleamed with triumph. Qianlai scoffed, "I knew she was someone easily impressed. She's hardly worthy of that black swan dress. That dress alone costs nearly 10 million, with each embellishment being a genuine diamond. Shang Wanxing is truly reaching for something beyond her grasp. I certainly won't be paying for it. I'll send a message to my aunt to have the surveillance footage erased." As Yuwaner spoke, she began calling her aunt. Qianlai, with her arms crossed, smirked as she watched the door to Shang Wanxing's fitting room remain firmly shut. Her youthful face was filled with a malice beyond her years. Soon, Shang Wanxing emerged from the fitting room. "Cousin, you look stunning," Qianlai exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she deliberately called out towards Shang Wanxing's still closed door. The soft, white feathered dress was ethereal, enhancing Shang Wanxing's beauty and adding a touch of refinement. Qianlai felt a pang of envy and grabbed the same style dress to take into the fitting room. Copycat, Shang Wanxing thought with a hint of displeasure. However, as she still needed Qianlai to pay for the dress, she had to suppress her annoyance. Soon, Qianlai also emerged. However, her figure was not as flattering as Shang Wanxing's, nor was her complexion as fair. The dress clung tightly to her waist, appearing as if it would burst open with the slightest bend. She could only manage by taking deep breaths. How ghastly, not as aesthetically pleasing as I, she mused. Elated, Shang Wanxing lavished praises upon Qianlai, self-assuredly acting like a celestial being. "Charge it. We'll take both dresses, one for my cousin and one for me." Qianlai beamed with delight. Shang Wanxing, however, mindful of the impending Saturday banquet, interjected, "But the banquet. Their acquisition of the dresses would likely deplete the funds allocated for Shang Wanxing's attire." "Your cousin can simply borrow your dress," Qianlai casually suggested. Shang Wanxing's countenance nearly faltered. Was her scheme overly ambitious? Fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Saturday, would the dress even be wearable upon its return? She could have simply stated her reluctance to have Shang Wanxing acquire the same design. This cousin of hers, like her aunt, was exceptionally cunning. Meanwhile, Yuwaner had just concluded a phone call. Upon turning around, she noticed the DK cocktail dresses adorning Shang Wanxing and Qianlai. She, too, felt a tinge of desire, as she would also be attending the banquet on Saturday. However, before she could act, a click echoed. The once sealed fitting room door swung open. Yuwaner, along with the other two, fell silent, their gazes converging on the emerging figure. To their surprise, Shang Wanxing sauntered out, still clad in her shirt and jeans, her attire unchanged. This unexpected turn of events left Yuwaner, Shang Wanxing, and Qianlai exchanging bewildered glances. "Why didn't you change?" Yuwaner questioned in an elevated tone. If she remained in her own clothes, their efforts would be in vain. Hearing the inquiry, Shang Wanxing casually stretched her fingers, the joints emitting a distinct cracking sound. The air was thick with an aura of defiance, no longer suppressed, surging forth with fervor. Rubbish, after all, belongs in the refuse bin. Approaching Yuwaner, a dangerous arch of the brow signaled his intent. Before she could register his actions, he seized her with one hand, flinging open the rotating lid of a towering trash bin, and forcefully plunged her head into the foul depths within. Chapter 064, A Slap in the Face. Regardless of timing, a thunderous crash reverberated through the establishment, startling all present. "Ah!" Yuwaner shrieked, flailing and struggling. "Are you all dead? Save me." Ugh. The stench emanating from the bin was unbearable, and she gagged uncontrollably. The staff snapped back to reality and rushed forward. Yet, before they could approach, Shang Wanxing, radiating a fierce energy, delivered a swift kick that shattered the decorative rack into 2 fragments. No one dared to move. Her actions were both wild and ruthless, gripping Yuwaner by the nape with such force that the faint blue veins on her hand darkened. Noticing the onlookers, she smirked nonchalantly, her eyes glinting with a frosty menace. "Are you out of your mind?" Qilai gasped. In response, Shang Wanxing offered 2 casual, sinister chuckles. "So, why did you choose to provoke me?" With a chilling gaze and a hint of crimson at the corners of her eyes, she tightened her grip. Yanking at Yuaner's meticulously cared-for hair. It hurts, it hurts. Yuaner cried out, her voice rising in desperation. Her wails echoed throughout the DK, drawing a crowd outside, who pointed and whispered. Not far away, Qi Yan observed, Xing's methods are indeed refreshingly straightforward. A vivid yet inappropriate scene suddenly flashed in my mind. Just as I reached out to shield the young one's eyes, I heard a sharp smack as his hand was brushed aside. The little dumpling, standing on tiptoe, strained to hold up a small telescope, clenching his tiny fist in encouragement for Shang Wanxing. Qi Yan, observing from the corner of his eye, caught sight of Siyu Bai, whose inky black eyes concealed unfathomable thoughts. Meanwhile, the executives nearby were drenched in sweat, trembling with fear. Acutely aware of one inevitable truth: someone was about to face dire consequences. What are you doing? Outside the store. A middle-aged woman clad in a black suit received a phone call and promptly arrived with the security team. Upon discovering her niece forcibly restrained in a trash bin, her expression shifted dramatically. What are you waiting for? Get her out of there. She barked at the supervisor. The security guard, appearing menacing, approached Shang Wanxing with evident hostility. Yet was taken aback when he saw her smirking as she clutched Yuaner's long hair, compelling her to lift her head from the refuse. The girl was covered in garbage, with even a glob of phlegm adhering to her face. The security guard hesitated, visibly repulsed. This is rather difficult to stomach, it's truly disgusting. Help me, Auntie. Yuaner, unaccustomed to such humiliation, attempted to rush towards her supervisor, only to forget that her hair was ensnared in Shang Wanxing's grip, resulting in a painful scream. If you don't let go, I'll call the police. The supervisor, filled with anguish for his niece, gritted his teeth in fury. Shang Yuqing felt a pang of anxiety. If the clandestine filming were to be uncovered, they would be in serious trouble. Instinctively, she tugged at Qianlai and gestured with her eyes. However, Qianlai lowered his head, whispering, "What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that Wanner's aunt erased the surveillance footage?" Upon hearing those words, Shang Yuqing's taut nerves finally eased, and she cast a gloating glance in Shang Wanxing's direction. However, contrary to expectations, Shang Wanxing merely raised an eyebrow with nonchalant indifference. Fine, go ahead and call the police. Shang Wanxing's eyelashes drooped slightly, the tips tinged with a faint crimson hue. Her agitation was suppressed by an icy demeanor as she spoke in a detached tone. Qianlai, seizing the opportunity, surreptitiously snapped a photo of Shang Wanxing's back and posted it online using a burner account. To amplify the impact, she tagged a series of associated accounts and popular bloggers, including the Kyushu Group, Kyushu Department Store, the Kyushu Legal Department, DK Headquarters, and more. Hidden camera discovered in the DK fitting room at Kyushu Department Store, a subsidiary of the Kyushu Group. This is the victim. Qianlai sneered, deliberately posting the angle of Shang Wanxing grabbing Yuaner's hair in a manner that blurred the lines of perception. Meanwhile, at another location, a high-level executive cautiously approached, presenting a phone. Mr. C, Mr. Qi, a message from the Public Relations Department. Should we delete it? Amplify the trending search, came the unexpected reply. The executive, suspecting he had misheard, was utterly bewildered. Understood, Mr. C, pardon me? He was incredulous that a trending search with the potential to damage the group's image should be amplified. Was his hearing failing him, or had Mr. C lost his mind? Just do as you're told and stop the needless chatter. Qi Yan interjected flippantly. A minute later, within the mall, an explosive trending search had detonated across the internet. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. A hidden camera? How could that be? Surely it was a false accusation? The Kyushu Group was, after all, the most immensely wealthy commercial empire in all of China. Such a significant public relations crisis would undoubtedly alarm the group's headquarters. The topics of Jiuzhou Department Store and Jiuzhou Group rapidly ascended the trending searches on Weibo and short video platforms. The situation had escalated. Upon witnessing this, Supervisor Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. It finally dawned on her why her niece had called earlier, urging her to delete the surveillance footage from that specific time. Anger bubbled within her, yet she had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Young lady, do you realize where you are? Do you dare to cause a ruckus here? Supervisor Yu remarked, simultaneously messaging her sister-in-law, who was upstairs indulging in a beauty treatment, urging her to come down quickly. Her sole desire was to resolve this reckless young girl's antics swiftly, minimizing the repercussions. She had heard that personnel from the headquarters were scheduled to visit today. She could not afford to have them stumble into this mess. Shang Wanxing, you vile creature. I will make you pay. A torrent of the most venomous and foul-mouthed curses erupted from Yuaner, accompanied by an odor reminiscent of refuse, causing listeners to grimace. Yet Supervisor Yu feigned indifference, her heart aching for her niece's plight. Amidst the chaos, Shang Wanxing merely chuckled, a chill lacing her laughter. Why wait for the right moment to retaliate? Observing the sleek, glossy black hair that clearly bore the marks of meticulous care, it was evident that as a child spoiled by 5 formidable figures, Shang Wanxing would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. As she spoke, she casually extracted a pair of scissors from a pen holder beside the counter. Her demeanor was nonchalant, yet it sent a shiver down the spine of onlookers. Sister, please do not act impulsively, Wanner's family will not let this slide. Ah. Shang Yuqing stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears. She understood how to stoke the flames, yet she did not anticipate that Shang Wanxing would act with such swiftness. With a swift motion, the scissors fell, severing Wanner's long hair at its roots, leaving her head a patchy mess. Wanner, Mother Yu, who was halfway through a beauty treatment when she received a call from her sister-in-law, happened to witness the scene. She gasped, nearly fainting from the shock, and rushed forward to embrace Wanner tightly. Call the police. Immediately, call the police. While speaking, she dialed her family lawyer, furiously demanding that he drop everything and come to Jiuzhou department store. In stark contrast, Shang Wanxing displayed no sign of panic. Calmly, she returned the scissors to the pencil holder and then settled onto the sofa with an imperious demeanor, coldly observing the mother and daughter before her. With one hand, she picked up her phone and directly dialed the police. I need to report a crime. Someone has installed hidden cameras in the fitting rooms of Jiuzhou department store. Shang Wanxing held the phone firmly. Yes. She raised her gaze, her eyes sweeping over Qian Lai and Shang Yuqing before finally resting on Wanner's face. The individual who installed the cameras is right here. Chapter 065, Taihe Law Firm. After ending the call, Shang Wanxing leaned back, nonchalantly toying with her phone, and shrugged indifferently at Mother Yu. Satisfy her. Shang Wanxing? A voice, somewhat condescending yet tinged with uncertainty, echoed, while Qian Lai's eyes sparkled with recognition as he called out, Mom. He then dashed over, throwing himself into the woman's embrace. Shang Wei cradled her daughter with one arm, having originally been upstairs indulging in a beauty treatment with Yu Wanner's mother. Unexpectedly, Yu's mother received a phone call informing her that Yu Wanner was in trouble, prompting an urgent descent down the stairs. Realizing that Qian Lai was with Yu Wanner, Shang Wei felt an immediate urgency and hurried after them, only to witness the unfolding scene before her. Was it merely a matter of purchasing a dress? How had it escalated into such chaos? When had her niece become so audacious? Shang Wanxing lazily lifted her gaze, her eyes radiating a frosty chill as she exchanged glances with her aunt, who harbored intentions of placing her in another's embrace. Shang Wei was taken aback. You must apologize to Wanner this instant, she commanded in her usual tone, only to be met with Shang Wanxing's derisive laughter. The latter raised a hand to tap her own temple. Have you lost your mind? She retorted, exuding an air of unrestrained defiance. Shang Wei widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears. Are you seeking death? Qian Lai, unable to tolerate the humiliation faced by his mother, strode purposefully towards Shang Wanxing, poised to strike. However, he barely grazed her before she swiftly kicked the table, which then collided forcefully with Qian Lai's knee, causing her to double over in pain. With a rip, the dress that Qian Lai had barely managed to squeeze into began to tear at the side as she crouched down. Ah! She shrieked. Amidst the commotion, a captivatingly charming male voice emerged from the crowd, laced with an air of nonchalance. The throng gathered at the doorway of DK instinctively parted like the tide, clearing a path in the center. Yet, the spectators could not help but focus their attention on the man seated quietly in a wheelchair. The reason is simple, he is undeniably handsome. His face seems to have received divine favor, every contour etched with nobility, though slightly pale and sickly. This does nothing to diminish his striking beauty. However, he exudes a chilling aura, a piercing coldness. Qi Yan, pushing a wheelchair, is followed by a procession of executives from Jiuzhou department store, creating an imposing spectacle. Aunt Yu Wanner's face is as pale as parchment. She has already recognized who he is, Qi Yan, the sole power figure among the three behind-the-scenes owners of the Jiuzhou Group, whose photograph graces every employee training manual. A cherubic little boy, eager and impatient, attempts to dash towards Shang Wanxing, but before he can take a step, his destiny is seized by his imposing uncle, See You Bai, who gazes down coldly. What did you promise me? The little boy pouts in distress but ultimately succumbs to See You Bai's intimidating presence, remaining rooted in place, his expression frozen. Resembling a regal little ice prince, chillingly aloof. Si Yi, Qi Yi, 7 elite individuals clutching briefcases approach, bowing respectfully. See You Bai remains silent, his gaze landing on Shang Wanxing seated on the sofa. Once he confirms she is unharmed, he gestures to Aunt Yuaner and the others. Ladies, here are our business cards. Aunt Yuaner, Yu Mu, and Shang Wei extend their hands to receive the gilded cards. Taihe Law Firm. Taihe? This is a prestigious law firm tailored for the elite in the capital, also serving as the legal counsel for Jiuzhou Group. Internationally ranked second only to the world-renowned golden lawyer, Bruder. The esteemed members of the Taihe law firm will represent the Jiuzhou Group in filing a lawsuit against each of you. Your patience is requested. The speaker's tone was refined. Yet the words uttered caused all present to widen their eyes in astonishment. A lawsuit? Could there be a misunderstanding? Mrs. Yu inquired with surprise. They are, in fact, the aggrieved parties. How could a lawsuit be brought against the victims? There is no error. The reputational damage inflicted upon the Jiuzhou Group by your actions today will be justly resolved by the law. Qi Yan gestured towards Yuaner. You. He then pointed at Qian Lai. You. Continuing, he indicated Shang Yuqing. And you. He scoffed, his devil-may-care demeanor abruptly transforming into a sharp, unsheathed blade. To dare bully their Xiaoxing, did they truly believe she was without protectors? What utter nonsense. None of you will escape. Why aren't you suing her? She is the true instigator. Yuaner, covering her face and reeking of garbage and sour odors, with hair as if gnawed by a dog, still clung to Shang Wanxing like a rabid cur. Because I am pleased to do so, it amuses me. Is it any of your concern? Qi Yan returned to his infuriating state in an instant, his gaze towards Yuaner barely concealing his disdain. Who reported this to the police? An officer arrived. I did. Shang Wanxing languidly raised her hand, gesturing towards the fitting room. The camera is inside. Shang Yuqing and Qian Lai were in disarray. Their initial disappointment at Shang Wanxing's failure to change clothes and the lack of incriminating footage had been supplanted by the panic and absurdity of being sued by the Jiuzhou Group. Not that one, the adjacent one. Shang Wanxing lazily reminded the officers not to make a mistake, while Shang Yuqing inadvertently caught sight of something that made her blood run cold. How could this be? Shang Yuqing screamed in horror, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had thought the camera, which had been quietly observing in Shang Wanxing's fitting room, was now being retrieved by the officers from the room she had shared with Qian Lai. It was small and black, equipped with its own storage function, and within it. Give it back. With her mind in a state of turmoil, Shang Yuqing lunged to snatch it from the officer's hands. The gown had been quite fitted, and thus she had changed out of all her clothes earlier. What are you doing? Step back. The officer immediately retreated, his expression stern. In an unnoticed corner, Shang Wanxing subtly raised her phone to See You Bai. See, the camera is next door. The WeChat message he had sent her earlier was finally deciphered. Who would have thought that Si would accompany him off the island, bringing along the little bun as well? No. I cannot let you see it. Shang Yuqing panicked, her face flushed with embarrassment. She never expected that the foolish Yuaner would make such a blunder, exposing her completely. If this were to reach the police station and the contents of the memory card were to be analyzed, how could she possibly face the world? I warn you once more, step back. The officer issued a second warning, any further transgression would result in no leniency. Unfortunately, Shang Yuqing was oblivious to the warning and pressed forward in an attempt to seize the item from the officer. In an instant, with 3 warnings disregarded, the officer subdued Shang Yuqing, pinning her to the ground and swiftly placing handcuffs on her. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, aware of her sister's imprudence. She was nonetheless astounded by the extent of it. To attempt such machinations within the dominion of the esteemed 9 provinces conglomerate is an unparalleled act of audacity in all of China, remarked with sardonic inflection. You possess no substantiating proof. retorted, her countenance pallid, yet unyielding. Her resentful gaze bore into, brimming with animosity. Perceived no culpability in her actions. Her entire existence had been marked by the subjugation of those who displeased her, with familial intervention readily available to extricate her from any predicament. Moreover, she believed her scheme to be infallible, with the surveillance footage expunged under the watchful eye of her aunt. What means could they possibly employ to incriminate her? "Do not weep, child, for I am here," her mother consoled, embracing her daughter with fervent emotion. "This is a blatant fabrication. I shall alert the media to your calumny." Her gaze toward was filled with loathing, as if she wished to devour her whole. "Who asserts a lack of evidence?" Uttered with a soft, derisive chuckle. "From whence did their competence derive?" She languidly arose, circumventing to stand before and her mother, surveying the pair with matching countenances. Her face, silhouetted against the light, betrayed no particular emotion, yet inspired an inexplicable dread. "I shall ensure that your defeat is absolute," she declared. Heart skipped a beat, though she feigned composure. "What pretense is this?" she thought, well aware of her own character. Yet, before her, calmly produced her cellular device. In the ensuing moment, the notification tones reverberated from all directions like an encroaching tide. Every individual within the 9 provinces department store received the same communique. Nay, not merely within the confines of the department store. Whether on Weibo or short video platforms. Anyone who had ever clicked on hashtags such as Jiuzhou Department Store Hidden Camera Incident or Jiuzhou Group received a forced play push notification file entitled The Truth About the Hidden Camera Incident at Jiuzhou Department Store. The video meticulously recorded how Yuana retrieved the hidden camera, how she signaled the clerk to install it in the fitting room, and how she flashed a triumphant, arrogant smile at Shang Wanxing beside her. Yuana's face turned ashen, and she panicked, exclaiming, "No, this isn't me." After watching the video, Qi Yan clicked his molars in displeasure, remarking on the sheer malice of the act. Yu Bai, seated in his wheelchair, held his phone in his long, slender fingers. A chilling layer of frost glazing his profound eyes. His silence transformed him into a veritable iceberg, exuding an aura of eerie terror. He raised his eyes to glance at Qi Yan. Due to today's hidden camera incident, the market value of Jiuzhou Group has plummeted by nearly 10 billion. And the subsequent chain reaction remains to be seen. Do you still consider yourselves innocent? Qi Yan's words dripped with sarcasm. Now, please accompany me to the police station. Qi Yan added with a sneer, a friendly reminder to bring your own lawyers, lest you accuse our Jiuzhou Group of bullying with its influence. I don't want to go to the police station. Qian Lai, having never witnessed such a scene, burst into tears. She finally understood fear. Fine. Then go home and wait to receive a summons. With a nonchalant shrug, Qi Yan uttered words that sent a chill down Shang Wei's spine. A mere act of surreptitious photography she could have perhaps navigated, persuading that wretched girl, Shang Wanxing, to furnish a letter of exculpation at the precinct and thus resolve the matter. Yet, with the reputation of the Jiuzhou Corporation now implicated, she found herself at a loss. Amidst the pandemonium, the shrill ring of Madame Yu's cellular phone pierced the air. It was a call from the head of DK's Asian division. Madame Yu answered with haste. What are you saying? On what grounds are you rescinding my exclusive distributorship? Upon comprehending the message, Madame Yu erupted in a shriek, her composure shattered. The exclusive DK distributorship in Shanghai had been acquired through immense effort, and it was this very privilege that had endeared her to countless affluent matrons. How could it be revoked so summarily? Our principal has conveyed that you have offended an individual whom you ought not to have. With those words, the line was abruptly disconnected. Madame Yu stood transfixed, a profound chill permeating her being. How could this be happening? It's all your fault. Madame Yu spun around, glaring venomously at Shang Wanxing, attributing all of this misfortune to Shang Wanxing's uncooperative refusal to be bullied by her own precious Wanner. Shang Wanxing, upon hearing this, narrowed her eyes slightly and chuckled softly. She leaned languidly against the wall, raising a hand in a dismissive farewell gesture. Infuriating beyond measure. Officers summoned reinforcements, escorting all individuals involved to the police station. Qi Yan, accompanied by the esteemed attorney from Taihe law firm, followed suit. As Shang Wanxing was being led away, she instinctively cast a glance in Yu Bai's direction. The man, from his appearance until now, had not uttered a single word. Yet her intuition informed her that he was the one who commanded the entirety of the situation, dictating the fates of all present. As the farce came to an end, DK announced a temporary cessation of operations, lowering the security gate halfway after clearing the premises. Just moments ago, the formidable little demon had transformed into an adorable bundle. Scampering towards Shang Wanxing with tiny, eager steps, filling the air around them with cheerful pink bubbles. The little one stretched out her arms, yearning for a hug. Exuding both sweetness and charm. The remaining executives exchanged bewildered glances. The swift transformation of the little demon into a delightful creature was astonishingly rapid, rendering them unable to keep pace even with the speed of a high-speed train. So, Mr. C and this young lady are actually acquainted? Was his earlier display merely to elevate her? Shang Wanxing scooped the little bundle into her embrace, pondering how Mr. C had arrived. Just passing by, he replied. Despite the frigid aura surrounding Siyu Bai, seated in his wheelchair, he resembled a sovereign upon a throne, compressing the entire space into an arctic chill. Shang Wanxing hesitated, her hold on the little one faltering as the latter puffed up in indignation. From a viewpoint hidden from Shang Wanxing, the little bundle gestured towards her uncle with a mocking, elongated nose. Pinocchio, the liar. Siyu Bai's gaze swept coldly over the little one, his eyes resembling those submerged in a frigid pool. Are we to return now? Unconsciously, Shang Wanxing's gaze drifted to the executives nearby. What were they holding? A thick stack of documents, nearly reaching their chins. Put that down. With pallid, slender fingers, Siyu Bai manipulated a string of ebony prayer beads. The executives, relieved, arranged towering stacks of brochures on the tea table. He lifted his gaze, meeting Shang Wanxing's eyes. Shang Wanxing? What's with Siyu's gaze? No need to rush back, peruse these first, Siyu Bai said, his eyes lingering on her blouse, a pensive expression gracing his face, his gaze subtle. Select what? Shang Wanxing was perplexed. The little one tugged at her hem, pointing a small finger at the table. Shang Wanxing followed his line of sight, discovering an array of catalogs showcasing the latest seasonal women's fashion. She sensed a familiar undercurrent in Siyu Bai's gaze, a feeling of impending unease. Choose. Siyu Bai's icy, handsome visage remained composed, yet his dark eyes held a newfound earnestness. Shang Wanxing realized he wasn't jesting but genuinely inviting her to select attire. She finally recognized the source of Siyu Bai's familiar gaze. It mirrored the look the serpent woman wore when tasking DK's chief designer with replenishing her wardrobe each year. Chapter 67, Siyu Bai, wrap up everything except these two. It's unnecessary, my current attire is adequate, Shang Wanxing demurred. Her material desires were modest, driven primarily by indolence and aversion to fuss. However, her words barely escaped her lips before her hem was tugged once more. Looking down, the little one gazed up at her, clutching a women's fashion catalog, launching a tender, persuasive offensive with his eyes. Shang Wanxing observed as the little bun seemed to possess delicate, ethereal wings that fluttered gently. He gradually extended the art catalog towards her, his cherubic face radiating a cautious yet hopeful anticipation. Shang Wanxing felt as though the little bun had seized upon her vulnerability. Silently, she accepted the women's clothing catalog he offered, flipping through a couple of pages without much interest, deciding on just these two pieces. She endeavored to mask her indifference as best as she could. Siyu Bai followed her finger to the two identical white shirts. Excellent, your apathy is quite commendable, he remarked coolly. Wrap up everything else. He cast a cold glance at the executive, then pressed his lips together, redirecting his gaze back to Shang Wanxing. Continue, he instructed. Shang Wanxing complied, but the nearby executive sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly the little bun, whose tiny feet danced with glee as he eagerly presented another catalog to Shang Wanxing. Oh, this one is lovely, he exclaimed. Continue, she said, casually selecting two more items. Siyu Bai's expression remained impassive, his visage as frosty as ever, urging her to proceed. The little bun handed her another catalog. Shang Wanxing continued her indifferent selections. Continue, Siyu Bai reiterated. After an hour had elapsed, Shang Wanxing had mindlessly sifted through all the women-esque clothing catalogs. Leaning against the sofa with an expression devoid of emotion, she watched the little bun, still brimming with energy, as he eagerly sought out more catalogs. A headache began to form at her temples. Suddenly, Shang Wanxing's phone began to vibrate incessantly. It was her mother. I need to use the restroom. After the 10th call was dropped, Shang Wanxing decisively blocked the number. With her hands tucked in her pockets, her brows furrowed and her demeanor both fiery and cold, a smirk of derision graced her lips. Outside the cubicle, a commotion arose. Wasn't that the wheelchair-bound member of the C family, who seemed to have vanished for years? Is it true? Two sales clerks, coming in to touch up their makeup, exchanged idle chatter. Just recently, didn't he the C group issue a statement relieving that gentleman of his presidential position? A flick of a lighter was heard. The two clerks leaned against the wall, savoring a rare moment of leisure with their cigarettes. Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze, her long and thick eyelashes suppressing the tumult within her, as she listened quietly. It must be said, the C family is quite something. What's the matter? One of them inquired with curiosity. That gentleman's little nephew was quite literally carved from the womb of his recently deceased brother's wife. You've heard this rumor, haven't you? This incident is surely common knowledge throughout the city. The sales clerk exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling as she gossiped. When the matter of the C family first emerged, even before the 7 days of mourning had passed, they sought to disown this coffin from their ancestral hall, claiming it brought ill fortune due to blood ties. The old master of the C family was even more despicable, having cherished his long-lost first love for decades. He chose to reclaim her at this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the C matriarch's family was in decline, while his eldest son and grandson had perished. And that gentleman had become a cripple, thus seeking another heir. The sales clerk scoffed disdainfully. Is it true? Another person, having quit smoking, hurriedly inquired. Of course. It is true, I have relatives in the hospital. That gentleman was on the brink of death, rescued for a full 3 days and nights. As soon as he regained consciousness, the news of the ancestral hall reached his ears, and he immediately summoned someone to bring him back to the C family. What transpired afterward remains unknown to me. However, by the time he returned to the hospital, he was barely clinging to life, covered in blood. Sister Guay extinguished her cigarette and repeatedly urged her companion not to speak carelessly, and only then did they leisurely exit the restroom. With a click, the door of the stall swung open, and Shang Wanxing emerged. She silently turned on the faucet at the wash basin, washing her hands. Raising her head, her expression was inscrutable. Yet a shadow loomed in her eyes. She finally comprehended the origin of the C family, only one old matriarch. Shang Wanxing calmly departed the restroom. But the chilling aura surrounding her was laden with peril, an undercurrent of menace barely contained. It was not until Shang Wanxing spotted the little bun squatting at the door, resting his chin on his hands, that her demeanor shifted. So endearing that passers-by could not resist the temptation to tease him. Yet they were halted by the child's icy demeanor, retracting their hands awkwardly. The little bun. Before Shang Wanxing could utter a word, the child joyfully looked up, scampering over with a thumping gait, his rosy cheeks radiating affection and trust, nuzzling his tiny face against her hand. Ah! The 7th day after the death had yet to pass, yet the C family was already preparing to remove the coffin from the ancestral hall, deeming it inauspicious due to the blood curse. Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze to meet the soft, adorable little bun's eyes. He blinked, his orbs dark and bright. Truly charming. Shang Wanxing reached out to pinch his chubby cheek, so delightfully soft. The little bun stared wide-eyed, her cheeks flushed from her face to the roots of her ears. She cupped her face with both tiny hands, overwhelmed with joy to the point of feeling disoriented. Let us go, Sir C is still waiting for us, Shang Wanxing said, extending her hand towards the little one. Seeing the outstretched hand, the little bun nodded vigorously. Inside the DK store, with the security door half drawn, C Bai sat in his wheelchair, his expression impassive as he gazed at the incoming call from the old Master C on his phone. The vast space felt as frigid as an ice chamber. He allowed the phone to ring until it eventually stopped. The pallor of his strikingly handsome face hinted at a certain frailty, and as he pondered something, a hint of crimson flickered deep within his eyes. C Bai was well aware of the reason behind the old Master C's call. Nearby, a high-ranking executive, who had just brought in a fresh stack of women's fashion catalogs, was drenched in cold sweat. The current demeanor of Sir C was both chilling and terrifying. That little girl, please come back quickly. Help. What are you daydreaming about? A languid, indifferent voice broke through his thoughts. C Bai's gaze shifted slightly as he tucked his phone away. It had been too long since she went to the restroom. Another one? Shang Wanxing, holding the little bun's hand, sighed inwardly upon noticing the new catalog in the executive's grasp. What peculiar fascination did her benefactor have with dressing people up like in a game of Miracle Nikki? Siyubai remained silent, as was his usual cold demeanor. He cast a frosty glance at Shang Wanxing, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her other hand. What was she holding there? This is for you, Shang Wanxing said, raising her hand to present the item to him. Chapter 068, Shang Wanxing. This is the longest segment I have ever heard from your lips, she remarked, holding a modest black gift bag. Despite its size, there was a subtle shift in the frosted depths of Siyubai's eyes as he regarded her intently. Shang Wanxing lazily gestured for him to take it. Upon receiving the bag, Siyubai opened it to reveal a gentleman's watch nestled quietly within the packaging. The inorganic black dial exuded an air of luxury and opulence. The supervisor, intrigued, leaned in, and upon recognizing the object, gasped inwardly, a Patek Philippe Grand Complications perpetual calendar. Valued at over 40 million. Did this young lady truly purchase it so effortlessly? It was merely an impulsive purchase as I passed by the counter, Shang Wanxing stated. Her demeanor strikingly nonchalant, entirely unreflective of her recent extravagant expenditure. The moment she spotted the watch through the display case, she resolved to acquire it. Drawn by an inexplicable scent that reminded her of Siyubai, cold and ascetic, she bent down, poised to remove the electronic watch from his wrist. Wait. The executive stammered, his instinct to caution Shang Wanxing against crossing Siyubai's boundaries abruptly stifled by a chilling glance from Siyubai that silenced him. To outsiders, Siyubai's disinterest in women was well known. The mere act of assisting him in removing a watch could be deemed perilous. Shang Wanxing hesitated momentarily, her gaze shifting toward the source of the voice. Wait for what? Why have you ceased speaking? The executive felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Please, continue. Siyubai furrowed his brow, displeased with Shang Wanxing's distraction by another. Oh. Shang Wanxing gave it little thought, shifting her gaze back to the watch she was picking. And soon enough, the black Patek Philippe perpetual calendar was adorned on Siyubai's wrist. She remained oblivious to the fact that throughout the entire process, Siyubai's eyes were fixated solely on her face. With one hand tucked into her pocket, Shang Wanxing chuckled softly. The hand of Siyubai resembled a masterpiece crafted by the hands of the divine, and such artistry deserves the finest accompaniment. Lifting her gaze, she met the man's expressionless eyes. Indeed, it suits you well. Her demeanor was consistently nonchalant, yet her words bore a weight of sincerity. Siyubai fell into a brief silence before murmuring in agreement, a rare hint of worldly charm gracing his otherwise chiseled features. As if struck by a thought, his keen gaze shifted towards the little bun, subtly adjusting his wrist, yet to his surprise, the child seated on the sofa did not even glance his way. Too enraptured by the flattery of being called adorable, sporting a foolish grin. How foolish? Siyubai coldly scoffed inwardly. Just then, a phone rang. Siyubai glanced at the caller ID and answered. "See?" A woman's voice resonated from the other end, inquiring whether it would be permissible for the young master to continue his lessons on the island the following day. She was the private tutor for the little bun. Due to Si Luoyu's unique circumstances, he had not been attending school as a typical child would, but rather receiving guidance at home from his tutor. In stark contrast stood Si Lang, who, at the same age of 5, had accelerated through the grades and was currently in the 5th grade of elementary school. Already a renowned prodigy within the affluent circles. Certainly. After a brief pause, Siyubai consented before ending the call. Had you ever considered allowing the little bun to return to school? The nearby Shang Wanxing naturally overheard and instinctively glanced at the little bun. The small creature's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky upon her gaze. With a playful peck in the air, it exuded an adorable softness. Siyubai, however, remained silent for a considerable time. At times, I too find it difficult to comprehend what that child is thinking. Just as Shang Wanxing assumed Siyubai would not respond to her inquiry, his indifferent voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Shang Wanxing was taken aback. Before your arrival, the little fish had consistently declined to engage in emotional exchanges with anyone. Siyubai's eyes held a profound depth. He would sit quietly in a corner each day, resembling a small robot, remaining stationary for an entire day. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how the child would ignore him as well as everyone else. When in a good mood, he would allow Si to roll him up a tree to bask in the sun, while in a bad mood, he would wreak havoc and break things. Shang Wanxing found it challenging to reconcile the little bun Siyubai spoke of with the one before her now. Furthermore, She turned to see Yubai and remarked, "This is the longest string of words I have ever heard from you." See Yubai replied. "The police station. Have you not made contact yet?" Shang Wei anxiously pressed her sister-in-law, Su Lin, also known as Mother Shang. The latter's expression was strained. She could hardly admit that the little vixen, Shang Wanxing, had blacklisted her. How could it be that such misfortune befell them, entangling them with the Jiuzhou group? Su Lin lamented in frustration. Shang Wei remained silent, lighting a cigarette. "Have you not noticed that Shang Wanxing seems different in some way?" Recalling the look in her niece's eyes at the store, Shang Wei felt a sudden wave of unease. "You say she was expelled from school, didn't return home, and isn't answering your calls. Where could she be? I don't care if she dies." Su Lin regarded Shang Wanxing as nothing but a debt collector. Wishing she would just hurry up and die. She was the reason her daughter and Lai Lai were photographed. Wasn't it supposed to be just a fine to get them out? Why hasn't there been any movement? Su Lin kept rambling on, making Shang Wei increasingly irritable. It was Yu Wan'er's first time being caught by the police, and she was so frightened that she blurted everything out, implicating Qian Lai and Shang Yuqing, who went from being victims to perpetrators. When Yu Wan'er's mother heard this, she protested, dragging Shang Wei into a tearful uproar, which left Shang Wei overwhelmed. She contacted the Qian family to smooth things over with the police, preparing to pay a fine to get the girls out without leaving a record. However, after the lawyer negotiated for so long, why hadn't they managed to get anyone out? Shang Wei felt anxious. Just as she was pondering this, she saw Qi Yan leaving with the people from Taihe law firm. Upon seeing her, a profound smile slowly spread across Qi Yan's handsome, cynical face. Shang Wei's heart skipped a beat. Soon, her own lawyer emerged, confirming her ominous premonition. "Madam," the lawyer said with a troubled expression. "Speak," Shang Wei urged. "Jiuzhou Group is not accepting reconciliation, and the police are not open to intervention. Miss and her two friends." The lawyer glanced at Shang Wei and Su Lin. "Continuing, will be detained for 5 days." Su Lin's eyes turned red with rage. Shang Wanxing. On Shiyu Island, Shang Wanxing, who had just finished showering, sneezed. The children's room door was ajar. Little Baozi sat quietly on the carpet, engrossed in solving a puzzle of interlocking rings. Si Gonggong, a large fluffy creature, had become a makeshift cushion for the little master, its tail gently tapping the carpet rhythmically. Meanwhile, Si Dabai was charging nearby. Baozi's concentration was palpable as his hands moved swiftly, his eyes barely blinking. In no time, he had completely solved the puzzle. Shang Wanxing leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow. Could it possibly be under a minute? The Guinness World Record for the fastest time was 2.5 minutes. She remained silent as. In the next instant, Baozi quickly reassembled the rings, as if nothing had transpired. Knock, knock, knock. She lazily raised her hand to knock on the door. Baozi looked up in surprise. Chapter 069, Si meets Bai, yes, it's me. With a swift motion, he concealed the puzzle beneath Si Gonggong's belly. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly approached, mimicking Baozi's earlier posture as she sat on the floor. With her cool, pale hands, she retrieved the puzzle from under the large creature's belly, remaining silent as she began to manipulate it. Her movements were languid, fingers dancing gracefully, yet her gaze remained fixed on Baozi, her deep amber eyes unwavering. Half a minute later, as she unlocked the last ring, Baozi gasped, clapping his small hands in delight. "Tomorrow, your tutor will come," Shang Wanxing said, handing the puzzle back to the little one. Leaning against the coolness of Si Gonggong, which felt like a natural ice machine, she noticed that Baozi's head drooped, a cloud of gloom surrounding him. "Don't you like it?" Shang Wanxing sensed the shift in the little one's mood. It was the first time since arriving on the island that she distinctly felt Baozi's reluctance and unease. Little Baozi shook his head. Yet his tiny hand stealthily tugged at Shang Wanxing's hem, inching closer to her. With a gentle lift of his gaze, his cherubic face revealed a pair of innocent, puppy-like eyes, gazing up at her with an almost ethereal innocence. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging like a propeller in sheer delight. Adorably. He poked at his watch. "Si Dabai, I wish to sleep with the stars tonight." Fresh from a bath, the stars smelled delightful. "Then off to the bath you go." Shang Wanxing replied languidly. Without hesitation, little Baozi scampered towards the bathroom with his short legs pattering along. The highly intelligent Si Dabai activated its waterproof mode. following suit into the bathroom to ensure the safety of its young master. The two, one person and one serpent, sprawled lazily on the carpet as the sound of the shower filled the air. Suddenly, Si Gonggun tapped Shang Wanxing with the tip of his tail, rising from the floor like a slender bamboo pole, and knocked down various items from the bookshelf, scattering them across the desk and floor. Turning back, he fixed his red bean-like eyes upon her, his white tail rhythmically tapping the floor. Tap, 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 urging her on. Shang Wanxing was almost on the verge of forgetting that Si Gonggun was a cultured and well-mannered snake. She casually picked up the scattered items. But as her gaze inadvertently swept over the contents, her movements faltered. If her intuition was correct, these were all assignments left by the family's tutor for little Baozi. And the material was evidently beyond the curriculum, even containing ludicrous errors. Seeing that Shang Wanxing had taken note, Si Gonggun yawned and curled back on the floor, coiling his tail and rolling about. Lowering her gaze towards the great white python, Shang Wanxing observed it immediately cease its self-entwining motions upon her summons, its crimson, bead-like eyes fixing upon her. A frigidness, profound and suppressed within the depths of her amber irises, surfaced at the thought of the consequences should the little dumpling fail. Si Gonggun, with an endearing tilt of its massive head, swiftly slithered to the wall, rearing up in a manner reminiscent of human reprimand, before gliding back down to Shang Wanxing's side, gesturing for her to extend her hand. She complied. With a light thwack, Si Gonggun tapped her palm with the tip of its tail. Shang Wanxing's eyes turned glacial. Silently, she returned the items to their original places, glanced towards the bathroom door, and turned to leave. Study. Qyn, reclined on the sofa with a facial mask, lamented the brevity of the detention. The collar of his ebony robe gaped open with each pat he administered to his masked face. The image of YWNR's disheveled hair eliciting amusement from the refined visage of the masked youth. SYBI remained silent, regarding those individuals as mere insects. Upon the table before him rested an admission letter from Yingbai Academy. Guardian. Pardon? Qyn inquired, having not clearly heard. Who? The admission letter was originally intended for the guardian. SYBI stated flatly, leaving Qyn momentarily stunned. It was meant for the guardian, and then? It is now in my possession. SYBI lifted his gaze, his captivating eyes settling upon Qyn's face. Qyn. And so? SYBI, expressionless, I am her guardian. The conversation unfolded with an air of nonchalance. Qi, perplexed, questioned whether it was his ears that were malfunctioning or if there was something amiss in ASU's reasoning. How could he have arrived at the notion of a guardian? To clarify, little Star had just turned 18, with this milestone, the concept of a guardian ceased to apply. Qi felt compelled to correct his friend's persistent inclination to assume a fatherly role. At that moment, Siyubai's strikingly handsome face darkened ominously. It is indeed I, he stated with unwavering conviction. Qi, taken aback, slowly reclined back onto the sofa, crossing his arms over his chest. His face, adorned with a facial mask, bore a serene expression as he resolved to amicably sidestep the topic with his friend. A series of knocks interrupted the atmosphere. Come in, Qi called out. The door opened to reveal Shang Wanxing, who gazed at Qi sprawled on the sofa. Quite exquisite, she remarked. Star has arrived. Qi, who had just settled back, immediately sat up, resting his hands on the back of the leather sofa. I came to inquire about something regarding Master C. Shang Wanxing directed her attention towards Siyubai, who, maintaining a stoic demeanor, casually covered the admission notice on the table with a document. Observing this, Qi urged, go ahead and ask. With an air of detachment, Siyubai replied, what is it regarding the family tutor for the little bun? Is there an issue? Qi, now serious, inquired upon hearing the mention of Xiaobao. Shang Wanxing, her gaze shifting away from the dark, seaweed mud-covered face, responded delicately, it was arranged by the old lady. Siyu's eyes, resembling the tranquil depths of a cold pond, were devoid of any ripples as he spoke coldly. Old Madam C? This response surprised Shang Wanxing. There was no way the old Madam C would ever harm the little bun. She discreetly suppressed her doubts. Siyu's voice grew slightly somber. Is there something you need? Nothing, I'll take my leave. With that, Shang Wanxing turned to exit the study. What was little Xingxing asking that teacher for? Qi inquired, reclining on the sofa, perplexed. Siyu remained silent, his fingers idly playing with the black Buddhist beads, his expression inscrutable, as if lost in thought. Enveloped in a chilling aura. The following day, the family tutor arrived early, driving to the dock. As per routine, she was to wait for the island's transport to take her across. However, today, the vehicle meant to pick her up was already 5 minutes late. Growing impatient, she glanced at the time and soon enough, a sleek black luxury car pulled up beside her. The door opened, and she entered swiftly, immediately touching up her makeup. Why are there 2 people today? Given that she was invited by the old madam, the island's driver had always treated her with respect. Yet today, the 2 individuals in the car had remained utterly silent since she boarded, which was rather unusual. In the front passenger seat, Yuan Erxuan was on the verge of tears, feeling as though his career was doomed. Meanwhile, the one driving was none other than Chapter 070, Little Bun, It's the Scent of Stars. Shang Wanxing. At that moment, she was clad in a fitted suit of masculine attire, seemingly scavenged from who knows where. Her left hand rested against her cheek, while her right hand effortlessly maneuvered the steering wheel. Her tousled short hair exuded a carefree spirit, and although her exquisitely beautiful face bore an impassive expression, her eyes concealed a languid defiance. She cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Er, her gaze laden with an unspoken warning. Yuan Er stammered, "I'm new here." Shang Wanxing spoke with a deliberate calmness that momentarily halted the makeup artist's hands, her voice possessing a melodious quality. Soon, the car came to a stop in front of the villa. As the makeup artist's high heels made contact with the ground, she spotted a filthy little bun squatting before the potato seedlings, accompanied by a comically stout white robot. She instinctively curled her lip in distaste. How revolting. Fortunately, that large python was absent. The serpent had an uncanny awareness, and on several occasions, she had felt as if it might swallow her whole, prompting her to request that Sir C ensure it was secured whenever she visited. Just as Shang Wanxing stepped out of the car, she witnessed this scene unfold. Yuan Er pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle toward the garage. The little bun, initially oblivious to their presence, suddenly halted, his tiny nose twitching in the air. And his eyes brightened with realization. It was the scent of stars. Abandoning the small shovel in his hand, the little bun swiftly turned his head in search of the source of the fragrance. After a moment, he exclaimed. His cherubic face wore an expression of bewilderment. He recognized Shang Wanxing at once, yet it was the short-haired star. The star in men's clothing. With a silent gesture of Shu, the star raised a hand. The little bun, bewildered, failed to notice his feet, tripping over his left foot with a stumble that seemed destined to send him tumbling forward. The family tutor, startled, swiftly sidestepped, for aside from the newcomer, there was no one else present, and she harbored no fear of him speaking out of turn. However, she was anxious about her DK ensemble, worth over 70,000, and could not allow it to become soiled. The little bun, frightened, closed his eyes. The next moment, he was swept into an embrace that was both familiar and warm. The young master. Shang Wanxing knelt on one knee, a captivating smile gracing his strikingly handsome face, as he held the little bun close, exuding a nonchalant charm that was intoxicating. I will protect you. The little bun opened his eyes, his heart racing. How handsome the star was. Yu felt a flutter. Yuan Er, having parked the car, was approaching, and the family tutor caught sight of him from the corner of her eye. Without hesitation, she snatched the little bun from Shang Wanxing's arms, casting a warning glare at him. Startled, the little bun turned and bit the family tutor's wrist. This. Yuan Er was taken aback. It was not the young master's fault, he had nearly fallen, and I only acted to save him. The family tutor winced in pain, tears welling up, looking pitiful. Had it been the stern-faced one, she would have dared not act, but this one appeared so simple-minded. She feared him not at all. I will fetch the first aid kit. Yuan Er promptly turned to leave. Once only the 3 of them remained. The family tutor's demeanor shifted dramatically, abruptly flinging the little bun away. Indeed, he was a troublesome child, utterly oblivious. Gazing at the tooth marks on her wrist, where blood had been drawn, the tutor muttered to herself, having visited the island numerous times and meticulously familiarized herself with the locations of surveillance cameras. There were none here. The newcomer will keep what she has seen to herself. I was employed by Madam C, who do you think they will believe? The tutor warned in a low voice, casting a jealous glance at Shang Wanxing's exquisite face. What use is such beauty in a man? She scoffed inwardly. Contrary to the tutor's expectations, Siluayu, who had previously been as docile as stagnant water, now bared his teeth like a provoked cub. She was taken aback. Had the young master changed? Before the little one could lash out, Shang Wanxing casually reached out and covered his mouth. Understood, Shang Wanxing stated coolly. His words proper but his demeanor exuding an indescribable air of defiance, chillingly so. Yuan Air swiftly brought the medical kit and had someone tend to the tutor's wound. Is Master C not here today? The tutor inquired, feigning nonchalance. Yuan Air was about to respond when Shang Wanxing interjected, Master C is in the study. He glanced at Shang Wanxing in astonishment, who remained expressionless, without so much as a blink. Yuan Air trailed off. So, we will have an outdoor lesson today. Allowing the young master to experience nature, which will benefit his physical and mental well-being. She requested with a smile. Yuan Ergang wished to decline. Yet he heard Shang Wanxing swiftly interject, sure. Yuan Air. At this moment, if he could not discern the underlying issues, he would truly be a fool. Where do you wish to go? Shang Wanxing inquired, her gaze fixed on the tutor, speaking leisurely. How about there? She suggested, pointing to the area beside the pool, where surveillance was absent. Soon, a large parasol was erected beside the pool, with the tutor and the little bun seated across from each other. A myriad of assignments and tutoring materials scattered on the table. Sitabai stood nearby, quieter and more morose than usual, appearing rather dim-witted. Shang Wanxing's eyes swept over the so-called assignments on the table, all of which were high school-level Olympiad mathematics problems. Fetch me a cup of coffee. The tutor commanded Shang Wanxing. She cast a lingering glance at him before turning to leave. For this problem. The little bun, with a frosty expression, was about to toss aside the pen handed to him but recalled that Wanxing would return shortly and he must behave. He accepted the pen and began to write meticulously. Yet, halfway through, it was snatched away, the pen's tip leaving a long, incorrect mark on the paper. Wrong. How can you be so foolish? You can't solve such a simple problem? The tutor wore a benevolent smile, yet her words were laced with the most venomous contempt. From afar, one would see nothing amiss. It appeared utterly normal. Young Master C has already advanced to the 5th grade, while you remain at home. Young Master C, kind-hearted, is willing to take care of you. An orphan. What will happen when he marries? The little bun's pupils constricted. He had solved the problem correctly. He could do it. A child as flawed and mischievous as you ought to be confined to a special institution. It is your doing that the old lady is still in the hospital. Do you intend to continue causing trouble for Master C? The family tutor spoke with a fierce demeanor. The little bun tightened his grip on the pen. His pupils gradually fading, resembling a marionette, motionless, unresponsive, and indifferent. Have you said enough? A chilling voice resonated from the side. Before the family tutor could lift her gaze, a scalding cup of coffee was poured upon her head, catching her unawares and prompting a startled scream. Ah. Chapter 071, Are You Being Given Face? A kick sent her into the swimming pool. The family tutor shielded her face, shrieking as she stood. Before her, Shang Wanxing held an empty coffee cup with a nonchalant and arrogant posture, gazing at the disheveled woman, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes. The air thick with defiance, tempered only by the presence of the little bun. Little bun. Shang Wanxing raised her gaze, her dark eyes reflecting a profound understanding. The marionette, lost in self-preservation, remained still. Little bun. Shang Wanxing softened her tone, calling out once more. The marionette's fingertips fluttered slightly. Go fetch Master C. Shang Wanxing placed her hand gently over the little bun's eyes, her palm felt cool, and in the next moment, the child's long, thick lashes quivered. Heh heh. The little bun's voice was soft and delicate. I'm fine, go. Shang Wanxing comprehended the child's concern and withdrew her hand, maintaining a languid demeanor. The little bun's eyes sparkled anew, and he scampered away with his short legs, pausing momentarily to glance back at Shang Wanxing. He ran a few steps, looked back again, then ran on, turning once more. With an ever-present serene smile playing on her lips, Shang Wanxing maintained her composure until the cherubic child was completely out of sight. At which point her smile vanished, replaced by an impassive expression. She crouched before the tutor, grasping her hair and compelling her to meet her gaze. Repeat to me what you just said to the child, Shang Wanxing said, her tone light. Yet, her composure and the commanding air of one accustomed to authority inspired an inexplicable chill. "I am in the employ of Madame C. Do you dare lay a hand on me?" The tutor shrieked, her composure faltering at the mention of Master C. Desperate, she invoked Madame C's name as a shield. Shang Wanxing chuckled softly, though no mirth reached her eyes. She used her hand to clamp the tutor's jaw. "Even Madame C herself could not save you here." With understated menace, Shang Wanxing revealed the danger that lay within. "You." The tutor stammered, but then, a glint in her eye, she began to remove her coat. "I have been here longer than you. Do you think Master C will believe you over me if I accuse you of assault?" Shang Wanxing's expression was subtle as she watched the tutor, who, believing her threat had taken hold, sneered and disheveled her hair to appear more distressed. "This is a blind spot, the cameras cannot see. Who do you think Master C will believe, a newcomer or me?" The tutor smirked, gripping Shang Wanxing's collar to close the distance between them. "It seems you have not yet experienced hardship, with your delicate skin." Just as the governess extended her hand to caress Shang Wanxing's cheek, in a swift motion, Shang Wanxing propelled her into the pool with a kick. The water erupted in a cascade. "Did I give you permission?" Shang Wanxing's countenance was frigid. Recalling the woman's earlier grasp on her collar, she shed her outer jacket, revealing a black shirt beneath. With a deliberate gesture, she undid 2 buttons, exposing a delicate expanse of collarbone against skin as white as snow. As Qi Yan ushered Si Yubai into the scene, this was precisely what greeted them. The governess floundered in the water, desperately gasping, "Help, glug. Help me, glug, glug, glug." Conversely, Shang Wanxing reclined by the pool's edge, one leg extended, the other bent at a graceful angle. A riding crop was in her hand, and each time the woman surfaced, she was met with a sharp strike. Again and again. "Qi Yan. Yuan Yi. Yuan Air." What in the world had transpired? This was rather harrowing, wasn't it? Shang Wanxing, with an icy gaze and a hand propping her cheek, betrayed no change in expression upon Si Yubai's arrival. She merely raised an eyebrow. "Yuan Yi, retrieve her," Si Yubai commanded with his customary impassivity. Yuan Yi complied without hesitation, swiftly pulling the governess from the water's depths. This time, Shang Wanxing offered no resistance. Cough, cough, cough. The governess, having ingested a considerable amount of water, coughed until her face was ashen. Upon seeing Si Yubai, her eyes welled with tears. A picture of pitiable distress. "Sir." The little darling had, unnoticed, returned to Shang Wanxing's side, his tiny hand clutching her clothes. Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze, her eyes serene, and gently stroked the little darling's smartwatch. The usually lively Si Yubai's abdomen emanated silent, white halos of light. However, the others, their attention entirely fixated on the tutor, remained oblivious. "It was him. He tried to take liberties with me. And he sent the young master away." The tutor sobbed, tears streaming down her face, pointing a trembling finger at Shang Wanxing. "This is what he did to me." She deliberately exposed several scratch marks on her shoulder. One she had intentionally inflicted herself. Since there were no surveillance cameras, she could say whatever she pleased. She refused to believe that this man could possibly exonerate himself. "Qi Yan. Yuan Yi. Yuan Air." Their expressions were ambiguous. Seated in his wheelchair, Si Yubai's fingers toyed with his black prayer beads, his pale, handsome face impassive. He didn't even glance at the tutor, let alone her shoulder. "Are you saying he attempted to take liberties with you?" Qi Yan cleared his throat, pointed at Shang Wanxing, and reiterated the question for clarification. "Yes. It was him." The tutor affirmed resolutely. Her eyes filled with theatrical indignation. "Qi Yan. Yuan Yi. Yuan Air." This was rather intriguing. "Do you have anything to say?" Si Yubai lifted his gaze to Shang Wanxing. Dressed in masculine attire, she radiated an undeniable brilliance, her enchanting gaze concealing a hint of mischief. The black shirt accentuated her porcelain skin, and her genderless allure captivated all who beheld her. Such beauty would command attention even in the entertainment industry. Shang Wanxing observed him with a subtle smirk, an air of playful wickedness about her. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and sent the family tutor plunging back into the pool. Ah! Splash! This is precisely what I wished to convey. Shang Wanxing unabashedly provoked Si Yubai with a raised eyebrow. "Qi Yan. Yuan Yi. Yuan air. Si Yubai's flawless visage, akin to a work of art, exhibited a barely perceptible shift, his lips curling into a languid smirk, his typically indifferent gaze now tinged with a hint of earthly warmth. When the family tutor was finally retrieved by Yuan Yi, he appeared to have left a part of himself submerged in the water. See, cough, cough, cough. Don't let him escape, cough. How dare he lay hands on himself in front of Si? I ask you once more. Are you certain it is he who harbors ill intentions towards you? Si Yubai's cold, languid eyes cast a sidelong glance at the family tutor, a first for him since his arrival. The chill in his gaze instinctively sent shivers down the tutor's spine. Clearly, there was no wind. What was amiss? Why must he repeatedly inquire? Si Yubai glanced at Shang Wanxing. Without hesitation, she removed the wig from her head. Her long hair, liberated from constraints, cascaded freely behind Shang Wanxing, resembling a waterfall. When the wind swept through, it scattered like stars, exuding an exquisite beauty that bordered on arrogance. The family tutor was momentarily rendered speechless. Gazing at the frigid expression on her face, incredulously stammering, "Why you're a woman?" The response came in the form of Shang Wanxing's gaze. Devoid of any mirth. The family tutor felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern, instinctively glancing at Si Yubai, whose demeanor remained indifferent. Even seated in a wheelchair, he exuded an air of unattainable aloofness, cold and unfeeling. Master Si, allow me to explain, she stuttered, breaking her sentence into fragments. Trembling like a quail. Yes, please explain, Si Yubai replied, his tone casual as he traced the engraved scriptures on his prayer beads with an icy touch. His voice deep and clear. The family tutor found herself at a loss for words, her legs turning to jelly. Shang Wanxing narrowed her lovely eyes. A touch of menace lurking beneath. You present a 5-year-old child with high school math Olympiad problems? You deliberately substituted incorrect answers for the correct ones on the assignments? Her voice was cool and composed. I did not. The family tutor retorted, trembling with apprehension. Si Yubai, his expression unwavering, accepted the assignments and silently perused them. The sound of the prayer beads clashing ominously. If memory serves me right, you graduated from MIT. After completing his review, Si Yubai's expression remained unchanged. Yet a palpable sense of dread surged through the family tutor, racing up her spine to her mind. His implication was unmistakable, a graduate of MIT could not possibly make such a juvenile mistake by accident. If it was not an accident, it must have been intentional. Mr. Si was disinclined to listen, yet the teacher's method of communication with little Baozi during class was indeed intriguing. Shang Wanxing spoke in a measured tone, causing the already distraught tutor to suddenly lift his head, his face as pale as a sheet. No, no. The tutor trembled, engulfed by fear. Si Daba. Shang Wanxing uttered coldly. Here, Si Daba replied. Shang Wanxing extended her hand, as cold and white as jade, gently covering little Baozi's ears, inviting Mr. Si to listen. All right. Si Daba acquiesced. While Master Si Lang had already advanced to the 5th grade, you remained confined to your home. Mr. Si, with a benevolent heart, was willing to care for you, an orphan, until his marriage? A child as flawed and unruly as you ought to be confined to a special school. The old lady is still in the hospital because of you. Do you wish to continue causing harm to Mr. Si? The expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. Si Yubai's visage was dark and forbidding, resembling a vengeful spirit. His already pale and sickly handsome face appeared even more terrifying, with veins bulging ominously beneath his skin. Yet, due to little Baozi's presence, he restrained his fury. Yuan Yi, take her to the dungeon. Yes. Yuan Yi stepped forward without hesitation, dragging the tutor from the ground. Dungeon? There is such a place on the island? Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. No. I refuse to go to the dungeon. Mr. Si, spare me. I cannot go. Upon hearing the word dungeon, the tutor completely lost her composure, struggling desperately, for it was a place that devoured lives. Once she entered, there would be no return. I am from the maternal side of the elder Madame Si's family. Master Si, spare me this once. Her fingers clawed desperately at the ground, leaving long streaks of blood, but in the end, she was dragged away like refuse, leaving behind only a cry that echoed through the heavens. No one spoke. Si Yubai watched the little dumpling in silence, his eyes as cold as the deep sea. He reached out to the little dumpling, but the little one trembled instinctively, hiding in Shang Wanxing's arms. Si Yubai was silent. ACI. Seeing this scene, Qi Yan frowned, as if wanting to say something. But Siyubai interrupted him with a raised hand. Siyubai said nothing, maneuvering his electric wheelchair and turning to head into the villa. Night. Yuani carried a tray with a cold face as he came downstairs. Didn't eat again? Qi Yan put away his usual cynicism. Watching Yuani bring down the lunch together, his brows never relaxed. He got up, took the dinner. I'll try. He turned and went upstairs. But before long, Qi Yan came down again. Clearly, it was a failure. Throwing the plate on the table, Qi Yan sat opposite Shang Wanxing, his whole body filled with irritability. Little Xingxing. Why don't you try? Qi Yan propped his face with one hand, looking at Shang Wanxing and speaking. If you can't do it, what difference will it make if I go? Shang Wanxing's voice was calm. She was flipping through the little dumpling's previous homework in her hand. Even the high school math Olympiad problems, he actually got them all right. The little dumpling was also unhappy tonight, and had just fallen asleep on the sofa. And was carried back to the room by Si Dabai. Qi Yan swallowed back the words "of course there's a difference" that had reached his lips. After all, he could not possibly mention to Shang Wanxing that Siyubai wished to assume the role of her father in her presence. If the old lady were to awaken and learn of this matter, it would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow. Qi Yan sighed. The old lady would never harm Xiaobao. Since that incident, the old lady's position at the old residence had become quite awkward, and she was reluctant to move to Shaoyu Island. He sighed while stealing glances at Shang Wanxing, who remained silent. Their eyes met, and Qi Yan spoke. Shang Wanxing replied with a similar silence. Qi Yan chuckled. Little star, shouldn't a rational person follow along with my line of questioning and ask which incident I am referring to? Why are you not adhering to the expected norms? He continued, if you wish to speak, I know you would tell me without my prompting. If you prefer not to, then my inquiries would be futile. Shang Wanxing spoke softly. Qi Yan thought to himself, this logic is truly straightforward and infuriating. The conversation has reached a deadlock. At that moment, Yuan Er emerged from the kitchen, holding a small bowl. Miss Shang, he said as he approached her, placing the bowl on the table. This was prepared for you by Master C at the kitchen's behest. It was a small bowl of pig liver congee, intended for replenishing blood. The liver was finely chopped, cooked with the rice to a fragrant softness, and garnished with bits of celery. Shang Wanxing paused in her actions, lifting her gaze. The aroma of the congee wafted through the air. Ah, our Aussie is still hungry, Qi Yan lamented once more, casting furtive looks at Shang Wanxing. After all, Xiaobao had been raised by Aussie since he was just a little baby, and today, he must be especially heartbroken. Shang Wanxing. Our Aussie's stomach is not well, and he often vomits blood. Do you think he is secretly looking at Xiaobao's photos and crying under the covers right now? Qi Yan feigned a sob twice. Yuan Er. Master Qi, the performance is a bit much. Tone it down, tone it down. I can't even watch anymore. What if Aussie suddenly faints in the room? Shang Wanxing. Shang Wanxing slowly turned to look at Qi Yan with a ghostly expression. Shang Wanxing, silence. Qi Yan, understood. Shang Wanxing got up and walked towards the outside of the villa, her expression solemn. Qi Yan followed, bewildered, wondering if she really believed it. Chapter 73 Qi Yan, holy crap? Outside the villa, she looked up at Siyubai's room, as if measuring something. Little star? Qi Yan and Yuan Er followed beside her. Shang Wanxing remained silent. With Master C's frail constitution, he might really faint in the room. Li. Tul. St. Ar. Seeing that Shang Wanxing was not paying attention to him at all, Qi Yan deliberately chanted her name in a melodramatic tone beside her. The next moment, Qi Yan's eyes widened suddenly, his jaw dropping. Qi Yan, holy crap? Shang Wanxing grabbed the white relief column outside the villa with one hand, and lightly climbed up to the second floor. Her fair, snow-white face looked particularly frosty in the dark night. Qi Yan, quick, slap me. Yuan Er slapped him without hesitation. Qi Yan, ouch. It hurts. It's not a dream. Yuan Er. Of course it hurts, Master Qi, it's swollen. Qi Yan, I am indeed not dreaming. Quickly. Summon little star down. Why is she acting so recklessly? I merely told a harmless little fib, and she ascended like a firecracker. And with bare hands, no less. This is utterly perilous. What if something goes awry? Would C not devour him whole? Yuan Air, Master Qi. Qi Yan, will C feed me to lions or tigers? Help. Yuan Air, Master Qi. Qi Yan, should I book a flight to Country M or Country F? Yuan Air. He glanced at the adeptly climbing Shang Wanxing, who had already entered the brightly lit balcony of Ce. And then at the frantically flitting Qi Yan beside him, deciding to remain silent. On the balcony, Ciu Bai looked impassively at Shang Wanxing, who had climbed in without assistance. Ciu Bai. Shang Wanxing Han anticipated his presence on the balcony. Shang Wanxing. The two of them stared at each other for 3 seconds, each choosing to maintain a tacit silence. Until the cigarette in Ciu Bai's hand burned down to his fingers. Shang. Wan. Xing. A subtle anger twinged on his otherwise handsome face, shrouded by an air of morbidity. This is the 4th floor. How did she manage to come up here? Shang Wanxing pondered for a moment and then expressionlessly raised a hand to greet him. Ciu Bai. In a moment of distraction, he forcefully extinguished the cigarette. Come in. Ciu Bai extended his large hand toward her. Without hesitation, Shang Wanxing grasped it, leveraging her momentum to perform a graceful somersault into the balcony. Having lost her footing, she tumbled into Ciu Bai's embrace. Shang Wanxing. She heard Ciu Bai grunt softly in her ear, and she swore it was entirely unintentional. Ciu Bai, get up. Shang Wanxing hummed an acknowledgement and straightened herself. After ascertaining that she was merely dusted with a bit of grime, Ciu Bai parted his thin lips, his voice laced with menace. Do you realize which floor this is? The 4th floor? Shang Wanxing replied rather smoothly. As if struck by a sudden thought, she leaned against the balcony and waved at Qi Yan and Yuan Air below. Ciu Bai leaned out, his icy gaze fixed on Qi Yan. Qi Yan. Qi Yan, Yuan Air, you. He turned his head to find Yuan Air, who had been by his side moments ago, had vanished without a trace. That little rascal. On the balcony. Cigarette butts littered the floor. He must have been smoking all afternoon. Knowing this is the 4th floor, you still dared to climb up? Ciu Bai's eyes were glacial, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Shang Wanxing. She suddenly chuckled, turning her face away. What are you laughing at? Ciu Bai frowned. I thought you would be angry that I broke into your room. I didn't expect you to be upset that I climbed to the 4th floor. Shang Wanxing looked down at Ciu Bai in his wheelchair and said softly. Ciu Bai. Qi Yan told me you have a delicate stomach and often vomit blood. Ciu Bai. He also said you might suddenly faint in your room. Ciu Bai. I asked Yuan Air to bring the food up. As she spoke, Shang Wanxing opened the balcony door and, without waiting for Ciu Bai's consent, wheeled him back into the bedroom. Ciu Bai remained silent, his gaze following Shang Wanxing as she emerged from the inner chambers, having just opened the bedroom door. Yuan Yi, already informed by Yuan Air, had brought up the reheated meal along with a bowl of pig liver congee. Miss Shang, Yuan Yi said, extending the tray towards her. Thank you, she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The door closed once more. Shang Wanxing returned to Ciu Bai, holding the tray. Yours, mine, she stated, meeting his eyes as she pried his fingers apart and slid the chopsticks into his grip. She languidly seated herself across from him, indifferent to his presence, and quietly began sipping her pig liver congee. After a time, Ciu Bai finally stirred. His chewing was deliberate, his movements elegant yet aloof. Due to a previous incident, a quarter of his stomach had been removed, rendering digestion a challenge. Is the little bun avoiding you out of fear? You ought to inquire with him rather than secluding yourself in this room, Shang Wanxing remarked, observing as Ciu Bai meticulously separated the carrots from his meal. His hand paused, yet he remained silent. I am indifferent, he eventually responded, his expression somber. I do not care whether he fears me, as long as he remains alive. With that, his appetite vanished, having consumed merely 7 or 8 bites. Ciu Bai, do take a moment to assess your current expression. Shang Wanxing leaned back against the sofa, exuding a languid air, entirely devoid of the agility she had displayed while climbing 4 flights of stairs just moments ago. How pitiful. Ciu Bai. He did not. You are being nonsensical, he thought, as he contemplated setting down the chopsticks. Yet, it was obstructed by Shang Wanxing's spoon. The food was insufficient. This time, Shang Wanxing spoke without a trace of jest, her delicate visage devoid of any expression. She lacked appetite. Indeed. Siyubai had little desire to eat. Just take a few more bites. Shang Wanxing's words carried no hint of compromise, nor did she remove the spoon. Recalling the old man's words that dining surpasses all else, nothing in this world is more significant than a meal. Siyubai glanced at her but remained silent, ultimately taking a few more bites. Only then was Shang Wanxing satisfied, finishing her pig liver porridge and nestling into the large black leather sofa in Siyubai's room, appearing diminutive and ensconced within its depths. What is a dungeon? Suddenly, as if a thought had struck her, Shang Wanxing inquired. Would you like to see? Perhaps due to having consumed some food, the menacing aura surrounding Siyubai had notably dissipated. He regarded Shang Wanxing, who was nestled across from him, with an impassive expression. His voice a low murmur. A bit. Shang Wanxing cradled a cushion, resting her chin on one hand. Where has Si Gun gone? I haven't seen the little serpent all night. Follow me. Siyubai cast a deep glance at her and spoke. The Si family, the dungeon. As Shang Wanxing urged Siyubai forward, upon entering this forbidden place, a wave of metallic stench mingled with an unpleasant odor assailed them. The silver moonlight stretched their shadows behind them. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the dungeon. In the dead of night. The chilling sound sent shivers down their spines. With a resounding thud, the iron door shut behind Shang Wanxing, enveloping the space in darkness. Almost simultaneously, wall sconces flickered to life, casting a dim and eerie glow that penetrated the depths of the chamber. This was the darkest corner of Shayu Island. Designed like an ancient European dungeon, its walls adorned with ghastly reliefs reminiscent of a hellscape. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Help. Save me. I don't want to die. A bloodied man crawled forth from the shadows, dragging his immobile lower half, his legs a grotesque mass, oozing blood and leaving a long trail behind him. Through eyes obscured by blood, he vaguely discerned two figures and struggled to inch closer, pleading, "Help me." As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the most harrowing sight etched in his memory. Ah. 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 Seated in a wheelchair. Siyubai looked down indifferently at the man before him, akin to observing an insignificant insect. The understated luxury of his black shirt accentuated the chilling aura that enveloped him. The man, who had always been detached from kindness, now exuded an even more formidable coldness. Siyubai's gaze was like ice forged in a crucible, penetrating and frigid. Yuan-san, he uttered, his lips parting slightly, the weight of his presence mingling with the metallic scent of blood, delivering a lethal ultimatum. An expressionless young man emerged from the shadows. "Siyi," Yuan-san addressed him respectfully, his heavy gaze sweeping over Shang Wanxing. "You shall descend to accept your punishment." Siyubai cast a glance at Yuan-san, his countenance unchanged, yet silently conveying a tempestuous fury. "Understood," Yuan-san replied, fully aware that his intentional release of the man to intimidate Shang Wanxing had been perceived by Siyi, and he willingly accepted the consequences. "Ah. Devil. You madman, Siyubai." A deranged scream of despair erupted from the man, yet was seized by Yuan-san, who dragged him towards the depths of the dungeon. The frantic cries grew fainter, echoing hauntingly within the confines of the dungeon. Shang Wanxing gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, lost in contemplation. When Siyubai looked up at her, he was met with this striking scene. In that instant, a chill enveloped him, rendering him extraordinarily menacing. "Are you afraid?" Siyubai's voice resonated with an eerie coldness, an aura of blood and frost clinging to him. Shang Wanxing slowly lifted her gaze. "May I pose a question?" Siyubai replied, "Ask." "Are Yuan-san, Yuan-yi, and Yuan-er brothers?" Shang Wanxing was genuinely curious. She could still discern similarities between Yuan-yi and Yuan-er's faces, yet suddenly, Yuan-san appeared? Yuan-mama truly possesses exceptional fertility. Siyubai. Was she seriously pondering this just now? He had assumed. Siyubai, no. I knew it. Shang Wanxing displayed a look of as expected, then reverted to her nonchalant demeanor. "Surely, there won't be a Yuan-si, Yuan-wu, or Yuan-lu, will there?" Siyubai. Your guesses are rather accurate. Yuan-yi and Yuan-er are biological brothers, others. After a brief pause, Siyubai spoke. "I understand, you find it tedious to remember names." Shang Wanxing lazily replied, continuing to push her wheelchair forward. Siyubai. It was rare for him to be rendered speechless. With each step forward, hands reached out from both sides of the dungeon, wailing and pleading for mercy. Upon encountering Siyu Bai, a piercing roar erupted. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shang Wanxing remained unperturbed, even exhibiting signs of boredom as she stifled yawns. The imprisoned onlookers, witnessing the scene through the iron bars, murmured, "An angelic visage. Yet a heart as venomous as a serpent. Truly, a fitting companion for Siyu Bai, a little demon." Siyu Bai's gaze lingered on Shang Wanxing, and after a brief moment, she sighed, halting her steps. "Why do you keep staring at me, Siyi? Do you not wish to inquire about something else? For instance, what manner of individuals are confined here?" "I do not wish to," Shang Wanxing replied bluntly. Siyu Bai fell silent. Shang Wanxing looked down at him. His expression was obscured in the shadows, rendering it indecipherable. The thin blanket that had once covered his legs had slipped halfway down, and she bent to restore it to its rightful place. Their gazes met, parallel and unwavering. "In my eyes, everything you do is justified. Even the unjust is justifiable. Even that which is deemed unacceptable in society is justifiable. Thus, being imprisoned here must surely be their fault." She was fiercely protective of him. On the way here, she had envisioned countless dreadful scenarios involving Siyu Bai, yet she had never anticipated that he would find such unwavering belief in this young girl. His parched heart felt as if it had been pricked by something. "Ah!" The anguished cries from the confines behind them shattered the atmosphere. Silence. Siyu Bai's expression darkened abruptly, his voice devoid of emotion yet laced with a menacing, bloodthirsty edge. The cries ceased instantaneously, stifled into an eerie stillness. The surroundings fell into an oppressive silence. The individuals who had previously struggled to reach out were now cowering in the corners of their isolated cells, trembling with fear. To them, Siyu Bai's voice was more terrifying than any cataclysm. "They are all wicked." Siyu Bai paused, "Very wicked indeed." Shang Wanxing coaxed him with utmost patience. Yes, they are. Utterly heinous, the lot of them." "Yes, indeed." She continued to guide him forward, each step plunging the cells further into darkness as the amber wall lamps extinguished behind them. "To hell with it." So I offed a few dozen war correspondents and absconded with the relief supplies for F State, leading to the starvation of hundreds of children. I'm not utterly heinous. Damn it, I merely sold human-like positioning tech to the US of A, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties on the battlefield. And I merely divulged the decrypted military intelligence. Release us. I don't want to die. Heartrending wails continued to reverberate through the darkness. In the final dark chamber, Si Gun Gun was coiled up to one side, its crimson eyes with dangerous vertical pupils coldly observing the family tutor, who was unconscious and covered in wounds. The door opened. Si Gun Gun issued a fierce warning towards the entrance, but upon recognizing the person, it was initially taken aback. Subsequently, it maintained the gaping motion, straining to stretch the corners of its mouth upwards, attempting a smile. The ferocious beast transformed instantaneously into an obedient kitten. Shang Wanxing paused in silence for a moment. "This is hardly necessary. Master C." Yuan-san appeared soundlessly, his face, perpetually deprived of sunlight, remained expressionless, showing no sign of having just received 20 lashes. As he entered, Si Gun Gun was embodying an endearing creature, nudging Shang Wanxing's palm with his adorable head, his tail tip-tapping the floor in a flattering rhythm. Yuan-san, resembling a doltish canine. Yuan-san, the tutor was presumably suborned by the Si Daquan couple to position the young master as a foil to Si Lang, thereby accentuating Si Lang's image as a prodigious savant. Given that the individual was dispatched by the old matriarch, your subordinate. Siyu Bai's countenance darkened ominously. Chapter 75, Little Dumpling. "So, uncle, you're marrying Xingxing." He remained silent for an extended duration, amidst an atmosphere of grim austerity. Siyu Bai manipulated the ebony prayer beads he had inexplicably removed, the fragrance of agarwood failing to mask the malice in his eyes. Si Gun Gun was so alarmed that he contemplated feigning a molting. Eliminate. Siyu Bai's face was a mask of frost, the target of the elimination left unsaid. Regarding the old matriarch, Yuan-san hesitated, but before he could complete his statement, Siyu Bai looked up at him. "I said, eliminate." Such an expression from Siyu Bai was suffocating. Yuan-san, intimidated by the chill emanating from him, desisted from further discourse. Shang Wanxing escorted Siyu Bai away from the hidden chamber. Behind them, a room saturated in crimson. Upon departing the dungeon, Siyu Bai initiated a telephone call, making no attempt to conceal it from Shang Wanxing. The call was directed to Director Liu, who, despite the late hour, answered promptly. Shang Wanxing, overhearing the content of their conversation, raised an eyebrow, though otherwise displaying little emotion. The telephone call concluded. At that moment, Si Dequan, immersed in blissful slumber, remained unaware of the impending commercial upheaval poised to engulf him by daybreak. Abruptly, Shang Wanxing halted in her tracks. Yuan Yi and Yuan Er hurriedly emerged from the villa, their expressions fraught with anxiety. "Sir, Miss Shang, the young master is unwell." In the children's room, Qi Yan cradled the little bun, who was incessantly retching. Upon noticing Siyu Bai and Shang Wanxing's entrance, the little one whimpered, "He has thrown up all his dinner." His voice trembled with distress. The previously closed eyes of the small bun fluttered open at the scent of Shang Wanxing, and his tiny hands reached out toward her. "Xing, hold me." Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Wanxing took the ailing child from Qi Yan's arms. The little bun felt utterly limp, his complexion pale, emitting soft, uncomfortable sounds of distress. Sita Bai assessed, the young master's condition appears to be caused by emotional distress leading to digestive issues. The system recommends keeping him away from individuals and situations that cause him unhappiness. Siyu Bai's grip on the wheelchair tightened, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. He seemed to long to touch the little bun, but recalling the child's instinctive flinching earlier, he ultimately refrained. With an impassive expression, Siyu Bai maneuvered his wheelchair, intending to exit the room. If he left, the little fish would no longer be afraid. However, just as he was about to depart, the steadfast little bun, who had resolutely held back tears, suddenly let them cascade down his cheeks, his large, contrasting eyes brimming with sorrow. "Siyu Bai, don't move." Shang Wanxing's voice called out from behind him, causing the electric wheelchair to come to an abrupt halt. Before he could comprehend the situation, a soft little bun had been thrust into his arms. Siyu Bai's pupils dilated, and his entire body stiffened. "No, the little fish is afraid of me." However, before the words could be uttered, miraculously, the little dumpling, who had been incessantly vomiting in Qi Yan's arms, ceased. Tiny hands surreptitiously tugged at Siyu Bai's clothing, stifling sobs. Everyone present, save for Shang Wanxing, held their breath, observing the scene unfold. Siyu Bai gently massaged the little dumpling's abdomen. Shang Wanxing bent down, clasping Siyu Bai's wrist and guiding his large palm to rest upon the little one's tummy. The hand that could wield a gun with unwavering steadiness now trembled ever so slightly. "Massage," she instructed. The little dumpling grimaced in discomfort. Siyu Bai instinctively looked up at Shang Wanxing, silently seeking assistance. "More gently," Shang Wanxing murmured, her voice softened. Siyu Bai nodded, cautiously attempting to massage the little dumpling's tummy with a more delicate touch. This time, the little one's furrowed brow smoothed out, appearing much more comfortable. Qi Yan, gazing down at himself, covered in the little dumpling's vomit, mused, "Why do they resemble such a close-knit family? And what am I? Some sort of afterthought? Does the little one have something to impart to his uncle?" Shang Wanxing tenderly wiped away the beads of perspiration from the child's forehead, her voice carrying a rare warmth. The little dumpling nodded emphatically, tears still cascading down his face. "Touch," he implored. "Uncle, touch again," he repeated. Siyu Bai acknowledged him. Shang Wanxing found it difficult to fathom how these two had communicated in years past. "Yes," Siyu Bai responded, his voice deep and resonant. The little dumpling sniffled, his tiny nose red, his eyelashes fluttering gently, as his little finger pointed to the wristwatch. "Fishy, be good, Fishy, be obedient." "Uncle, please don't. Don't send Fishy away," Sita Bai uttered, tears cascading down his face. "Damn it, Precious, who said anything about sending you away?" Qi Yan exclaimed, his heart aching. "You're the apple of our eye. Even if you misbehave, I would never abandon you," Siyu Bai affirmed, having personally raised little fish since birth. The mere thought of parting was unbearable. Hearing these words directly from Siyu Bai, the aggrieved child wept uncontrollably. The thought of Siya's kindness in caring for an orphan child, and the uncertainty of what would happen when Siya married, brought him to tears. He feared being separated from his uncle and the stars he held dear. Qi Yan paced back and forth, as the others instinctively turned to Shang Wanxing, who had somehow become the pillar of support on Sand Island. Shang Wanxing was perplexed. Why were they looking at her when the child was crying? And why was he still crying? See you by, too, turned to her, his handsome, pale face devoid of its usual indifference and coldness. Shang Wanxing was at a loss. Why were they asking her why the child was crying? How could she possibly know what was going on in his little mind? These useless men. So, little one, why are you crying? She asked, gently poking his soft cheek with her jade-like finger, a sensation that was surprisingly addictive. The child responded with a tearful hiccup. All present were taken aback as the little one persisted, after Great Uncle's nuptials, he'll have his own progeny. And you and Xing will be cast out. A collective silence ensued, punctuated by Shang Wanxing's bemused query. Aren't you being a tad precocious for a mere 5 years of age? I have no intention of marrying. See Yubai's gaze, though subtly, gravitated towards Shang Wanxing. A fleeting moment unnoticed by others. Just as the assembly hoped for respite, the child's lamentations intensified. Nay, I cannot bear to be a selfish, wicked child. An unspoken plea hung in the air. What, dear child, is it that you desire? Therefore, the little one declared, Great Uncle, you must wed Xing. Shang Wanxing could only muster a bewildered, pardon? Qi Yan erupted in laughter. Little treasure, cease your jesting. Your great uncle would never consent. He aspires to be little Xing's father. In the subsequent instant, Si Yubai proclaimed, I concur. Qi Yan's mirth gradually dissipated, his expression one of incredulity. What in the world? Chapter 76, Qi Yan, just what manner of father do you aspire to be? Qi Yan, in a stupor, turned to behold Si Yubai, seated in his wheelchair. Cradling the little one, his demeanor as frigid as ever. He found it arduous to believe that the preceding affirmation had emanated from his lips. Silence descended. Broken only by the slithering entrance of Si Gun Gun, sated and curious. The little snake gazed about, perplexed by the lack of discourse, and retreated in trepidation. Qi Yan surmised that his auditory faculties must be playing tricks on him. He cleared his throat. AC, you meant to say nay, did you not? With an impassive countenance. Si Yubai offered a correction. Qi Yan, feigning ignorance, turned to Yuani with a smile. I didn't quite catch what he said. Could you repeat it? Yuani remained silent. Qi Yan then turned to Yuan Er, who promptly delivered a resounding slap. Does it hurt? Yuan Er inquired. It does, Qi Yan responded, wincing. Good. Yuan Er replied, then it's real. Qi Yan exclaimed, damn you. Amidst the commotion, the little dumpling, his eyes wide and glistening, gazed at Shang Wanxing with a touch of vulnerability. Si Yubai, seemingly nonchalant, also glanced over. Shang Wanxing found herself the center of attention as Qi Yan, Yuan Yi, and Yuan Er stared intently. Unable to fathom the child's reasoning, Shang Wanxing was perplexed by the connection he had drawn between her and Si Yubai's marriage. The little dumpling nudged Si Dabi, Xing Xing. He nudged again, Xing 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 Xing. Shang Wanxing declared, I could never marry Si Yi. Her words, delivered with a blend of nonchalance and languor, caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Qi Yan inwardly groaned, avoiding eye contact with the little dumpling and Si Yubai. Tears once again gathered in the moist eyes of the small dumpling, threatening to cascade down his cheeks, while Si Yubai's gaze deepened into a shadowy gloom, reminiscent of inky darkness that refused to dissipate. The air was devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. Yuan Yi and Yuan Er, with their heads hunched, dared not utter a sound. In the corner, Si Gong Gun, curled into a large ball, trembled uncontrollably. Qi Yan, attempting to lighten the mood, spoke up. According to the laws of Huaxia, one cannot marry until the age of 18. Shang Wanxing bent down, her expression casual yet earnest, enlightening the small dumpling. The small dumpling, bewildered, poked at her with his tiny hand, can't marry anyone? Shang Wanxing nodded, affirming that one could indeed not marry anyone. After a moment's contemplation, the tears in the small dumpling's eyes abruptly retreated, his relief palpable on his exquisitely sculpted face. He poked again, and Si Yubai responded, then I can rest easy. Weary. The small dumpling closed his eyes and soon began to snore softly. Qi Yan, Yuan Da, and Yuan Er watched in astonishment. The little ancestor has fallen asleep just like that? Qi Yan's eyes brimmed with tears, finding the sleeping child irresistibly angelic. Casting a glance at his own attire. Yikes, he felt nauseous. I'm off to take a shower, he declared, hastily making his exit. Yuan Yi and Yuan Er followed suit, departing from the children's room. Si Yubai, still rigid while holding the small dumpling, lifted his gaze, watching as Shang Wanxing moved. The The soft little creature nestled in his arms slept soundly. Siyubai dared not stir, pondering if his spirits had lifted a little. Leaning languidly against the wall, Shang Wanxing wore a faint smile, indifferent to whether he feared her, so long as he lived. She mockingly echoed Siyubai's previous obstinate words, feigning ignorance of his predicament. Siyubai remained expressionless, his lips pursed. Wanxing, his voice, though icy, betrayed a sense of helplessness and unease, a stark contrast to his usual ruthless demeanor. As he sat in his wheelchair, cradling the little one, Shang Wanxing felt her heart skip a beat at being addressed so abruptly. A fleeting moment. She leaned in suddenly, bracing herself on the wheelchair's armrest, looking down at Siyubai. Next time, if you desire to know something, forsake your stubbornness and simply inquire. Siyubai met her gaze. The next instant, Shang Wanxing took the child from his arms, chuckling softly. Late into the night, Qi Yan, increasingly disturbed by his thoughts, arose from his bed and knocked on Siyubai's door. Siyubai, his face a mask of indifference, cast a cold glare upon him. Seated in his wheelchair, the man exuded an aura of darkness, as if enthroned upon a devil seat. Having just failed once more to fall asleep on his own, Siyubai appeared to be in a foul mood. Qi Yan steeled himself and spoke, "What manner of father do you aspire to be?" The grim-faced Siyubai merely stared at him in silence. A biological father or a romantic father? Remembering how readily Siyubai had agreed earlier that evening, Qi Yan couldn't help but regard him with a look of anguish and condemnation. "You fiend." As Siyubai prepared to resume his reliance on sleep aids, his devastatingly handsome countenance darkened, an aura of profound gloom enveloping him. Qi Yan's legs began to tremble, a tinge of regret washing over him for having plucked hairs from the tiger's backside while it was in such a foul mood. "Get out," Siyubai commanded, slamming the door shut. "All right," Qi Yan responded, his movements betraying a practiced resignation that tugged at the heartstrings. The following day, a bombshell of a news story detonated over Shanghai, a formerly foolproof billion-dollar project independently funded by the C Corporation had been abruptly halted by the municipal government due to the discovery of an ancient burial complex beneath the development site. Upon the news breaking, C Corporation's stock plummeted to its limit as soon as trading commenced. The project, spearheaded by C Dequan, was intended to be a landmark achievement to solidify his authority after ousting Siyubai from the company. At the Pei Corporation, the second daughter of the Pei family burst into the chairman's office, her face ashen and composure shattered. "Father, what are we going to do?" she exclaimed, barging in without ceremony. Mr. Pei frowned, gesturing for the lawyer beside him to pause. "What's all the commotion?" he asked, displeasure evident in his voice. "Father, what's happening with the C Corporation? Why was the tomb discovered now of all times? Can't you see?" "Someone has intervened," Mr. Pei replied. The second daughter of the Pei family trembled, her mind consumed by the fate of her 50 million, not to mention the hundreds of millions invested by her in-laws, who were now in a panic and blaming her. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the word will on the desk, only to be swiftly obscured by the lawyer's hand. "Is the old man revising his will again?" The second daughter of the Pei family wore a pensive expression, her eyes veiled by a somber cloud. "Sandy Isle." Qi Yan stared in astonishment at the items delivered by the Joyous Union department store. "Ah, see. Was this for Little Star?" Chapter 77, Little Dumpling, Fishy is going to school. Did he buy a mountain of gold? Was this purchasing an entire gold mine? He had never witnessed a department store delivery utilizing shipping containers before, let alone 3 of them. Was this spectacle not excessively extravagant? Had Aussie preemptively acquired Little Star's entire wardrobe and accessories for her entire life? At this moment, Shang Wanxing remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Study. Siyubai was engaged in a video conference, his 27-inch Apple desktop display partitioned into several segments, with participants hailing from across the globe. Having spent yet another sleepless night, his morbidly handsome visage was ashen, overlaid with a chilling frost, dark circles beneath his eyes. Even through the screen, one could sense an unnerving chill. His bespoke black suit further accentuated his grim aura. Siyubai was slightly distracted. A gentle knock resonated from the door, which creaked open. Shang Wanxing and Little Dumpling peeked in. The conference participants on the other end were astounded. Although they could not discern who had entered, they miraculously observed a thawing in the man who was perpetually as frigid as an iceberg, chilling them to the bone. "Oh, heavens!" Siyubai gestured for them to enter. Continuing his address to the video participants with a subtle movement of his lips, while his gaze remained fixed on Shang Wanxing and Little Dumpling. Little Dumpling had clearly regained his vitality. Seated upon the pristine expanse of the carpet, I arranged the pieces of a chessboard procured from some forgotten recess. Assuming a posture of studious concentration. Recently risen from slumber, a rebellious tuft of hair stood erect upon my head, soft and fair. With a gentle rumble, an errant white piece escaped my grasp, trundling towards your feet. With an endearing inclination of your head, you cast a gaze of innocent bewilderment in my direction. Your limpid eyes beseeching assistance. I, with a sigh, acquiesced to your silent plea, retrieving the errant piece. I arose with languid grace, observing you conducting a video conference. Deliberately positioned to evade the camera's discerning eye. Yet, I realized with quiet resignation that unless I were to crawl beneath the desk, the object of my pursuit would remain beyond my reach. As the disembodied voice on the other end of the line concluded the recitation of a series of data points. Awaiting your pronouncements, your lips parted, poised to unleash a torrent of frigid, fluent pronouncements in a trio of languages. Yet, abruptly, your articulation faltered. Your voice suspended in the ether. The assembled executives, scattered across the globe, beheld your visage upon their screens, frozen in tableau. Then, in the subsequent instant, you inclined your form earthward, receding from the camera's vigilant gaze. Your profound orbs remained fixed upon my form, materialized beneath your desk. My fingers, alabaster and refined, remained poised in an attitude of retrieval. I was visibly startled by your sudden action. The chasm separating our countenances diminished to a mere breath. The exhalations of each mingling in the shared space. My lord, I murmured, my tone subdued, beseeching you to resume your appointed tasks. Siyubai, with his strikingly handsome yet perpetually indifferent face, casually picked up the white chess piece with his slender, elegant fingers, his long eyelashes slightly lowered, exuding an air of solitude and coolness. He extended his hand. Show me, he said. Shang Wanxing opened her palm before him. And the white queen was quietly returned to her grasp. Siyubai then spread his hand, positioning it in the spot where her head was most likely to collide with the desk upon her exit. Shang Wanxing blinked, remaining still, silently clutching the queen chess piece. Come out. Oh. Shang Wanxing emerged from beneath the desk, her head indeed brushing against the protective barrier of Siyubai's palm. Returning to face the small bun, she placed the queen back on the chessboard, her back turned as the sounds of a video conference resumed behind her. A quarter of an hour later, the meeting concluded. Siyubai maneuvered his electric wheelchair from behind the desk, positioning himself behind Shang Wanxing. On the chessboard, she and the small bun were locked in a fierce battle, their movements hastening with each passing moment. I win, Shang Wanxing declared, her brows arched, her captivating eyes gleaming with mischief. The small bun, soft and fluffy, retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and offered it to her. Shang Wanxing accepted it, leaning back only to realize Siyubai had stealthily appeared behind her. Sir, she said lazily, tilting her head back while showcasing her newfound treasure. Siyubai's voice was slightly husky, hinting at fatigue. His inky black eyes resting on Shang Wanxing's face. What brings you to me? He inquired, watching as she unwrapped the candy and placed the lollipop into her mouth. A fleeting blush dissipated in an instant. Siyubai averted his gaze in silence, his breathing slightly disordered. The little dumpling surreptitiously glanced at his uncle, resembling a fluffy, white, and soft ragdoll kitten. He retrieved his long-unused writing tablet. Uncle. Siyubai recalled Shang Wanxing's words from the previous night, that he should respond to Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this acknowledgement, the little dumpling was visibly elated. With his head bowed, he began to scribble and erase on the writing tablet, repeating the process several times. However, neither Siyubai nor Shang Wanxing hastened him, allowing him to dawdle. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Siyubai's gaze settled on the crown of Shang Wanxing's head. The raven tresses appeared smooth and luxuriant, seemingly inviting to caress. His slender, frigid fingers twitched several times, yet he ultimately suppressed the impulse. As if finally steeling his resolve, the little dumpling sighed like a miniature adult and raised the writing tablet in his hand. You will attend school. Siyubai. Siyubai remained silent for an extended period, his gaze fixed upon the words on the writing tablet. Seated in his wheelchair, he resembled an immutable glacier, his true emotions inscrutable. After what seemed an eternity, he spoke in a frigid tone, "Repeat that." The little dumpling sighed once more. He diligently erased the words he had written on the writing tablet and, with increasing familiarity, raised it again. "Uncle, you will attend school." Again, a prolonged silence ensued. Shang Wanxing, who was enjoying a lollipop, was just about to turn around to see if Siyu Bai had become stuck when a surge of warmth enveloped her from behind, the familiar, somber, woody fragrance possessively and morbidly dominating her senses. In the quiet confines of the study, the petite Shang Wanxing found herself encircled by the long arm of Siyu Bai, who, despite his icy demeanor, emanated palpable tension from his muscular frame. His chin rested atop her head, a silent acknowledgement of their unspoken bond. Siyu Bai had employed numerous methods in the past to coax his obstinate nephew, yet none had succeeded. Not even the drastic measure of a 3-day hunger strike could sway the young boy, who remained impervious to both persuasion and coercion. The transformation of Shiyu Island commenced with the arrival of Shang Wanxing. Meanwhile, little Baozi's cheeks puffed up in indignation, resembling a small pufferfish, as he contemplated intervening to separate the two. However, before he could act, the study door was abruptly thrust open from the outside. "ACI, you." Qi Yan's voice trailed off, his expression devoid of emotion as he retreated, slamming the door behind him. Yet, within a heartbeat, the tightly shut door was forcefully pushed open once more. You. Qi Yan erupted, striding forward with long strides, swiftly covering little Baozi's eyes with one hand. "Do you have any idea what this is?" he exclaimed, gesturing with his other hand to indicate his own eyes. "Siyu Bai and Shang Wanxing, this is not merely a matter of sight." With a heart full of dismay, Qi Yan gazed at Siyu Bai, shaking his head in disbelief. "How can you engage in such indecorous conduct in front of little Bao? He is but 5 years old." Siyu Bai and Shang Wanxing exchanged glances, both rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. "Beasts!" they mouthed in unison, caught in the whirlwind of innocence and moral outrage. Qi Yan let out a cold snort, his face a canvas of accusation. With a stoic expression, Siyu Bai's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he extended his hand towards Qi Yan, causing the latter to instinctively retract his neck, a fluid motion that hinted at countless similar encounters between them. The sign inscribed with "Uncle Yu is going to school" was suddenly thrust before Qi Yan's eyes. Qi Yan exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as he embraced the little bun, who, to his astonishment, had requested to attend school. "My little darling. I must buy our precious child a castle as a gift for the new school year." The little bun, sporting a frosty expression akin to that of Uncle Siyu Bai, evaded Qi Yan's affectionate onslaught of kisses, casting a desperate glance towards Shang Wanxing for help. "What brings you here?" Shang Wanxing casually inquired as she rescued the little bun. For a brief moment, Qi Yan's mind went blank before clarity returned. "The goods from Jiuzhou department store have arrived, but there is simply no room in little Star's wardrobe." Yuani asked how to arrange them. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "No room? Her wardrobe is quite spacious, surely what she chose wouldn't be too much to accommodate. You can go see for yourself." Qi Yan pointed towards the window. Assuming he was exaggerating, Shang Wanxing casually strolled towards the pristine floor-to-ceiling window, peering out after a lengthy pause. She turned silently to face Siyu Bai, who averted his gaze impassively. "See?" Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. "What is the deal with these 3 containers?" "I merely felt that what I had was insufficient, so upon returning home in the evening, I ordered a few more items, inadvertently overindulging." Hee. The little bun, however, was quite exhilarated, wrapping his arms around her calf, tilting his head upwards with sparkling eyes fixed upon her. He was evidently filled with curiosity. "Wait." As if struck by a thought, Siyu Bai maneuvered his electric wheelchair back to the desk, where his phone buzzed incessantly with calls on silent mode. Without sparing a glance, he reached into the drawer and retrieved a brand new limited edition phone, handing it to Shang Wanxing. "My phone is still functional. It merely appears worn due to the removal of the rhinestones." Siyu Bai remained silent, yet his hand did not relinquish the phone. "Little Star. If I give it to you, just accept it." Qi Yan, without hesitation, thrust the phone into Shang Wanxing's hands. This particular phone was not available for public sale. It was an exclusive, limited custom model. All of them possessed such devices, boasting a high degree of security and, more importantly, a discreetly exorbitant price. The logo featuring the seal script character would be recognized by those with discerning eyes, who would understand its true worth. Our little star is not someone to be casually ridiculed by the unworthy. Qi Yan scoffed, questioning the merit of flaunting a mere broken iPhone before little star. The children on our Shayu Island deserve nothing but the best in terms of food, clothing, and possessions. This sentiment resonated with Siyubai's intentions. I will have Yuan connect the two sides of your room. Let us start by placing the seasonal clothes inside, Siyubai stated in a deep voice. Having already orchestrated everything seamlessly. Shang Wanxing intended to express further thoughts, but the little bun was eager to see her new clothes. Tugging persistently at the hem of her garment. With a languid air, she uttered a mere thanks, before departing from the study, hand in hand with the little one. Once Shang Wanxing had left, Qi Yan's countenance swiftly regained its solemnity. See stock prices plummeted to their limit as soon as the market opened. Siyubai remained silent, his slender fingers picking up his incessantly illuminated personal phone. The elder C had already placed 20 calls, a clear indication of his anxiety. Siyubai's gaze darkened, his entire being reverting to a state of somber coldness after the departure of Shang Wanxing and the little one. An aura of forbidding severity emanated from him, creating an atmosphere of palpable oppression. Black prayer beads, etched with scriptures, hung loosely on his exquisitely sculpted wrist. Yet, the scent of incense could not mask the palpable aura of grim determination that clung to Siyubai. Downstairs, Shang Wanxing casually fiddled with her new phone, her movements unhurried. Her eyes downcast as if lost in thought. The fair and cherubic little one frolicked amidst a mountain of new clothes. Little dumpling, Shang Wanxing beckoned lazily to the child, who responded with a joyous gurgle and toddled towards her, wrapping his arms around her leg, his bright, puppy-like eyes glistening as he tilted his head to gaze at her. Does your granduncle have any particular interests? Shang Wanxing inquired. The little one continued to tilt his head, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he began to gesture with his hands. Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to cars? The little one nodded emphatically. Are you certain? Considering grandfather C's leg condition, he wouldn't be able to drive, would he? Hee. Seeing Shang Wanxing's doubt, the little one eagerly grasped her hand, leading her towards the villa's elevator, headed for the underground garage. The moment the elevator doors opened, the entire garage was illuminated. A row of impeccably parked luxury cars captured Shang Wanxing's attention, each an exquisite limited edition sports car quietly resting, their streamlined bodies reflecting a cold, dark glimmer under the illumination. Much like their owners. Among them, the black Maybach, which Siyuhai frequently rode, was positioned at the forefront. With her hands tucked into her pockets and her gaze lowered, she pondered, isn't it quite cool? Suddenly, Qi Yan's voice resonated from behind her, prompting Shang Wanxing to lift her eyes. He sauntered out from the shadows, his demeanor embodying a nonchalant air as he surveyed the collection of vehicles, nostalgia evident in his expression. Unfortunately, little star, you didn't meet us soon enough. His driving skills are far more reckless than mine. Qi Yan pointed towards a Lamborghini Veneno parked at the far end of the corridor. As was the first among us to delve into off-road racing, that was his inaugural trophy. Following the direction of his finger, Shang Wanxing narrowed her deep amber eyes, her languor infused with a hint of intrigue. Does Master C have a car he desires? Though, I must add, one that isn't here. Indeed. Qi Yan replied with a half-smile, the Pagani Zonda, of which only 140 chassis exist worldwide. Did you notice that vacant spot? It's reserved for the Pagani. Such a pity. Qi Yan's expression grew momentarily frosty, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Shang Wanxing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the empty parking space. Just then, Qi Yan's phone chimed with a message notification. Initially indifferent, he glanced at the screen. But upon reading the group chat, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, damn it. Chapter 079, Off-Road Racing, Qi Yan, I might truly be killed by as. Shang Wanxing turned her face towards him, raising an eyebrow. This evening, an unsanctioned race is taking place in Shanghai. A fervent devotee of heavyweight motorcycles and racing cars partakes in both legitimate competitions and informal street races. Upon receiving this information, his adrenaline is surging. An unsanctioned race? A hint of audacious intrigue flickers across the exquisite features, piquing her interest despite her initial lack of enthusiasm. It's an unregulated car race, devoid of safety measures, where participants bear full responsibility for their lives, explained casting a glance at the child some distance away and lowering his voice. 2. His demeanor appeared furtive. Shanghai boasts a treacherous mountain road. Notorious throughout the Chinese street racing scene, renowned for its formidable challenge, his eyes gleamed with uncontainable fervor as he spoke of his passion. Due to its high mortality and accident rates, races on this perilous route are infrequent, occurring sporadically every 6 months to a year. This marks his first opportunity to participate. Prizes? Such clandestine races are typically accompanied by alluring rewards, amplifying the excitement. Let me see. Scrolled down the screen, remaining silent for an extended period. Snapped her fingers. Raising an eyebrow with an expressionless face, prompting him to display the screen. The prize is none other than a Pagani Zonda, one of only 140 chassis numbers produced worldwide. The very car desires. Tonight, the victor of this unsanctioned race will drive away with this Pagani Zonda. Suppressed his elation, determined to bring this car back for Little Star. Would you care to accompany your brother to witness the spectacle tonight? Lifted her gaze, her delicate and aloof countenance now imbued with a wild, audacious spirit. Signaling her newfound interest. I shall participate. Oh? Pardon me, what did you just articulate? I seem to have missed it. To ensure clarity, reiterated his inquiry. I said, I intend to participate, responded with a measured, articulate, and earnest tone. Realizing the gravity of his declaration. A wave of trepidation washed over him, and he regretted broaching the subject. Little Star, I implore you to reconsider, such competitions are fraught with peril. I am aware. She replied with a languid demeanor, yet radiating an aura of authority that rivaled Evan's. I intend to participate. Lives are genuinely at stake, pleaded. Beads of perspiration forming on his brow. I intend to participate. Fixed him with an icy stare. No. Absolutely not. Should become privy to this. I would surely face his wrath. The mere thought sent shivers down spine. In response, cast a profound, meaningful gaze upon him. Oh, if we're to discover. Offered a faint smile. The cherubic little one, who had been meandering through the garage, finally returned. Sensing an unusual atmosphere. The child's gaze darted between and. Little one, A tiny hand reached out to prod the motionless, petrified. The petrified crumbled into dust, scattered by the breeze. Crap. I'm doomed. As night descended, they gathered at the restaurant. It was a rare occasion to see Qi Yan, unburdened by jet lag. Present at the dining table. He was attired in a smoky gray suit, his hair meticulously styled into a slicked-back coiffure, and his visage adorned with the ornamental gold-rimmed spectacles. The very essence of a refined scoundrel seemed tailor-made for him. He drew back a chair and seated himself opposite Siyu Bai. ACI. I have some affairs to attend to this evening, Qi Yan announced, as he self-consciously reached for his utensils, his hands trembling. Shang Wanxing remarked. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Siyu Bai lifted his gaze, his frigid dark eyes unfathomable, like the depths of an ancient ocean. It is of utmost importance. Qi Yan emphasized with a forced chuckle. Abruptly, Siyu Bai raised his hand, causing Qi Yan to flinch. The great white python. Si Gun Gun, which had been coiled around the ornamental tree, languidly descended at the summons of its master. Its forked tongue hissing as it rested its massive head upon Siyu Bai's shoulder. How significant is it? Siyu Bai inquired in a deep voice. His slender fingers gently caressing the great white python. Qi Yan swallowed hard, offering a strained laugh. Very, very, very important, he stammered. Flashing his most radiant smile toward Siyu Bai. Siyu Bai remained impassive. Shang Wanxing, maintaining her composure, continued her meal. I, too, shall be going out this evening. Qi Yan can give me a ride. The little dumpling, previously indifferent to Qi Yan's departure, was instantly stunned upon hearing this. His chopsticks clattered onto the table, his little mouth trembled, utterly dismayed. Si Bai, standing nearby, inquired, Can you accompany you? Shang Wanxing turned her head. Placing a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into his bowl. No, you cannot. The little dumpling pouted. Si Bai asked, Did Xingxing hear me? Wanxing's hand faltered momentarily. What? The little dumpling poked again. Si Bai, Yu's heart is shattered. Shang Wanxing. Originally nestled comfortably in its master's embrace. The great white serpent Si Gun Gun suddenly shuddered, nearly causing its scales to bristle. It hesitantly raised its large head, stealing a glance at Siyubai. Heavens! That scared the serpent out of me. At this moment, Siyubai coldly stroked the great white serpent, his gaze fixed upon Qi Yan and Shang Wanxing. The air in the vast space seemed to grow increasingly thin, as if frost were gradually forming on the walls. Yuani frowned. Nudging the simple-minded Yuan heir beside him with his elbow, signaling with a look to retreat from the dining room. When will you return? Siyubai retracted his gaze. The icy chill in the room showing no sign of dissipating. Ah see, so you truly love me. Once I'm done, I promise to return soon. Qi Yan was deeply moved, even feeling a tinge of guilt. Siyubai looked up, his frigid gaze meeting Qi Yan's. Leave. Qi Yan. When will you return? Siyubai looked at Shang Wanxing, repeating the question. He seemed unusually fixated on the answer. I don't know, it depends on the situation. Shang Wanxing picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth, seemingly oblivious to the biting cold wind emanating from Siyubai that had already turned glacial. Qi Yan. He reaffirmed one thing, little Xingxing isn't afraid of Ah Si in the slightest. Not at all. Upon hearing Shang Wanxing's response, Siyubai's already grim expression turned even more somber. The dark circles beneath his eyes from a sleepless night made his dark eyes even more formidable. Qi Ye pressed his head down with all his might, his hands trembling incessantly. Was the air conditioning in the villa set too low? Whatever. After a moment, Siyubai, with a cold expression, maneuvered his electric wheelchair. The serpent, moving with astonishing speed, slithered past the feet of the onlookers, swiftly escaping the dining room, leaving its bowl behind. The serpent was fleeing for its life. Unintentionally or not, as Siyubai brushed past Shang Wanxing, the speed of his wheelchair seemed to diminish. Without even a glance, Shang Wanxing continued to wipe the mouth of the little bun. Siyubai. In the next moment, the man's icy hand clasped around Shang Wanxing's wrist. Chapter 80, listening to the Dark Lord's bedtime story at this moment, Siyubai's expression was disturbingly gloomy, his deep-set eyes resembling those submerged in eternal ice, emanating a chilling aura that filled the space with an oppressive force, akin to a tempest wreaking havoc. Qi Ye struggled to swallow, daring not to make a sound. His peripheral vision cautiously observing the two. Siyubai remained silent, yet his gaze upon Shang Wanxing clearly conveyed an unspoken subtext. Whatever. His countenance dark as water, he repeated. His grip tightening. See. Shang Wanxing languidly lifted her restrained wrist, her eyes signaling him to release her. Siyubai. Qi Ye trembled in fear at Siyubai's frosty demeanor, expecting an impending storm. Yet, to his astonishment, Siyubai expressionlessly let go of Shang Wanxing's wrist and coldly exited the dining room. The moment the Dark Lord's figure vanished, Qi Ye felt as though all his bones had been extracted, collapsing limply onto the table. Little star, don't you find Xi's tantrums truly terrifying? Qi Yan uttered weakly, as if his soul was about to take flight from fright. Shang Wanxing remained silent, her long eyelashes veiling the faint nonchalance in her eyes. Terrifying? She found it rather endearing. In the unlit bedroom, Siyubai, seated in his black wheelchair before the floor-to-ceiling window, watched the sports car speed away. His expression, blending seamlessly with the darkness, was devoid of human emotion, his eyes filled with shadows. He remained there, unmoving, for a long time. The door to the children's room opened. Si Gun Gun, the large white python, who had been leisurely rolling around on the floor with his back to the door, suddenly shuddered. His round head turned stiffly, his gaze meeting the icy man's. Si Gun Gun. A nightmare. A nightmare. Wake up, snake. Having finished his bath, the little dumpling sat on the large bed, propping his cheek with a melancholic air. His shark-themed Q-version pajamas were utterly adorable. Heh heh. The little dumpling's eyes had sparkled. Initially thinking it was Star returning, but upon realizing it was his great uncle, his expression reverted to impassivity. Tilting his head thoughtfully, he patted the space beside him with his small hand. Siyubai. He maneuvered his electric wheelchair around the petrified python and sat next to the little dumpling. The two ice sculptures sat side by side, one large and one small. The little dumpling sighed softly. Poke. Siyubai, where did Star go? The little dumpling propped his cheek, despondent. Siyubai. Another poke. Siyubai, when will Star return? Siyubai. He continued to poke. Siyubai, stars. Siyubai interrupted him coldly, it's 10:30. You should be asleep. As he spoke, the expression on the ice sculpture-like face grew even more somber. Having long battled with insomnia, he harbored an innate aversion to the very notion of sleep, his gaze heavy with weariness. The little bun puffed out its cheeks, resembling a small squirrel filled with pine nuts. See Dubai, stars will tell me stories. The little bun huffed defiantly at see you bye. See you bye. He cast a cold stare at the little bun, his expression darkening further. Yet, the little one, having lived alongside see you bye since childhood, remained unfazed. It pulled the hood of its shark pajamas over its head and ignored him entirely. What story do you want to hear? After a moment, see you bye, enveloped by a frigid storm, relented. The little bun turned to look at him. Little bun. See you bye. They exchanged a silent glance. In truth, the little bun was unsure. Every time, it simply listened to whatever Shang Wanxing recounted until it drifted off to sleep. But now, the storyteller was uncle. Once upon a time, there was a little tadpole who couldn't find its mother. See you bye's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of any inflection. The little bun's ears perked up. Then, it swam and encountered a fish. See you bye's icy gaze rested on the little bun's face, his voice cold as he continued. The little bun pondered thoughtfully. So, it asked, Auntie Fish, have you seen my mother? The little bun's eyes sparkled as it looked up, silently urging. And then? And then? With affable warmth, Miju narrated. Mr. C's frigid gaze met the little one's, his ebony nightwear casting him in the guise of a formidable overlord. A chillingly frail smile crept across his face, an ethereal beauty tinged with frost. Slurp. And thenceforth, the little tadpole's mother never beheld her offspring again. The tale of the tadpole and its mother is derived from the skit First Taste of Love by Chia Shan and Xiao Rue. The little one's expression froze. The overlord, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Mr. C, who had inexplicably ascended into the ornamental foliage. The fair, delicate child remained silent for an extended moment, his wide eyes vacant, brimming with an artless innocence. Oh. In the ensuing instant, tears welled up, cascading like golden nuggets. Little one, this story is terrifying. Mr. C, even the serpent finds it frightening. Mr. C. His countenance impassive as he observed the inconsolable child, Mr. C was seized by a rare pang of guilt. He extended a hand to pat his nephew, only to have it swatted away. 5 minutes elapsed. The little one wept. Mr. C. 15 minutes elapsed. The little one persisted in his lamentations. Mr. C. 30 minutes elapsed. The little one continued to weep. Poke little one, I want to find the star. Mr. C. His face a mask of coldness, summoned Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan, furrowing his brow at the sight of the sniveling child, inquired, Sir, your command? Locate her within 5 minutes. The words spoken by Siyu Bai carried a somber weight, chilling one to the very core. As he spoke, he turned to the little one and said, I will take you to her, see her weeping. Perhaps C was acting intentionally? Half an hour later, a black Maybach departed from Sandisle. Death curve. Inside an Aston Martin supercar, Qi Yan watched Shang Wanxing, his visage etched with despair. Her exquisite features were devoid of any emotion, as she casually propped her head with one hand, her long hair neatly coiled behind her head. Beyond the windshield lay the venue for today's clandestine race. The treacherous death curve was teeming with people and vibrant with excitement. My dear, let us return, Qi Yan implored, gazing at Shang Wanxing's profile. The patience she had shown towards the little one on the island had vanished, replaced by an inherent coldness and untamed spirit. Her eyes were filled with utter indifference. In response, Shang Wanxing merely opened the convertible top, allowing a gentle breeze to stir a few strands of hair along her cheek. She paid him no heed. Well, if it isn't the useless young Master Qi from the capital, a mocking voice cut through the air. A man in hip-hop attire with dreadlocks drove up in a Porsche convertible, pulling alongside them. A scantily clad woman sat in the passenger seat. Qi Yan's expression hardened instantly. After a moment, he recognized the man as a scion of a certain family in the capital, who had apparently returned recently after several years abroad. And Aston Martin, eh? Can you even afford such a fine automobile? Or perhaps you are being kept by this little doll? Chapter 081, Shang Wanxing, show some respect to my friend. The inebriated young man leered suggestively at Shang Wanxing. As he finally discerned her face, he could not help but whistle in astonishment. Stunning. Her complexion was as white as snow, cold as ice. And her beauty reached an apex that compelled one to conquer. The girl. Before she could finish her sentence, he noticed Shang Wanxing offer him a nonchalant, frosty smile. Immersed in the exhilaration of a racing heartbeat, he was startled by the thunderous roar of the accelerator. A breathtaking, complex maneuver spun the car around. The two vehicles, previously at rest, now faced each other head-on, eliciting a chorus of whistles and cheers from onlookers. Qi Yan. This is utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, a blinding high beam illuminated the front of the Porsche. The reckless youth instinctively shielded his eyes and shut them tight. Shang Wanxing gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other dangled coolly outside the convertible door. The sound of the accelerator grew increasingly thunderous, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Qi Yan. She spoke casually. Huh? The seatbelt is fastened. Little star, you. Qi Yan turned to look at her, his words incomplete. As the newly acquired Aston Martin surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the Porsche. The reckless youth's pupils dilated in shock. Jolted awake by the violent tremors of the car, his female companion in the passenger seat screamed in terror. Damn. Cursing wildly, he fumbled for the reverse gear, his legs growing weak. Yet, Shang Wanxing showed no sign of ending this terrifying escapade. With another firm press of the accelerator, she drove head-on towards the Porsche. Damn you. Stop the car. The reckless youth shouted into the sky, his hands trembling so much he could barely hold the steering wheel. He slammed the brakes. In reflection, Shang Wanxing remained the embodiment of a calculating strategist, her lips perpetually curved in a smile, displaying not a trace of disarray amidst the cacophony of cheers surrounding her. The atmosphere was electric, each face alight with pre-competition frenzy. Stop the car. The young scion shouted in despair, for behind him lay the perilous cliff of a deadly turn, an inevitable plunge to doom awaited should he venture forth. The uproar ceased abruptly. Little star. Even Qi Yan felt his heart leap into his throat, each passing second amplifying his anxiety. Shang Wanxing cast him a fleeting glance, eyebrows arched, before she finally pressed the brake, halting mere moments before the Porsche could breach the guardrail. Reversing. The door of the Aston Martin swung open, revealing a pair of pristine white shoes stepping out first. Shang Wanxing emerged, one hand casually tucked into her pocket, exuding a nonchalant yet audacious aura as she strolled towards the convertible Porsche. Soon, she came to a halt before the vehicle, where the privileged youth remained frozen, trembling uncontrollably. An unmistakable scent of fear permeating the air, he had, in his fright, soiled himself. The headlights of both vehicles blazed brightly, and she stood in stark contrast, cold as ice. Amidst swirling dust particles, her formidable presence drawing all eyes to her. With a deliberate gesture, Shang Wanxing raised her middle finger towards the terrified occupant of the Porsche, her deep amber eyes glinting with icy mockery. Be courteous to my friends, or else next time, she sneered. What I desire is your life. In the passenger seat, Qi Yan could only lament, woo-woo, I am indeed moved, yet I dare not stir. At that moment, applause and whistles erupted in a crescendo, even echoing from a distance, celebrating the unfolding drama. Behold, a thorny wild rose. Starry little star? An incredulous voice resounded from the side. Shang Wanxing lazily turned her head, only to behold the flamboyant Pei Jingji clad in a vibrant Hawaiian floral shirt and matching shorts. Shang Wanxing. Such aesthetic choices made her frown. Is it truly you? Pei Jingji had initially thought he was imagining things. He had indeed arrived. Upon confirming it was Shang Wanxing, he bellowed towards the back, summoning a group of affluent rascals from Shanghai who had been idly chatting in the corners. Suddenly, more than a dozen familiar faces emerged, all of whom she had encountered in the private room of the club previously. Star. Sister. Greetings. They all shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. Shang Wanxing. How juvenile, how embarrassing. She wished fervently to turn on her heels and flee without a backward glance. Qi Yan descended from the vehicle, propping himself against the door, raising an eyebrow at this notorious gathering of Shanghai's elite. In contrast, Pei Jingji, upon spotting Qi Yan, was first taken aback, then turned to Shang Wanxing with a rather peculiar expression. Shang Wanxing regarded him impassively, questioning the meaning behind his expression. Rest assured, I certainly won't be divulging any secrets to Master C. Pei Jingji declared, mimicking a zipper motion with his mouth. Shang Wanxing? Qi Yan. However, what brings you here? Surely, you are not here solely for that Pagani Zona, are you? Pei Jingji, observing the expressionless Shang Wanxing, wore an inquisitive look. Shang Wanxing cast a languid glance at him, her demeanor enigmatic yet indifferent, which sent shivers down the spine of the renowned Pei Gongzi, causing him to withdraw slightly. If you are here for that Pagani Zona, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. He gestured for her to look to the side. Following his indication, Shang Wanxing's gaze drifted lazily over. It appeared to be a convoy, with fierce expressions plastered across the faces of its members, clad in black tank tops. The leader bearing a prominent scar across his face. This was a notorious gang from the capital, known for their underhanded tactics. And they had never faltered in their exploits on the wild racing circuit. Rumor had it they were hired at a high price specifically for that Pagani Zona, yes, that one. Standing beside the convoy was a middle-aged man, presumably a bodyguard, exuding an intimidating presence, clearly intent on acquiring the Pagani Zona at all costs. Qi Yan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He sensed a whiff of bloodlust emanating from them, they were certainly not harmless. Throughout the encounter, Shang Wanxing maintained an inscrutable expression, while the scarred man shot her a cryptic glance. Little star, don't get involved. I'll seek out that car through other channels when the opportunity arises. Typically, he would indulge her whims, but this was the infamous death bend, notorious for its peril. And with this group's relentless pursuit, even he, seasoned in wild racing, felt uncertain, let alone Shang Wanxing. Damn, you really intend to race in the wild? Pei Jingji felt as if his head were about to explode, while the young scions of Shanghai behind him chattered incessantly, each offering their unsolicited advice. Though they were indeed frivolous, they valued their lives. Shang Wanxing thought to herself. Although aware that their intentions were for her benefit, their incessant noise was truly grating. Xing Xiaoxing, heed my words. Just as Pei Jingji attempted to casually rest his hand upon her shoulder, an inexplicable wave of familiar, icy, bloodthirsty malice enveloped the air, causing him to look up in bewilderment. His gaze locked with a pair of eyes not far away. Pei Jingji. He struggled to swallow, as the once boisterous crowd fell inexplicably silent. Xing Xiaoxing, behind you. Pei Jingji weakly cautioned. Shang Wanxing turned back with a cold expression. Chapter 082, see you by, he is looking for you. Illuminated by the headlights of an oncoming vehicle, the deathly bend appeared as bright as day, with fine dust dancing in the soft glow. The crowd, which had huddled together in small groups to witness the spectacle, now parted like a tide, clearing a path down the center. There sat Si Yubai in his wheelchair, entering the collective gaze of all present. Clad in a pure black shirt, his flawless visage resembled a sculpted work of art, devoid of any trace of warmth, his eyes reflected no human emotion, emanating a chilling aura. In stark contrast, however, was the small dumpling he cradled in his arms, whose eyes were red from crying. Dressed in an adorable shark-themed onesie, the cherubic dumpling, with its delicate features, wailed pitifully, searching for something with its wide eyes, evoking an overwhelming urge of maternal affection in those who beheld it, making one long to reach out and comfort the little one. Shang Wanxing's pupils constricted. In the next moment, she locked eyes with the frigidly composed Si Yubai. She watched as his thin lips moved slightly, whispering something into the ear of the sobbing little bun, who immediately and accurately detected Shang Wanxing's presence and strained to extend his tiny arms towards her. The little one, with a face full of grievance, resembled a forsaken kitten. I am dying, I am dying, I am dying. The terrified Qi Yan was left gasping for breath, while Pei Jingji's legs trembled like leaves in a brisk autumn wind. All eyes were fixed upon them, particularly that of the middle-aged bodyguard, whose expression shifted dramatically upon catching sight of Si Yubai, hesitating whether to inform his master in the capital. See? Before Yuani could push Si Yubai forward, Shang Wanxing swiftly navigated through the crowd towards him, unhesitatingly taking the little bun from his arms. The small one immediately wrapped his arms around her neck. Si Yubai. His cold gaze fell upon the emptiness of his embrace, while Shang Wanxing's complete focus was on the little bun. To onlookers, the icy demeanor of Si Yubai appeared even more terrifying. What brings you here? Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow at him. Si Yubai fell silent for a moment. I was looking for you. He was merely annoyed by the little fish's incessant crying. It was certainly not an intentional act to have Yuani track her whereabouts and rush over. He did not care where she went tonight. Nor did he concern himself with why she had deceived him alongside Qi Yan. The imposing figure remained expressionless. The little one tugged at the hem of Shang Wanxing's garment. Looking down, she immediately spotted 5 tiny indentations on the chubby back of his hand. He. The small hand gestured playfully. Little tadpole. He. She gestured continuously, mimicking a fish. Anti-fish, she giggled, making a slurping sound. Slurp. She patted her round little tummy. All gone. Poor little tadpole. It will never see its mama again. Shang Wanxing turned to Siyubai with an impassive expression. Siyubai, composed and expressionless, was met with a tearful gaze from the little dumpling, who was on the verge of another blubbering fit. However, he was interrupted by his uncle's blunt scoff. Such an ugly cry. Ugly? The little dumpling stiffly turned his head towards Siyubai, like a rusty little robot. Squeak, squeak. Giggle, giggle. Fishy not ugly. The little dumpling swung his tiny fists at Siyubai. Ugly. Siyubai launched an indiscriminate physical assault on his nephew. Giggle. Not ugly. Shang Wanxing. Pei Jingji couldn't contain himself and burst out laughing, only to be met with the icy stares of the uncle and nephew duo. As if he were a dead man. Pei Jingji. A whistle sounded in the distance. Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, Pei Jingji quickly spoke, Xingjia. You should go register. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself. Damn it, this foul mouth. Why did I have to bring that up? Qi Yan. Shang Wanxing placed the little dumpling back into Siyubai's arms and sauntered towards the crowd. The little dumpling, back in his uncle's embrace. Humph. He snorted and sniffled, turning his face away from Shang Wanxing's departing figure with a touch of pride. A moment later. Qi Yan. Siyubai spoke coldly. I was wrong. With a sudden thud, Qi Yan knelt before his close friend without uttering another word. Little Baozi. Pei Jingji. The group of pampered youths from Shanghai. Qi Yan, little Bao, when you grow up, you'll understand that some issues in this world cannot be resolved with dignity alone. What did I do wrong? Siyubai's pallid and morose face remained expressionless as he gazed into Qi Yan's eyes, devoid of warmth, his slender fingers idly playing with a string of prayer beads, transforming the atmosphere into a hellish realm. I shouldn't have mentioned the street race in front of Little Star, nor should I have brought up the Pagani Zonda. And most certainly. Qi Yan continued to ramble on, but little Baozi seemed to recall something, tugging at his uncle's sleeve with tiny hands. Siyubai lowered his head. Hee. Little Baozi's voice was sweet yet timid, fearing misunderstanding. He fumbled from Siyubai's embrace, retrieving his phone and began tapping away. Little Star asked me what uncle likes. Siyubai's gaze darkened. Ah. Qi Yan let out a loud exclamation. Siyubai turned his head, looking at him with a brooding expression. Little Star asked me too, so this Pagani Zonda is what she wishes to win for you? Qi Yan, finally grasping the situation, was taken aback. He had always thought that Little Star participated in the street race merely for fun, but it was actually for C? As Shang Wanxing returned with a languid stride after signing up, she wondered. Why was everyone looking at her like that? Little Star. Qi Yan's eyes glistened with tears. Habitually, Shang Wanxing bent down to draw the black throw, which had slipped onto Siyubai's lap, further up. Little Star. Those fellows are genuinely perilous. Although Pei Jingji was usually a reckless individual, he was a loyal friend. He would invariably come to the death bend to join in the excitement, and each time there would be at least 100 or so cars entered. But today, there were scarcely 30 in total. Everyone is cognizant that this motorcade from the capital is reckless, with blood on their hands. And they are determined to seize that Pagani Zonda. Oh, Shang Wanxing responded casually, taking the opportunity to surreptitiously pinch the little dumpling's soft cheek. Indeed. If the danger coefficient of other bends is, say, 10, then the treacherous death bend's danger coefficient is 1000. Qi Yan also entreated, as he was genuinely concerned. The death bend is most notorious for its design of 16 consecutive turns, which is also a major headache for the Shanghai traffic authorities, having resulted in countless casualties. AC. You ought to also advise Little Star. Qi Yan's mouth grew parched from speaking, yet Shang Wanxing remained unmoved. You wish to counsel me as well? Shang Wanxing languidly lifted her gaze, her limpid eyes falling gently on Siyubai's face, her voice devoid of any apparent emotion. Qi Yan hastily winked and gestured wildly at Si Yubai, hinting for him to intervene. The next moment, Si Yubai extended his hand towards her. Qi Yan. Upon discerning the object in his palm, Qi Yan immediately sensed impending doom. Chapter 083, Qi Yan, it's over, they've both gone mad. Shang Wanxing appeared nonchalant. Her brow and eyes softened by the presence of the little dumpling. In Si Yubai's palm, a car key now rested quietly. The Aston Martin is not suitable for this type of terrain, this one is more fitting for you. At that moment, Si Yubai's expression was frigid and detached. His voice devoid of any warmth, as if it were merely a casual gesture. Qi Yan. His little darling had also undergone extreme modifications, all right? Such blatant favoritism is utterly unforgivable. Bah. Shang Wanxing cast a sidelong glance at him, originally assuming Si Yubai would dissuade her. From her vantage point, she could just make out the curve of the man's exceptionally long eyelashes, a detached beauty that even Si Yubai himself seemed unaware of. After a long pause, Si Yubai, noticing Shang Wanxing's hesitation, looked up, his face clouded with displeasure. Thanks. Shang Wanxing, regaining her composure without betraying any emotion, reached out. However, just as she neared the keys, a frigid hand abruptly tightened, enclosing both her hand and the keys within its grasp. Qi Yan. Pei Jingji. The group of playboys from Shanghai. The little dumpling was displeased, casting a sidelong glance at his uncle, his face etched with disdain. Si Yubai, without sparing a glance at the others, displayed a hint of obscurity in his eyes, gradually releasing his grip. Shang Wanxing, having obtained the car keys, raised her hand and pressed a button. In the distance, a convertible silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno unlocked with a beep, its headlights illuminating simultaneously. The streamlined body, having undergone modifications, exuded a ruthless aura, precisely the first trophy of Si Yubai's life that Qi Yan had mentioned. Shang Wanxing strode towards the car. Si Yubai's eyes, so cold they seemed to freeze the very blood within one's veins, were profound, following her every move. He watched as she casually leaned against the silver-gray car door with one hand, surveying the interior with a nonchalant air. Suddenly, a question echoed in his ears. Care to join? Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow, extending her hand towards him. This Lamborghini Veneno held extraordinary significance for Master C. She surmised that he must also deeply reminisce about this old companion. Mused. Has little Star gone mad? Entreating Asi to ride shotgun? Good heavens. It's Master C. Even Yuan Yi, who usually maintained a quiet presence, blanched. He had barely begun to speak when he found a small child thrust into his arms. Little dumpling. Yuan Yi. All right, Si Yubai acquiesced, his tone more subdued and profound than usual. Lamented. One dares to invite, and the other dares to accept. Utter madness. He watched as Si Yubai steered his electric wheelchair towards Shang Wanxing. Informal races lacked the stringent regulations of formal competitions, so there were no restrictions on passengers in the co-driver's seat. But it was Asi, for heaven's sake. Damn it all. I'm signing up too. Pei Jingji exclaimed vehemently, turning towards the registration booth. I'll risk life and limb to protect our star. The other young men, after exchanging bewildered glances, rallied together and followed him to register, united in their camaraderie. Muttered. If those pampered youths dare to join, it's hardly fitting for me to remain here alone. As they say, damn it all. What if they are from the capital? On Shanghai's turf, skill prevails. I'm signing up. Nearby, the middle-aged bodyguard, who had been observing the scene, furrowed his brow deeply. Ultimately, he placed a call to his master in the capital. The call was promptly answered. Did they win? A refined female voice inquired from the other end of the line. Not yet, but... The middle-aged bodyguard hesitated, recounting the situation, emphasizing the name Si Yubai. A protracted silence ensued. That vehicle, the voice eventually commanded, I want it, regardless of the cost or means. The middle-aged bodyguard demurred, but, see. I said, regardless of the cost. After uttering that phrase, the other party abruptly terminated the call. The middle-aged bodyguard turned back to the scarred face, making a swift, cutting gesture across his own throat. The scarred face responded with a sardonic laugh. The official race was a mere 90 seconds away. At the starting point of the perilous death curve, a multitude of modified vehicles were poised. the thunderous roar of their engines and the surrounding cacophony of cheers creating an atmosphere of frenzied anticipation for the impending speed and adrenaline. Inside the Lamborghini, Shang Wanxing languidly propped her head with one hand, glancing sideways at Xiu Bai in the passenger seat. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his flawless features, imbuing him with an icy, detached aura, like an immutable glacier, exuding an extreme sense of danger. Sensing Shang Wanxing's gaze, Xiu Bai met her eyes. In that instant of shared gaze, Shang Wanxing offered a nonchalant smile. Xiu Bai, have faith in me. Casually adjusting the rearview mirror, her words, like her smile, were delivered with an offhand manner, yet they caused Xiu Bai's gaze upon her to deepen significantly. The countdown officially commenced. Scantily clad racecar models, each holding a flag in either hand, stood before the phalanx of vehicles, flinging kisses into the crowd. Amidst the throng, Yuani clutched a small ice sculpture emanating a subtle chill, his eyes filled with apprehension at the prospect of any mishap befalling Xiu Bai. He had already summoned reinforcements from his comrades on Sand Island. Shang Wanxing, her expression devoid of emotion, revved the engine with unrestrained force. The needle on the dashboard spun wildly, and the tire screeched against the asphalt, billowing white smoke. This display of burning rubber served as a potent stimulant to the senses of the onlookers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The racecar model dropped her flags, and the assembled vehicle surged forward in a simultaneous burst of speed. A veritable whirlwind of velocity. The overwhelming centrifugal force ignited an exhilarating sense of chaos, compelling the adrenal glands into overdrive. Shang Wanxing's visage was shrouded in shadow, her eyes ablaze with a wildness that had long been suppressed. Within mere seconds, the vehicle surged to an astonishing speed of 290 kilometers per hour. A dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. In the passenger seat, Xiu Bai observed her in silence. Even with the perilous cliff looming just beyond the guardrail, this reckless abandon failed to perturb him in the slightest. The treacherous curve, known as the Death Bend, was designed in a serpentine manner, featuring 16 consecutive turns that ultimately returned to the original starting point. "Sister Xing, go for it!" cried one of Pei Gongxi's flamboyant followers, lowering the window in a fervent attempt to rally her. As they formed a protective formation around her vehicle, a convoy of Pei Jingxi's cars trailing closely behind. Whenever anyone attempted to sabotage Shang Wanxing, the entourage would recklessly intervene, incurring significant losses in the process. Through the rearview mirror, Shang Wanxing witnessed the unfolding chaos, her deep amber eyes darkening with intensity. Before they even officially entered the most perilous series of 16 bends, only Pei Jingxi remained among his reckless entourage. "Xing Xiaoxing, do you think I'm handsome?" Pei Jingxi called out, lowering his window, as his car, emblazoned with a distinctive emblem, menacingly drew closer, colliding with his vehicle's rear bumper 3 times, rendering it utterly wrecked. In the next moment, Shang Wanxing opened her window, a cool, elegant smile gracing her beautiful face as she gave him a thumbs up, a gesture of acknowledgement. "Damn. Xing Xiaoxing, you absolutely must win for me." Pei Jingxi pounded his fists against the steering wheel. His car, now completely incapacitated from the collision, came to a halt by the roadside, overwhelmed by the rush of adrenaline. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The thrill was intoxicating. However, their capabilities only extended to escorting Miss Shang to this juncture. Inside the vehicle, the entrance to the most treacherous of the 16 bends of the deadly curve loomed ahead. Both Shang Wanxing and Xiu Bai were acutely aware that the true peril had merely commenced. Bang Chapter 84 Shang Wanxing, they ought to express gratitude to you. A thunderous crash echoed as the modified Ferrari, which had inexplicably drawn abreast, brazenly rammed into the passenger side where Xiu Bai was seated. The vehicle shuddered violently. "Xiu Bai." Shang Wanxing's voice was laced with urgency as she immediately turned her gaze towards him. Xiu Bai, with his refined features, remained composed. His already morbidly handsome face, veiled in the night, was indiscernible. "I am unharmed," he stated, his voice devoid of any tremor. Evidently, the provocation had not perturbed him in the slightest. However, Shang Wanxing was incensed. With a derisive snort, she moistened her lips, her eyes tinged with a scarlet hue, exuding an aura of both banditry and wickedness. They should consider themselves fortunate that Xiu Bai was unharmed. Yet, this did not imply that she would refrain from settling the score with them. Shang Wanxing floored the accelerator, further escalating the vehicle's speed, which had already reached 290 kilometers per hour. After creating a sufficient distance between herself and the modified Ferrari, she executed a sudden deceleration, followed by a breathtaking 360-degree drift in the last spacious area, turning the car to face the Ferrari. Damn. The opposing driver gasped audibly. Is this woman insane? Instinctively, the driver swerved sharply to the left to evade Shang Wanxing. However, by the time he realized that the left side was a precipitous cliff, it was irrevocably too late. The ostentatious, modified Ferrari careened through the barrier and plunged off the cliff. A deafening explosion followed, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. Fortunately, the driver had ejected himself in the nick of time. Qi Yan, who witnessed the entire spectacle unfold from behind, felt a primal surge of adrenaline coursing through him. A wave of gooseflesh washed over his entire being. It was the most exhilarating sensation he had experienced in all his years of racing. Qi Yan could only imagine the breathtaking, albeit terrifying, spectacle it must have been from the perspectives of Xiao Xingxing and a sea. Boss! A frantic cry erupted from the radio of the Jingqing racing team. The scarred man's face was a mask of grimness, his eyes gleaming with malice. I'm not blind, he snarled. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Her weakness is the good-for-nothing in the passenger seat. The scarred man's voice dripped with calculation. All of you. Target her passenger side. Ensure I secure first place. Their benefactor was a prominent family from the capital. Securing this car for them would guarantee him an additional 20 million in compensation. Defeat was not an option. The perilous 16 twists of death could be divided into two sections, the initial 8 turns and the subsequent 8. The first 8 bends were broad but precipitous, while the latter 8 were narrow and deadly. The Jingqing racing team strategically planned their underhanded tactics for the initial 8 turns. Qi Yan was the first to sense the impending danger. A sea. Be careful. Qi Yan roared, leaning out of his window. He watched in horror as the Jingqing racing team recklessly swerved towards Xu Bai's passenger side, as if they had discerned that this was Shang Wanxing's Achilles heel. Qi Yan floored the accelerator, but before he could intervene, his eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the Lamborghini, her countenance devoid of emotion, Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze. Her eyes seemingly imbued with the essence of blood, a chilling and penetrating aura of peril emanating from them. A profound and somber gloom pervaded her depths. I seem to have neglected to respond to your query earlier. Xu Bai's visage remained impassive, yet his voice served as a timely intervention, extricating Shang Wanxing from the throes of her perilous emotions. A moment prior, she had entertained thoughts of lethal intent. Shang Wanxing subdued her frigid agitation. Pardon? I place my faith in you. Xu Bai fixed his gaze ahead, the faint illumination accentuating his preternaturally handsome, albeit morbidly so, features. His captivating allure disregarded the external threats. His eyes pools of concentrated darkness. Shang Wanxing was rendered speechless. Xi's reaction time is truly protracted. With lowered eyes, she emitted a soft chuckle, her foot pressing down on the accelerator. They have erred in their assessment. The one occupying the passenger seat is not my Achilles heel. Shang Wanxing lifted her eyes, her expression indifferent as she initiated a daring drift, maneuvering the vehicle so that the modified sports car, poised to collide with Xu Bai's side, was now positioned in front, scraping against the guardrail along the precipitous cliffside, igniting a trail of sparks. Were it not for your presence, they would have met their demise today. Shang Wanxing declared in a tone of utmost detachment, uttering the most ruthless of pronouncements. Outside, sparks cascaded, while within the vehicle, her eyes remained devoid of warmth, as if she were innately devoid of emotion and desire. The ominous screech of tires against the pavement reverberated throughout the bend. They ought to express their gratitude to you. Amidst this high-speed escapade, Shang Wanxing reverted to her nonchalant demeanor, her seamless coordination of the accelerator and clutch propelling the vehicle to a velocity of 350 kilometers per hour, a speed that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Any misstep would result in catastrophic destruction and fatalities. In the capital, the members of the racing team are seasoned veterans of wild competitions. Yet, even they were left in utter astonishment upon witnessing Shang Wanxing's reckless acceleration. It was a profound psychological pressure. The scenery outside the window blurred into a rapid retreat, while Xu Bai silently observed Shang Wanxing. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, his icy gaze gradually acquired a hint of focus, diminishing his usual aloofness and indifference. His strikingly handsome features reached their zenith. Shang Wanxing skillfully maneuvered through the frenzied barrage of cars pursuing her, the sounds of collisions and explosions echoing in her ears. As she drifted around corners, tire smoke billowed like white clouds. Her speed was nothing short of terrifying. What a bunch of useless fools. Scarface seethed, pounding the steering wheel. His gaze narrowing in shock as he caught sight of a Lamborghini that had been ensnared by his own team re-emerging into view, its engine roaring alongside him. The finish line awaited. A notorious group of wealthy young men from whose city gathered there, the atmosphere brimming with anxious anticipation for the outcome. Damn it. All the bets over there are on the capital's team to win. One young man, having strolled around, returned in indignation. Doesn't anyone believe Sister Xing will triumph? Do they not have money? The already tense Pei Gongzi, on the verge of losing his hair from stress, immediately pulled out his wallet upon hearing this. He tossed a thick stack of cash into the hands of another, prompting others to follow suit. In no time, they had pooled together several tens of thousands. Let's all bet on Sister Xing. Pei Jingji showed no hesitation whatsoever. Pei Gongzi, are you out of your mind? From a distance, the sounds of mocking and jeering echoed. But Pei Jingji paid them no mind. With a hefty wager of tens of thousands, the renowned young masters of Huqing were evidently regarded as fools by others. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, "They're coming! They're coming!" The roar of engines approached, igniting gasps of excitement from the crowd that had placed their bets. All eagerly craning their necks in anticipation of the outcome. The spirited young woman waved her flag and danced with fervor. Who is it? Who's in the lead? The hearts of the rascals raced to their throats, wishing for the ability to foresee the outcome. Don't push me, I can't see. Who could it be? In the distance, two racing cars appeared almost side by side, hurtling towards the finish line at a breathtaking speed that sent adrenaline surging. Victory was tantalizingly close for the two vehicles. A middle-aged bodyguard furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable foreboding rising within him. In the next moment, the two racing cars, arriving at the finish line one after the other, confirmed his unease. Sister Xing is incredible. As the finish line was crossed, cheers erupted from the group of Huqing rascals led by Pei Jingji, echoing into the sky. Amazing. Our Sister Xing is phenomenal. We won. Laughter filled the air, and Yuan, holding a small bun in his arms, mimicked the crowd by raising his hands in celebration. His sparkling eyes were filled with wonder. Yuan remarked. Little ancestor, you need not learn this. The others fell into a profound silence. It was almost unbelievable, they confirmed time and again, yet the vehicle that crossed the finish line first was none other than the battered silver Lamborghini Veneno. The capital's racing team had actually lost? This shocking outcome prompted an uproar of astonished exclamations after a brief silence. Unfathomable. Simultaneously, the door of the Lamborghini Veneno swung open, revealing a pair of pristine white shoes stepping out, exuding an air of nonchalance and defiance. One hand rested casually on the silver door. The icy gaze fixed on the vehicle behind. Pei Jingji, overwhelmed with emotion, staggered towards Shang Wanxing, resembling a bewildered giant at nearly 6 feet tall. Sister Xing. Before Pei Jingji could reach her, Shang Wanxing had already approached him, stepping down from the car with a defeated expression on the scarred man's face. Sister Xing? Pei Jingji gasped in surprise. Si Yubai had returned to his wheelchair, observing Shang Wanxing's aloof demeanor, reminiscent of a distant flower, captivating yet indifferent. Yuan respectfully handed him a small bun, sensing that Si Ye's mood was quite favorable. They've all arrived? Suddenly, Si Yubai's expression turned impassive as he glanced towards the shadows. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Yes. The brothers on Shayu Island were now all concealed in the darkness, witnesses to Miss Shang crossing the finish line. On the other side, the scarred man descended from the car, his peripheral vision catching someone approaching. He looked up to see Shang Wanxing walking with a languid confidence. Her striking face exuding a cool detachment, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, indifferent smile. With a graceful motion, she lifted her jade-white hand from the nape of her neck, slowly extracting the hairpin that held her coiled hair, twirling it elegantly between her slender fingers, while her long lashes cast a frosty shadow. Her dark, lustrous hair cascaded down like a waterfall, mesmerizing everyone around. The scarred man gazed as Shang Wanxing approached him, her image becoming increasingly vivid within his pupils. Recalling the moments from the wild competition earlier, he experienced an unprecedented tremor, not from a mere woman, but rather from a student. In the next instant, Shang Wanxing's smile faded, and she fiercely aimed the sharp hairpin towards his left eye. The scarred man's pupils constricted in alarm. A collective gasp echoed around them, as onlookers were startled by the sudden turn of events. Witnessing the pin poised perilously close to his eye. Just then, the icy figure seated in a wheelchair spoke up, Wanxing. With those words, the tip of the hairpin halted a mere 0.01 millimeters from the man's eyeball. Stop. Qi Yan had just returned to the finish line and witnessed this dramatic moment. Shang Wanxing whispered something audible only to herself and the scarred man, glancing subtly in Si Yubai's direction. What did Sister Xing say? Pei Jingji squatted beside Si Yubai, wiping the excited tears from his face. Si Yubai remained silent. Little Baozi was speechless. Yuani wondered, when did this fool arrive? With a tilted head, the proud little lip reader, Little Baozi, tugged at his uncle's sleeve, retrieving his phone and laboriously tapping the screen. After composing a message, he showed it to Si Yubai. He will be injured, I want your life. A simple yet profound 8-character phrase. Having just returned, Qi Yan was immediately subjected to a display of affection that left him reeling. His legs were still unsteady, and he wondered if anyone would consider the feelings of the dog involved. Si Yubai quietly observed Shang Wanxing, his expression indifferent. His face, perfect from any angle, now betrayed a subtle, fleeting smile on his usually cold features. Pei Jingji, perplexed, scratched his head, wondering if he had seen something correctly. He decided to take another look, but was met with a deadly glare. Realizing his mistake, he cursed his own eyes. Shang Wanxing languidly withdrew her hand and slowly walked back towards Si Yubai. Behind her, the scarred man collapsed, his legs giving way. He had no doubt that if the man in the wheelchair hadn't stopped her, she would have unhesitatingly gouged out his eyes. He had seen the intent to kill in her gaze. As Shang Wanxing approached, the night breeze lifted her wavy hair, and the dust, illuminated by the car lights, swirled around her porcelain-like face, which remained serene. The little boy, upon seeing Shang Wanxing, immediately reached out to her. Si Yubai, his expression unreadable, watched as she took the child from his arms, his dark eyes growing even darker. Pei Jingji, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up and cheered loudly. The playboys on the other side, clutching their winnings, joined in the uproar. They had turned a few tens of thousands into millions. Star. These are all for you, Pei Jingji proclaimed, seizing the bag from his companion and presenting it to Shang Wanxing. Si Yubai, already visibly displeased, observed Shang Wanxing's continued disregard for him, his handsome, pale countenance darkening further. Use this to repair the car, Shang Wanxing stated, declining the offering. With one arm cradling the little darling, she gingerly passed the bag to Si Yubai, mindful of the hairpin. Si Yubai accepted the bag, his expression softening slightly. Our cars are insured, it's of little consequence, Pei Jingji declared with his characteristic playboy flair. Just take it, Shang Wanxing retorted nonchalantly, her posture relaxed. She reached out to caress the little darling's soft cheek, the fierce aura she had exuded when facing the scarred man now completely dissipated. Thank you, Star, the group of young men exclaimed in unison. Silence, Shang Wanxing commanded. Star, my grandfather wishes to invite you to dinner to express his gratitude for your assistance last time, Pei Jingji announced, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. I must apologize for my past offenses. Would you consider removing me from your WeChat blacklist? He added sheepishly. The two icy figures, one large and one small, turned their gazes upon him, one with a brooding intensity, the other with a huff of indignation. Understood, Shang Wanxing replied, removing Pei Jingji from her blacklist in his presence. I'll retrieve the car keys for you. Pei Jingji grinned foolishly as he went to fetch the keys. With a suppressed cough, Qi Yan raised a hand to his nose, gesturing towards the wheelchair-bound archfiend as Shang Wanxing turned her gaze upon him. Si Yubai's countenance was dark and foreboding. Shang Wanxing regarded the scene with utter bewilderment, while the little dumpling exuded a palpable sense of indignation. Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from afar as Pei Jingji exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing?" The keys to his newly acquired Pagani Zonda had been snatched away by the middle-aged bodyguard. Chapter 86, Shang Wanxing, the hell I'm wrong, get up. Shang Wanxing's eyes turned glacial. With a composed demeanor, she deposited the little dumpling back into Si Yubai's arms. When she looked up again, her brow and eyes carried an air of defiance, suppressing the impatience that simmered within, yet the corners of her eyes betrayed a mischievous flush. Hand it over. From afar. The young master Pei, unaccustomed to such humiliation, reached out to reclaim his car keys. However, the middle-aged bodyguard, with an air of insolent disregard, nonchalantly dislocated both of Pei Jingji's arms with a resounding crack. Ah! As he committed this act, the middle-aged bodyguard's gaze remained fixed upon Shang Wanxing, never once flinching. His actions more akin to a threat. He advanced towards her, his henchman hoisting Pei Jingji by the scruff of his neck like a disconsolate cur. Master C. Yuan murmured. Si Yubai remained impassive, the hand adorned with black prayer beads subtly shifting, signaling all those in the shadows to enter a state of readiness. The middle-aged bodyguard soon stood before Shang Wanxing. Miss, name your price for this vehicle. His tone, ostensibly courteous, carried an underlying air of coercion. It was evident that he held Shang Wanxing in low regard, reserving his more enigmatic glances for Si Yubai. Initially, Shang Wanxing remained silent. With a languid lift of her eyelids, she cast a fleeting glance in his direction. With a single glance, the middle-aged bodyguard's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a half-step back. Just moments ago, he had sensed an imminent danger. Release him, commanded Shang Wanxing, her tone devoid of discernible emotion as she languidly gestured towards the pained Pei Jingji, who was gasping for breath. Miss, please make an offer. The bodyguard steadied himself, raising his hand to signal his subordinates. Sister Xing, don't listen to him, ignore me. Pei Jingji shouted, beads of cold sweat trickling down his pale face. Witnessing this scene, it wasn't only the others who were taken aback, even Qi Yan, who typically exuded a nonchalant demeanor, wore a grim expression, his countenance serious and stern as he regarded the group before him. Qi Yan felt a sense of familiarity with the bodyguard, as if he had encountered him before. Shang Wanxing turned her gaze back, casting a fleeting glance at Si Yubai. In the next moment, Si Yubai, his expression indifferent, raised his hand to cover the eyes of the little bun. The little bun? In an instant, the middle-aged bodyguard's smile remained plastered on his face, but darkness enveloped the surroundings as Shang Wanxing appeared before Pei Jingji like a specter, her delicate, porcelain-like fingers gripping the throat of the man behind him. With a swift twist, a crack echoed. Pei Jingji felt a loosening of tension in his body as the bodyguard's subordinate, clutching his throat in agony, collapsed to the ground. Shang Wanxing did not even glance at the others, lazily raising her hand towards Pei Jingji. A resounding thud echoed as the man, who had resolutely faced the middle-aged bodyguard moments ago, suddenly knelt before her, exclaiming, Sister Xing, I was wrong. His execution of this act was so practiced it elicited a pang of sympathy. The middle-aged bodyguard stood speechless, as did Si Yubai, Qi Yan, and Yuan Yi, all rendered silent in the shadows. Only the little bun covered by Si Yubai's hand looked on in confusion, questioning the absurdity of the scene. What's the meaning of this? Get up. Shang Wanxing urged impatiently, her tone laced with restrained anger, her stunning visage betraying no emotion, yet to onlookers, it radiated a fierce intimidation. Pei Jingji quickly scrambled to his feet, but before he could retreat a few steps from the bloodied bodyguard, the sharp sound of two crisp snaps pierced the air. Pei Jingji stood bewildered, eyes darting between the unyielding Shang Wanxing before him and his own hands, which had inexplicably returned to their previous state of flexibility after being dislocated. What had just transpired? Even as he returned to Si Yubai's side, his expression remained one of confusion. Had Sister Xing restored his hands? It was all so bewildering. The keys were gone. With Pei Jingji no longer an obstacle, Shang Wanxing's gaze turned icy as she faced the middle-aged bodyguard, slowly extending her hand, palm up. The Pagani Zonda was her gift for Sir Si, regardless of the cost. The middle-aged bodyguard regained his composure, attempting to negotiate, but Shang Wanxing cut him off. Her voice dark and unwavering, the keys. She glared at him menacingly. Do not push your insolence, one of the henchmen beside the middle-aged bodyguard exclaimed, pointing a finger at Shang Wanxing's face. Shang Wanxing remained expressionless, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged bodyguard. In her pale hand, she effortlessly seized the finger that dared to point at her. Key. Crack. Give. Crack. Me. Crack. With each word she uttered, the sound of cracking finger bones echoed 4 times. Only one finger on his hand remained functional, but Shang Wanxing lowered her head slightly, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Crack. The last one. She detested being pointed at. Detested it. From the shadows, a voice whispered, Yuan-san. Are you certain she is the delicate ornament you described, incapable of lifting a finger? I thought she was just a pretty face. But it turns out she's more formidable than I am? Yuan-san remained silent. A cool night breeze dried the cold sweat on the middle-aged bodyguard's brow. Meeting Shang Wanxing's eyes, he swallowed hard. Instinctively, he glanced at Siyubai in the wheelchair, and as if struck by a realization, he attempted to approach him. Shang Wanxing's eyes darkened completely as she casually stepped to the side, blocking the bodyguard's path. In a flash, Qi Yan recognized the bodyguard's identity, and his expression changed drastically. Mr. C, I am from the Xianyuan family of the capital, the middle-aged bodyguard announced before Qi Yan could intervene. In truth, his plan had never accounted for anyone defeating the team from the capital. The Pagani Zonda was supposed to be his, but to his astonishment, they had been defeated, forcing him to reveal his family name. The capital, the Xianyuan family? Shang Wanxing arched an eyebrow, questioning the significance of this lineage. However, she distinctly perceived a surge of savage aura emanating from Siyubai upon the mention of the Xianyuan family, threatening to engulf all present. She turned to see his pale, handsome face consumed by a chilling wrath, transforming him into a figure teetering on the brink of derangement. Even the little one in his arms was affected by his somber mood, stirring restlessly. Mr. C, this vehicle is intended as a birthday gift for our young master. The middle-aged bodyguard continued. Enough, silence. Qi Yan retorted, his countenance thunderous, exuding an equally formidable presence. We were hoping you might allow this. The middle-aged bodyguard's voice carried a subtle confidence, but before he could finish, he felt the object at his waist being removed, and in an instant, it was pressed against the back of his own head. Allow what? Shang Wanxing inquired, her gaze lowered, her expression indifferent, her voice icy. Chapter 87, Shang Wanxing, this car I intend to give to our Mr. C. Halt. The subordinates who had accompanied the middle-aged bodyguard swiftly drew their weapons from their waistbands, aiming them at Shang Wanxing. Almost simultaneously, figures emerged from the shadows, their firearms trained on the bodyguards. Caught in a quandary, they had nowhere to evade. They could only clasp their heads and crouch on the ground. When instructed to be silent, one should hold their tongue. It is a fundamental courtesy, Shang Wanxing declared, her composure unwavering despite being the focal point of numerous weapons. She harbored a deep aversion for those who lacked discretion and possessed an inflated sense of self-importance. Qi Yan cast a worried glance at Siyubai, furrowing his brow. Little girl, do not presume that having learned a few moves from television makes you formidable. Are you even aware of how to operate a firearm? The middle-aged bodyguard scoffed, she probably does not even know how to chamber a round. Pei Jingji. Instinctively, he touched the short hair by his ear, a proud expression on his face. This was a question he was uniquely qualified to answer. And he let out a classic villainous chuckle in his mind. Ignorant old fool, meet your demise. As if in response to the middle-aged bodyguard, a distinct click echoed from behind, the sound of a round being chambered. Gulp. The sound of the middle-aged bodyguard swallowing his fear echoed loudly. He was finally beginning to feel apprehensive, as the situation had spiraled far beyond anyone's expectations. You dare! Shouted the subordinate of the bodyguard in a fit of rage. Shang Wanxing, unhurried and deliberate, observed them, and it was precisely this languor that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Bang! Shang Wanxing expressionlessly raised the silenced gun and tapped it against his shoulder, then turned to the opponent with a provocative smile. Do you think I dare? The crowd. Only Siyubai remained, enveloped in an icy demeanor, steeped in a morose and unhealthy darkness, gradually returning to reality. Even while seated in his black wheelchair, he appeared as an ice sculpture. Uncle Chiao. The bodyguard's subordinate glared furiously, watching as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Silence. The man known as Uncle Chiao clutched his bleeding right shoulder, gritting his teeth to swallow the pain, and raised the car keys high above his head. Return my gun. He understood that they had encountered a formidable opponent this time. If they did not retreat, it seemed that this group would perish in Hu City today. With her characteristic languor, Shang Wanxing sauntered over to Uncle Chiao. She raised her hand and discharged several shots into the air, her expression unreadable. Only when the weapon was completely devoid of ammunition did she return it to him. Turning, she approached Siyubai, their eyes meeting. Shang Wanxing extended her hand, twirling the car keys, a radiant gleam illuminating her eyes. Behind her, Uncle Chiao's phone began to ring. He knew it was a call from the capital. As if deliberately, Uncle Chiu glanced at Si Yubai before activating the speakerphone. Is it in your possession? A refined female voice echoed from the other end. The background filled with the melodious strains of a cello. Once you have it, return to the capital without delay. Don't impede my son's birthday. Shang Wanxing faltered. Her gaze drawn to the exquisitely handsome face that seemed to pale even further upon hearing the woman's voice. His eyes, which usually evoked shivers of fear, now held a hint of fragile vulnerability. It belatedly dawned on Shang Wanxing just how beautiful Si Yubai's eyes were. Madam, there have been unforeseen complications, Uncle Chiu said. His voice laced with regret as he watched Shang Wanxing's retreating figure. A prolonged silence ensued on the other end. How much do they want? She inquired. The other party chuckled, the cello music fading as if she had moved into a corridor. Uncle Chiu hesitated. How should I put it? It's not a matter of money. Very well, give the phone to that person. I'll speak to them directly. Uncle Chiu silently approached Shang Wanxing. Greetings, I am from the Shanyuan family. Shang Wanxing interrupted with a hint of impatience. I have no interest in knowing who you are. Seemingly unaccustomed to such bluntness, the voice on the other end remained silent for a moment. Shang Wanxing casually positioned herself in front of Si Yubai and extended her hand. Tilting her head slightly, she gestured towards the man. Si Yubai's eyes were shrouded in darkness. He could discern the warmth in her voice directed at him. A stark contrast to the cold indifference she exhibited in the presence of others. She was unique to him. Extending his large palm, fingers long and distinctly jointed, he revealed a pair of exceptionally clean and beautiful hands. Shang Wanxing thought to herself. The keys to the Pagani Zona, which Si Yubai had awaited for so long, lay quietly in the cradle of his palm. They belong solely to you. Shang Wanxing observed him with a gentle smile. Standing nearby, Qi Yan couldn't help but sigh at the scene unfolding before him. Even when he had seen little Xingxing approach moments ago, he felt a warmth welling up in his eyes, let alone Si Yubai. It was no wonder Si Yubai wished to be little Xingxing's father. This young girl was simply too endearing. The car was meant as a gift for our master Si. Even the most influential families in the capital would not dare to intervene. As Si Yubai accepted the keys, Shang Wanxing shifted her gaze back to Uncle Chiu. A mocking smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with a blend of ferocity and danger, cold yet casual. Who dares to snatch it away? Her smile faded the moment she locked eyes with Uncle Chiu, her gaze reminiscent of bloodshed, sending shivers down one's spine. The phone call was abruptly terminated, bringing this farce to an end. The little bun, whose eyes had been shielded by Si Yubai throughout, finally beheld the light again. His expression adorably dazed as he surveyed his surroundings until his gaze landed on Shang Wanxing, instantly brightening with delight. It's Star Sister. We'll take our leave now. I'll call you tomorrow. Having witnessed such a splendid performance, Pei Jingji seemed utterly unconcerned about his previously dislocated arm, waving at Shang Wanxing like an exuberant dog. Followed by a throng of dandy gentlemen from Hu City. Shang Wanxing, languidly raising her finger in response, turned to find a little bun with starry eyes gazing up at her, soft and fair. Just as she intended to reach out for a hug, her tiny hands were swiftly restrained by a cold, large palm. The little bun protested silently, gazing up at his uncle with confusion. However, the stoic Si Yubai did not even glance down at him, extending his hand towards Shang Wanxing instead, seemingly with something to convey. Shang Wanxing approached him with an air of indifference, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The individuals who had emerged from the shadows with firearms were still stationed beside Si Yubai, each standing impressively tall, indicative of their prowess in tumultuous battles. Among them was Yuan San, whom she recognized from the dungeon of the Si family. She openly scrutinized them, and they reciprocated her gaze. For reasons unknown, Shang Wanxing sensed a subtle nuance in Yuan San's eyes directed at her. As she positioned herself beside Si Yubai, a slight distance remained between them. Their eyes inadvertently met, Si Yubai's expression remained impassive, and the fragile vulnerability she had perceived earlier felt like a mere illusion, as if it had never existed. His cold gaze surveyed the group before him, led by Yuan Yi. Abruptly, he drew Shang Wanxing, who was still immersed in contemplation, closer, and uttered in an icy tone, "You have been following me for quite some time." Chapter 88, Si Yubai, commit this visage to memory. Si Yubai's words were delivered with deliberate cadence, as if to ensure that everyone present comprehended them with clarity. His demeanor was composed and indifferent, his resolve meticulous and unwavering. The countenances of all those facing him stiffened perceptibly, save for Shang Wanxing, whose wrist was still firmly clasped in his grasp, and who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. She felt somewhat weary, her gaze unfocused. "Henceforth," Siyubai declared, his brow stern, his eyes devoid of warmth, an aura of formidable authority permeating his very being, "a new directive shall be in effect." "Yes, Master C." No dissent was voiced, a unanimous affirmation resounded, indicative of the ingrained obedience to Siyubai's commands. "Her name is Shang Wanxing." Upon hearing her name, Shang Wanxing snapped out of her reverie, instinctively turning her gaze towards Siyubai. She attempted to withdraw her wrist, but his icy grip tightened its hold. "Commit this name to memory," Siyubai's voice resonated, deep and unwavering, each syllable imprinting itself upon the minds of his audience. "Commit this visage to memory. Henceforth, to encounter her is to encounter me." During the return journey, the interior of the Maybach was enveloped in an unusual quietude. Yuan Yi, who was at the wheel, glanced frequently into the rearview mirror, his expression nuanced. Shang Wanxing and Siyubai were seated on opposite sides of the vehicle, separated by a charmingly innocent little one, who was contentedly consuming a cheese stick and swinging his tiny feet with glee. "Do not misunderstand." A frigid baritone cleaved through the silence. Shang Wanxing, who had been gazing out the window, turned her head languidly towards Siyubai, arching an eyebrow in inquiry. "What is it?" That was a gratuity for the vehicle just now. Siyubai didn't even glance at her. His entire face was bathed in the interplay of light and shadow, creating a stark contrast. Yuan Yi, who was driving in the front, exclaimed, "Sir C. That's quite a generous token of gratitude." Shang Wanxing was silent for a moment before simply saying, "Oh." "Oh?" Siyubai frowned, looking at her, inadvertently revealing the Adam's apple on his neck, a captivating blend of coldness and allure. Shang Wanxing retorted, "What else?" What was he expecting to hear? "A thank you?" She propped her face up with one hand, her tone nonchalant with a slight upward inflection at the end. But clearly, this response still failed to satisfy her benefactor. An unguarded gloominess descended upon Siyubai's aura. Shang Wanxing inquired, "Why are you upset?" She sighed inwardly, wasn't he the one who mentioned a thank you gift? What was wrong with her expressing gratitude? Siyubai scoffed, "I'm not upset." Yuan Yi glanced up and caught a glimpse of a pair of gloomy eyes in the rearview mirror. He promptly raised his hand and lowered the car's soundproof partition with enthusiasm. Oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around him, the little dumpling continued to swing his tiny feet, audibly unwrapping a new cheese stick and taking a hearty bite. Siyubai's expression darkened further. He waited for Shang Wanxing to speak again. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Half a minute. Until he heard the even rhythm of breathing beside him. Siyubai was taken aback. He abruptly turned his head, looking at Shang Wanxing, who was still propping her face up with one hand but was clearly asleep with her eyes closed. An incredulous flame ignited in his dark eyes for the first time in his life. She had fallen asleep? She, actually, had. As sleep overtook him, the little bun gazed longingly at the last cheese stick remaining in his grasp. Suddenly, he shrank his neck. Was it merely an illusion? Why did the vehicle seem colder? With a cute tilt of his head, he met the gaze of his uncle. Those eyes blinked. Was his uncle angry? In the dimly lit compartment, Siyubai and his little nephew exchanged a silent stare. The little bun slowly tucked the last cheese stick into his embrace, his eyes warily fixed upon his uncle. Siyubai maintained a stoic expression as he regarded him. The little bun felt a shiver of fear. Siyubai continued to regard him with an impassive demeanor. Trembling, the little bun timidly extended his small hand, offering the last cheese stick to Siyubai. Uncle, he thought, tears brimming in his eyes, surely he won't eat it. Clinging to this belief, the little bun looked up at Siyubai with hopeful, sparkling eyes. After a moment, as if discerning the child's thoughts, Siyubai curled his thin lips into a cold smile and opened his mouth to take a bite. As he stared at the now white stick in his hand, the little bun felt utterly paralyzed. His pupils dilated in shock. Tears quickly pooled in his eyes. Siyubai raised his hand, silently pointing to the still sleeping Shang Wanxing, reminding his little nephew, who was gathering his courage. With a quiet sigh, Siyubai averted his gaze, leaving the little bun frozen in place, staring at the white stick, feeling as if his heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Uncle! How could you be so cruel? He lamented on the dock. A black Mercedes was parked in the dimness of the night, its lowered window revealing the anxious expression of the elder Mr. C. Was it not said that he had gone out for the evening? Why had he not yet returned? His countenance was grim. How did YBI manage to acquire that piece of land in the southern part of the city? This question perplexed Mr. C. And even his inquiries through various channels yielded nothing but silence. No one dared to utter a word. It felt as if he had encountered a ghost. Just as the land was secured on that side, a predicament arose with the C family project. This was undoubtedly a retaliation from his dear grandson. A gift for attempting to expel him from the C group. Mr. C steadied his thoughts. Ultimately, he had acted impulsively. "Sir," the driver reminded him, as headlights approached from a distance. Without hesitation, Mr. C exited the vehicle and positioned himself in front of the Maybach, which loomed like a predatory eagle in the night. The car screeched to a halt, leaving behind long skid marks on the ground. "Grandfather?" As the soundproof partition rose, Yuan turned his head. Gesturing towards SYBISHING, her eyes coldly flickering open, instinctively withdrew her hand from the small bundle. Expecting to feel the impact of her head against the windshield from the sudden stop, yet felt nothing at all. Turning her head, a fleeting glimpse of unhealthy pallor crossed her line of sight. SYBI, his expression devoid of emotion, retracted his hand. The window descended. And SYBI cast a somber gaze upon Mr. C, causing the latter's heart to race. "YBI. The issue with the ancient tomb project in the group, was it your doing?" Although phrased as a question, Mr. C's heart already held the conviction of the answer. SYBI offered no response, his strikingly handsome face, shrouded in the night, radiating an aura of peril. "I concur with your return to the C group. But only on the condition that you relinquish the land in the southern city," he stated, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a scoff. "My apologies, please continue." Shang Wanxing lazily raised her hand to shield her eyes, though the smirk at the corner of her mouth was laced with sarcasm. The audacity of this old man was beyond her comprehension, she found it utterly shameless. The car window gradually ascended, clearly indicating that Yubai had lost patience for such drivel. "Do you truly believe that the C group cannot function without you? I could enlist the help of the Shanyuan family to navigate the C group through its tribulations. Just imagine, if the Shanyuan family intervenes. Could it not transform the C group's predicament into a favorable outcome?" The old man's expression darkened. He had already offered his grandson a way out. Should he persist in his stubbornness, he would have no one to blame but himself. The rising window came to a sudden halt. Chapter 089, See Gun, a blessing or a curse, no escape from the serpent again, the Shanyuan family. Upon hearing that name once more, Shang Wanxing, cradling her little bundle, cast a glance at Yubai. His visage was shrouded in darkness, his expression so subdued it was nearly imperceptible. Just as the old man believed he had secured his grandson's loyalty, a chilling voice emanated from the half-closed window. "To you. The Shanyuan family is merely a talisman for survival, one you would not employ lightly unless absolutely necessary." Before the old man could catch his breath, that icy voice returned, cutting through the air like a blade. The old man was rendered speechless, unable to refute. "Yuan, drive." Having fully raised the car windows, thus sealing off the interior, the elder Mr. C could only watch as the black Maybach drove past him. Shayu Island. Yubai alighted from the car and ascended the stairs without uttering a word. As she watched his retreating figure, Shang Wanxing remained silent. The little dumpling, still clad in his shark pajamas, clutched a white stick in his hand, tilting his head as if a dispirited specter, seemingly in a daze. A quarter of an hour later, Qi Yan also returned. "Has AC gone back to his room?" he inquired, glancing around furtively, as if a thief. And only visibly relaxing once he was sure Yubai was nowhere in sight, reverting to his normal volume. At the sound of AC, the little dumpling puffed up like an angry blowfish. "Uncle." "Bad." Qi Yan, having no time to placate the little tyrant, moved to stand beside Shang Wanxing. "Remember this. Never mention the name Xuanyuan of the capital in front of AC, and don't ask why." He paused, glancing down at Shang Wanxing with a touch of helplessness. "Never mind. You wouldn't ask anyway." "Understood." Shang Wanxing lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Late at night, Shang Wanxing emerged from the bathroom after showering, drying her half-dry hair with a white towel in one hand, and opening her ultra-thin laptop with the other. The screen's luminescence illuminated her porcelain white face. Her fingertip paused momentarily before typing Shanyuan family, capital. Soon, the screen displayed the results. The capital, beneath the emperor's feet, was home to countless prestigious families. The Shanyuan family couldn't even reach the front steps of the first echelon, making it no wonder that Shang Wanxing had no recollection of the name. However, for the prominent families of Shanghai, the Shanyuan family was already considered a prestigious match for them. Shang Wanxing casually closed the browser. After a moment of contemplation, her fingers danced across the keyboard, and a small red scorpion icon illuminated, signifying the relogin of the Shark account. Shark? On the screen. Stark white characters against a black background, lines of text from Shark rapidly cascaded. Shang Wanxing, growing slightly impatient, raised her hand and initiated a mute. Shark, silence? She then lifted the mute. Why haven't you contacted us? Why are you in China? Shark, do we have any collaborations with the Shanyuan family of Beijing? Disinclined to respond, Shang Wanxing directly posed her own question. None. But they have been persistently pestering us. Upon reading this, Shang Wanxing paused, her expression remaining placid. Shark, add the Shanyuan family of Beijing to the blacklist. Permanently barring them from any form of collaboration, and I mean all. As she typed these words, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shang Wanxing, maintaining her composure, closed the laptop without a change in expression, disregarding the lamentations from the other end of the connection. The account automatically locked and went offline. She languidly rose and opened the door. No one? Heh. Looking down, she saw the little dumpling dressed in his Q version of the little shark pajamas, clutching a pillow. His eyes shining as he looked at her. Shang Wanxing was silent. She strongly suspected that the little dumpling's wardrobe contained a whole set of Q version of the little shark pajamas. Come in. Shang Wanxing turned sideways to allow the freshly bathed, fragrant little creature to enter the room. In the corner, the great white python, Si Gun Gun, slithered out in search of its beloved ball, which had seemingly vanished. With a soft thud, the little bun buried itself into Shang Wanxing's grand bed, joyfully dancing about. Enveloped in the scent of stars. Yu is so happy. Meanwhile, in Si Yubai's bedroom, a storm brewed. The moment Si Gun Gun pushed open the door to its owner's chamber, regret washed over it. Despite its intellect, it could not comprehend why the door was left ajar. Was it a trap set for the python? This puzzlement lingered in Si Gun Gun's mind for merely 0.01 seconds before it began to slowly drag its enormous body inside. Ball. Where have you gone? With a soft click, the dim wall lamp flickered to life. Si Gun Gun froze in place, its scales bristling. Dressed in a black silk nightgown, Si Yubai sat expressionless on a black leather armchair, his long, icy fingers clutching a pink spherical toy. Si Gun Gun thought, is this what you seek? Si Yubai, holding the toy ball in one hand, cast a cold glance at the great white python. Gulp. Si Gun Gun wished to immediately turn away, pretending as if nothing had happened. I see nothing. Si Yubai beckoned with an indifferent expression, and Si Gun Gun, flicking its tongue lazily, crawled over. Its red-green eyes fixated on its cherished toy ball. The greatest distance in the world lay between the python here and the ball there. Si Yubai remained silent. Gently stroking the great white python, Si Gun Gun sprawled across the floor, resigned to its fate. If it was meant to be, so be it. Meanwhile, was the little fish still in its room? Si Yubai uttered with a chilling tone. Si Gun Gun was meticulously cared for, its scales immaculate, devoid of any serpentine odor. The pearly white shimmered with a rosy hue, the serpent exuding a fragrant aroma. It raised its large head, shaking it gently. Is the little fish in Wanxing's room? It nodded emphatically. Si Yubai remained taciturn. The great white python's tail rhythmically tapped against the floor. Life is arduous, the serpent sighed. It fondly reminisced about the days of tumbling about in Xing's room, whimpering at the irretrievable past. What do you perceive there? Si Yubai languidly raised a hand. The dark circles beneath his eyes lending him an indescribable air of detached morbidity. The serpent flicked its tongue. It is a water glass, seemingly filled to the brim. Si Gun Gun cocked its large head, observing Si Yubai, who simultaneously regarded it, idly toying with its beloved sphere, emanating an inexplicable sense of peril. The serpent felt an urge to spontaneously shed its scales. As their gazes locked, Siyubai abruptly curled his thin lips into a sinister smile. With a resounding thud, the great white python's cherished sphere hurtled towards the head of the bed. In the next instant, upon the expansive bed adorned with black linens, the water glass cascaded its contents. The great white python stiffly twisted its large head to regard its atrocious master. Is this the behavior of a human being? See Gun Gun, were you so careless? Gun Gun was utterly flabbergasted. Were it not for the deactivated pet translator, it would have unleashed a torrent of vulgarities. It's too late to summon someone to change the sheets. It seems I must seek out little fish tonight. The bedroom door opened silently. As Siyubai, seated in his electric wheelchair, entered, he abruptly encountered the still-awake Shang Wanxing. Their gazes locked. In Chapter 090, as Siyubai pondered the situation, the adorable Cho Cho nestled in his mouth lingered with him. The leisurely Si Gun Gun, observing with his pure white head, glanced between Shang Wanxing and Siyubai, reveling in the surprise of the moment. With a cheerful demeanor, Si Gun Gun slid past Siyubai's feet and comfortably hung himself on a decorative tree. Is there something you need? Shang Wanxing broke the silence, noticing his hesitation. Siyubai swallowed hard. Is the little fish with you? A glance at the bed revealed a cherubic figure blissfully asleep, and Shang Wanxing responded affirmatively. Siyubai maintained his composure. I will carry him back to the room to sleep. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanxing fell silent for a couple of seconds. She watched as Siyubai, with an inscrutable expression, entered the room and then, with the same stoic demeanor, gathered the small blanket and the sleeping child together. As he passed her, he politely nodded, indicating he had disturbed her. Without looking back, he exited, closing the door behind him. Shang Wanxing was left speechless. Meanwhile, the languid python yawned lazily, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I've just dropped the snake on my own foot. How painful." The following morning, the little bun was awakened by a slight chill in the air. Stretching his tiny, adorable arms and rubbing his eyes, the freshly awakened child radiated an irresistible charm, slowly turning his head. The little bun exclaimed in surprise. After a sleepless night, Siyubai stared gloomily at the ceiling, his entire being seemingly shrouded in dark clouds, resembling a villain intent on annihilating the world. As if sensing the little bun had awakened, he turned his head. The little bun. The two exchanged a silent gaze, one large and one small. Siyubai, expressionless, rose and maneuvered his electric wheelchair out of the children's room. Watching his uncle's retreating figure, the little bun felt bewildered. In the dining room, as the fresh and spirited Qi Yan swaggered in, he immediately noticed Yuan Air signaling him with exaggerated expressions, causing his smile to freeze on his face. Siyubai occupied the main seat at the table, his pallid and sickly visage devoid of emotion, cloaked in an ominous aura. The dark circles beneath his eyes had deepened. As he pulled out a chair and attempted to sit down, the screeching sound of the chair scraping against the floor echoed throughout the dining room. Siyubai cast a dark glare at Qi Yan. Qi Yan gulped audibly, struggling to swallow. Someone, please save me. Beside him, Yuan Air silently covered his eyes with his hand. Amen. Suddenly, a sweet voice resonated from the corridor, accompanied by a gentle response from Shang Wanxing. In an instant, the suffocating low pressure that had enveloped the dining room dissipated, and Siyubai withdrew his gaze as if nothing had transpired. Qi Yan, still dazed, muttered under his breath. Damn it. Double standards will be the death of me. Good morning, Shang Wanxing glanced at Siyubai, while Siyubai lifted the little bun onto a dining chair and then stood aside. Hanging from the ornamental tree, Si Gonggong watched Siyubai with tears of emotion slowly trickling down. Slurp. Good morning, little star. Qi Yan smiled, but the next moment, his smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Turning his head, he met a pair of indifferent eyes. Qi Yan, damn. Good morning. Siyubai coldly replied, glancing at Shang Wanxing. However, Shang Wanxing was oblivious, her attention solely focused on the little bun, who was diligently pushing aside the broccoli. The little fellow tilted his head, pointing in the direction of his uncle. The carrots, neatly arranged on the edge of the plate, resembled a military formation. Siyubai. Shang Wanxing. Qi Yan, pft. He raised his coffee cup to cover his mouth, feigning nonchalance. Shang Wanxing casually glanced at Siyubai. In the next moment, Siyubai picked up a fork and began to slowly eat the carrots that had been set aside as if standing at attention, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. The little bun reluctantly stuffed a piece of broccoli into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, his delicate face contorting in discomfort. So difficult. Miss Shang, you have a package, but... Could you please step outside? Yuani approached from outside, prompting Shang Wanxing to rise and leave. The restaurant returned to silence. Almost simultaneously, Siyubai spat the unchewed carrot into a napkin, folding it elegantly before discarding it, as if nothing had occurred. The little bun, oh? Qi Yan. Yuan air. Si Gun Gun. Si Dabai. The little bun looked at Siyubai's actions with wide-eyed innocence, utterly astonished. His small mouth agape, trembling hands pointing at his watch. Si Dabai stammered, his voice laced with indignation, you. I shall lodge a complaint with Xingxing upon her return. In response, Siyubai regarded his young nephew in contemplative silence. Presently, he maneuvered his electric wheelchair to the boy's side and deftly removed the child's digital watch. A masterstroke of problem-solving, addressing the root cause itself. The little dumpling was utterly dumbfounded. Qi Yan maintained a discreet silence, while Yuan Air feigned rapt attention to the heavens. Si Gun Gun and Si Dabai were speechless. Truly ruthless, they thought. Outside the villa, Shang Wanxing stared impassively at the shipping container before her. If memory served, her request to the old eccentrics had been to send a few items, accompanied by a detailed list to preempt precisely this scenario. What, then, was the meaning of all this? Ms. Shang, please sign for the delivery. The courier, clad in a uniform bearing the 9 logo in, beamed with beatific benevolence. Their express service, capable of rapid delivery to any corner of the globe, came at a price prohibitive for most. And now, this colossal container. Shang Wanxing signed in taciturn resignation and watched in silence as the delivery was unloaded. Yuani quietly edged away. The murderous aura emanating from Ms. Shang was rather intense. After an extended pause, Shang Wanxing returned to the dining room. The little dumpling, upon seeing her, immediately attempted to voice his grievances. Qi Yan lowered his gaze to his porridge, Yuan Air continued to scrutinize the sky, and Siyubai remained seated at the head of the table. His expression serene and unreadable. Inclined her head to observe the endearing creature, when, with a distinct pop, the egg she held was accidentally crushed within her grasp. In an instant, everyone present was rendered speechless. Instinctively drew his legs together, his previously languid posture transforming into an upright stance. The little dumpling remained quietly observant. Apologies, did I startle you? Composed herself momentarily, calmly extracting a tissue to cleanse her hands. We shall venture out to unbox the deliveries presently. The little dumpling nodded with utmost docility as cellular device emitted a ringtone. He answered the call with a bewildered expression, his countenance shifting as he registered the speaker's words. What did you say? The C family is clandestinely engaging with Dr. Kong Zong's team? Upon hearing this, paused in her actions. Kong Zong? Dr. Kong Zong, revered as the paramount figure in domestic chip research, asserted his involvement in numerous pivotal chip research projects during his sojourn in the United States and claimed ownership of several exclusive patents. After declining repeated invitations from Laboratory 709, Dr. Kong Zong returned to China and assumed a prominent role at the University of Science and Technology Research Institute. Over several years, he and his chip team secured substantial research funding and accolades from both national and local entities. They recently proclaimed the imminent release of the China Core 1.0 chip. Independently researched, developed, and manufactured in China, after 5 years of dedicated effort, eliciting widespread acclaim within the nation. Due to various factors, the research and fabrication of microchips in China have consistently faced obstruction from abroad, hindering its ability to independently progress free from foreign influence. Dr. Kong Zong's research is poised to initiate an era-defining advancement. If the C family genuinely collaborates with Dr. Kong Zong's team. Upon terminating the call, Qi Yan instinctively turned his gaze towards Siyubai. ACI. Before Qi Yan could complete his statement, a derisive snicker echoed nearby. Others followed the sound. Observing Shang Wanxing's beautiful countenance adorned with a nonchalant, mocking smile as she leisurely reached out to wipe the little bun's mouth. Xiao Xing. What are you laughing at? Qi Yan inquired, perplexed. Shang Wanxing languidly lifted her gaze to glance at him. I'm laughing at the C family's imprudence. Her words were utterly devoid of politeness. Qi Yan, are you implying that Dr. Kong Zong? Siyubai's gaze deepened as he looked at Shang Wanxing. Over the years, Qi Yan had primarily overseen matters outside of China. So it was understandable that he was unaware of certain details, but Wanxing. Qi Yan regarded her with suspicion. That's impossible, isn't it? Are you aware of the extent of funding and accolades he has received over the years? Heh. The little bun tugged at Shang Wanxing's sleeve, indicating his desire to go outside and unwrap a package. Without further ado, Shang Wanxing reached down, picked up the little bun, and proceeded towards the exterior of the dining area. Qi Yan was bewildered. Why is Xiao Xingxing acting so mysteriously? Turning his head, he looked at Siyu Bai. ACI. Let them be. Siyu Bai's tone was largely devoid of inflection. The black prayer beads around his wrist swayed gently, rendering him as unfathomable as the deep ocean in the dead of winter. A fleeting crimson hue flashed across the depths of his eyes, vanishing in an instant. Courtyard. As Qi Yan escorted Siyu Bai into view, he found the little dumpling and Sita Bai standing in a row, each adorned with a straw hat. Nearby, the great white python, Si Gun Gun, gently held a peculiarly shaped sprig of grass in its mouth. Shang Wanxing stood to the side. Clad in a loosely fitting white shirt, her long hair styled into a low bun, exuding an air of freshness. Spotting their arrival, she seized a small box, revealing 4 pristine white pills nestled within. A subtle medicinal fragrance wafted forth, invigorating the senses. Consume these, Shang Wanxing instructed, extending the offering to Siyu Bai. Before Qi Yan could inquire, Siyu Bai reached out and ingested the pill without hesitation. Qi Yan, taken aback, followed suit, swallowing one himself. It dissolved instantly, leaving a sweet taste. Shang Wanxing then shared the pills with the little dumpling and Si Gun Gun, one each. Only Sita Bai was left out. I feel somewhat slighted, Sita Bai expressed, feebly raising its hands and feigning tears. Shang Wanxing casually discarded the empty box into the trash bin, promising, tonight, your chip will receive an upgrade. Sita Bai, overjoyed, metaphorically selected Auspicious Day as its anthem. Qi Yan, observing the scene, remarked, and thus, another one descends into madness. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed cardboard boxes filled with peculiar plants. Crouching down, he picked up one at random. What is this? He inquired. Shang Wanxing cast a dismissive glance, replying, Tinquan. What in the world is that? Qi Yan muttered, examining it closely. It is merely a solitary pole. Devoid of any substance, is it dead? The vine of the spring, barren and leafless, flourishes in the tropical jungles and is lethally poisonous, silencing those who bleed. Siyu Bai's cold voice echoed behind, startling Qi Yan into hastily tossing the young seedling back into the box. What about that one? Qi Yan nudged the other side with his foot. The earth vein orchid, Shang Wanxing replied softly. What is this? Qi Yan looked up, having never heard of it before. The earth vein orchid, which thrives at the summit of Mount Everest, blooms with deadly poison, and there is no cure once the toxin manifests. Siyu Bai's dictionary provided yet another answer, causing Qi Yan to jump back in shock, retreating behind Siyu Bai. Little star you. Qi Yan trembled, not quite so exaggerated. Shang Wanxing nonchalantly kicked the box containing the seedlings aside as if it were an inconsequential trinket. Qi Yan slapped his chest in relief, I knew it. Shang Wanxing casually placed a straw hat atop Siyu Bai's head, declaring that the earth vein orchid is not beyond salvation. His face is exposed to the sun. Qi Yan exclaimed, please, treat me like a person too. I am also here, enduring this scorching sun. Weak, helpless, and utterly aggrieved. Are all of these poisonous? Qi Yan gazed at the nearly 100 boxes before him, pondering the dire consequences if the little treasure accidentally touched or ingested any of them. Shang Wanxing patiently bent down to assist her benefactor, clarifying that not everything is toxic. Siyu Bai remained motionless, observing her. The faint, cool fragrance emanating from her presence gradually eased the tension in his forehead, which had been taut with insomnia. As the languid Shangwxing lifted her gaze once more to glance at Qyn, she remained silent, raising her hand to retrieve a pristine white pill from the side. Crushing the wax seal, she casually sprinkled it over the vine spring. Before their eyes, the once vibrant little seedling transformed into water at lightning speed, and under the sun's glare, it dried up. Qyn stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the nature of this inconsequential trinket. Just a worthless little thing, Shangwxing replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the small bun had already begun energetically wielding a tiny shovel, digging small holes in the specially cleared ground, closely followed by SDBI. In the expansive garden, they continued their excavation with fervor, the sound of digging resonating throughout. Suddenly, a small red sand hammer appeared before SYBI looking down. He met the gaze of SGNGN, whose agile tail eagerly presented the sand hammer to him. SYBI. SGNGN? Don't you understand? Let's get lively. With a flick of his tail, the sand hammer produced a rustling sound. Pausing momentarily, SGNGN continued to observe SYBI. The latter's eyes narrowed dangerously. In a swift motion, SGNGN pointed the tip of his tail at QYN, flinging the sand hammer into his embrace. It clattered. QYN. Does he possess a face that invites bullying? Bewildered, he waved the sand hammer, producing a rustling sound. Meanwhile, SHWNXing, squatting on the ground and casually planting the little seedlings into the holes, answered her ringing phone. Hello? She responded languidly. On the other end, Page ANGZH's spirited and enthusiastic voice rang out. Wanxing lowered her gaze to the diligently digging dumpling, seemingly oblivious to the large white python, see gun gun, as it leisurely burrowed into the pile of unopened boxes. Page Jingji, join us for lunch. His voice resonated, prompting the dumpling to lift its head, tilting it with an innocent gaze, blinking. Understood, Shang Wanxing responded calmly. Clatter. A cardboard box, previously stacked to the side, tumbled to the ground. Qi Yan, who was waving a small red sand hammer, had just begun to rise to steady it when he appeared to be suddenly petrified, standing motionless. A sea. After what seemed like an eternity, Qi Yan regained his voice. Am I hallucinating? Seated in his wheelchair, Siyubai remained expressionless, deigning not to acknowledge him. Gulp. Qi Yan swallowed hard. He observed that the area where the cardboard box had fallen was now strewn with diamonds. A multitude. Illuminated by the sunlight, they were dazzling. Shimmering brightly, in hues of white, pink, blue, and purple, with some stones dwarfing pigeon eggs in size and even the smaller ones weighing at least 2 carats. Shang Wanxing lifted her head, exchanging a gaze with the dumbfounded Qi Yan. Fake, zircons, she declared with unwavering composure. Qi Yan. I suspect you take me for a fool, the evidence is overwhelming. If these were zircons, he would unscrew his head and use it as a ball for little Xingxing to kick. Before Qi Yan could respond, another clatter echoed as yet another cardboard box was dislodged. Qi Yan. With a deadpan expression, he watched as a scattering of green jadeite, evidently of a rare and exquisite quality, littered the ground. Heh, more fakes? Shang Wanxing's expression remained placid. It's glass. Upon further contemplation, she appended, emerald glass. No need to fetch me, simply forward the address to my mobile. I shall make my own way there. He disconnected the call. Cast a sidelong glance at the area where the boxes were stacked. A small portion of its tail was visible, the creature oblivious to the trouble it had stirred. Eggies. Eggies. The serpent detects the aroma of eggies. It burrowed and burrowed, causing one cardboard box after another to tumble to the ground, attracting the attention of Yuan E and Yuan Er, who stood aghast at the glittering spectacle before them. Raised an eyebrows around. White cranium emerged slowly from behind the cardboard box, its red, beady eyes wide with innocence. The little dumpling's eyes widened as its small, dirt-smudged finger pointed towards the great white serpent's mouth. Everyone followed the little dumpling's gesture. Oh, what's this? Lo and behold, the great white serpent had a white, oval egg in its mouth, half of it still visible. An egg? Narrowed her eyes slightly. Why was there an egg in the box? More importantly, why did this egg seem so familiar? Has my larceny been discovered? If my adversary remains still, so shall I. You do not see serpent, you do not see serpent. Frozen place. The half-eaten white egg still in its mouth. A hush fell over the room. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound emanated from its mouth. Upon the flawless white surface of the egg, a fissure, resembling a bolt of lightning, appeared. The egg has hatched. Shang Wanxing? See you by? Qi Yan? Yuani Yuan Er? See to buy, oh dear. Si Gonggong was so startled that his eyes crossed, his beak frozen in shock. The little bun scampered over with his short legs, blinking curiously, his mouth silently forming an O. Suddenly, with a crack, a fluffy little creature emerged. its head adorned with a small piece of white eggshell. Chirp. Noticing the commotion in its mouth, a stream of cold sweat cascaded down Si Gonggong's head. Save me from this calamity. Qi Yan, what is this? Fluffy creature, chirp. Shang Wanxing. A peregrine falcon. Qi Yan. What is it? Shang Wanxing. A highly intelligent robot. Si Dabai, the peregrine falcon, a medium-sized raptor, is, in human terms, quite fierce, extremely fierce, and fiercely protective of its owner. Note, in reality, the peregrine falcon is a nationally protected species, and keeping one without authorization is illegal. Smiley face. Qi Yan. Thank you very much. Fluffy creature, chirp chirp chirp. Mama? Si Gonggong, save me, save me. I swear I'll never be greedy again. Dazed. He turned his neck to look at Shang Wanxing, his red-green bean eyes brimming with tears. Everyone fell silent, turning their gaze toward Shang Wanxing. Shang Wanxing. Open your mouth. With an impassive expression, she approached Si Gonggong and spoke. Si Gonggong, ah. Shang Wanxing. No need to open it that wide. With a gentle hand, the little falcon and its shell were extracted, prompting the small bun to rise immediately, tiptoeing as it gazed blankly at the fluffy creature nestled in Shang Wanxing's palm. How utterly unappealing. Qi Yan reached out and poked it gently. The little creature, having just managed to stand, plopped back down into Shang Wanxing's hand with a soft thud. Emotionless, Shang Wanxing turned to the small bun. The small bun, puffed up with indignation, looked up. Qi Yan, a retort is futile. The fluffy creature chirped inquisitively, its bright, sparkling eyes fixated intently on the great white python, Si Gonggong. Si Gonggong. Fluffy creature, chirp. Si Gonggong? With a sigh, Shang Wanxing addressed Si Gonggong, congratulations, you are now a father. No sooner had the words left her lips than the fluffy creature began flapping its tiny wings with great effort, tumbling onto Si Gonggong's pristine head, affectionately rubbing its dark little head against it. Everyone. Si Gonggong. Great white, mistaking a thief for a father. In response, the fluffy creature happily chirped. After planting the seedlings and collecting emerald diamonds, the group sat in a row beneath the eaves, savoring ice pops. Snake lady, I wondered why there was a missing egg in the nest. The little monster must take good care of my little falcon. Love you. Shang Wanxing, expressionless, perused the messages while crunching on her treat. So, what shall we name it? Qi Yan casually inquired, leaning against the stairs as he observed the sleeping fluffy creature sprawled atop Si Gonggong's head, seeking a bit of amusement. Hearing the commotion, Si Gonggong lethargically lifted its head. An unappealing creature? Qi Yan smirked mischievously. The little dumpling, lips stained with popsicle juice, puffed out its cheeks in protest. Shang Wanxing glanced at Si Yubai, who seemed to be experiencing a popsicle for the first time. His expression was inscrutable as he observed it, his focus as intense as if he were handling a business deal worth millions. Somewhat endearing. Hee hee. The little dumpling reached out a chubby hand to poke Shang Wanxing's cheek. Why isn't Xingxing paying attention to you? Shang Wanxing raised an eyebrow. The little dumpling instinctively reached for a watch, before belatedly remembering it had been snatched away by his eldest uncle. Pufferfish face re-emerged. Xiaobao is asking what name you're giving it. Qi Yan shook his head, his curiosity piqued by the remaining cartons. He was eager to uncover the untold secrets they might hold. Chapter 93, The Genesis of Si Egg, A Family Affair. What does Master Si think? Shang Wanxing asked softly, drawing everyone's attention to Si Yubai. Si Yubai. His pale, almost ethereal face remained impassive, maintaining an aura of icy aloofness. As ever, he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Shang Wanxing's sun-kissed cheeks and the artless topknot that softened her otherwise formidable demeanor. Qi Yan chuckled. Si would never deign to answer such a frivolous question. Egg. Si Yubai bit into his popsicle, his face betraying no emotion, a lightning-fast contradiction. Qi Yan. Si Egg? Shang Wanxing arched an eyebrow. As if sensing its name being called, the fluffy creature emitted a soft, babyish chirp. Si Gonggong, coiled into a dispirited lump, felt utterly hopeless. The serpent, once impeccably pure, acquired a rather sizable son due to its insatiable appetite. The serpent felt aggrieved and whimpered softly. Honestly, this moniker is simply too amusing. Qi Yan's statement was cut short by Shang Wanxing's gentle laughter. It's quite lovely, endearing even. The little dumpling nodded in agreement, extending a tiny hand in a gesture of approval. Qi Yan exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Can't your entire family find someone else to torment? Stop targeting me exclusively. At this rate, even the most opulent sheep would be rendered utterly barren upon arriving on Shayu Island." The blinking little dumpling, as if struck by a sudden thought, tugged at Shang Wanxing's sleeve, inquiring about the telephone. "I must visit the Pei family's ancestral home shortly," Shang Wanxing stated serenely, as she raised her hand to wipe the perspiration from the little dumpling's flushed cheeks. "The Pei family?" Qi Yan perked up, glancing askance at Siyubai as he spoke. Siyubai's thin lips were pressed into a firm line, his brow furrowed with displeasure. The little dumpling tugged at her sleeve once more, his countenance radiating charm. "You wants to go too?" I'll go as well," Qi Yan declared, raising his hand without the slightest hesitation. "And what about a C? I have other matters to attend to," Siyubai replied, his voice frigid, laced with an unyielding and indisputable tone. The little dumpling emitted a soft sound. Qi Yan chuckled dryly. Si Gun Gun scoffed. Si Dan Dan chirped. Si Dabai giggled. An hour later, at the entrance of the Pei family's ancestral home. When the black Maybach came into view, Pei Jingji, who had been promptly dispatched by the old master to receive Shang Wanxing, hastily stowed his phone in his pocket, his face beaming with delight. As the vehicle came to a standstill, Pei Jingji eagerly flung open the rear door, his anticipation turning to astonishment. He beheld a man seated in the back, his countenance an impassive mask of frost, his gaze piercingly cold. Pei Jingji's pupils contracted in disbelief. He must be ensnared in a nightmare. With a forceful hand, he slammed the door shut. Before Pei Jingji could muster his courage anew, the rear window of the Maybach descended slowly. Siyubai regarded him with a frigid stare, his eyes fathomless. Pei Jingji was taken aback, wondering why Master C was in the car. The passenger window also lowered, revealing Qi Yan's face, tinged with sympathy. Pei Jingji extracted his phone with a stiffened hand and placed a call to the old man, informing him that she had arrived. 3 minutes later, the elder Master Pei emerged from the villa in haste, his smile freezing upon his face as he espied the man in the wheelchair, radiating an aura of chill. Maintaining his rigid expression, he turned to his eldest grandson, his eyes flashing with ire, questioning why he hadn't been informed that Master C was also present. Qi Yan, standing behind Siyubai, emitted a discreet cough. Siyubai remained aloof, paying him no heed. The little dumpling then clambered out of the car, clutching something in his arms, his exquisitely carved face stern. Today, the little dumpling was attired in a black suit, complete with a bow tie. Standing beside Siyubai, the Grand Demon and the Minor Demon were united. Shang Wanxing was the last to disembark, her expression subtly nuanced as she gazed at Siyubai's back. She had genuinely believed he was occupied, until Yuani drove the car over, and upon opening the door, she had discovered Master C ensconced in the rear seat. As the esteemed sir arrived, Pei felt a pang of inadequacy.